Chapter 104. After many years, the battle resumes. As the days passed, Li Lin reveled in the joys of life. Perhaps feeling the weight of complacency, he resolved to enhance his strength. Today, he unexpectedly ventured into the realm of the destroyers, seeking to engage in training with Whis. Upon his arrival, he observed that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were already immersed in their training under Whis. The clash between the two on Earth had once caused the very ground to tremble. Although Li Lin had not witnessed it firsthand, he could sense the aftermath through the heightened energy around him. Initially, the two warriors were merely testing each other's capabilities, but as the battle intensified, they began to unleash their full potential, gradually reaching their zenith. To prevent the destruction of Earth, their fierce duel predominantly unfolded in the skies. Yet even so, the surrounding area lay in ruins. The ultimate outcome of their confrontation remained a mystery to him. Perhaps Sun Wukong had gained the upper hand, as he could distinctly feel that Wukong's energy remained more potent at the conclusion of their bout. Today, they continued their rigorous training, both clad in peculiar and oversized garments. Their movements were sluggish as they attempted to strike at Whis. "Ha! Hiya!" they shouted in unison, attacking from either side. However, just as they seemed poised to land a blow, Whis suddenly leaped upward. The weight of their cumbersome attire hindered their balance, causing them to collide with one another. With a resounding thud, they staggered, momentarily disoriented. Whis chuckled softly, shaking his head, before gracefully drifting over to Li Lin's side. "What brings you here?" he inquired with a gentle smile. It was known that Li Lin rarely visited without a significant reason. Since his last departure, he had not returned in years. Li Lin chuckled, scratching his nose. "I found staying at home exceedingly dull. I thought I might come and exchange a few moves with you." During his time at home, aside from spending time with his wife and children, he had scarcely practiced. He felt as though his very bones were rusting. Having enjoyed the comforts of life, you may find it challenging to return to rigorous training, Whis remarked nonchalantly. While Li Lin possessed considerable talent, neglecting consistent practice would ultimately lead to stagnation. Beerus had become a prime example of this ever since Li Lin had bested him. He had spoken of training, but had yet to take any action. Currently, he lay in bed, deep in slumber, impervious to any calls to awaken. "I suspect I wouldn't be able to endure the kind of training we had before," Li Lin replied with a wry smile. It seemed as though time had regressed to the days of his initial arrival in the realm of the destroyers, where relentless battles had forged his current prowess. However, continuing such rigorous training would not be an easy feat after all. Once one becomes accustomed to comfort, it is difficult to embrace the hardships of the past. Whis nodded, gesturing toward the still-prone forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Would you consider donning a training uniform like theirs? It could prove beneficial for your enhancement. And no need for that, we can simply engage in some sparring without all the fuss," Li Lin remarked, gesturing dismissively. He was well aware of his own talents, realizing that donning weighted clothing would not significantly benefit him. His strength would steadily improve through relentless combat. "Very well," Whis replied with indifference. Without waiting for a signal to commence, Li Lin surged forward in an instant. Boom! Their clash reverberated through the air. Whis effortlessly blocked Li Lin's punch with one hand. Li Lin crossed his arms, a formidable shockwave emanating from his limbs, radiating outward. The surrounding flora swayed momentarily in the wind. Fortunately, these plants thrived in the divine realm. Had they been Earth's flora, they would have likely been uprooted. It seems that although you have squandered considerable time, your strength has not diminished. In fact, it has even increased somewhat," Whis remarked with a relaxed expression. While such an attack was impressive, it paled in comparison to the power he wielded in an instant, a force more potent than Li Lin's enveloped Whis, resulting in a stalemate in midair. "You're still as formidable as ever," Li Lin gasped, struggling to speak. The overwhelming force exerted by Whis kept him firmly restrained, leaving him nearly breathless. The commotion around them was considerable. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had been on the ground, quickly regained their composure. Vegeta glanced up, noticing Whis engaged in battle with Li Lin. He promptly attempted to rise to watch, only to find Sun Wukong sprawled atop him. "Kakarot, get off me at once!" Vegeta bellowed. The clash between Li Lin and Whis represented a confrontation of supreme warriors. Such a spectacle was a rare occurrence. Missing it would surely lead to lifelong regret. Moreover, witnessing a duel of such caliber would undoubtedly impart invaluable insights. "Don't rush me, I'm eager too. But this armor is just too heavy," Sun Wukong replied, also yearning to rise and observe the fight. However, the weight of his attire made even standing a challenge. After a brief moment, the two finally managed to stand, albeit shakily, and lifted their gazes to the sky, their eyes wide with astonishment. Li Lin exhaled deeply. Whis pressure bore down on him relentlessly, and beads of sweat began to form. A thought struck him, prompting him to retreat from the confrontation. If this continued, he feared he would not be able to endure much longer. Once he had distanced himself, he felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. With renewed vigor, he charged forward once more. He unleashed a powerful straight punch aimed at Weiss. Weiss slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the blow, before delivering a swift knee strike directly to Li Lin's abdomen. Ugh! Li Lin winced in pain. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed another punch, aimed directly at Weiss's neck. Weiss, unperturbed, held his staff horizontally to the side. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated through the air. Li Lin felt as if his arm had struck solid steel, a piercing pain radiating through his bones. Suppressing the agony, he quickly delivered several more punches. Weiss continued to evade effortlessly, occasionally countering with strikes of his own. Li Lin's strength far surpassed that of the two individuals who had long remained under his command. He could not afford to relax. A lapse in focus would surely lead to embarrassment. How incredibly fast! I can barely follow their movements. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes, his pupils darting back and forth. Vegeta's eyes also began to ache. The trajectories of these two fighters were so swift that many of their actions eluded capture. Chapter 105. The Tenfold King's Fist and the Mysterious Visitor. Bang! Bang! Li Lin exchanged a flurry of punches with Weiss, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. With a gentle flick of his staff, Weiss unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent Li Lin flying several dozen meters. Gasping for breath, Li Lin focused on regaining his stamina. Observing this, Weiss chuckled and asked, "What's the matter? Are you struggling to keep up?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Lin calmly replied, "Not even close." Having reached this stage of battle, there was no reason for him to hold back. "Here I go." Li Lin slightly parted his lips, unleashing a burst of white energy from within. "Oh, is that so?" Weiss murmured to himself, sensing the immense aura surrounding him. He shook his head lightly, recognizing that merely releasing one's energy did not enhance combat strength. In the next moment, Li Lin's aura began to shift. In an instant, the white energy transformed, enveloping him in a brilliant crimson hue. Weiss raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the energy emanating from Li Lin. Upon witnessing this transformation, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed, "The King's Fist." Li Lin's current state bore an uncanny resemblance to Wukong's own King's Fist. "Tenfold King's Fist," Li Lin shouted, as the red light surged upwards, painting the sky a deep crimson. "Indeed, it is the King's Fist," Sun Wukong remarked, taken aback. This technique was his signature move, one he had painstakingly mastered during his time with the king. He wondered how Li Lin had acquired the ability to unleash it, and so powerfully at that. "Oh, so it is this technique. How fascinating. I had seen Wukong use it before, but I did not expect you to possess it as well," was stated earnestly, now regarding Li Lin with newfound respect, as he sensed the tenfold increase in his energy. Li Lin had amplified his strength tenfold. If all went as expected, he now possessed the capability to contend with Weiss. I've been able to use this technique for quite some time. However, the enemies on Earth have yet to compel me to unleash it, Li Lin said, his expression serious, as the ferocious energy within him began to surge uncontrollably, the strain on his body gradually intensifying. "Then why didn't we see you use this technique during our previous training sessions?" Weiss inquired curiously. Had Li Lin employed it earlier, he might have graduated sooner, as such a move that could instantly amplify one's strength tenfold was exceedingly formidable. "The burden this technique places on the body is immense, and during training, it felt unnecessary," Li Lin explained slowly. He continued, "The primary reason I'm using it now is to test the limits of my own capabilities. I've long desired to try this technique. Unfortunately, most opponents have not pushed me to that point. Now, in this battle with Weiss, I will no longer hold back. I will reveal all of my strength." Moreover, the King's Fist was not something he had specifically learned from the king. In his earlier years, while training alongside Sun Wukong, he had devised this technique. At that time, Li Lin was not as formidable as he is now, and Sun Wukong's prowess was also considerable. They once engaged in battles that were vividly intense. Even though Sun Wukong had previously demonstrated this move before him, Li Lin, with a little contemplation, grasped its principles and applications. "Since that is the case, let us engage in a proper duel," Weiss remarked with a serious expression, his grip tightening around his staff. The current Li Lin was no jest. A single misstep could indeed lead to his detriment. With a playful chuckle, Li Lin moved, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. In an instant, he found himself before Weiss. Boom! The two collided with a resounding force. The space around them began to warp, revealing numerous tiny fissures visible to the naked eye. Following their initial exchange, Li Lin did not pause for breath. He executed a swift side kick aimed at Weiss's flank. Weiss, witnessing the speed of this maneuver, realized he could not evade in time. Hastily, he conjured a transparent barrier around himself. Crack! Li Lin's kick struck the shield, which shattered like glass, leaving several visible cracks. Impressive, Weiss thought to himself, secretly astonished. This barrier was indeed formidable. Even among angels, breaching it was no trivial task. But it was not over yet, Li Lin murmured. With a powerful punch, he shattered the barrier, causing it to vanish into thin air. Weiss's pupils constricted, his expression shifting momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly distanced himself, while Li Lin pursued relentlessly, offering him no respite. Their figures resembled two meteors streaking across the sky, leaving trails in the air. Li Lin unleashed a flurry of punches, while Weiss maintained an acute focus, perfectly parrying each strike. Boom! They plummeted from the sky to the ground. Beneath them, the earth cracked underfoot, their shoes sinking deep into the soil. Is this not a bit excessive? Vegeta exclaimed, utterly astonished. Goku, with a face of shock, realized the vast chasm between their abilities and Li Lin's. Even if they were to train for another 100 years, they might not attain such a level. Who would have thought this kid could force Weiss to such extremes? A voice echoed from behind them. They turned to see Beerus, having approached them unnoticed. Lord Beerus, how did you awaken? Goku inquired, curiosity piqued. Beerus shot him an irritated glance, observing the earth-shattering battle unfolding before him. With such a commotion, I would like to see you sleep, he retorted. The entire God of Destruction realm is trembling. Had it not been for this unique environment, these two would have likely obliterated the place by now. Even if this battle were to take place in space, it would undoubtedly pierce through several galaxies. Indeed, that is quite true, Vegeta concurred. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned foolishly. After Vegeta called him an idiot, he resumed observing the battle before them. Someone is approaching? Beerus murmured, furrowing his brow. This was his domain, and he would be the first to sense any intruders. Indeed, in the next moment, two figures suddenly materialized in the realm of the destroyer. However, as soon as they landed, they were met with a violent shockwave. After all, a fierce battle was underway, and any unprepared individual would surely be swept away by the surrounding turbulence. What is happening? Exclaimed a portly figure, somewhat resembling Beerus, only to be instantly swept away by the shockwave. The other figure was a woman with a high ponytail, wielding a staff akin to Whiss's. Her expression shifted drastically as she braced against the nearby pressure. She conjured a barrier around herself, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the storm. Chapter 106, Kampa and Vados. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Beerus realized it was his incompatible brother. Seeing him being hurled by the storm and crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner, Beerus couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Oh, sister has arrived? Whis raised an eyebrow, not even turning around, fully aware of who was approaching. Sister? Li Lin was momentarily taken aback, seemingly pondering the identity of Whiss's sister. In that fleeting instant, Whis seized the opportunity. A flash of white light surged forth, enveloping Li Lin in an aura of sacred and inviolable power. With a cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The energy within him began to surge uncontrollably, wreaking havoc throughout his body. Realizing something was amiss, Li Lin refrained from continuing the battle, hastily releasing the Tenfold Kaioken, and the crimson aura dissipated. The oppressive dark red hue of the destroyer realm faded, returning to its normal colors. As Li Lin relinquished the Kaioken, he felt his body grow weak and unsteady. Dizziness overwhelming him, his stomach churning with nausea. A wave of extreme weakness washed over him, rendering him uncontrollable as he plummeted towards the ground. With a resounding thud, Li Lin crashed heavily onto the surface, blood still oozing from his mouth. The storm within the destroyer realm subsided, restoring the tranquility of yesteryears. Whis exhaled deeply, having not engaged in such a taxing battle for quite some time. After a moment of adjustment, his expression returned to normal. He swiftly moved to stand before his sister. Vados, the guardian angel of Universe 6. Vados gazed at Li Lin, now incapacitated on the ground, a look of bewilderment creeping into her heart. Had the earlier tumultuous shockwaves truly resulted from this individual's clash with Whis? Thud, thud, thud. Noticing his sister's lack of response, Whis tapped on the barrier shielding her. Vados snapped back to reality, waving her hand to dispel the surrounding shield. Sister, it's been a while. What brings you to my realm today? Whis greeted Vados with a warm smile. He shares a relatively close relationship with Beerus, as both the 7th and 6th universes are mirror universes, possessing numerous similarities. Even their respective gods of destruction are brothers. Although their encounters are infrequent, the frequency of their meetings surpasses that of other angels. It appears that Beerus did not hear Whiss's words. She pointed at the still-lying Lin, inquiring, Whis, were you just engaged in combat with him? Indeed. Whis replied with an affable glance back. There was no need to conceal the fact that Beerus was family. Moreover, since she had asked, it was evident that she had witnessed something noteworthy. What is the background of this boy? How could he create such a commotion with you? Beerus asked incredulously. Despite Whis' answer, she remained skeptical. The strength of angels is well known. When sparring with the gods of destruction, they never cause such disturbances. Typically, before any significant uproar arises, the god of destruction is subdued by the angels. His name is Lin, and I believe I have mentioned him to you before. Whis explained with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Beerus had approached his brother, Kampa. The two brothers were rivals, almost always at odds with one another. At that moment, Kappa had just risen to his feet and found Beerus's smug face blocking his path. "You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me?" Kappa glared at Beerus, evidently mistaking the earlier impact as an underhanded attack by him. Beerus, observing his brother's foolishness, shrugged helplessly. "Kappa, I never anticipated your stupidity. How could I ambush you without knowing you were coming?" He replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of causing chaos in the realm of the gods of destruction. Should the Omni King arrive unexpectedly, he might very well vanish from existence. Who else could it be? Perhaps it was Whis? Kappa clearly doubted Beerus's claims. His initial good spirits had been completely dashed. True to his nature, he felt that someone must be held accountable for the incident. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. It was indeed Whis," Beerus said, a smirk playing on his lips. "Stop spouting nonsense. Whis is an angel. He would never do such a thing," Kappa retorted, clenching his fists as he vocally challenged Beerus. Angels are, by definition, servants of the gods of destruction. While they may occasionally intervene on behalf of their own god, it would be unthinkable for them to act against the gods of destruction of other universes, even if they had the audacity. "I see you have come here looking for trouble, haven't you?" Beerus felt a surge of irritation at the accusation, having already asserted his innocence. It was unbearable to have such blame thrust upon him, especially since he already harbored animosity towards Kappa. "Looking for trouble? Very well. Consider me here to stir up trouble." With that, he swung his robust arm, his massive fist aimed at Beerus. "Humph." Beerus disdainfully snorted, effortlessly intercepting the blow, and thus the two commenced their fierce battle. On the other side, Li Lin remained somewhat conscious, feeling dizzy and his vision blurred. Had it not been for his unique constitution and rapid recovery ability, he would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached him. The former looked at Li Lin with genuine concern, producing a Senzu bean and offering it to him. The latter, however, displayed indifference, having suffered considerable losses at Li Lin's hands. Although he had been astonished by Li Lin's strength moments ago, seeing him gravely injured on the ground surprisingly brought him a sense of relief. Upon consuming the Senzu bean, Li Lin was instantly rejuvenated, rising swiftly from the ground. He gasped, reflecting on how close he had come to death, and decided that utilizing the Kaioken technique should be minimized in the future. Despite his recovery, he took a deep breath and lamented the significant drawbacks of the technique. Employing it felt akin to being on a stimulant. During its use, one might feel invincible, but once the effects faded, the physical agony was far worse than death itself. At this juncture, he felt a twinge of admiration for Sun Wukong, recalling how the latter had once elevated the Kaioken multiplier to an astounding 20 times. It was truly unfathomable how he endured such torment. "Li Lin, when did you learn my Kaioken? Your usage was remarkably potent," Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. This skill had been his signature technique in his earlier days, though he had utilized it less frequently since transforming into a Super Saiyan. The Kaioken technique primarily amplified one's base combat power, which rendered it relatively less effective after his transformation, not to mention the substantial side effects. Unless one could enhance their base combat strength, the benefits of the Kaioken would be minimal. Chapter 107. The Battle Among Gods of Destruction. "I observed you using it once, and, after some contemplation, was able to employ it myself," Li Lin replied with a gentle smile. "You saw me use it once, and you could replicate it? That is quite extraordinary," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, inadvertently praising Li Lin. First, there was instant transmission, and now this Kaioken. He even began to suspect that anything he witnessed could be learned by Li Lin. There's no need for such amazement. It's not an exceedingly difficult technique to master. Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. However, this statement seemed to apply solely to him. As for others, it was merely something to ponder. Vegeta chuckled softly. Having grown considerably wiser and no longer exhibiting his previous arrogance, he recognized that such words could not be taken at face value, for each individual was distinct. Particularly in Li Lin's case, he had lost any desire to catch up. His current aspiration has been wholly redirected towards Kakarot. In comparison to surpassing Lin, defeating him seems considerably more straightforward. "But why is your Kaioken so immensely powerful? When I utilize it, even at 20 times, the increase feels rather negligible," Son Goku inquired. Scratching his head, Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "My understanding is that the Kaioken can only enhance your base combat power. When you transform into a Super Saiyan, you have already received a significant boost. Activating the Kaioken merely amplifies your foundational strength. Under the influence of the Super Saiyan transformation, your power has increased several hundredfold. Therefore, even if your base strength is augmented by 20 times, you likely won't perceive a substantial difference." He articulated his interpretation. Essentially, there is little distinction between a Super Saiyan and the Kaioken. Both serve to elevate one's prowess. However, the former derives from bloodline power, while the latter belongs to the realm of martial arts. The former provides a more potent enhancement without adverse effects, whereas the latter falls short and bears significant drawbacks. "Oh, so that's how it is. It seems the Kaioken has been somewhat neglected," Son Goku sighed. "If I could amplify it 20 times on top of my Super Blue form, I might not be inferior to Lin." Not quite, Lin replied, observing him. When you train with Whis, don't you usually engage in standard combat? Yes. That's right. Son Goku nodded. Then there's no issue. As your foundational power increases, using the Kaioken will still be based on your base strength. But the enhancement will undoubtedly be greater than before, Lin stated slowly. That makes sense, Son Goku exclaimed, grinning. In truth, he should have been able to deduce these matters himself, but he often took time to process during casual conversation. In the heat of battle, he might have grasped this principle more swiftly. Meanwhile, Whis and Beerus were still discussing Lin. Oh, so this individual is the brother you speak of? Beerus teased lightly. When Whis first informed her of this, she had been quite taken aback, believing Whis had lost his mind. However, upon meeting him, it was evident that he possessed considerable depth. Being a brother is certainly preferable to being an uncle, right? Whis said with a wry smile, glancing at Beerus. You sacrificed one of your own, yet they seem to have gained an advantage. Beerus frowned slightly at this remark. What do you mean by that? Yet, after some contemplation, she realized the logic behind it. If the prophecies from Beerus' dreams were to be believed, she might indeed have had to refer to him as uncle. Well, such a decision is, I suppose, acceptable, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Just as they were preparing to delve deeper into their conversation, an ominous energy, steeped in a sense of destruction, began to permeate the space. The expressions on Whis and Beerus' faces suddenly shifted. Hastily, he turned to search for his god of destruction. Bang, bang, bang. The two had officially engaged in combat. Their moves were remarkably simple, exchanging punches and kicks aimed directly at one another. Yet, such seemingly elementary maneuvers infused the atmosphere with a cataclysmic energy, as if the very fabric of space was on the brink of collapse. Li Lin and the others quickly turned their attention to the scene. The terrifying energy was enough to capture their focus. Though lacking the grandiosity of Li Lin's confrontation with Whis, this force brimmed with annihilation, resembling a dimensional strike. Invisible within the space were countless untouchable purple fissures. Stop! Both Whis and Beerus shouted in unison. They swiftly appeared beside the fighters, each grasping one by the nape, forcibly separating them. Their expressions were decidedly grim. Lord Beerus, how could you engage Master Compa in battle in less than a minute? Whis reproached. The divine realm has explicit rules forbidding fights between gods of destruction, as such conflicts could potentially instigate a universal collapse, or even annihilate the entire cosmos. Let me go, Whis. I must teach this brat a lesson today. Beerus retorted obstinately, his feet still kicking outward, yearning to land a few more strikes to vent his frustration. Whis dared not release his grip. Allowing such a battle between gods of destruction was a grave offense, punishable by demotion at best, or obliteration at worst. Though Babidi remained silent, her expression mirrored the discontent of her counterpart. They had barely exchanged a few words before nearly precipitating a catastrophic error. Let go of me, Babidi. Today, I will obliterate him. Kompa's tone was unwaveringly forceful, completely oblivious to Babidi's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Babidi's ire flared. Grasping Kompa by the nape, she raised him high and forcefully slammed him down towards the ground. Thud! The impact was significant, causing the very ground of the god of destruction realm to tremble. Are you finished yet? Babidi's gaze was icy as she regarded the now prone Kompa. She had no desire to recklessly jeopardize her own life. Though angels typically maintained a fade of calm, it did not mean they were devoid of fear. An unforeseen mishap could very well cost her own existence. Kompa, dazed from the fall, though not suffering any substantial harm, instinctively recoiled slightly. Unlike Beerus, he held a certain apprehension towards his angel. Any misstep on his part could result in a merciless critique. All right, I understand, Kompa replied softly, the previous bravado evaporating, leaving him akin to a docile kitten. Chapter 108. What kind of cuisine is this? Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances at this spectacle. Li Lin, who are these two? Goku inquired in a hushed tone. Li Lin remarked with a hint of detachment, observing the attire of the two individuals. They must be a destroyer and an angel from another universe. Gulp. Sun Wukong swallowed hard. Is that woman also an angel? He had assumed angels were approachable like Whis. To his surprise, the one he encountered today was quite fearsome. Perhaps this is how women are. Through this incident, he recalled his own Chi-Chi, who seemed to embody such traits. The destroyers from both sides, accompanied by their respective angels, squatted on the ground, beginning to reflect on their missteps. Both believed they were in the right, yet as the moment of reflection stretched on, they gradually began to calm down. At this juncture, Li Lin, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta found themselves in the most awkward position. They stood frozen, uncertain of what to do. Initiating conversation felt inappropriate in such a tense atmosphere, while departing would appear rather impolite. Fortunately, Beerus had mostly calmed down by this time, standing up slowly. Lord Beerus, Whis said with a furrowed brow, his tone grave. Beerus slowly waved his hand. I am fine, Whis. With that, he strode forward. Whis, hoping to avert any further mishaps, followed closely behind. Zampa, noticing Beerus approaching, immediately stood up. Bardos fixed her gaze upon him, ready to eliminate any threat before it could manifest. swiftly taking him away from Universe 7. What do you want? Zampa asked, his expression unreadable as Beerus stood before him. Beerus felt displeased by Zampa's retort, but suppressed it, replying, you suddenly arrived in my domain. What is your purpose? It was then that Zampa realized he hadn't sought out Beerus for a confrontation, but rather for other matters, cursing the aggravation that had clouded his judgment. It's nothing much. I've recently discovered a delightful delicacy and merely wish to share it with you, Zampa stated nonchalantly. His intent today was to boast about the exquisite food he had found, but now his enthusiasm had been dampened. Humph, do you genuinely possess such goodwill? Beerus scoffed. To suggest he merely wanted to share a culinary experience felt like an obvious attempt to show off. Bringing food, knowing his fondness for it, seemed like a blatant provocation. Zampa was about to retort, but was interrupted by a voice from behind him. Lord Beerus, Lord Zampa means well. The flavor is truly remarkable. You should give it a try, Bardos said with a beaming smile. The two had a tendency to speak without tact, and the conversation about food could easily ignite another quarrel. Perhaps it was best to speak up before tempers flared again. Seeing Bardos seize his opportunity to speak, Zampa felt a twinge of frustration but dared not voice it. Very well, I shall grant you the pleasure of my attention, Beerus said casually, picking his nose. His demeanor utterly indifferent. Now accustomed to the culinary delights of Earth, his palate has become exquisitely discerning. He firmly believes that Compa cannot discover any food more delectable than that found on Earth. Observing Beerus's nonchalant demeanor, Compa felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet refrained from expressing it outwardly, silently scoffing to himself. Just wait. Soon you shall see how I make you regret it. Lord Beerus, might you invite us in for a seat? Vados suggested with a smile. Beerus shook his head in resignation, finding it bothersome to have to enter for a mere meal. The food they brought from Earth was always consumed on the spot. Such exquisite fare could not be delayed until they reached a restaurant. Then let us proceed. Beerus replied casually, leading the way to his palace, with Compa and Vados following closely behind. Whisking a glance at the three who remained rooted in place, was chuckled. You three may also join us. With that, he gracefully floated ahead. Li Lin did not hesitate to follow, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances before gradually trailing behind. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Compa and Beerus sat facing each other. Beerus propped his chin on one hand, tapping the table with his fingertips. What is it? Hurry and present it, he stated with indifference. Heh, Compa scoffed, turning to Vados and commanding, bring it forth. Let this fellow see something extraordinary. Vados nodded slightly, waving her staff, conjuring a box from thin air. Curiosity piqued. All eyes were fixed on the box as it slowly opened to reveal several oval-shaped, azure eggs. These eggs began to levitate, floating directly into the hands of Compa and Beerus. Behold, this is the exquisite delicacy I have procured. Something you could never have tasted in your lifetime, Compa proclaimed, grinning as he held the egg. Beerus squinted at the egg, finding nothing particularly special about it. In a flash of violet light, the shell shattered, vanishing without a trace. As Beerus gazed at the smooth egg white, it seemed even more mundane. Do taste it. I assure you, it will astonish you. Compa's expression brightened. He had exerted considerable effort to find these eggs, aiming to undermine Beerus's arrogance today. After scrutinizing it for some time, Beerus finally took a slow bite and began to chew. With a gulp, he swallowed the food and sighed, saying to Whis, this egg is rather ordinary. It pales in comparison to Earth's cuisine. Whis chuckled and shook his head, for he had savored countless delicacies over the years and had developed his own insights. Although he had not tasted this egg, its appearance alone suggested it was unimpressive. Seeing Beerus's dismissive reaction, and noticing he casually tossed aside the unfinished egg, Compa remarked, Beerus, do not feign indifference. Do not think I am unaware that you are merely saving face by claiming it is unappetizing. Compa, believing he had seen through everything, continued his self-satisfied declaration. As Beerus observed Compa's naive demeanor, he addressed Whis, instructing him to prepare 2 buckets of instant noodles, so that Compa could experience what true deliciousness was. Instant noodles? Compa murmured, clearly unaware of what these noodles were. Beside them, Vados occasionally cast glances at Lin, seemingly attempting to discern his essence. Lin, naturally, sensed her gaze and returned a polite nod. Given the current atmosphere, he surmised that he was on the brink of witnessing an impending event. If all went as expected, the next occurrence would be a contest between Universe 7 and Universe 6. Chapter 109, The Contest Arrangement. Upon hearing the instructions, Whis promptly set to work. 3 minutes later, 2 steaming buckets of noodles were served at the table, one for Compa and one for Vados. Come, indulge yourselves. This humble fare is far superior to your meager delicacies, Beerus proclaimed, rapping the table with a relaxed demeanor. Compa and Vados gazed at the noodles before them, inhaling the enticing aroma that ignited their appetites. Without hesitation, they lifted their bowls and devoured the noodles with abandon. The portion was modest, and Compa nearly finished it in just a few bites, slurping the broth greedily. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. How can it be this good? Compa exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the empty container in his hands. Furthermore, considering Beerus's words, these noodles were merely a humble offering. Regardless of whether he was boasting, there must surely be other exquisite dishes available. Alas, one cannot find a planet as splendid as Earth in this universe. To feast on such culinary delights daily is, in fact, a burdensome joy, Beerus remarked to Whis, his tone laced with pride. Upon hearing the mention of Earth once more, Kampa's curiosity piqued. Vados, surely we have our own Earth. Let us search for it. He urged his companion. After tasting the instant noodles, Vados wasted no time in her search. However, the results were somewhat disheartening. A scene suddenly projected from a crystal ball, revealing the visage of the Earth from Universe 6. Unlike the vibrant blue Earth of Universe 7, this planet appeared a deep brown, devoid of any signs of life, exuding an aura of decay. All the inhabitants of this planet perished after the war, Lord Kampa, Vados said, shaking her head in disappointment. It seemed that Universe 6 was not so fortunate as to enjoy daily feasts. How can this be? Kampa exclaimed, rising abruptly. Gazing at the dismal image from the crystal ball, he felt utterly disheartened. Kampa, being competitive by nature, yearned to possess what Beerus had, or even something superior. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Lin, Goku, and Vegeta standing nearby, and a brilliant idea surged forth in his mind. Beerus, dare you engage in a combat competition? The victor shall claim ownership of Earth, Kampa declared, fixing a serious gaze upon Beerus. Beerus appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this fellow was indeed unhinged. For Earth was inherently his domain. Your implication suggests an outright theft, does it not? He chuckled heartily, though the laughter bore an undertone of sarcasm. A fight in a tournament? With you, a rotund creature, as a contender? Beerus mocked, his laughter intertwining with derision. It is prohibited for the gods of destruction to engage in battles without prior sanction, but should there be a notification in advance, it is permissible. Under the watchful eyes of the angels, the proceedings can unfold without issue. Upon hearing this, Kampa's fury ignited, his entire form trembling with rage. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus, retorting, "Look at you, skin and bones. How dare you criticize me?" With that, the two leapt onto the table, poised to engage in combat. Ahem. Both angels, witnessing the scene, promptly interjected. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances with their respective angels, and wisely refrained from striking each other. Humph. Kampa scoffed, addressing Beerus. It is not we who will fight, but rather we shall identify the champions of our respective universes to compete. Goku, standing to the side, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a tournament where he could clash with formidable warriors from other universes. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back and a stoic expression, regarded him coolly, asking, "Why should I compete against you? What benefit would it yield me?" "There is indeed a benefit," Kampa replied, gracefully descending from the table. "Should you prevail, I shall bestow upon you the collected Super Dragon Balls. Conversely, should we emerge victorious, you must relinquish Earth." Goku's excitement escalated with each word, eagerly hoping for Beerus's immediate acquiescence. Beerus, maintaining his calm demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Li Lin, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Very well, I accept your challenge," he stated nonchalantly, internally reveling in the folly of Kampa. Little did they realize, their side would only require Li Lin to secure victory in the contest, unless Kampa could shamelessly persuade Angel Vados to participate. Otherwise, the match would undoubtedly result in an overwhelming triumph. Kampa, upon hearing Beerus's agreement, could not suppress his glee, as if victory were already assured. Sigh, Vados lamented, fully aware of Li Lin's prowess. However, the moment Kampa proposed this contest, he had already lost. Vados, do not wallow in despair, swiftly secure a venue for the competition. Kampa urged, furrowing his brow. Do you not see that they have fallen into our trap? The foolish Beerus has acquiesced far too readily. This is splendid. Today has not been in vain. After the match, we shall procure a delectable Earth, which brings me immense joy. Though Vados felt exasperated, she complied. After a short while, she spoke. The boundary between Universe 7 and Universe 6 harbors a nameless star. The contest may be held there. Splendid. Kampa exclaimed thrice, evidently confident in his prospects. The competition is set for 5 days hence. That is agreeable, is it not? Kampa continued. Beerus chuckled softly, shaking his head, clearly unfazed by the impending event. He had no objections to the competition, whether it took place in 5 days or even at that very moment. With the time and venue established, the assembly began to formulate the rules. Goku and Vegeta actively participated, and the regulations were reminiscent of the World Martial Arts Tournament. There were minimal stipulations from both sides, and within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, everything was decided. After deliberations, Kampa and Vados departed, setting off to seek out formidable warriors from their universe. Once they had left, Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Lord Beerus, I want to compete." "Let me compete." Vegeta chimed in eagerly, "Me too. I want in." This was a cosmic-level tournament. It might only happen once in a lifetime. These two were inherently battle-hungry, so how could they possibly sit it out? "I've decided that just having Lin participate is sufficient. There is no need for more," Beerus replied languidly. The The competition required each universe to send 5 strong contenders. However, Beerus considered this excessive and unnecessary, believing it would be simpler and more efficient for Lin to face all 5 opponents alone. If it truly came down to it. Even if Kampa himself were to step in, what difference would it make? No way. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances and then turned their attention back to Beerus. If Lin were to compete alone, what would they do? Just as Beerus had surmised. No matter how powerful a fighter the 6th universe could muster, they would be unable to defeat Lin, not even Kampa himself. Unless their angelic guardian, Vados, were to participate, which was, of course, impossible. Please reconsider, Lord Beerus. I beg you, Goku implored, his hands clasped together in earnestness. He was fervently eager for this competition, and the prospect of battling against warriors from other universes made him nearly leap with excitement. Beerus's insistence on having Lin compete alone had undeniably dampened his enthusiasm. Indeed, Lord Beerus, we could serve as the vanguard. Should the opponents have any insidious schemes, we could be on guard, Vegeta suggested. In truth, he was at a loss for words. Any notion of deception before Lin would merely be a farce. In the face of absolute strength, all machinations appeared utterly foolish. You two are quite the chatterboxes, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow. He then glanced at Lin beside him. What do you think? After all, you are the cornerstone of my confidence, and I haven't yet sought your opinion. Should Lin disagree, he would indeed have to rely on these two. I have no objections. Let Goku and Vegeta participate, Lin replied, shrugging nonchalantly. He was not particularly invested in the competition and even felt that his involvement might be somewhat unfair. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, he figured he might as well join in the fun. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they may participate at their discretion. It is a foregone conclusion that victory is assured, and there is no cause for concern. Very well then, Beerus nodded indifferently. Since Li Lin has put forth such a suggestion, you two may join in, he remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were overwhelmed with joy, their exhilaration manifesting as they exuberantly leaped about in the realm of destruction. However, do not let your elation cloud your judgment. You are merely here to add to the spectacle. Do not delude yourselves into believing you are the main protagonists, Beerus cautioned further. Yet, in their fervor, the two remained blissfully unaware of Beerus's final admonition, their minds already occupied with fantasies of the opponents they would face in 5 days' time. Sighing in resignation, Beerus observed the duo. Lord Beerus, there are still 2 more candidates. Whom do you intend to select? Whis inquired cheerfully from the sidelines. Beerus shot him an exasperated glance and replied, 3 is ample. Why would we require more? Whis nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his question had indeed been rather superfluous. Seeing that he had no further business at hand, Li Lin decided to take his leave and return to Earth. As he departed, he reminded Beerus and Whis to remember him in 5 days' time. In the boundless darkness of the universe, a streak of light zipped past. Vados, whom do you think I should choose? Kampa mused, stroking his chin as if contemplating potential candidates. Lord Kampa, none of your selections would be suitable. I suggest we simply concede at that time, Vados sighed. Kampa furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Assuming Vados was jesting, he grumbled, what a time for jokes. Help me think of someone who can fight. I am not jesting, Lord Kampa. There is an exceptionally powerful individual on the opposing side, his strength comparable to Whis. Vados explained. She referred to Li Lin, who had previously been described to her by Whis as remarkably unique, possessing an aura akin to that of an angel, rendering any detection of his energy impossible. Do you take me for a fool? Kampa retorted, momentarily stunned before expressing his dissatisfaction. How can there be someone of equal strength to Whis? If such a person existed, why would he not assume the role of a destroyer? Lord Kampa, I assure you, I speak the truth. The cataclysm we encountered upon our arrival in the realm of destruction was instigated by his battle with Whis, Vados patiently clarified. Although such claims were indeed difficult to believe, they were nonetheless factual. Kampa, evidently growing impatient, furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. You haven't been bribed by Beerus and the others, have you? Why are you so earnestly advocating for them? Enough, I no longer require your assistance. I shall find someone myself. With that, he turned away, dismissing Vados from his thoughts. Vados, sensing Kampa's obstinacy, ceased her attempts to persuade him and quickened her pace. Continuing on her journey. It is merely a competition, after all, no substantial loss will be incurred. The Super Dragon Balls are merely artifacts they have gathered. If we lose, we lose. 5 days will swiftly pass. On this day, Whis and Beerus arrived at the island where Li Lin resided, accompanied by Goku and Vegeta. The two had not departed from the God of Destruction realm for several days, tirelessly training. Although they would not lose the match with Li Lin's presence, who would not desire to showcase their prowess on the battlefield. Shall we depart now? Li Lin inquired, observing Whis and Beerus, along with the poised Goku and Vegeta. Whis shook his head and waved his staff, conjuring a vast, transparent rectangular structure, reminiscent of a single-story dwelling. This structure was exceedingly large, comparable to the castle where Li Lin resided. to ensure fairness and transparency in this competition. Both sides were permitted to bring their family members and divine representatives from their respective universes, Whis explained with a gentle smile. Just as he spoke, two figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared, the Supreme Kai and Jebet. Given that this was a battle between two universes, it was only fitting for the Supreme Kai, as the overseer of the universe, to attend the match. Indeed, this is quite agreeable, Li Lin silently nodded, then called for Android 18 and his daughter. After all, how could one pass up such a splendid opportunity to travel beyond their universe? After a brief wait, Goku notified the powerful beings on Earth. Familiar faces, such as Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin, were among them, along with Goku's and Vegeta's families, all gathered. Very well, it seems we are ready. Let us depart, was stated calmly. And with a flash of his staff, the transparent chamber in the sky vanished. In the next moment, everyone found themselves within it, propelled with unfathomable speed beyond the confines of the universe. Chapter 111. Arrival at the competition site. Before long, under Whis' guidance, the group arrived at a nameless star. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, devoid of any star systems, as colossal Dragon Balls orbited the desolate nameless star. These Dragon Balls are truly magnificent, Goku remarked, gazing at the one before him in awe. The others echoed his sentiments, marveling not only at the size of the Dragon Balls, but also at the cosmic vista. For many, it was their first time venturing beyond the confines of their planet, making everything appear novel and wondrous. It seems we have arrived. Let us descend. Whis addressed Beerus beside him. Beerus nodded slightly, and the group began their gradual descent. They approached a red planet with a barren surface. As they drew closer, they could see that a grand competition arena had been established on the planet, with a few scattered figures, presumably the participants from Universe 6, already present. Whis led the group down to the desolate planet, which bore not even a blade of grass. Then, it slowly soared to the very center of the arena, and the transparent dome above was instantly lifted. The spectators, filled with curiosity, surveyed their surroundings. The warriors from Universe 6, who had been prepared for some time, cast inquisitive glances at the individuals from Universe 7. Upon spotting Beerus and his entourage, Kappa swiftly flew over. However, before he could fully approach, he heard Beerus's caustic remark. "Huh, Kappa, you truly are as unrefined as they come. This stage setup is quite unbearable," Beerus scoffed. The arena had been established in the center, with a massive portrait of Kappa prominently displayed at the forefront. Yet, the spectator seating appeared rather shabby. The seats were merely hard stone, lacking even a semblance of cushioning. After all, they had traversed universes to compete. Such a lack of sophistication was rather disheartening. The speaker, Trunks, though youthful, enjoyed a life of considerable quality. Under normal circumstances, he would not voice his discontent, but this was a cosmic-level battle, and the setup bore an unfortunate resemblance to a village brawl. Upon hearing these words, Beerus cast a glance of approval at Trunks. This young man indeed had potential, exhibiting a taste that rivaled his own. Kappa had now arrived, and he was displeased to hear the criticisms of his carefully arranged venue. "You know nothing. What is wrong with this? Would you prefer to do it yourselves?" Kappa exclaimed indignantly, continuing, "If you can't win, just admit it. Don't come up with excuses. If you lose, you won't blame the venue, will you?" "Whatever," Beerus replied, dismissing the banter. He merely expressed his thoughts aloud. Then, glancing at Whis, who understood his cue, he directed his staff towards the observation platform. Suddenly, the platform vanished, replaced by two circular floating platforms suspended in midair. "Now, behold, this is what professionalism looks like," Beerus said nonchalantly. Kappa observed the transformation. Acknowledging that it had indeed become more impressive, he chose not to argue further, instead thinking to himself that during the competition, he would show them what he was truly capable of. After some minor exchanges, they proceeded with the competition as per the established rules. However, to everyone's astonishment, Universe 7 had only dispatched 3 participants. Notably, he recognized these 3 from their previous encounter with Beerus, although he had not paid them much attention then. "Beerus, is your universe so feeble that you can't even muster 5 contestants?" Kappa seized the opportunity to taunt. After all, having an additional participant would enhance one's odds. And the fact that Beerus could only secure 3 individuals clearly indicated a shortage of formidable warriors. This realization bolstered Kappa's confidence. "What of it? Against the trash from your universe, I initially intended to send just 1 fighter," Beerus replied with a casual tone. However, these words instantly sparked discontent among the inhabitants of the 6th universe. "Are we to be regarded as mere refuse? Were it not for your status as a god of destruction, we would have long since taken action against you." Kappa scanned the participants of the contest, particularly Goku and Vegeta, and nodded slightly. Although both suppressed their auras, he sensed that their strength was considerable. Yet, to his surprise, when his gaze fell upon Li Lin, he discovered that he emitted no aura whatsoever. This phenomenon could only be attributed to 2 possibilities. Either he was an angel or a god of destruction, or he was an ordinary individual devoid of any combat prowess, thus undetectable. "Ah, so that is the case." Kappa revealed a mysterious smile. observing Beerus's calm demeanor. He mused inwardly that this fellow, even with 5 participants, could hardly muster 3, and had resorted to sending an ordinary person to fill the ranks. If all went as expected, the first to take the stage would be one of the other 2. With this realization, his spirits lifted, convinced victory was assured. He then glanced at Beerus, who remained composed. Still putting on a show, but once defeated, I shall see how long you can maintain that facade. I hope you do not lose too embarrassingly. Compa chuckled to himself, believing he had grasped the entire situation. He then led his team to the observation platform, preparing for the formal commencement of the match. Beerus raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Compa's unusual lack of anger, which was uncharacteristic of him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as their side stepped onto their designated observation platform. Beerus stood above, surveying the scene below, and nonchalantly addressed Li Lin. You may proceed directly. Eliminate them all in one fell swoop. However, before Li Lin could respond, Goku and Vegeta objected vehemently. Wait a moment. If Li Lin goes first, what difference is there from him competing alone? Are we merely here to partake in the written portion? Especially Goku, who had toiled extensively to pass the written test, felt aggrieved at the prospect of being sidelined. Lord Beerus, this is unacceptable, Goku exclaimed. While he couldn't articulate precisely what was amiss, it was evident that in a competition, deploying one's strongest fighters was the logical course of action. Vegeta, noticing Goku's inability to articulate his thoughts, quickly added, we've all made the effort to be here. It would be courteous to extend them a modicum of respect. Consider this. If we take the lead, they might harbor a glimmer of hope. Just as they begin to feel buoyed, we can then send Li Lin in to extinguish that spark of hope. The transition from hope to despair will be delightful to contemplate, and they shall surely suffer. Chapter 112, Frost. All eyes immediately turned to Vegeta. You possess quite the cunning mind, don't you? Beerus remarked blandly. However, upon reflection, Vegeta's words seemed quite reasonable. Allowing them a moment of pride before letting Li Lin take the stage will undoubtedly make for an exhilarating finale, especially in light of Par's final expression. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. Beerus nodded thoughtfully. A look of joy spread across Vegeta's face. It appears that his past efforts against Frieza were not in vain. Such a malevolent thought has proven to be of great utility. Next, the question remains, who will be the first to take the stage, he or Son Goku? They resolved to determine this through a more scientific method, rock, paper, scissors. On the side of Universe 6, Compa surveyed the assembly seated before him. His gaze finally settled upon a large yellow bear. Birdamo, you shall be the first to compete, Compa proclaimed nonchalantly. The great yellow bear nodded and slowly rose, leaping directly from the stands to land firmly upon the arena. Go, Birdamo, cheered Kaba from the stands, rallying support for his comrade. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. At last, Vegeta exclaimed, excellent. Goku, I shall defer to you. The two concluded their game of chance. Although Vegeta was somewhat disgruntled, he accepted defeat gracefully, allowing Son Goku to take the lead. Without hesitation, Goku leapt into the arena, and the first competitors were now prepared. With the referee's command, the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 officially commenced. Li Lin sat in the stands, observing the competition with a sense of ennui. If only Son Goku would refrain from his reckless antics and exercise a bit more caution, he could single-handedly secure victory. He felt there was no need for him to participate, considering that, aside from Hit, none of the opposing fighters posed a significant threat. As anticipated, once the match commenced, Son Goku did not unleash his full power immediately. He did not even transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he engaged in a series of probing punches and evasive maneuvers. What is Kakarot doing? Vegeta muttered, his impatience with watching others fight evident. Goku continued to assault Birdamo, but his attacks seemed ineffective against the yellow bear, who retaliated with a series of body slams. Yet, Goku remained exceptionally agile, denying Birdamo any openings. After a prolonged stalemate, Goku executed a swift slide tackle, wrapping his arms around Birdamo's legs and effortlessly hurling him outside the ring with a resounding crash. Victory for the first match belonged to Universe 7. Well done, Goku. The stands erupted in cheers from Universe 7. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, surprised that this boy proved capable of defeating an adversary. Meanwhile, Compa's face turned a shade of furious blue. Initially brimming with confidence, the match had begun unfavorably for him. What are you still doing lying there? Get up, Compa bellowed at the fallen competitor below. Then, the search for the next contender began. You step forward, Xiangpa commanded, pointing at an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. This person was named Frost. Upon hearing Xiangpa's directive, he did not hesitate and descended from the stands with grace. Goku regarded this figure with curiosity, for he looked just like Frieza. Hello, I will be fighting you next. I look forward to our match, Frost greeted politely. Goku was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the courtesy displayed by this character. He then smiled and nodded in response. Li Lin observed Frost's entrance and pondered silently. This individual seemingly enjoyed a far superior reputation in Universe 6 compared to Frieza. It appeared he was a great philanthropist. having aided numerous impoverished and weak planets. However, Li Lin was acutely aware that this man's heart was even darker than Frieza's. The guise of a philanthropist was merely a mask for his true nature. Shall we commence? Goku said, a smile gracing his lips. On Earth, he had never faced Frieza directly on 2 occasions. This time, he was eager to discover what this Frieza of Universe 6 was truly like. With that, the two began their bout. They initiated with a brief exchange of tentative strikes, but soon Goku found himself knocked to the ground. However, he brushed off his clothing, seemingly unperturbed. All right, transform into your final form, Goku remarked with a calm smile. Frost was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He had never revealed his transformations in front of anyone before. It was astonishing that this inhabitant of Universe 7 knew his secret. Because we have someone in our universe who looks exactly like you, Goku explained serenely. I see, Frost nodded in understanding. Then, a violet glow enveloped him. Frost's body began to swell, and his head protruded oddly, rendering him almost grotesque. Is this your final form? Goku inquired, puzzled. Frost shook his head. This was certainly not his ultimate transformation. Unlike Frieza, he lacked one form. This appearance was Frieza's 3rd form, which served as Frost's 2nd. Not at all. But I believe this form will suffice to deal with you, Frost replied with a grin. With that, he charged forward in an instant. Goku maintained his base form during the skirmish. The two exchanged blows, and it became evident that Goku's battle prowess surpassed Frost's by a considerable margin. Overall, Goku consistently maintained the upper hand. Boom. After a fierce exchange of fists, Frost stumbled back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. How can you be so powerful? Frost exclaimed, astonished. In this form, he was nearly invincible in his universe. Yet, before this opponent, he felt utterly vulnerable. Haha. With a confident smile, Sun Wukong continued, you should transform quickly, otherwise, you won't stand a chance against me. Frost nodded, realizing that to achieve victory, he had no choice but to transform again. A radiant glow enveloped him once more, and his massive form vanished, replaced by a bald figure strikingly similar to Frieza. Save for the difference in color. Now that's more like it, Sun Wukong remarked, nodding in approval. At the same moment, a flash of golden light emanated from him, his hair changing color as he unleashed an unparalleled aura, instantly entering the state of Super Saiyan. Chapter 113. The odd defeat. Frost was taken aback upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. He had not anticipated that his opponent could also change forms. Though I am surprised, he thought, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. After both had transformed and exchanged compliments, they launched into their attacks. However, it was evident that Frost was struggling. Despite the significant boost in his power post-transformation, he was still far from being a match for Sun Wukong. After just a few exchanges, he was nearing his limit. Damn it, give it your all. If you lose, just see how I'll deal with you. Kompa shouted from the stands, fuming. These fighters were the elite of Universe 6. Consecutive defeats would be a disgrace, leaving him unable to hold his head high before the other gods of destruction. Frost found himself in a dire situation, sweat pouring down his face. While Sun Wukong seemed to thrive in battle, his demeanor relaxed, suggesting he had ample strength in reserve. It appeared he would need to resort to that technique. Frost steeled himself, his malevolent nature surfacing. Bang! The two clashed in midair, resulting in a thunderous sound. Frost was sent hurtling backward, blood escaping his lips. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself and remained on the platform. Sun Wukong stood firm, unmoving. Although the previous blow had considerable power, it was still not enough to defeat him. Just as he prepared to finish the fight, he suddenly felt lightheaded. Seizing the opportunity, Frost closed the distance swiftly and delivered a swift kick, sending Sun Wukong crashing off the platform. Boom! Sun Wukong landed heavily on the ground, still dazed and bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had lost or why he had suddenly felt dizzy moments before. In this moment of adversity, true feelings emerged, and Chi-Chi rushed forward without hesitation. Despite frequently scolding Sun Wukong, seeing him injured stirred her protective instincts. Well done, Frost! Comper exclaimed, elation washing over him at the unexpected victory. Casting a triumphant glance towards Beerus. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Beerus was seething with anger. With a fierce clench of his teeth, he shouted at Sun Wukong. What is the matter with you? You can't handle such trash? He was genuinely exasperated, feeling he had lost face for no reason. Beerus, watch your words. Losing is losing. Why resort to personal attacks? Kompa interjected, a smug expression adorning his face. Beerus was truly enraged. Given Wukong's strength, this Frost was indeed nothing but rubbish. Yet, despite this, the fool had still lost, and in a bewildering manner at that. On the arena, Frost appeared remarkably composed. After witnessing Sun Wukong tumble off the stage, he even rushed down courteously to check on his opponent's injuries. Sun Wukong, noticing his opponent's martial virtue, scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, completely oblivious to the fact that his defeat was due to a sneak attack. Vegeta, you're up? Beerus barked, fuming. Without hesitation, Vegeta leaped down from the stands, not forgetting to taunt Sun Wukong. Get back up there. If you can't handle such weaklings, what use are you? Ashamed. Sun Wukong lowered his head and returned to the stands, where he inevitably faced a scolding from Beerus. Truth be told, he felt wronged by the loss. He hadn't even fully unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan. There were still Super Saiyan 2, 3, and Blue to consider, and the bitterness of defeat gnawed at him. Kappa observed as yet another contender ascended the stage, silently contemplating. This must be the last fighter for Beerus, leaving only one without combat prowess remaining. If he could dispose of this one, victory in the tournament would be assured. He couldn't help but fantasize about being surrounded by a bounty of delectable food. Frost, give it your all, and take him down, Kappa shouted. On the arena, Vegeta and Frost locked eyes. Looking at this individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, Vegeta felt a surge of disdain. If you wish to avoid injury, you should step down, he remarked, completely dismissing Frost. Frost paused slightly, then responded with a smile. How can I know I'll lose without even trying? Contemplating this, he resolved to employ the same trick as before. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. His aura irradiating golden light as his hair transformed to a brilliant yellow, initiating his Super Saiyan state. However, due to the absence of Galactic Patrolman Jaco, no one noticed Frost's deception. Vegeta merely assumed that Wukong's defeat was a result of carelessness. Li Lin was well aware of the villain's scheme, but chose to remain silent. The match officially commenced. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows. Vegeta's attacks were evidently more ferocious than those of Sun Wukong, forcing Frost to defend desperately, nearly being sent off the stage several times. This bastard is so powerful, Frost thought, astonished, constantly adopting a passive defense. It became exceedingly difficult for him to seize an opportunity to strike. At present, he had ceased all defensive maneuvers, instead frantically fleeing around the arena. Well done, Vegeta. Just like that, eliminate him, Beerus exclaimed, waving his hand with palpable excitement. How could someone of such a lackluster caliber possibly rival the likes of Goku and Vegeta? The recent turn of events was merely a stroke of luck for this individual. Kampa's expression darkened, his earlier arrogance dissipating. However, in the next moment, the expressions of both fighters underwent a dramatic transformation. Vegeta received a punch from Frost, one that was neither painful nor debilitating, just as he prepared to retaliate. Darkness enveloped him, swiftly followed by a kick that sent him hurtling off the stage. What? Both gods of destruction rose simultaneously. Kampa, initially taken aback, erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Splendid, splendid. But what in the world is happening? Beerus exclaimed, his ire palpable. Not only was he astounded, but even the spectators on his side were equally bewildered. How could it be that Vegeta fell so unexpectedly? This was utterly inconceivable. Yet, regardless of the absurdity of the situation, the fact remained that Vegeta had lost, an undeniable truth that could not be altered. Confusion clouded Vegeta's eyes. He mirrored Goku's earlier bewilderment, grappling with the sudden turn of events. He had been performing admirably, so how could everything have shifted so drastically? Nonetheless, the match had concluded, and he could only return to the stands, crestfallen. Beerus, unable to contain himself, unleashed a torrent of invective upon the two. After all this time training under my guidance, have you both reduced your skills to that of a dog? When you mentioned giving your opponent a glimmer of hope, was this your idea of generosity? From my perspective, you've merely handed them warmth. I even suspect you two might be traitors. Chapter 114, Playing for Keeps. Goku and Vegeta were thoroughly chastised, their heads bowed in silence, too ashamed to utter a word. After all, defeat was defeat, and they dared not speak further, for it was already humiliating enough. Lord Beerus, please calm down, Whis interjected, attempting to soothe the situation. As the one who had consistently trained Goku and Vegeta, he understood their true capabilities. There was no way they could have so easily succumbed. There must be an underlying reason. Get away from me. Your mere presence irks me. Beerus spat, responding to Whis's words with a fierce glare. After enduring Beerus's scathing rebuke, Goku and Vegeta felt disheartened, sulking away to a corner. Fortunately, they had Lin Li by their side. As long as he remained, there was hope for victory in the competition. Despite the harsh scolding, Beerus recognized that the two still possessed considerable strength. It was simply implausible for them to lose in such an inexplicable manner, especially without unleashing their most formidable techniques. Lin Li, are you all right? When Beerus spoke to Lin, his demeanor was noticeably more amiable. However, his expression still bore traces of concern. The individual before him was indeed quite peculiar, and he feared that Lin might also stumble into misfortune. Fear not, Lord Beerus, I shall handle this, Lin replied nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of how Frost had managed to defeat Goku and Vegeta, as long as he remained elusive and exercised caution. Such underhanded tactics would not inflict harm upon him. Upon hearing Lin's assurance, Beerus finally felt a sense of relief. Lin's strength continued to grow, and he estimated that even dealing with him would be more than manageable. The appearance of this young man should pose no significant issues. Nevertheless, he harbored fears of an unexpected downfall. If Lin were to lose, it would be a substantial blow to him. Beerus had always been at odds with Kampa, and nothing brought him greater delight than humiliating his rival. Now, not only would he face disgrace, but if Lin were also to falter, it would jeopardize his own standing. Kampa, seated in his section of the arena, reveled in an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, akin to a galloping steed in a spring breeze. When he observed Beerus conversing with someone devoid of any combat prowess, he could not resist taunting, "Beerus, why not simply have him surrender right now? Coming up just to concede, and if he happens to be defeated, don't hold us accountable." The inhabitants of Universe 6, upon hearing their god of destruction speak thus, felt a surge of joy. They still recalled Beerus's earlier remarks, where he had deemed his entourage a bunch of trash. Now, with only 3 participants from their side, and 2 already eliminated, how could they not feel vindicated? "Shut your foul mouth. You shall regret uttering those words shortly," Beerus bellowed. "Is that so? How about we raise the stakes a bit more? Do you dare?" Kampa provocatively challenged. Bardos, who had remained silent until now, was taken aback upon hearing Kampa's proposal to increase the wager. "Lord Kampa, you mustn't," she quickly interjected. Kampa's expression soured slightly, disregarding Bardos's interjection. "Why not seize the moment and amplify the stakes? I genuinely suspect Bardos has been bribed by the opposing side. Ever since our return, she has been insisting there is someone exceptionally formidable over there. Could it be that this so-called formidable individual is the one devoid of any cultivation? Very well. What are the terms?" Beerus, now provoked, readily accepted Kampa's challenge. After all, his side had Lin. If he could maintain his composure, victory was assured. Upon hearing Beerus's acquiescence, Kampa's expression shifted slightly in surprise. He had merely intended to provoke Beerus, not expecting him to actually agree. Now that an agreement was reached, he felt no need to hold back. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Let it be thus. The losing party must bow 3 times to the victor. What do you think?" With a mischievous grin, Kampa glanced at the 3 remaining individuals on his side and added, including their respective contestants. A resounding slap echoed as Vados exasperatedly struck her own face. The sight of the god of destruction, Kampa, bowing deeply with the elite warriors of Universe 6 before Universe 7 was nothing short of magnificent. She dared not voice her thoughts, merely opening her mouth in silence. Observing Kampa's exuberance, which made it difficult to continue her counsel, members of Universe 6 were beginning to fidget uneasily. Goodness, this was quite the spectacle. Even Hit, who had been seated with arms crossed and eyes shut, opened his eyes. This was no trivial matter. He was the renowned assassin of Universe 6. If he were to lose and bow to the opponent, it would be an utter disgrace, jeopardizing his reputation and future contracts. "Lord Kampa, is this truly appropriate?" Gabe hesitantly inquired as he stood up. Although he was the weakest among them, he still possessed a sense of dignity. Now, it seemed he was gambling away all his honor. This was a reckless wager indeed. "Get back here. Are you not a man? Recall how Beerus previously berated you, calling you trash. Can you endure such insults? Let them bow their heads in submission. Is that not exhilarating?" Kampa lamented passionately. He then pointed at the lone figure across from them, saying, "There's only one left, just him. Do you not feel confident in your victory?" Hit quickly glanced at the last member of the opposing team. Sensing his aura, he frowned slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Gabe also lifted his gaze, perceiving that this individual seemed rather ordinary, almost mundane. "You all sense it, right? This is the true definition of trash. If you fear even such mediocrity, I shall be the first to eliminate you after the match concludes," Kampa stated with unwavering confidence. He believed this wager would instill fear in Beerus. Nonetheless, what did it matter? He would not only win the contest and claim Earth, but also diminish this individual's reputation, a most gratifying prospect. Only Vados shook her head in resignation from the sidelines. She had warned them numerous times about the formidable opponent they faced. Unfortunately, Kampa remained unconvinced, and it seemed he would only come to believe her words once he faced the consequences of his folly. "Very well, let it be so," Beerus replied without a moment's hesitation. The members of Universe 7 were taken aback, especially Goku and Vegeta, who thought they would be spared from involvement. Upon hearing the wager, they immediately stood up. This was no trivial matter. Losing would mean bowing to the enemy, jeopardizing their standing in the universe. Kampa was taken aback by Beerus's swift acceptance. Unprepared for such an outcome, he began to ponder if this last participant truly possessed power rivaling that of an angel. Cautiously, he probed once more, only to discover that this individual indeed exuded not the slightest trace of energy. "Ah, mere bluster. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? Since you wish to bow, so be it. Let this be our resolution," Xiangpa stated disdainfully. "It is in your hands," Beerus remarked with a fleeting glance at Li Lin. Li Lin nodded slowly, initially feeling at ease. However, upon the establishment of this wager, an overwhelming pressure suddenly engulfed him. Was Xiangpa truly audacious enough to propose such a stake, risking a collective bow in defeat? And Beerus, too, appeared exceedingly bold. Did he not fear the possibility of failure? Li Lin found himself envisioning the scene of Beerus leading them in submission should they lose. No, absolutely not. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling the thought. Chapter 115. How did it conclude? With that, Li Lin leapt onto the arena, his gaze impassively fixed on Frost, having adjusted his state to its utmost readiness. Frost regarded him with a faint smile, remarking, "It seems you are the last one standing. Perhaps you should concede?" He perceived that the individual before him possessed no discernible power. As a man of philanthropy, he understood that to slay someone in public would tarnish his reputation. "Concede? Do you believe you are worthy of such a notion?" Li Lin replied coolly. A flicker of irritation crossed Frost's face upon hearing Li Lin's words. If he insisted on being so ungrateful, he should not blame Frost for his lack of courtesy. In the stands, Xiangpa was in a state of euphoric excitement. "Frost, give it your all and finish him off," Xiangpa shouted, exhilarated. He had not anticipated that this match would unfold so smoothly. Not only could he claim Earth, but he could also humiliate Beerus in the process. The very thought sent a thrill through him. Li Lin, however, seemed oblivious to the commotion surrounding him, as if he had not heard a word. Meanwhile, the spectators from Universe 7 were on the edge of their seats, particularly Vegeta and Goku, who felt as though their fates rested in the hands of others. Their lack of confidence in Li Lin was not the issue. Rather, the stakes were simply too high. Regardless of their faith, concern loomed large. "Li Lin, you must prevail. This prince does not wish to kneel." Vegeta clenched his fists, silently cheering for Li Lin. Goku's expression mirrored that of his friend, gravely aware that this was a matter of dignity, leaving him unable to smile. Amidst this tension, Beerus felt the most anxious. Despite having issued his bold declaration, a subtle unease lingered in his heart. He feared that should Li Lin falter, that anxiety would materialize into reality. Would he fulfill his promise or not? Just as the crowd's emotions swirled with uncertainty, Li Lin's calm voice resonated from the arena below. "Individuals from Universe 6. Why not all come at once? The sooner you arrive, the sooner this ends." His expression remained stoic, his tone unruffled, though the words lacked grandeur. Their underlying implication was undeniably audacious. Upon hearing this, Beerus could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, it is Li Lin, exuding such confidence. He speaks truthfully. For what is the opponent's strength in his presence? There is nothing to be concerned about. In the end, it is Li Lin who will undoubtedly triumph in the match. However, this arrogance did not command their respect. Instead, Xiangpa erupted into laughter, clutching his belly. "Ha ha. Have you lost your mind, kid? Let us team up, and only after you defeat Frost will we talk," he taunted mercilessly. Gaby on stage shook his head in resignation, realizing that the adversary was indeed cornered and desperate. Hitler had already closed his eyes, astonished that after all his efforts to arrive, he was faced with such incompetent opponents. Vegeta, a robot, comprehended Li Lin's words. With two large hands comfortably resting behind his head, he resembled an audience member enjoying a performance. "Lord Xiangpa, I am merely offering you an opportunity. Join forces and catch me off guard. Perhaps there lies a chance of victory," Li Lin remarked with a calm smile. In truth, his statement was quite modest. Even if they united, their chances of winning were negligible. Utterly arrogant, Xiangpa scoffed, then continued, "Frost, take care of him. I no longer wish to hear this brat-ass nonsense." "Leave it to me, Lord Xiangpa," Frost replied with a grin, his expression chilling as he cast a venomous gaze at Li Lin. Having been pressed hard in the previous 2 rounds, he had resorted to underhanded tactics to secure victory. Now, facing this young man, he finally had the opportunity to stretch his limbs and relish the joy of combat. Xiangpa, satisfied with Frost's fierce demeanor, glanced at the still posturing Li Lin before turning away to find a seat and savor the expression of defeat that would soon grace Beerus's face. Yet, before he could reach his seat, Gaby suddenly stood up, drawing Xiangpa's attention instantly. "What on earth are you doing? Just watch. Why stand up so abruptly?" Xiangpa retorted irritably. With victory so close at hand, such a commotion lacked any semblance of a victor-esque grace. "Lord Xiangpa, please look," Gaby stammered, pointing tremulously at the stage, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiangpa, perplexed, followed Gaby's gesture, which seemed to indicate the arena. A surge of excitement filled his heart. Could it be that the match had concluded? Had Frost swiftly eliminated that young man? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, that lad was merely an ordinary person, easily dispatched with a mere wave of Frost's hand. An abrupt end would indeed be expected. "Well done, Frost," Xiangpa instinctively began to praise. But the arena was devoid of Frost's presence. Only Li Lin stood there, remarkably composed. His gaze shifted downward, revealing Frost already lying beneath the stage. His face contorted and utterly wretched. What is the meaning of this? How did we lose? Compa rubbed his eyes in disbelief. According to his expectations, Frost should have effortlessly dealt with that boy. Yet, how could the outcome be so drastically different? "Well done, Li Lin." Beerus raised his hand and exclaimed loudly. After being suppressed for 2 rounds, they finally had a moment to revel in victory. Son Goku and Vegeta sighed in relief. Fortunately, Li Lin had secured the match. With this opponent vanquished, their psychological burdens were naturally alleviated. Compa, unable to contain himself, grabbed Gab by the collar and demanded, "What on earth happened?" Spittle flew from his mouth, splattering Gab, who had to hastily wipe his face. Sitting idly by, Hit finally opened his eyes, observing the enraged Compa. I don't know. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and Mr. Frost ended up like this, Gab stammered. Although he had been watching the arena intently, he truly did not comprehend how Frost had been eliminated. Not only him, but even the watching gods of destruction were equally baffled. Fool, what were you doing? Compa barked angrily, tossing Gab aside. He discreetly scanned the area for Beerus, his heart sinking. Could it be that what was said before was indeed true? Chapter 116. Opportunities are rare. I have granted a second chance. Impossible, this cannot be. Compa quickly denied it. This boy appears to be an ordinary human. How could he be so formidable? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. He must have employed techniques undetectable by others to achieve this. Yes, it must be so. Compa reassured himself inwardly. Suddenly, he recalled the bet he had made. If his side were to lose, he would have to bow 3 times to the opposing team. Others might endure such humiliation, but as a proud god of destruction, how could he bear such disgrace? Magetta, you will compete in the next round. Listen closely. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you. Compa threatened fiercely. He could only hope that Frost's defeat was merely a fluke and not a result of this boy's genuine strength. Ding. A glimmer of determination shone in Magetta's eyes, indicating his commitment to the task. Then, with a mighty leap, his colossal metallic form crashed onto the arena. Boom. The ground trembled from the impact, causing Frost, who had been discarded beneath the stage, to bounce back up. This jolt seemed to awaken him somewhat. He rubbed his dizzy head, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. What happened to me? Frost murmured in confusion. He only recalled Li Lin making a slight movement before a gust of wind swept toward him. After that, everything went blank, and the next thing he knew, he was beneath the arena. What are you dawdling for? Get up here immediately, you disgraceful fool. Compa scolded Frost with dissatisfaction. Despite his victory over 2 opponents, in Xiangpa's eyes, losing even a single match places one in the realm of the worthless. Especially now, he naively regarded Li Lin as an ordinary individual. Is there anything more humiliating than being defeated by someone devoid of combat prowess? In truth, Xiangpa harbored doubts about the opponent's actual capabilities. Even if Frost were to stand motionless, the opponent would likely find themselves at a loss. Humph. Frost let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger evident within him. Having already suffered a bewildering defeat, now being unjustly reprimanded, no one would take it lightly. After all, he had once risked his life for Xiangpa and contributed to the 6th universe. How could he be treated like a mere dog? However, he dared not voice these thoughts. With a face full of resentment, he soared to the stands and found a seat, settling down with visible dissatisfaction. Observing the 2 below, Xiangpa contemplated redesigning the arena to ensure absolute certainty of victory. In an instant, he appeared above the ring. Noticing Xiangpa's movement, Beerus followed suit. With his hands gesturing, the semicircular transparent dome above the arena vanished, replaced by a considerably smaller square shield. From now on, I decree a modification to the competition rules. The contestants are only permitted to battle within this specified area, and any contact with the protective barrier, no matter the body part, will be deemed a loss. Xiangpa calmly declared, though it was evident he was directing this statement solely at Li Lin. Before Li Lin could respond, Beerus intervened, visibly displeased. Accompanied by Whis, he rushed forward, confronting Xiangpa midair. What is the meaning of this? Are you unable to play fair? Altering the rules at the last minute? This is blatant targeting. Is there any fairness left in this competition? If I remain silent now, how can I maintain my authority in the universe? The uproar from the 7th universe's faction was equally significant. 18 frowned and muttered under her breath. How shameless, resorting to underhanded tactics for victory. Is someone like this truly worthy of being a god of destruction? Indeed, it's utterly disgraceful, Bulma chimed in. Over the years, the bond between the 2 women had grown exceptionally strong, especially when sharing parenting experiences. They could discuss anything. Mommy, don't be angry, Daddy is the strongest. He will definitely win, Li Lin exclaimed in her sweet, childlike voice. She adored her father and believed him to be invincible in her eyes. That's right. What my little Li Lin says is true, 18 remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. Not only in this little girl's eyes, but among the multitude of the 7th universe. Nearly everyone regarded Li Lin as the most formidable being. Regardless of how the rules might change, as long as it remained a contest of strength, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The dispute above the arena continued unabated. Beerus clearly stated that he would not accept any last-minute alterations to the rules. Compa, however, wore a brazen expression. If you refuse, then we shall declare you the losers. There will be no need for you to kneel and bow. The Earth will belong to our 6th universe. At that moment, Vados finally spoke up, knowing her role was to advocate for Kompa's interests. Kompa frowned briefly, then relaxed, silently acknowledging that his guardian angel had indeed accomplished something significant. Are you out of your mind? Absolutely not. I refuse to accept this, Beerus retorted, his eyes wide with indignation, his face flushed as he vehemently argued for justice on his side. Kompa merely smiled in silence. Knowing he was the host, and ultimately held the power of interpretation. If they disagreed, the rules dictated that they would be deemed the losers. As the two continued their heated exchange, Lin gazed upward with a sigh. Lord Beerus, please, let us not prolong this. We are wasting precious time. Allow me to handle the matter, Lin said calmly. He was weary of the incessant bickering. It was becoming quite overwhelming. He wished for a resolution that involved action rather than endless squabbling. Beerus glanced at Lin's composed demeanor and, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. Be cautious. They may employ some underhanded tricks given the setup here. After a brief warning, he shot a cold glance at Kampa and exited. Kampa's expression turned grave as he regarded Lin, an unsettling premonition growing within him. He sensed that this young man intended to embarrass him thoroughly today. Lin looked up at Kampa and smiled. Lord Kampa, have you given this any thought? What should I consider? Kampa asked in a low voice. Let your team join the fray. There is only one opportunity. I am graciously offering you a second chance. If you decline, there may not be another such favorable moment. Lin replied, his smile serene, seemingly unperturbed by the god of destruction's presence. Chapter 117. If you withstand my strike, I shall concede. Kampa's fury ignited at Lin's audacious words. This young man was infuriating, even more so than Beerus himself, exhibiting an arrogance that was hard to bear. He could not fathom how one could fluke a victory once, only to hope for another. Prepare to bow your head, Kampa declared menacingly before turning to leave. The arena was left with only Lin and the robot Magetta. As the match commenced, Magetta raised his fists, ready to engage Lin. You rusted scrap. I advise you to retreat. Someone like you is not worthy of my effort. Lin remarked with a faint smile. He understood that Magetta's vulnerability lay in his fragile psyche. A mere taunt would suffice to unsettle him. Indeed, Magetta, once brimming with aggression, lowered his hands, his expression shifting to one of dismay. Observing the scene, it seemed as though the individual was lamenting. This person has called me worthless. How pitiful. I am not worthless. He urged himself to leave, for he believed that the unworthy had no right to stand upon this arena. Li Lin intensified his mockery, continuously reiterating the phrase worthless. Yet, it was precisely this phrase that drove Magetta to the brink of unbearable despair. Without regard for his dignity, he descended from the stage, crouching below and weeping into his hands. Sometimes, battles are this simple, Li Lin remarked, shaking his head in resignation. The spectators, particularly Xiangpa, were left utterly dumbfounded. He cried out in frustration, what on earth is happening? Can anyone explain this madness to me? He had meticulously constructed a suitable arena tailored to Magetta's prowess, only for the latter to voluntarily abandon the stage just as the spectacle was about to commence. Xiangpa's mood soured, akin to having ingested several dead flies. What in the world is this? I can hardly contain my laughter. Who can elucidate this absurdity? Beside him, Beerus echoed similar sentiments, though his spirits were inexplicably high, and he burst into hearty laughter. Xiangpa has labored for what seems an eternity, only for the event to conclude before it even began. This is utterly hilarious. Li Lin's prowess was undeniable. He had vanquished his opponent without so much as lifting a finger, merely through a few words. Vegeta spoke sincerely, a newfound admiration for Li Lin blossoming within him. I can hardly believe that I once considered opposing him. How absurd it seems now. Such a figure, whether in the past, present, or future, will forever remain an object of reverence for mere mortals. The more I witness, the more I feel ashamed. I had set my sights on Li Lin as my benchmark, yet it appears I have aimed too high. Goku nodded in agreement, though his tone was tinged with resignation. He had aspired to surpass Li Lin, yet the simplicity of the recent encounter made it evident that he still had a considerable distance to cover, both in strength and in understanding. Magetta, return to the stage, you useless creature. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall dismantle you. Xiangpa's fury reached its zenith. In the event of defeat, there might have been a semblance of justification in admitting inferiority, but conceding without a fight was intolerable. He demanded an explanation. Bardamo, go and fetch him. Xiangpa commanded, pointing at the large bear. The bear scratched his head and, after considerable effort, managed to drag Magetta back onto the stage. Now what transpired? Xiangpa glared at Magetta, his voice booming with inquiry. As if responding to an unseen signal, Magetta emitted a series of beeps and clicks. Xiangpa appeared to comprehend this language, and upon hearing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this individual had been reduced to tears by mere insults, leading him to concede defeat. The realization filled Xiangpa with profound despair. Reflecting upon the situation, it seems that Beerus may have been entirely correct. The individuals he had summoned truly amounted to nothing of worth. In his moment of despair, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Kaba, prompting him to bellow, "What are you staring at? Get down there and compete." Startled, Kaba shuddered, refraining from uttering a word as he promptly soared down to the arena. Kampa, shaking his head in resignation, muttered under his breath, "Another worthless one." He then turned his attention to the stoic Hit, standing nearby. Fortunately, not all was lost. Kampa silently mused. He still possessed Hit, a formidable trump card, whose mastery of time-skipping was unparalleled. Should Hit manifest his true potential, their chances of victory would remain substantial. Moreover, this contender on the stage had yet to showcase any genuine prowess. Perhaps Kaba could indeed vanquish him. On the stage, Li Lin observed the diminutive figure of Kaba leaping onto the platform. Why not concede? It would be better to end this swiftly, Li Lin remarked with a calm demeanor. Kaba, a Saiyan from Universe 6, was unlike Goku and his companions. He lacked the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a gulp, Kaba contemplated surrender. Yet fear gripped him, for he worried that Kampa would not spare him should he yield. Besides, he recalled the humiliating expectation of bowing in submission should his universe be defeated. Despite his small stature, such an act was simply unthinkable. Enough of your prattling. How can you declare my defeat without us even fighting? Kaba retorted, anxiety evident as he assumed a battle stance. In the stands of Universe 7, Goku and Vegeta, upon hearing that their opponent was another Saiyan, curiously approached the edge, eager to observe their counterpart from the other universe. He looks rather diminutive, even shorter than Vegeta. Goku mused aloud. Vegeta, overhearing this, bristled with indignation. What do you mean, shorter than me? While I may not be tall, my physique is undeniably robust. Kakarot. If you cannot articulate anything sensible, kindly remain silent. No one believes you to be mute. Vegeta replied, his irritation palpable. He detested jokes about his height, and Goku's tone suggested he was not merely jesting but speaking with earnestness. Back on the stage, Li Lin noted Kaba's readiness and spoke with a nonchalant air. Very well then. As he extended a finger, he continued, if you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall concede. How does that sound? His demeanor radiated an unmatched aura of dominance. The members of Universe 6 were momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Such arrogance. To concede upon merely enduring one strike? Was this confidence in his abilities or sheer folly? Chapter 118, without a doubt. One strike? This brash youth is utterly insufferable. Kampa seethed at Li Lin's brazen demeanor, his anger boiling over. Gab, give him a severe lesson. Xiangpa shouted loudly from below. He still stubbornly believed that Li Lin was merely an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess. He presumed that Li Lin possessed only a modicum of extraordinary power, and with a touch of caution, he would inevitably prevail. Humph. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Even now, Xiangpa failed to discern the gravity of the situation. Li Lin's strength exceeded anything he could fathom. Not even the elite warriors of Universe 6 could rival him. Even if Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 6, were to confront Li Lin personally, he would not stand a chance. Goku and Vegeta watched intently, for Li Lin was a Saiyan, a member of their own race. They were eager to see if he could withstand even a single exchange against Li Lin. Mr. Li Lin, isn't it a bit presumptuous to claim that one move is sufficient? Gab remarked with a furrowed brow. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing himself as the weakest in Universe 6. However, he thought it implausible that he could not endure even a single strike. Hee. Li Lin chuckled softly and replied. One move is indeed sufficient. If I were to unleash more, I fear for your safety. He did not believe that a Saiyan who could not even transform into a Super Saiyan could withstand a single blow from him. Even Goku or Vegeta, in their super blue forms, would likely struggle to endure his full might. How can one know without trying? Gab's gaze sharpened, seemingly poised to attack at any moment. Though he was humble, the disdain he felt ignited a flicker of anger within him. Come, I shall allow you to strike first. I will stand and not retaliate. Li Lin stated calmly. This individual had left a decent impression on him, and if possible, Li Lin wished to avoid harming him. Since he was unwilling to concede, Li Lin was more than willing to provide Gab with an opportunity to showcase his abilities. With that, Gab ceased his politeness. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of Li Lin. Bang, bang, bang. His slender arms unleashed a tremendous force as they pounded relentlessly against Li Lin. However, Li Lin remained utterly unmoved, as if he felt nothing at all. Bang, bang, bang. Gab intensified his efforts, his energy surging forth. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. His fists felt as though they were striking a solid wall. Not only did he fail to unseat his opponent, but his hands also began to throb with pain. How is this possible? Xiangpa could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet in disbelief. According to his earlier assumptions, if Li Lin were indeed an ordinary person devoid of energy, Gab's attacks should have overwhelmed him. Yet the scene before him had far surpassed his expectations. Li Lin not only endured but appeared to experience no strain whatsoever. At that moment, Hit's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the arena, sharing Xiangpa's bewilderment. He too was perplexed as to how someone without any detectable energy could withstand such relentless assaults. As a premier assassin, he seemed to feel the palpable danger emanating from Li Lin at that very moment. This individual was far more complex than he appeared. Hitler murmured to himself. The outcome of the competition was already evident. Gabe would undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat. Yet, he pondered what the result would be if he were to confront him directly. Bardos, what on earth is happening? Xiangpa suddenly recalled the neglected angel. Bardos approached Xiangpa, exasperation evident in her tone. My lord Xiangpa, I have already warned you about this individual. Enough, You need not elaborate further. If your assertions remain unchanged, I shall remain utterly unconvinced, Xiangpa interrupted her. He had no desire to hear any more about the angelic powers associated with this so-called demon. How could an ordinary human cultivate to such formidable strength, rivaling that of an angel? To put it plainly, he was not entirely disbelieving. Rather, he found it hard to accept, for if it were true, defeat would be inevitable for his side. The thought of kneeling and bowing before Beerus after losing was enough to send chills down his spine. If you choose not to believe, I shall refrain from further discourse. Let the outcome of the competition reveal the truth, or, should you remain skeptical, you may verify it yourself after the match concludes, Bardos retorted, her frustration mounting. From the very beginning, she had offered sage advice. Yet Xiangpa's stubbornness was proving to be a hindrance. Having said her piece, she took a seat off to the side. It seemed that today, Xiangpa would need to witness the results before he would relent. With that in mind, she decided to leave the matter be. Xiangpa furrowed his brow, redirecting his attention back to the arena. There, Gabe was throwing punches and kicks at Li Lin, yet rather than inflicting damage, he was left panting and exhausted. The disparity was glaring. Vegeta shook his head in resignation. This awkward predicament was one he had once encountered himself, yet he hadn't anticipated witnessing it in another. Why doesn't this kid transform into a Super Saiyan? Although it may not yield much, it is worth a try. After all, Goku said, frowning. In truth, he had foreseen this outcome long ago. He simply wished to observe how far the Saiyans from the opposing universe could ascend, but regrettably, this fellow had yet to transform. Perhaps he simply cannot transform, Whis remarked with a faint smile. Huh. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, taken aback. To them, the concept of a Super Saiyan was ubiquitous. Something even children could achieve effortlessly. How could another Saiyan fail to grasp such a basic transformation? Impossible. My son transformed at such a young age. How can this boy not? Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. It is indeed plausible. The developmental trajectories of the two universes differ, Beerus spoke up. An uncommon occurrence for him. Perhaps it is due to the imminent victory that one's mindset has finally settled into a state of calm. If you were to follow the developmental trajectory of the opposing universe, one might argue that even that young lad pales in comparison. Beerus continued to elaborate. Goku and Vegeta remained somewhat perplexed, unaware of the intricacies surrounding the notion of developmental processes. They only understood that if a Saiyan could not transform into a Super Saiyan, they were deemed worthless. Chapter 119, Hit. At this moment, Kaba was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He had never before experienced the exhausting nature of combat. Can you still muster some strength? Li Lin asked him indifferently. Kaba swallowed hard and hastily stepped back a few paces. He now comprehended the terrifying magnitude of this individual's power. Even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he could not hope to make him retreat, let alone entertain notions of defeating him. It seems this is futile, Li Lin remarked calmly. As he spoke, he began to move slowly. Kaba watched in horror as Li Lin approached him steadily. I concede, he attempted to declare, yet before he could utter the word concede, Li Lin had already launched an attack. Delivering a punch. Boom. A series of sonic booms erupted, the force of the punch howling as it surged forth, creating a tremendous turbulence that reverberated across the arena. Kaba sought to evade, but the overwhelming impact rendered his body immobile. Bang! A muffled thud followed, and Kaba found himself engulfed in darkness. Blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily below. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment, acknowledging that indeed, one strike had sufficed. In truth, it could hardly be considered a technique. It was merely a casual swing of the fist. Yet Kaba had been overwhelmed by the sheer force and sent plummeting from the stage. Another defeat for Universe 6. This is impossible, it cannot be, Kappa exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. This young man exuded no discernible aura, yet how could he provoke such a tremendous uproar? On the side of Universe 7, cheers erupted as they beheld Li Lin's effortless victory. They had anticipated that, with Li Lin's prowess, dealing with such insignificant opponents would be a mere triviality. Well done, Li Lin. Maintain the momentum and secure the match, Beerus declared with a smile, casting a triumphant glance at Kampa across the arena. The positions of the two had now completely reversed. Was this not entirely expected? There is nothing astonishing about it, was commented nonchalantly. After all, Li Lin was one of his own trainees, and witnessing him demonstrate such formidable strength across the two universes filled him with immense pride. Indeed. However, the pivotal moments rest solely upon Li Lin's shoulders. It is indeed a regret for Universe 7. Beerus nodded in agreement, inadvertently glancing at Goku and Vegeta. Although the two did not catch Beerus's gaze, they grasped the underlying sentiment in his words. Although the two wished to refute the notion that they were unreliable, the reality remained that they had lost, and thus could only bow their heads in shame. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Whis' face. These two individuals seemed to be products of his own tutelage, yet the disparity between them appeared to be quite significant. Kappa, at that moment, resembled an ant on a hot skillet, pacing back and forth in the stands. He had but one final contender left, and that was Hit. As the ace of Universe 6, his prowess was unquestionable. However, Compa found himself lacking in confidence. His heart was engulfed by an overwhelming dread, fearing that Hit might also face defeat. The thought of kneeling before Beerus was unbearable. It would be preferable to end his own existence than to endure such humiliation. Regret washed over Compa for his reckless betting, lamenting his own foolishness. What was initially a wager for the Super Dragon Balls now felt like an impending disgrace. Lord Compa, may I take the stage? Hit had risen and approached Compa. His interest in the combatant before him, Lin, was growing. Yet he was uncertain of the outcome should they clash. Can you win? Compa managed to utter those words with great difficulty. He could not afford another loss, especially when faced with Beerus' smug demeanor. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the individual below truly seemed to possess the potential to rival an angel. As Beerus had suggested, I'll do my best. Hit hesitated before responding. Compa's inquiry had shaken his resolve. He understood that if he were to lose, it would spell disaster for their side. The terms of Compa's wager were etched in his mind. All members of his team would be required to bow in submission to the opposing side. Bearing the title of the universe's premier assassin, he could never accept such a humiliating consequence. I tell you, it is not a matter of trying. It is a matter of necessity. Should you dare to lose, I will make you pay dearly. Compa roared, his voice echoing throughout the venue. His urgency evident as he splattered Hit with his fervor. All right, I understand. Hit wiped the droplets from his face and descended from the stands, flying towards the arena. Huh. He is panicking. Compa is truly in a frenzy. Beerus relished the unfolding drama, his excitement growing with Compa's agitation. As long-standing rivals, their competition had always been fierce and dynamic. Today, victory seemed imminent, a sensation he had not experienced in years. Lord Beerus, do not celebrate prematurely, Whis remarked coolly, then turned his gaze to Hit. This individual, I am somewhat familiar with. Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6. Upon hearing the word foremost, Goku and Vegeta's interest peaked instantly. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes upon laying sight on Hit. Whis, have you made a mistake? This individual appears rather unremarkable. Son Goku inquired with curiosity. He could sense Hit's aura. While it was indeed formidable, it did not seem excessively strong. If mere strength could qualify one as the premier assassin, he mused, he would surely reign supreme in the 6th universe. Vegeta, too, furrowed his brow as he regarded Whis. This fellow did not seem particularly potent. How could he have garnered such high praise? As far as I am aware, he possesses a unique technique known as time skip. Whis elucidated. This ability allows him to freeze time, rendering others immobile while he can strike freely. Do you not find that formidable? He himself had a keen sensitivity to time due to his innate control over it. Hit was a name he had previously heard spoken of by his sister, Beerus. If there were no means to counter his time skip, one could easily become his plaything, eventually subjected to a slow and torturous demise. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, the group began to sense the underlying potency of this seemingly unassuming individual. Controlling time was indeed a terrifying prospect. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the grim reality, being frozen in time while the opponent moved with impunity would render them helpless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Surely, Li Lin cannot be defeated by such a trick? Vegeta expressed his concern. Even someone as strong as Li Lin appeared to have no recourse against the manipulation of time. It was known that losing would require him to bow, a humiliating prospect for a proud Saiyan prince. Rest assured, such a tactic would prove ineffective against you too. Whis reassured them. However, the outcome against Li Lin remains uncertain. A user of time skip is unable to affect an opponent whose power significantly exceeds their own. It may work, but it cannot influence someone of far superior strength. Beerus interjected, echoing Whis' sentiments. Even should Goku and Vegeta enter the fray without incident, encountering Hit would likely lead to their elimination. Fortunately, they still had Li Lin on their side, whose power was certainly far beyond that of Hit. Thus, time skip would hold no sway over him. I did not expect Lord Beerus to possess such insight, Whis remarked, initially intending to intimidate Beerus. With Li Lin's overwhelming strength, time skip would be utterly ineffective against him. Having lived for so long, one gains a modicum of understanding, Beerus stated nonchalantly. Occupied with thoughts of how to relish the adoration of Compa, his greater concern was whether Compa might suddenly retract his agreement. At that moment, Compa's expression darkened. The instant Hit took the stage, he resolved that under no circumstances would he bow to Beerus. Such an act would be utterly disgraceful. Although the wager was proposed by oneself, even if one were to disregard it, the worst consequence would merely be the stigma of breaching a contract. This is far more advantageous than prostrating oneself at the scene. Should I lose, I shall simply have Bardoss swiftly escort me away from this place. As for the competitors from the 6th universe, their fate is no longer my concern. I can only wish them well. If they are not ashamed, then they may kneel without hesitation upon the stage. Li Lin observed the impassive Hit with a calm demeanor. Hit kept his hands firmly in his pockets. exuding an air of coldness. Well then, how do you wish to proceed? Li Lin remarked nonchalantly. He was aware that Hit was adept at utilizing the time skip technique, yet he had no fear of such a tactic. Let us commence without further ado. Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets, adopting a rather defensive stance. Very well. I too wish to conclude this battle swiftly, Li Lin stated indifferently. With that, he beckoned with a finger, indicating for Hit to strike first. Hit's gaze sharpened as he focused on Li Lin's form, instantly appearing before him. With a thunderous punch, he struck Li Lin squarely in the face. However, the outcome was no different from his previous encounter with Gabe. Li Lin remained steadfast, not even swaying from the impact. Hit unleashed his inner energy. A purple aura surging forth. A barrage of ferocious attacks followed, yet they bore no fruit. Hit felt a flicker of alarm. Such physical resilience was beyond his capacity to shake. Even with the time skip technique, his strikes proved ineffective. How monotonous, employing the same move repeatedly, Li Lin lamented. Ever since his strength had grown, he felt as though his opponents were becoming increasingly feeble. As soon as his words fell, Li Lin extended his hand, preparing to retaliate. Sensing Li Lin's intent, Hit hurriedly activated the time skip technique. In an instant, the world dimmed, and Li Lin felt a momentary delay in his movements before swiftly regaining his normal pace, only to find that Hit had already flown several dozen meters away. So this is the time skip technique? It certainly possesses its merits. Li Lin mused. Such a skill could eliminate foes without a trace, making it quite suitable for an assassin's use. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he learn this technique himself? If granted a mere 0.1 seconds, he could execute all his moves in their entirety. Beads of cold sweat formed on Hit's brow, although the recent attack had not drained much of his energy. The ferocity of Li Lin's earlier strike was truly terrifying. Despite his timely use of the time skip technique, he had still been caught by Li Lin's palm. Come on. Keep going. Li Lin locked onto Hit's position. In an instant, he lunged forward once more. Hit's pupils dilated as he beheld Li Lin's figure, hastily employing the time skip technique again, successfully evading this latest assault. Li Lin gazed at the retreating Hit, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the opponent to evade effortlessly. Had he exerted his full strength, there would have been no chance for his adversary to even employ the time skip technique, resulting in an immediate expulsion from the arena. The sheer terror of such a reality was overwhelming. There was simply no opportunity to strike back. This was the first instance in which Hit experienced the essence of despair. His time skip allowed for a mere 0.1 seconds of pause, a fleeting moment sufficient to counter any foe and retreat from the battlefield. Yet, in the face of Li Lin, that brief interlude proved utterly inadequate. After barely managing to evade an attack, the frozen time would conclude, leaving no room for retaliation. Come on, Li Lin exclaimed with a smile, launching himself forward once more. Hit continued to utilize time skip to evade. Li Lin, attuned to the fluctuations of energy within Hit with each use, began to discern a pattern, yet it remained insufficient. Li Lin relentlessly attacked, and Hit could only perpetually employ time skip to escape. What was once a skill of assassination had been transformed into a desperate means of survival. Damn it. Hit gritted his teeth, having barely landed, and caught his breath before the next wave of assaults descended upon him without respite. The repeated use of time skip left him no moment to pause. In the stands, whether from the 7th universe or the 6th, spectators observed the clash on the arena. Their comprehension clouded. Their cultivation levels rendered them incapable of discerning the nature of Li Lin's movements, much less Hit's evasions. They could only perceive the fleeting silhouettes of the two combatants, as if the scene were a film stuttering through frames, shifting abruptly from one moment to the next. This peculiar phenomenon persisted for approximately half an hour. Hit was now gasping for breath, while Li Lin appeared to possess an abundance of stamina. I see now, Li Lin mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 121. Li Lin's time skip. Beerus yawned, expressing his boredom. What is this kid doing? Why isn't he wrapping up the battle already? He was eager to relish the worship of Compa following his victory, but the drawn-out conflict had sapped his enthusiasm. Whis, observing intently, began to grasp certain nuances. Compa, watching the two figures dance across the stage, felt an inner turmoil. Can this end soon? I'd like to make my exit promptly. The prolonged stalemate was causing him considerable anxiety. In truth, he could have fled at any moment, but the ongoing struggle on the arena kept a glimmer of hope alive within him. What if Hit managed to win? Leaving now would render his departure a grave miscalculation. Back on the arena, Hit was panting heavily, sweat cascading down his brow. The frequent use of time skip had begun to take a toll on his stamina. If he continued this way, he would not only be unable to fight, but would likely collapse from exhaustion. Is this it? Li Lin spoke to him with a calm demeanor. He had gained a general understanding of the time flash technique. Although his grasp was not profoundly deep, with sufficient practice, he would soon master it. Hit was still catching his breath, and as he listened to Li Lin, an overwhelming heaviness settled in his heart. This adversary was someone he could not hope to defeat. The odds were entirely against him. You are indeed formidable. However, if you wish to bring me down, It will not be as simple as you believe, Hit replied in a low voice. Perhaps due to Li Lin's prolonged attacks failing to inflict any significant harm. Hit mistakenly assumed that Li Lin was also struggling against his time flash technique. TSK, do you not realize that I have yet to unleash my full power? Li Lin remarked nonchalantly. What? Hit was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He believed Li Lin was merely posturing. If he could indeed overcome him, why prolong the fight? If I were to exert my full strength, your time flash would have no effect on me, Li Lin asserted with indifference. He had long recognized the potency of Hit's technique. Yet, against someone whose strength far surpassed his own, it would be utterly ineffective. He had been holding back intentionally, wishing to glean insights from this technique. After all, mastering it would make future encounters with enemies considerably easier. Very well, then. Let us see you try, Hit said dismissively. Although his stamina was at its limit, he could still execute a few more time flashes without difficulty. To defeat him with those few attempts was, without a doubt, a fool's errand. Li Lin smiled lightly. It was as if time and space had come to a standstill. In an instant, he appeared before Hit, gently tapping him. As time resumed its flow, Hit was sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. The situation in the arena took a dramatic turn. Without warning, Hit was propelled away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The spectators in the stands abruptly rose to their feet. What just happened? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. He had not witnessed any discernible movement from Li Lin. It was as if, in a mere instant, Li Lin had materialized before Hit, who was simultaneously struck down. Could he truly be that fast? Vegeta questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though he had previously failed to catch Li Lin's movements, the trajectories had been somewhat discernible. Yet this time, not only were the actions invisible, but the paths of movement were also obscured. No one had even seen how Hit had sustained his injuries. What is going on? Beerus inquired, equally astonished. He had felt a brief disconnection from reality, and in that fleeting moment, the dynamics of the battle had shifted dramatically. While he had formed a hypothesis, he remained uncertain and turned to Whis for clarification. Time merely paused for an instant. Whis remarked, his gaze fixed on Li Lin, filled with astonishment. If I am not mistaken, Li Lin has already mastered the time flash technique. This is his conclusion. He possesses the ability to manipulate time, and it is not merely limited to pausing it. He can even reverse time by 3 minutes. Thus, he has a profound awareness of the recent time dilation. This young man is indeed remarkable. It is impressive that he has acquired such a skill, Beerus remarked with admiration. The power of time is a rare gift possessed by only a few. Some attain it through rigorous training, which is more common than the former, yet still a rarity. Especially in the case of Li Lin, who has never deliberately practiced the laws of time. Merely by observing a few times, he is able to apply it, an existence unparalleled throughout history. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, upon overhearing the conversation between Beerus and Whis, were filled with an indescribable shock. They have finally understood the disparity between themselves and Li Lin. It is not a matter of diligence in training or the lack of formidable opponents. Rather, it is their innate talent that falls short, a significant gap in their inherent abilities. The adage that hard work can overcome talent no longer suffices to bridge the chasm between them. On the stands of the 6th universe, Kappa blinked repeatedly, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Bardoss, what is happening? How did things suddenly turn out like this? He could only helplessly glance back at Bardoss. However, Bardoss, still miffed, refused to acknowledge him, her gaze fixed ahead, completely ignoring him. Yet, within Bardoss' heart, she too was struck with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Li Lin was not only frighteningly powerful, but also possessed such exceptional learning abilities, able to utilize techniques after only a few observations. Seeing Bardoss disregard him, Kampa resignedly turned his attention back to the arena. At this moment, the one most astonished was none other than Hit, who was slowly rising from the ground. As the user of that technique, he was acutely aware of what Li Lin had just executed. Why could you use the time flash technique? Hit stammered, his voice shaking. He had endured considerable hardship to learn this technique, sacrificing much of his time to enhance his own strength. Yet now, the move he took pride in had been so effortlessly wielded by another. The feelings stirring within him were beyond the comprehension of others. This technique is not particularly difficult. What is there that one cannot learn? Li Lin remarked with curiosity. The time flash technique is, at its core, merely a skill that any person can acquire. What is so astonishing about having learned it? Why don't you give it a try? Hit, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of frustration, as if he could vomit blood. The technique he had diligently trained for seemed so trivial in Li Lin's casual remarks. Well, you need not be astonished, since you have learned it. I shall not trouble you further, Li Lin said nonchalantly. In an instant, he utilized the flash technique once more, appearing right before him. Bang! A powerful punch landed, and Hit coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing weakly onto the arena floor, his combat prowess extinguished. With this, the competition between the 6th and 7th universes came to a close, culminating in a resounding victory for Universe 7. Huzzah! What splendid news! The stands of Universe 7 erupted in jubilant cheers, for the contest had concluded with their side emerging triumphant. It is only natural to celebrate such a momentous occasion. At last, Beerus could genuinely set his mind at ease, the joy within him bubbling forth, unmistakably reflected on his countenance. Li Lin, splendid work. Truly, you embody the strength of Universe 7. Beerus raised his hands high, filled with exuberance. Though he had anticipated the outcome, the moment of victory stirred a profound excitement within him. He cast a glance at Kampa, who was now visibly distressed, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Vados, we must make haste, Kampa urged anxiously. In such dire circumstances, fleeing was a prudent choice. He certainly wished to avoid kneeling before Beerus. Vados appeared unfazed, offering him a fleeting glance before returning to her silence. In retrospect, why had she not suggested retreating sooner? She had issued countless reminders. Perhaps this would serve as a lesson. Vados, did you hear me? We must flee at once. Kampa's urgency intensified, his voice rising. Flee. Beerus had already approached him. A sneer upon his lips. Where do you intend to run? He had foreseen Kampa's change of heart, and quickly summoned Whis to join him. To his surprise, upon his arrival, he overheard Kampa's intentions to escape. Why are you here? Kampa asked, a hint of guilt in his tone. I have come to await your humble submission. Beerus replied, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unruffled. This rare opportunity to subdue Kampa's arrogance was not to be squandered. Today, he intended to thoroughly humiliate this rival, ensuring he thought twice before acting so brazenly in his presence again. Upon hearing this, Kampa instinctively took several steps back, regret flooding his heart. He berated himself for his reckless words, for had he not made such a wager, he would not find himself in this humiliating predicament. He wished fervently to strike himself for his indiscretion. Why the silence? You initiated the contest and established the wager. Are you now seeking to retract? Beerus observed Kampa's prolonged silence, his tone laced with indifference. He did not genuinely expect Kampa to kneel. Even if he did, Vados would surely intervene. His intention was solely to employ words to further press down upon this insufferable foe. What audacity you possess, Beerus. You did not even participate in the match. What is there for you to gloat about? Kampa retorted, exasperated and grasping for any semblance of reason. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, offering a bemused smile before shaking his head and asserting, it is indeed not I who won the match. However, Li Lin is one of my own from Universe 7. And your Universe 6 has undeniably lost to us. This fact should be indisputable, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Beerus regarded Kampa as if he were a fool. Acknowledging that making him kneel was futile, it would be more gratifying to further demean him while the opportunity presented itself, ensuring that Kampa would never hold his head high in his presence again. Since you seem unwilling to accept your defeat, why not engage Li Lin in a few rounds and see how you fare? Beerus suggested nonchalantly. It was as if he sought to leverage Li Lin's strength to humiliate Kampa further, eager to see if this brash individual would dare to accept the challenge. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Kampa hesitated slightly. He was tempted to retort, why not? Yet, the belief that Li Lin truly possessed angelic power loomed large in his mind. It was well known that the might of an angel surpassed that of a god of destruction by a significant margin. Even if he dared to confront him, the odds of victory were non-existent, leading only to self-inflicted humiliation. Observing Kampa's indecision, Beerus prepared to escalate his taunts. With Vados present, there was no way she would allow Kampa to endure disgrace unchallenged. How about this? You can spar with Li Lin, and regardless of the outcome, the wager will be nullified. What do you say? Beerus smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, Kampa felt a flicker of joy. However, recollecting Vados' previous remarks about Li Lin's angelic prowess, his confidence waned once more. Although nullifying the wager would undoubtedly benefit him, the prospect of defeat and the accompanying humiliation weighed heavily on his mind. Consider this. Even if you disregard your own reputation and are willing to bow before me, do your fellow warriors from Universe 6 share your lack of pride? They surely value their dignity. Beerus sensed his words lacked the desired impact and intensified his verbal onslaught. Kampa glanced at Cabo and Frost, who were undeniably watching him with eager anticipation. Come on, Lord Kampa. You are a god of destruction. There's no way you can lose. Cabo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, my esteemed Lord of Destruction, your brilliance illuminates the entire universe. Such a trivial battle should pose no challenge at all, Frost chimed in, singing praises. Their sentiments were straightforward. They would never kneel. As the foremost powers in the universe, they could not endure such indignity. To them, Beerus was a benevolent figure, presenting an opportunity to evade humiliation. Should Kampa decline, his authority as a god of destruction would be irrevocably undermined, jeopardizing his position. Very well, we accept, Vados declared, rising with a cool demeanor. At that moment, if she did not intervene, Kampa might truly lose his composure. Yet, even with her words, Kampa's situation remained precarious. Vados, what are you doing? Xiang Pa let out a resigned sigh, fully aware of his limitations. If his opponent truly possessed angelic strength, he would likely be incapacitated with a single blow. However, we have a condition, Bardos interjected, her words trailing off, inviting further elaboration. Chapter 123, A New Round of Battle. Beerus furrowed his brow, questioning why there were so many stipulations despite granting them a chance. Yet, he refrained from interrupting Bardos, allowing her to continue. The battle between both parties should be kept within bounds. After all, it is a contest with the god of destruction, carrying profound significance. Whis and I will observe throughout, Bardos stated calmly. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus nodded slightly, perceiving no apparent flaws in her reasoning. He understood that the notion of keeping things within limits and the weight of significance were mere platitudes. His primary concern was that Xiang Pa might suffer defeat at the hands of Li Lin. The last remark was unmistakably a warning that he would intervene if necessary. Very well, I have no objections. Let us settle on this, Beerus replied slowly. In any case, he would not emerge at a disadvantage from this match. It was merely a matter of how much face Li Lin could restore for him. Having concluded his thoughts, Beerus departed, returning to the viewing platform of Universe 7. After he and his companions had left, Xiang Pa shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Bardos, please keep an eye on things. I cannot afford to be too embarrassed. Rest assured, Lord Xiang Pa, Bardos replied with an air of detachment. In truth, she wished to express that had she known this would be the case, she would have acted differently from the outset. She would remain vigilant during the battle, ready to intervene at the first sign of Xiang Pa's potential defeat, thus preserving his dignity while avoiding loss. On the viewing platform of Universe 7, Son Goku rested his head in his hands, asking, Lord Beerus, the match should be over by now, right? According to the rules, everyone from Universe 6 has been defeated by Li Lin. There is no need for us to linger any longer. We should return to our training. After witnessing Li Lin's combat prowess, their desire to train had been rekindled. If they could not surpass him, they would strive to narrow the gap. Why the rush? There are still more spectacles to unfold, Beerus replied with a nonchalant glance. More spectacles? What else could there be? Isn't the competition already concluded? Son Goku inquired softly, glancing at the spectators who, after their cheers, had begun to chat among themselves, some sleeping, others playing cards, creating an atmosphere that suggested the show had come to an end. Hearing Goku's question, Beerus shook his head in exasperation but chose not to elaborate. Lord Beerus has arranged a battle between Li Lin and the god of destruction, Whis stated with a smile directed at Goku. Really? Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. Having thought the event had concluded and that they could return home for a meal, no one anticipated that the grand finale was yet to come. A battle between Li Lin and the god of destruction promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of excitement. However, he soon recalled the formidable strength that Li Lin possessed. I hope Li Lin receives a modicum of opportunity and that the contest does not conclude too swiftly. Otherwise, we shall witness nothing at all before the match reaches its end, Vegeta lamented. Perhaps this is the lamentation of the weak. Being unable to engage in battle is one matter, but even as spectators, without sufficient strength, one cannot discern the unfolding circumstances. Indeed, Goku nodded in agreement. Li Lin's prowess surpasses that of the god of destruction by a significant margin. He is capable of exchanging blows with Whis. And should he unleash his full power from the outset, the opposing god of destruction might not withstand even a single strike. Upon overhearing their conversation, Whis chuckled and shook his head. Li Lin is unlikely to employ his full strength. His ability to reach the combat prowess of an angel relies entirely on the enhancement of the Kaioken Tenfold. Based on my understanding of that young man, he would not easily resort to that technique again since our last encounter, Whis remarked with a smile. After all, Li Lin's foundational combat strength already exceeds that of the god of destruction, rendering any further enhancement through the Kaioken unnecessary. That is reassuring, Goku exclaimed with a smile. If that is the case, it would be splendid. They would finally have the chance to witness the battle between Li Lin and the god of destruction. Whis, enough with the idle chatter. Have you communicated this matter to Li Lin? Beerus interjected nonchalantly. The two of them had made a decision without a second thought. However, the individual below still gazed upward with a look of confusion. I almost forgot. Fear not. I shall inform him, Whis replied with a gentle smile. With a swift turn, he appeared at Li Lin's side. Li Lin, bewildered, looked at Whis. Having waited on the arena for quite some time without hearing any announcement regarding the conclusion of the match, upon seeing Whis approach, he quickly inquired, What is it, Whis? The match should have concluded by now, right? Logically speaking, it should have, as Hit is the final member of Universe 6. Defeating him would signify victory for Universe 7. Indeed, the formal match is considered concluded, Whis responded with a calm smile. Li Lin was left in a state of confusion. What did he mean by the formal match is considered concluded? Curiously, he pressed further, Are there additional contests ahead? Whis nodded with a smile and gradually began to explain to Li Lin. At that moment, Bardos descended gracefully from the stands of Universe 6, accompanied by Compa. After receiving rudimentary medical attention, Hit, who lay on the arena floor, had regained consciousness and silently ascended to the stands. Oh, I see. That is quite all right. I am curious about what it feels like to engage with the gods of destruction from other universes, Li Lin responded with a smile. He held no objections to battling Kampa. After all, he had just recently mastered the instant transmission technique, and it had proven to be rather fragile. He had not yet had the opportunity to fully showcase his abilities. Now, with Kampa as an opponent, it would provide an excellent chance to test his skills. If you have no objections, then all is well, Whis remarked with a smile, retreating quietly to the front of the arena. On the other side, Bardos was also encouraging Kampa. Do not be afraid, Lord Kampa. This fellow's basic strength is comparable to that of a god of destruction. Whis has just informed me that he will refrain from utilizing any skills that enhance combat power. Therefore, when you engage in battle, do not burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure. Fight boldly and confidently, Bardos stated quietly. Kampa, upon hearing Bardos's words, managed a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, Bardos would be by his side during the match, ready to intervene swiftly if necessary. After arranging all the details, Bardos stepped back to the front of the arena, standing shoulder to shoulder with Whis. On the stage, Li Lin and Kampa exchanged glances. Lord Kampa, I concede, Li Lin said, unsure of how to greet him. As he offered a slight bow, Kampa, with a stiff expression, nodded in response. Suddenly, Li Lin closed the distance and unleashed a punch. Kampa's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly attempted to defend himself. A resounding thud echoed throughout the venue as the blow landed. Following the strike, Kampa's short legs stumbled backward. Regaining his footing, he began to silently curse Bardos. Is this what you call basic strength comparable to a god of destruction? It feels like he is on an entirely different level. Chapter 124, The Furious Kampa. However, at that moment, he had no choice but to press on, gritting his teeth as a dark purple aura erupted from his body. Instantly, the surrounding scenery was enveloped in this hue, and the spectators in the stands, sensing the energy emanating from the god of destruction, displayed expressions of astonishment. Is this the aura of a god of destruction? Truly terrifying. Frost, witnessing a god of destruction unveil his power for the first time, was taken aback. Gaby, eyes wide with shock, marveled at the sheer might that belonged to a god of destruction. Yet, even more astonishing was Li Lin, who remained unfazed in the face of such overwhelming energy. This clearly indicated that his strength had reached a remarkably formidable level. Impressive, fighting a god of destruction is indeed intriguing. Li Lin mused as he observed the explosive aura emanating from Kampa. At his current level, ordinary strong opponents no longer satisfied his desire for combat. Often, a single strike could determine the outcome. Yet, gods of destruction were different. They inherently possessed immense strength. Even if Li Lin surpassed them, defeating them would never be a matter of just 1 or 2 strikes. Come on, Kampa roared, his energy reaching its zenith. Given the situation, he had no option but to go all out, reassured by Bardos's presence. After his roar, his body surged forward like a bolt of lightning, striking at Li Lin with the force of thunder. Bring it on, Li Lin replied calmly. In an instant, he activated his time stop ability, halting time in that moment. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly approached Kampa and pointed a finger at him. Boom. The moment the time flash technique was dispelled, Xiangpa's fist had yet to connect with Li Lin. A sharp pain surged through his chest, causing him to stagger back several paces. What just transpired? Xiangpa gazed incredulously at Li Lin, slowly realizing that this resembled Hit's time flash technique. However, he was astonished to discover when this young man had mastered such a skill. Xiangpa understood that if one possessed overwhelming strength, they could break the technique. Yet, his own power was wholly insufficient to overpower Li Lin. In fact, he was considerably weaker. Come on, Lord Xiangpa, continue, Li Lin said with a calm smile. He did not strike with great force. After all, he had finally found a sparring partner. It would be unfortunate to injure him and terminate the match, leaving no second chance. Don't get too cocky, you brat, Xiangpa responded with a frown. With a surge of energy, he charged at Li Lin once more. Li Lin smiled faintly and activated the time flash again. Xiangpa's body froze mid-air as Li Lin delivered a punch to his face. Subsequently, the time flash ended, and Xiangpa stumbled back a few steps. Li Lin nodded in satisfaction. He was growing increasingly accustomed to using the time flash. However, the duration he could control time was still far from reaching 0.1 seconds. With his current strength, he could only approach his opponent and land a punch before time resumed. He did not require an extended pause. Achieving hits 0.1 seconds would suffice. In that brief interval, he could execute all the techniques he had mastered. Damn you, Xiangpa growled. Although Li Lin's strike lacked significant force, it was nonetheless deeply insulting. As a formidable god of destruction, it had been ages since he had been struck in such a manner. The sudden humiliation was difficult for him to bear. In an instant, his body lunged toward Li Lin. Li Lin regarded him coolly, activating the time flash again, and delivered a kick to Xiangpa's abdomen. This time, Xiangpa had not even had the chance to retaliate before he was sent reeling by Li Lin's blow. Vados and Beerus, witnessing this spectacle, shook their heads in disbelief. Sister, it seems Lord Xiangpa will soon be unable to hold on, Vados remarked with a faint smile. I am well aware of that, Vados replied, her tone devoid of any emotion. In truth, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Why could Vados find such talent in her universe while theirs remained barren? The time flash technique, so formidable, was learned with a mere glance, and this young man's strength was terrifying. Given time, would he not supplant the Grand Zeno? Of course. It was still premature to entertain such thoughts, as the Grand Zeno's power was astonishingly formidable. To replace him was still a fanciful dream. On the arena, the battle raged on, not so much a contest as it was a one-sided beating inflicted upon Xiangpa. After all, Li Lin's time flash left him utterly defenseless. Do not even speak of battle. Merely to lay a hand upon him would be considered a fortunate blessing. How infuriating. Is that the extent of your prowess? Xiangpa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His patience had worn thin. He once harbored a modicum of fear for Li Lin, but now, subjected to such mockery, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Indeed, Lord Xiangpa, I have but this one newly acquired technique. Employing other methods might place you in peril. Li Lin explained innocently. He had been exceedingly cautious during his assault, deliberately avoiding critical areas. Had he been permitted to unleash his full potential, the outcome would have been decided long ago. In the stands, both the spectators of Universe 7 and Universe 6 involuntarily flinched upon hearing Li Lin's words. While they sounded like concern, uttered in the presence of a god of destruction, they struck as somewhat audacious. Enough of this condescension. Xiangpa spat a mouthful of blood, speaking with fierce intensity. With that, destructive energy surged within him. If conventional methods could not vanquish this youth, then he would resort to annihilation. 2 orbs of violet energy coalesced in his hands. Li Lin furrowed his brow, observing Xiangpa's actions with an unperturbed demeanor. Since you disapprove, I shall forego my evasive techniques, Li Lin remarked coolly. Xiangpa chuckled coldly, believing Li Lin's words to be a manifestation of fear upon witnessing the destructive energy he unleashed. You have pushed me to this point. There will be a price to pay, and that price is death, he declared vehemently. The energy in his hands continued to grow, and the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Observers felt their very souls quiver at the sight. This power was terrifying, capable of reducing anything to mere dust upon contact. Chapter 125, Feudal. Bardos regarded the destructive energy in Xiangpa's hands with a slight frown. She glanced back at Whis, only to find him tranquil. Whis, will you not intervene? Bardos inquired. Destructive energy was no trifling matter. It could obliterate any substance in the universe. Even Li Lin, formidable as he was, could not withstand such force. Sister, do not be hasty. Li Lin is one of our universe's own. I am well aware of his limits, Whis replied calmly. It is merely destructive energy. Beerus has encountered it before. Bardos raised an eyebrow in surprise. Whis's confidence was unexpected. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the resilience to endure destructive energy? If that were the case, it would be utterly astonishing. Such power belonged to a god of destruction. If he could withstand it, then this individual's strength and innate talent would surely surpass that of a deity. In the stands, nearly everyone held their breath in anticipation. The oppressive force was overwhelming, and it was the first time they had witnessed the terrifying nature of destructive energy. Can Li Lin withstand it? Vegeta expressed his skepticism. While he unconditionally trusted Li Lin's strength, the current circumstances were markedly different. Their opponent had shamelessly resorted to using destructive energy. I don't know, perhaps he cannot. The power of a god of destruction seems to possess the ability to annihilate all existence in the universe, Goku remarked, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. After all, no matter how formidable Li Lin might be, he remained immortal. It seemed implausible that he could endure the onslaught of destructive energy. What should we do? Is Li Lin in danger? Krillin voiced his concerns anxiously. In contrast, Android 18 appeared entirely unfazed, her expression devoid of any worry. She had witnessed the clash between Li Lin and Beerus in the realm of the gods of destruction. At that time, Beerus's destructive energy had no effect on Li Lin whatsoever. Thus, she felt no apprehension regarding Kampa inflicting harm upon him. We should be here to ensure everything is all right, Goku said with a hint of trepidation. The expressions of the others gradually turned somber, as they had not witnessed the fierce battle between Li Lin and Beerus. Instinctively believing that Li Lin could not withstand the impact of destructive energy, Beerus observed the discussions among the crowd, feeling no need to clarify anything. He was aware that Li Lin would be fine, and any explanation might inadvertently reveal his own defeat. In the stands of Universe 6, Hit, severely injured, watched the unfolding scene with a sense of resignation. What a pity, he thought, such a formidable opponent is about to perish. He greatly admired Li Lin's insight. Throughout the years, Li Lin was the first to conquer him, and now it seemed this individual was on the verge of leaving this world. However, every situation harbors a glimmer of hope. If Li Lin could employ his instant transmission to evade this attack, he might yet survive. Sigh, such an extraordinary individual. I truly wish the angel would intervene, Gab lamented, witnessing such power for the first time and sincerely hoping for Li Lin's safety. Frost, on the other hand, displayed indifference, even a hint of excitement. Although he masqueraded as a philanthropist, his true nature was quite ruthless. Seeing the one who had previously defeated him on the brink of oblivion brought him a sense of joy. In the arena, Li Lin gazed at the increasingly desperate Kampa, shaking his head in resignation. Lord Kampa, this is futile, he stated calmly. Kampa, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow tightly and retorted, what did you say? His energy continued to swell, the fluctuations in the space around them growing ever more violent, accompanied by waves of tremors. I mean, it is futile. Destructive energy cannot extinguish my existence, Li Lin reiterated with a sigh. Rather than resorting to such means, it would be far more honorable to engage in a fair fight. After all, one's own body is immune to this so-called destructive energy. Ha! Upon hearing Li Lin's words, Xiangpa erupted into a fit of laughter. Were it not for the purple energy sphere he was conjuring in his hand, he would have doubled over in merriment. Are you not a tad overly confident? You believe that destructive energy holds no effect on you? Who do you think you are? The Omni King? Xiangpa laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. It was his first encounter with such a foolish individual, audacious enough to utter such words. He even began to suspect that perhaps this lad had been frightened by the destructive energy, leading him to speak in such a manner. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom who had instilled such confidence in him. Then come and try, Li Lin replied nonchalantly. If they did not believe him, what could he do? He was indeed immune to destructive energy, having tested it years ago with Beerus. If you seek death, I shall oblige, Xiangpa declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. He had summoned the destructive energy merely to intimidate Li Lin. Otherwise, he would not have spent so long conjuring it. However, to his astonishment, he found that he had failed to frighten this boy. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The angel was nearby. If Whis did not wish to see their seventh universe lose a talent, he might intervene at a crucial moment. In that case, Xiangpa would still claim victory in this contest, albeit not significantly bolstering his pride, but preserving some semblance of dignity. Swish. With that thought, Xiangpa released the two energy spheres from his grasp, casting a discreet glance towards Whis in the audience. Yet, seeing Whis with a serene smile and no intention of intervening, a flicker of surprise coursed through him. Could it be that Whis did not care about the boy's fate? With urgency, he turned his gaze back to Li Lin, only to find him standing still, not moving an inch. Well then, you may as well perish, Xiangpa mused, bewildered by the lack of reaction from the two. However, he was certain that being struck by destructive energy would mean certain doom for anyone. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The purple energy spheres struck Li Lin's body, but at the moment of contact, they transformed into purple light particles, dissipating into the air. Li Lin merely waved his hand dismissively, scattering the remnants of light. How is this possible? Xiangpa's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief as he stared at the astonishing spectacle before him. His mind reeled in shock. This was destructive energy. How could it dissipate as though it were a mere jest? Slap. He even struck his own chubby face to confirm that this was not an illusion. Chapter 126, The Conclusion of the Great Battle. In the stands, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. How could destructive energy have no effect whatsoever? Simply dispersing upon contact with Li Lin? Lord Beerus, what is the meaning of this? Goku's eyes were filled with shock. Beerus casually remarked that he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Perhaps it was due to Li Lin's unique constitution, which seemed to grant him immunity to destructive energy. He explained with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their astonishment, wondering why they did not possess such an extraordinary trait. How could this be possible? He could scarcely believe his own eyes. After all, this was the god of destruction, the sovereign of the universe. The destructive energy unleashed was astonishingly thwarted by an ordinary human. Gab felt as if he were suffocating, utterly bewildered by this revelation, which transcended his understanding. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Beerus was taken aback. Goodness, the destructive energy had proven utterly ineffective. This lad was indeed an anomaly. Whis, just who is this individual? Beerus could no longer restrain his curiosity and turned to Whis for answers. In response, Whis smiled lightly and said, according to my investigations, he appears to be a mere earthling. An earthling? Beerus furrowed his brow. Are the talents of earthlings this formidable? Was an Earth deemed a low-level planet? Whis seemed to sense his sister's doubts and continued, perhaps he is a rather unique earthling. After all, with so many beings in the universe, encountering one or two exceptional individuals is not entirely uncommon. Hearing Whis's explanation, Beerus shook his head internally. This seemed rather extraordinary, considering that he could withstand even the god of destruction's energy. In the arena, Li Lin regarded the astonished Kampa with a calm demeanor. Lord Kampa, do you wish to continue testing your strength? Kampa, snapped out of his daze, quickly shook his head to assure himself that he was not dreaming. What on earth was happening? He could not comprehend how his destructive energy had been so effortlessly neutralized. Simultaneously, he wondered if this young man might be a significant figure from the divine realm or if the Omni King was merely playing a prank on him. Lord Kampa, don't just stand there. If you do not make a move, I shall take action, Li Lin stated coolly. You've had your turn, now it's mine. Without allowing Kampa a moment to respond, he instantly appeared before him. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Kampa's face. Kampa, still momentarily stunned, was taken aback by Li Lin's sudden assault and quickly raised his hands to defend himself. The two energies collided with tremendous force, causing the entire arena to begin collapsing. Waves of shockwaves radiated outward from their epicenter, destabilizing the very platform upon which the spectators stood. Goodness, this commotion is quite significant, Krillin exclaimed, witnessing the tempest unleashed by such a high-level confrontation for the first time. He struggled to maintain his balance. While some of the weaker individuals had already fallen to the ground, Kampa, in the arena, fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, his violet aura flaring dramatically. Damn it! How can he be this strong? Kampa gritted his teeth, uttering in disbelief. He has finally come to understand why Li Lin possesses the power to shake the heavens. At this level of strength, if amplified tenfold, he could indeed contend with an angel. It seems that Beerus has never deceived me. It was my own misguided assumptions that led to this misunderstanding. Bang! Li Lin struck again with a powerful punch. Kampa's expression began to change dramatically, and a trickle of blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth. This is not good. Lord Kampa is in danger. Upon witnessing this scene, Beerus felt that the battle could not continue in this manner. Observing the blood at the corner of Kampa's mouth, Li Lin instinctively eased his force and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, positioning himself in a corner of the arena. Kampa felt the immense pressure dissipate instantaneously. The heaviness in his chest began to fade away. He exhaled deeply, his legs trembling. Below the arena, Beerus, having seen this unfold, gradually let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze towards Li Lin softened considerably. It appears this young man understands the importance of knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Such individuals are indeed rare these days. Lord Kampa, do you wish to continue? Li Lin asked with a faint smile. He could easily end Kampa's life if he desired, yet he had no intention of doing so. After all, Kampa was a god of destruction, a deity from the divine realm. Killing him could lead to complications. Moreover, he recalled that the Omni King was likely observing from a corner at this very moment. If he continued to strike, Beerus would certainly intervene, and it was likely that the Omni King would disapprove as well. Upon hearing this, Kampa shook his head with a bitter smile. His once illustrious reputation was tarnished today. I concede, he managed to utter with great difficulty. Throughout history, he would likely be remembered as the first god of destruction to be defeated by a human. Such news would surely invite ridicule, and the universe would be abuzz with the implications. Yet, at this moment, he understood that it was not the time to be proud. Defeat is defeat. Regardless of the resentment he felt, it was entirely of his own making. As expected, upon Kampa's admission of defeat, gasps erupted simultaneously from the stands of the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Especially among the gods of destruction from both universes, they gazed at Li Lin in disbelief, as well as at the despondent Kampa seated on the ground. This was a god of destruction, an invincible entity in the cosmos, now conceding to a mere human. Moreover, the most delighted among them was undoubtedly the god of destruction from the 7th universe. As expected of Li Lin, truly remarkable. He is indeed a prodigy from our 7th universe. The god of destruction exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Li Lin belonged to their 7th universe, and as the god of destruction, he would have ample material for boasting when next meeting with the gods of destruction from other universes. Beerus looked at him with disdain. This lad probably only has this much potential. Li Lin defeating Kampa has little to do with him. Elated as if one had just consumed 2 hot pies, Beerus exclaimed. Splendid work, Li Lin. Truly impressive. Unable to contain his joy after having looked down upon Kampa, he hastily descended from the stands, making his way towards Li Lin. As he approached, he deliberately slowed his pace, relishing the sight of Kampa's current despondency. Chapter 127, The King of All. With a resounding clap, Beerus arrived before Li Lin, giving a hearty pat on his shoulder. Well done, Li Lin. Today, he had finally vented his frustrations. He was determined to embellish the day's events when recounting them to the other universes, ensuring that the gods of destruction from afar would recognize the formidable talents nurtured in Universe 7, capable of challenging any divine being across the cosmos. A hearty laugh escaped him, brimming with pride. Kampa, his head bowed in despair, listened to Beerus's unabashed mirth and felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. However, as the defeated party, having suffered 2 consecutive losses, he found himself devoid of any authority to boast. In the stands of Universe 6, Kappa stared at the vanquished Kampa in disbelief, muttering, Lord Kampa, have you truly lost? Hit responded unexpectedly, acknowledging the situation. He prided himself as the premier assassin of Universe 6, and even beyond its borders, few could rival him. Yet today he had encountered someone extraordinary, one who left him feeling utterly powerless. Li Lin had risen to such heights that he now looked down upon the world, while Hit could only watch as the gap between them widened. What an eye-opener, Frost remarked, his lips curling in a smirk. He had never anticipated that the god of destruction, who often flaunted his might before him, would so easily succumb, resembling a stray dog in defeat. He found himself fantasizing about whether he could usurp the current god of destruction, for reigning supreme was far more exhilarating than living under the yoke of another. Below the stands, Beerus continued to revel in his laughter, oblivious to the feelings of those around him. Lord Beerus, perhaps it's time to temper your exuberance, was suggested, stepping forward with a hint of exasperation. While he understood Beerus's elation, there was no need for such unrestrained mirth. Whis, do not concern yourself with me. I have been a god of destruction all my life. What harm is there in a few laughs? Beerus was completely unfazed, his jubilant laughter echoing across the nameless star. Whis shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Li Lin observed his surroundings with an expression of calm anticipation. If all went as expected, the king of all would soon make his entrance. Indeed, the very next moment, a beam of colorful light streaked across the sky, and three figures materialized at the center of the arena, with two tall, slender beings flanking either side. In the center stood an adorable creature, small in stature, yet exuding an aura of profound wisdom. As if summoned by the very mention of his name, the Omni King had indeed arrived. Li Lin raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating this unexpected visit. Whis and Beerus immediately recognized the presence of the Omni King. Lord Beerus, please refrain from laughing. The Omni King is here. Whis gently nudged Beerus, whispering, Haha, the Omni King, do not jest with me. I am quite pleased at the moment. Beerus dismissively waved his hand, shaking his head. The Omni King's wise gaze swept across the assembled crowd. Hearing Beerus's hearty laughter, he calmly remarked, Beerus, it seems you are in high spirits today. A voice thundered in Beerus's ear, causing his smile to vanish instantaneously, replaced by a visage of sheer terror. Turning towards the arena's center, he discovered the Omni King gazing at him with a benign expression. Oh, Omni King. A cold sweat broke out across Beerus's body as he hurriedly approached, executing a proper 90-degree bow. However, given the angle of his bow, it seemed more akin to a complete submission. Omni King, how may I serve you? Sweat cascaded down Beerus's forehead like large raindrops. His heart raced with anxiety, for this being was the sovereign of the 12 universes. A careless mistake in his service could lead to his abrupt annihilation. What? The Omni King, Kappa, standing at the edge of the arena, was jolted from his reverie and hastily turned to witness the unfolding scene. His eyes fell upon the Omni King's diminutive figure, flanked by two tall, slender attendants. And directly in front of him stood a visibly anxious Beerus. Kappa, shaking off his previous despondency, rushed forward, mirroring Beerus's bow with a deep 90-degree inclination. Omni King, forgive my inadequate welcome, Kappa said, his voice tinged with anxiety. The Omni King was a rare sight. Encounters with him typically heralded significant events. Kappa recalled the last time the Omni King had played hide-and-seek with the 12 gods of destruction. Beerus had returned to slumber, resulting in the Omni King's futile search for him, which nearly led to the destruction of all 12 universes. Fortunately, the other gods of destruction had intervened, along with the encouragement of the angels, sparing them from dire consequences. This incident had tarnished Beerus's reputation among the gods of destruction. At this moment, the two angels, Whis and Beerus, approached the two gods of destruction, nodding respectfully towards the Omni King. Omni King, how have you been of late? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. Yes. The Omni King responded in a somewhat high-pitched voice. It is indeed rare to see you out and about, Omni King. Beerus added with a hint of reverence. Yes. The Omni King replied again. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, unable to contain himself, dashed down from the stands, kneeling before the Omni King with utmost reverence, uttering not a word. A sense of intrigue washed over Li Lin as he surveyed the assembly before him. It became abundantly clear that the hierarchy among the gods was quite distinct. The King of All held an equal standing with the gods of destruction. However, upon encountering the King of All, they were required to prostrate themselves in reverence, while the gods of destruction merely bowed. Although angels were said to serve the gods of destruction, they were not obliged to perform any formalities in the presence of the King of All. A slight nod and a few courteous words sufficed for acknowledgement. Your Excellency, what brings you here today? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. It was well known that the King of All rarely left his divine sanctuary. Unless affairs of great importance arose, he would not make an appearance. Typically, such matters were delegated to the high priest. Oh, I merely wish to take a stroll. The King of All replied with a smile. He then turned his gaze toward the two gods of destruction, stating, the match you hosted today was truly remarkable. I witnessed it all. Beerus and Kampa were taken aback, astonished that the King of All had been observing their contest. Kampa felt a surge of anxiety at this revelation. Did this mean that the king had seen him being defeated? Would he, in a fit of rage, strip him of his position for losing to a mere human? Chapter 128. Are you interested in the position of God of Destruction? However, the King of All seemed unconcerned with such matters. He continued to smile as he addressed them. Though your competition was splendid, do not forget your primary responsibilities. A shiver ran down the spines of Beerus and Kampa. Their duty was to eradicate the unnecessary planets within the universe, with the King of All acting as their superior. His inquiries about their work put them in a rather compromising position, especially since both had mastered the art of slacking off during their duties. "Oh, Your Excellency. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have known where to begin," Beerus lamented. Master Beerus spends most days asleep and rarely attends to his duties. The number of planets accumulated for destruction has grown alarmingly high. Whis sighed, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt his spirits plummet. He cursed Whis internally. At such a critical juncture, instead of defending him, Whis had chosen to exacerbate his predicament. "Your Excellency, Compa does not sleep much at all. However, his love for food is insatiable. At this rate, he will become unrecognizably corpulent," Beerus remarked with feigned sorrow. They had finally caught the attention of the king of all, and thus felt compelled to air the grievances regarding the gods of destruction. Compa, hearing this, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The pressure he was under was already overwhelming, and now, with Beerus's words, he was even more flustered. "Oh, is that so?" the king of all said, observing the two before him. "Perhaps we should consider replacing the two of you." "Ah!" Both Beerus and Compa exclaimed in unison, their heads snapping up in alarm. Their positions were not to be trifled with. Should a change in the gods of destruction occur, it would lead only to their demise. For a universe may not harbor two gods of destruction simultaneously. The words of the Omni King undoubtedly conveyed to them a chilling message: you may as well perish. How could they not be filled with terror? The Omni King observed the expressions of the two individuals, chuckling amiably, "Just teasing you." A sigh of relief escaped their lips upon hearing those words. With a beaming smile, the Omni King regarded them, and suddenly, an unusual gleam sparkled in his eyes. "I found your match quite intriguing. How about we invite the other 12 universes for a competition next time? What do you think?" he inquired with a grin. Beerus and Compa exchanged subtle glances, aware of the gravity of the situation. They dared not speak recklessly, as the prospect of a competition encompassing the entire universe was no trivial matter. Originally, there had been 15 universes, but after one particular match, 3 had been obliterated by the Omni King. Now, with another competition on the horizon, they were hesitant to voice any suggestions, fully aware of the dire consequences that accompanied the Omni King's endeavors. Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing looks, seemingly privy to information beyond the others. After all, having a powerful father figure often meant being the first to know crucial details. "Ah, never mind. It's likely futile to ask you," the Omni King remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he noted their silence. His gaze then shifted to a corner of the arena where Li Lin stood, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Lin sensed the Omni King's attention upon him, and a wave of unease washed over him. He had no desire to become the center of attention, for his strength allowed him to tower over most. Yet, in the presence of the Omni King, he felt a sense of humility, acutely aware that with a mere wave of his hand, the entire universe could be undone, rendering his own power seemingly insignificant. "That lad over there, Li Lin, correct? What are your thoughts on my earlier remarks?" the Omni King inquired, pointing at him with a casual smile. The situation had escalated. The Omni King had personally singled him out, leaving Li Lin with no option to evade the spotlight. All eyes in the arena converged upon him once more. Whis and Beerus turned to face him, while Beerus gestured for him to step forward and respond. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Lin acknowledged the situation. The dim-witted memory of the Omni King was surprisingly sharp. He knew his name well. Reluctantly, he approached. However, as he took a step forward, the two guards beside the Omni King suddenly dove underground, only to re-emerge moments later, positioning themselves in front of Li Lin. Furrowing his brow, Li Lin regarded the two guards. "You two, stand down," the Omni King commanded casually. The guards, without uttering a word, swiftly retreated to the sides like doors opening in an elevator. The Omni King curiously scrutinized Li Lin, his diminutive form suddenly taking flight. He zipped around Li Lin, seemingly intent on observing him from every angle. "You are quite impressive, having even bested Compa," the Omni King remarked, slowly descending before Li Lin with a gentle smile. Li Lin nodded slightly, feeling a sense of luck. He understood the principle that excessive speech often leads to misfortune, and thus refrained from elaborating further. "What is your opinion on my recent proposal?" the Grand Minister inquired with a smile, believing his idea to be exceedingly intriguing, perfectly aligning with his forthcoming plans. The true essence of hosting this competition was not his primary goal. Rather, he aimed to eliminate the weaker universes amidst the overwhelming number of them. However, he found himself at an impasse, as it was challenging to decide which universe to eradicate, for each was equally worthy. If a selection could be made through the competition, it would be ideal. "Well, I have no objections. If the Grand Minister finds it interesting, then let us proceed with the trial," Li Lin replied nonchalantly. He understood that this competition was likely to be the later tournament of power, primarily designed to identify the weaker universes for elimination, ultimately leaving only the mightiest. Naturally, not all universes were required to participate. A few higher-tier universes were granted exemptions from the competition. If memory served him correctly, 8 universes would compete, each selecting 10 participants, culminating in a grand melee of 80 warriors. The Grand Minister, upon hearing Li Lin's response, felt immensely satisfied as it aligned perfectly with his desires. Then it is settled. I shall contemplate the date and rules of the competition upon my return, he declared with a smile. Suddenly, he inquired, by the way, Li Lin, are you interested in the position of Destroyer God? If possible, I would like to appoint you as the Destroyer God of the 7th universe, succeeding Beerus. At these words, Beerus felt a jolt within him. The scene from his dream had materialized, and he swallowed nervously while watching Li Lin intently. His heart filled with hope that his prophetic dream would not prove erroneous. He wished for Li Lin to respond as he had in his vision. Chapter 129. Gathering the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Upon hearing this, Kampa's expression first registered shock, quickly transforming into a smirk of schadenfreude. He recalled Beerus's earlier display of pride and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Was this not a case of joy turning to sorrow? No, Grand Minister. I am quite accustomed to my freedom and shall not consider the position of Destroyer God, Li Lin said matter-of-factly. He arrived at his conclusion almost instantaneously. To become a Destroyer God meant submitting to the Grand Minister's authority, with one's life and death resting in another's hands. With a family to protect, he would not allow such a fate to befall him. Oh, what a pity, the Grand Minister remarked, shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, Beerus silently exhaled with relief. He had not particularly desired the role, but the emergence of a new Destroyer God would necessitate his own disappearance. He had yet to savor enough of life, and was unwilling to exit the stage of history just yet. Kampa, upon hearing Li Lin's response, wore an expression of regret even more profound than that of the Grand Minister. However, the power of decision lies in the hands of others, leaving little room for one's own voice. Very well, let it be as such. I have no further matters to address. When the tournament is to be held, I shall inform you all. With that, the Omni King cast a final, profound glance at Li Lin. We bid you farewell, Omni King. Both Beerus and Kampa bowed in unison. Whis and Vados offered subtle nods in agreement. The deities of the universe had remained prostrated on the ground from the beginning, their heads never lifting. The Omni King nodded slightly, and each of his guards grasped one of his hands. In an instant, their forms transformed into a vibrant streak of light, vanishing before the eyes of the assembly. As the Omni King departed, audible sighs of relief echoed throughout the crowd, indicating the immense pressure they had been under had finally been alleviated. Beerus and Kampa gradually lifted their heads, while the Kaioshians also rose from their kneeling position. Vados, we shall take our leave. Kampa addressed his companion. He had initially intended to utter some harsh words, suggesting that this tournament was merely a warm-up, and that when the Omni King hosted the grand tournament, he would reclaim today's dignity. However, upon observing the calm demeanor of Li Lin beside him, he swallowed his words. Goodness, with this individual present, the other universes stand no chance of victory. Take care, no need to see me off. Beerus remarked with a grin directed at Kampa. Despite the recent tumult surrounding the Omni King's appearance, it did not deter him from being audacious in Kampa's presence. Humph. Kampa scoffed in response. Vados shook her head in resignation before waving her hand. Their figures vanished, reappearing in the stands of Universe 6. With another motion, all beings from Universe 6 simultaneously disappeared from the planet. Once the inhabitants of Universe 6 had departed, those from Universe 7 descended upon the arena, clamoring to inquire about the recent events. Whis elucidated the existence of the Omni King and briefly mentioned the forthcoming grand tournament to be held across the universes. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta's faces lit up with excitement, clearly eager for further challenges. They had not anticipated that they would soon have the opportunity to participate in a grand cosmic competition. Well then, since the match has concluded, let us depart. Beerus instructed Whis with a casual tone. In the next moment, Whis tapped the ground with his staff. They were once again enveloped by a translucent, colossal structure, which ascended rapidly, leaving behind the crimson-hued planet. As they gazed at the enormous Dragon Balls surrounding the nameless star, Goku scratched his head in curiosity. Lord Beerus, there are only 6 Super Dragon Balls here. The Dragon Balls must be gathered in 7s to be effective, and with only 6, acquiring them would be of no use. Beerus smiled nonchalantly. Whis directed his staff towards the nameless star, from the tip of which a cerulean energy wave surged forth. In an instant, the surface of the nameless star began to crack with immense fissures. Golden rays of light surged upward from the fissures, causing the entire planet to splinter into fragments. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the breathtaking spectacle before them. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed as the nameless star erupted into chaos. The surrounding debris was instantly transformed into dust, swirling through the vast expanse of space. Before them materialized a colossal Dragon Ball. Astonished, Vegeta exclaimed. It turns out that this nameless star is, in fact, the final Dragon Ball. Little did they know, the very arena where they had just battled was situated upon this Dragon Ball. Thanks to the immense size of the Super Dragon Ball, which resembled a planet, they found themselves in this extraordinary predicament. So, how should we make our wish? Bulma inquired with curiosity. On Earth, upon locating a Dragon Ball, one merely needed to proclaim, "Come forth, Shenron, to summon the dragon and fulfill a wish." However, on planet Namek, the invocation required the local language. Now, what incantation was necessary to summon the dragon from this Super Dragon Ball? "It should require the divine tongue," Beerus remarked nonchalantly. "Should?" Bulma questioned, puzzled. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at her and replied with an expressionless demeanor, "This is my first time making a wish. I certainly lack experience." After uttering this, he briefly instructed Whis. Whis then approached the enormous Dragon Ball, murmuring an incomprehensible chant in a series of arcane languages. Suddenly, the Dragon Balls exhibited a peculiar phenomenon. The 7 orbs began to shimmer, illuminating the entire area with a radiant glow. The Super Dragon Ball commenced its rotation, and a blinding beam of light surged forth. The brilliance was so intense that it momentarily blinded the onlookers, and in an instant, a magnificent golden dragon materialized. The surrounding cosmic rivers began to sway as it devoured countless celestial bodies in its wake. The spectators were left in sheer awe, for the dragon's size was truly colossal, rivaling that of an extensive galaxy. The dragon inhaled deeply, and the crowd found themselves drawn into its maw. A realm of darkness unfolded before them, the interior of the dragon resembling an entirely different dimension. Eventually, they seemed to arrive at a conclusion, halting their journey. A diminutive golden dragon, reduced to countless times smaller, appeared before them. "This is the core of the Super Shenron. Lord Beerus, you may now articulate your wish," was stated calmly. Beerus furrowed his brow, contemplating slowly. The victory in this match was primarily attributed to Li Lin's prowess. He turned to Li Lin and asked, "Do you have a wish that needs to be fulfilled? You are the primary contributor to our success." Li Lin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Beerus would bestow this honor upon him. All eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity about what wish such a formidable individual as Li Lin would choose to make. Chapter 130, What wish will it be? The dragon possessed immense power, capable of restoring a universe that had been obliterated by the Omni King. However, Li Lin himself harbored no particular desires to fulfill. Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment before stepping closer to Beerus and whispering softly in his ear. Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at him incredulously. "You certainly have audacious thoughts," he remarked. The onlookers, witnessing Beerus's reaction, began to murmur among themselves. What wish had Li Lin made that could elicit such surprise from Beerus? Moreover, it was shrouded in such mystery, whispered in secrecy. Could this wish truly be fulfilled? Li Lin looked at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Beerus furrowed his brow, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. "Do not entertain such thoughts. It is unattainable. Choose another wish." Li Lin seemed to have anticipated this response and felt no regret. He merely shrugged his shoulders, saying, "If that is the case, then I have no wish left." Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the young man, Beerus let out a slight sigh. If this wish were feasible, the gods of destruction would have long since utilized the super dragon to bring it to fruition. Seeing that Li Lin had no further wishes, he ceased to press the matter. Slowly, he parted his lips and began to recite some incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, the dragon shimmered with golden light, its 2 crimson eyes radiating an intense brilliance. In a flash, the crowd began to retreat hastily. Before long, they found themselves outside the confines of the super dragon. The colossal dragon coiled in the vastness of space, and then, with a burst of golden brilliance, transformed into countless twinkling stars. The planets consumed by it also dispersed in that moment, akin to a miniature cosmic explosion. 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, converged and then scattered in all directions throughout the universe. Soon, this expanse of cosmos returned to its previous state of darkness. "Lord Beerus, what wish did you make?" Goku inquired with curiosity. The others were equally intrigued. They did not comprehend the language of the gods, and thus were unaware of Beerus's wish. It's a secret," Beerus replied with a grin. Li Lin cast a brief glance at him. If his assumptions were correct, this fellow's wish would likely mirror that from the original tale, reviving the Earth of the 6th universe. Despite their mutual animosity, both he and Kampa possessed a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. They would indeed lend a hand if possible. Of course, it was also plausible that at his level, he had truly run out of desires, opting instead to perform a good deed without ulterior motives. Seeing Beerus's reticence, the crowd relented. "What was the wish Li Lin just mentioned? You seemed quite surprised," Vegeta pressed on. Beerus's wish held little interest for him. What captivated him was the nature of the wish from someone as formidable as Li Lin. Beerus hesitated slightly. The eyes of the crowd glimmered with anticipation. They genuinely wished to know. "You should inquire with him directly," Beerus finally said after careful consideration. It was not that he intended to be cryptic, but rather, he was wary of openly disclosing the wish. Should it reach the ears of others, it might have repercussions for him. A sense of disappointment washed over the crowd. Yet their curiosity intensified. What extraordinary wish could be so formidable that even Beerus dared not utter it? Sun Wukong, with alacrity, approached Li Lin, grasping his garment and inquiring fervently. "Do not ask," Li Lin replied with an air of indifference. It is a wish that cannot be realized. And voicing it serves no purpose. Even if you were to inquire, I would remain silent. His demeanor exuded calmness, and he chose not to disclose his own aspirations. The spectators, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. What could this wish possibly be? Their anticipation tightened like a vice. However, since Li Lin was unwilling to divulge, they lacked the capacity to compel him to do so. On the other side of the universe, the swift flight of Bardos and Kampa suddenly came to a halt amidst the vastness of space. What is it, Bardos? Kampa inquired, his voice tinged with melancholy. The events of the day had profoundly affected him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Lord Kampa, please take a look at this, Bardos replied, lifting her scepter. At the apex of the staff, a crystalline orb revealed the image of the sixth universe's solar system. Suddenly, a desolate, ochre-hued planet transformed into a vibrant oasis of life. The entire sphere was enveloped in azure, signs of vitality emerging. Is this Earth? Kampa questioned uncertainly. Indeed, Bardos affirmed with a nod. This planet was their Earth from the sixth universe, now reborn, teeming with new life. Did Beerus do this? Kampa mused, a faint smile breaking across his face. In the seventh universe, the group had returned to Earth. After enjoying a sumptuous feast, Whis and Beerus prepared to depart. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having spent an extended period away from their home, felt a yearning for their families and resolved to stay on Earth for a while. Li Lin, accompanied by Android 18 and his daughter, also took his leave. In the realm of destruction, Lord Beerus, what exactly was the wish that Li Lin shared with you? Whis inquired eagerly upon arriving, his curiosity piqued. Although he had refrained from expressing it amidst the crowd, he was now eager to learn. Beerus, seeing Whis was no stranger, decided to be candid. Li Lin desires the ability to erase all existence, akin to the Omni King, Beerus said languidly. This wish was indeed surprising. Whis stood momentarily stunned, processing the revelation. After a considerable pause, he remarked, such audacity. Li Lin is truly bold in his aspirations. If such a thing were feasible, we, as destroyers, would have done so long ago. Beerus replied nonchalantly, indeed. Oh, Whis raised an eyebrow playfully, adding, it seems, Lord Beerus, that you harbor aspirations to usurp the Omni King's position. Hush, be silent. Beerus quickly retorted, glancing around cautiously. Such words could not be spoken lightly. They carried the weight of potential peril. The Omni King is akin to a boss, while the gods of destruction serve as his employees. If a boss were to overhear that one of his subordinates aspired to usurp him, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Such thoughts are best kept secret, given their profound fear of the Omni King. Chapter 131, A Stir Amongst All. On Earth, an era of long-awaited tranquility has arrived. Sun Wukong and Vegeta frequently visit the realm of the gods of destruction for training. During this time, they encountered an extraterrestrial crisis, which they resolved with ease. Meanwhile, Li Lin remains at home, engaged in solitary cultivation. At his level of strength, finding a worthy opponent has become increasingly difficult. Though Whis serves as a commendable sparring partner, he is often preoccupied with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, leaving Li Lin with little opportunity to battle him. Consequently, his progress has stagnated. Despite his solitary training yielding marginal improvements, the advancements are minimal, causing him considerable frustration. While tranquility reigns on Earth, the cosmos reverberates with excitement. News of Li Lin's victory over Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, spreads like wildfire. The various universes express their astonishment. Have you heard? Kampa of Universe 6 was utterly defeated by a mere human. I knew it all along. It is said that Kampa now remains in the realm of the gods of destruction, too afraid to show his face. Is that true? He is a god of destruction. Surely it cannot be mere gossip. Gossip? If it were, Kampa would have emerged to refute it. Ultimately, he lost. These rumors begin to circulate across the universes. From 10 to 100, the tale proliferates, and more individuals become aware of this occurrence. In no time, the cosmos is abuzz with stories of Li Lin. Those with even a modicum of strength recognize the renown of Li Lin from Universe 7. His name and reputation reach unprecedented heights. Eventually, these rumors find their way to the ears of the gods of destruction across the universes. Upon verification, it becomes clear that these are not mere fabrications, but rather factual events. Universe 11. Fascinating. He managed to defeat Kampa. This Li Lin is quite remarkable, muses the god of destruction, Vermaud, seated upon a rock. His head bowed in contemplation. His visage, reminiscent of a jester, evokes a sense of terror. Universe 4. The god of destruction Katra casually obliterates a planet. As he witnesses the vibrant fireworks before him, his expression darkens considerably. Kampa is utterly useless, unable to best a mere human. He scoffs disdainfully. Historically, he and Beerus have never seen eye to eye, their relationship marked by animosity. The sudden emergence of such a formidable individual in their universe demands his attention. Universe 10. In the realm of the gods of destruction, a figure with a pink complexion, elongated nose, and large ears emerges. This is the god of destruction, Ramshur of Universe 10. How can such individuals exist in this world? Ramsey exclaimed in astonishment, wrinkling his nose. Although Zampa's strength is not the highest among the destroyers, those who attain the title of destroyer generally possess similar power. The fact that someone could defeat him implies that this individual named Li Lin poses a threat to most destroyers. Discussions about Li Lin erupted across various universes. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have remained indifferent to such matters. However, they not only received news of Li Lin's victory over Zampa, but also learned that the Omni King intends to host a universal tournament. With a being as formidable as Li Lin, what chance do they have? They might as well crown Universe 7 as the champion outright. As I understand it, this tournament will not be so straightforward, remarked the angel of Universe 11, Margarita. This female angel, adorned with twin ponytails, possessed an exceptionally charming visage. When has any tournament hosted by the Omni King been simple? Waymeda replied slowly. If the competition were to proceed as it usually does, Universe 11 would surely rank among the top. Yet, the sudden emergence of Li Lin necessitates a reassessment. What is your perspective on Li Lin? Waymeda continued. Margarita narrowed her eyes and nodded slowly, acknowledging that the rumors surrounding this individual are likely not baseless. Possessing the power to defeat a destroyer, this contender would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic consequences upon the other universes. The arrival of such a being is indeed of a different caliber. Should he participate, the other universes should abandon any hopes of claiming first place. I ask you how we should address this matter? Waymeda inquired, frowning. He did not believe that Jiren or Topo from his universe could contend with this individual. While both possess powers that nearly rival those of a destroyer, proximity does not equate to surpassing it. Unless they reach that level, a significant gap remains in their abilities. I too find myself without a solution. However, since the date of the tournament has yet to be determined, we could present this situation to the Omni King, Margarita suggested. Ultimately, this tournament is orchestrated by the Omni King, and addressing this issue with him would be the most prudent course of action. Waymeda nodded slowly. Given the circumstances, this is the only option left. Other universes share similar sentiments with Margarita. They believe hosting the tournament poses no issue, yet Li Lin must be disqualified. Should he participate, the other universes would stand no chance. Who knows what consequences they would face for losing? Regardless of the outcome, it would be beyond their capacity to endure. On Earth, Li Lin remained oblivious to the rumors circulating in the cosmos. His sole focus was on his cultivation. Though his strength had reached formidable heights after encountering the Omni King, he suddenly felt an intangible pressure weighing upon him. He yearned to become stronger, to dominate the entire universe. As he pondered ways to enhance his powers, a familiar yet faint aura suddenly manifested on Earth. This energy was something Li Lin felt deeply, even with his eyes closed. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Though weak, it was undeniably familiar. Trunks. Li Lin opened his eyes and uttered a name. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that this juncture coincided with the saga of Black Goku. In his recollection, Black Goku wreaked havoc in the future, possessing formidable strength. Most notably, he was endowed with immortality, seemingly growing stronger with each blow he endured. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Lin. Given Black Goku's incredible prowess, could he serve as a training partner? After a brief reflection, he shook his head slightly. He deemed the plan too precarious. After all, Black Goku was the embodiment of a deranged Zamasu. This individual was a lunatic and immortal, a force he could not control. At that moment, two more auras emerged on Earth. Goku and Vegeta, having trained in the God of Destruction realm, had also arrived. Chapter 132, Future Trunks. Following the sensed energy, Li Lin immediately utilized instant transmission, arriving directly at the Capsule Corporation. Whis and Beerus, accompanied by Goku and Vegeta, had already reached the location. Li Lin, you've arrived. Whis greeted with a gentle smile. Indeed, Li Lin nodded calmly. Upon noticing his arrival, the others turned their attention back to Trunks, who lay on a bed, his clothing tattered and his face marred by scars from battle. His aura was faint, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Seeing his future son in such disarray, Vegeta felt a pang of sorrow. He quickly retrieved a Senza bean from his possession and placed it in Trunks' mouth. As the bean took effect, Trunks' energy surged back to life, and his tightly shut eyes began to flutter open. Are you all right, Trunks? Goku inquired, leaning closer with concern. Upon seeing Goku's face, Trunks' pupils trembled. Suddenly, he sprang up and, without a word, threw a punch. Goku swiftly sidestepped and grasped Trunks' arm. The onlookers, except for Li Lin, were left bewildered. What had transpired? Why was Trunks attacking Goku? His expression was fierce, as if intent on eliminating the person before him. Goku, equally perplexed, wondered why he was being targeted despite having done nothing. Trunks. Vegeta called out in a deep voice. However, Trunks' eyes were filled with hatred, rendering him deaf to the voices around him. At that moment, Bulma approached from behind and slapped the back of his head. What do you think you're doing, you brat? We rescued you, not to have you go insane. Bulma spoke without mincing her words. She was fully aware that this individual was her future son, thus she showed no leniency. At that moment, Trunks finally came to his senses. The anger and hatred in his eyes dissipated. Observing the bewildered expression on Goku's face, he hastily offered an apology. I'm sorry, Uncle Goku. I thought I was still in my own timeline. Haha, it's all right, Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head innocently. Trunks, looking at the amiable Goku, deeply bowed in respect, conveying his remorse. Now, tell me, Trunks, have you encountered some trouble on this visit? Bulma inquired softly from behind him. If there were no issues at hand, Trunks would not have arrived here. It was evident that some significant trouble had arisen in the future, prompting his journey. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Trunks swiftly turned around, tears beginning to well in his eyes, and he collapsed into Bulma's embrace. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that Trunks was indeed facing a grave predicament. Otherwise, his emotions would not have surged so suddenly. However, they chose not to press for answers just yet, allowing him some time to regain his composure. Li Lin, what is the situation with him? Beerus prodded Li Lin for clarification. Having been on Earth for quite some time, he seemed unfamiliar with Trunks. Oh, he is Trunks, the son of Bulma and Vegeta, who has come from the future, Li Lin explained with a gentle smile. Oh. Beerus raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Whis, who was similarly furrowing his brow, seemingly lost in thought. At this juncture, Trunks had presumably vented his emotions and regained his calm. He turned around and finally noticed Li Lin. Mr. Li Lin, you are here too. It's wonderful to see you again, Trunks exclaimed with delight. Li Lin held a significant place in his heart. The man who had shown brilliantly during the Cell Games was his invincible idol. It's been a while, Trunks, Li Lin replied with a smile. As more people gathered in the room, Piccolo and Krillin also arrived. Noticing the crowding, they decided to move outside to the plaza. There, Trunks' time machine was situated. Beerus glanced at the contraption and spoke first. So, this is the machine that allows you to traverse time, is it? Trunks blinked in surprise, as he did not recognize Beerus and Whis, thus unaware of their identities. Are you not aware that time travel is forbidden in this world? Beerus stated with a hint of severity. The group paused, clearly unaware of such a regulation. Manipulating time is illegal. Time must flow in one direction. Altering the past, even by plucking a flower, can change history. Such actions can lead to catastrophic consequences, even the destruction of planets. Thus, even deities strictly prohibit time travel. Whis observed the perplexity etched upon the faces of those present and began to elucidate, his expression remarkably solemn. These two individuals are Trunks, somewhat bewildered, listening to their words. It seems as though he has traversed through time and space, committing a grave error. His countenance grew increasingly tense. Bulma, with urgency, grasped his arm and explained. That being is the god of destruction, the most powerful deity in the universe. Ah, Trunks exclaimed, thoroughly astonished. In his future world, he had never encountered a god of destruction before. No wonder I sensed an otherworldly aura. The presence is extraordinary. He is indeed a deity. Trunks muttered in shock. Beerus, upon hearing Trunks' praise, felt quite flattered. He never anticipated that this young lad could articulate so well. However, the next moment left him utterly dumbfounded. Trunks rushed over and, with a thud, knelt before Whis, exclaiming, Esteemed deity, I apologize. I was unaware that traversing time was unlawful. Please forgive my ignorance. Beerus, wide-eyed, awkwardly pointed to himself, as if to say, Young man, you have mistaken your reverence. I am the god of destruction. Whis, feeling slightly embarrassed, gestured towards Beerus, saying, I am merely the servant of the god of destruction. That one over there is the true god. Bulma also approached and pointed at Beerus, saying, Silly child. This is the god of destruction. Realizing his blunder, Trunks quickly turned to Beerus, earnestly stating, Dearest deity, please forgive my lack of discernment. Pardon my transgressions. He bowed fervently, appearing exceedingly apprehensive in the presence of divinity. Beerus, feeling rather disheartened, pondered, Do I not resemble a god? How could he mistake Whis for the god of destruction? It seemed he needed to intimidate this young man, to impress upon him the sanctity of divine authority. However, before he could utter a word, Li Lin interjected, All right, Trunks. Lord Beerus 1T take offense. Perhaps you should share the troubles you faced in the future? Li Lin said with a gentle smile. After speaking, he exchanged a knowing smile with Beerus. Observing this, Beerus could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 133, The Emergence of Black Goku. The assembly was filled with curiosity regarding Trunks' future tribulations. After all, the most formidable androids threatening the future world should have been vanquished by now. Was it Majin Buu? Vegeta, as a concerned father, was the first to inquire. At that moment, Bulma had already entered Trunks' time machine, eager to inspect the results of her future research. The last time Trunks visited, she had taken the opportunity to thoroughly examine it. No, it is not Majin Buu, Trunks replied gravely. In the future, with the assistance of the Supreme Kai, he had preemptively eliminated Babidi and his cohorts, successfully preventing the emergence of Majin Buu. Oh, what could that be? Goku inquired curiously. If it wasn't Majin Buu, then the beleaguered Earth should not be in crisis. After all, They had not encountered any significant threats since the defeat of Majin Buu. Trunks gazed deeply at Goku and slowly began to explain. There is a person who looks exactly like Uncle Goku. Upon his arrival, he wreaked havoc upon the earth, claiming countless lives, including my mother. At this point, tears began to well in Trunks' eyes. He then bowed deeply to Goku. It was this very reason that I initially sought to confront you, Uncle Goku, Trunks said sorrowfully. Upon hearing that the future Bulma had been slain, Vegeta felt a surge of anger within him. You scoundrel! Did you flee here alone? He bellowed. As a proud scion, he had zero tolerance for cowardice in battle, and his ire was further fueled by the loss of Bulma. Lin listened to Trunks' recounting with a heavy heart, sighing at the burdens placed upon the future Trunks. He had to shoulder everything alone. I apologize, my abilities are simply insufficient to match that individual. Therefore, I wish to implore everyone to accompany me back to the future and eliminate him, Trunks said, his head bowed and voice barely above a whisper. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet still fell short of being a worthy opponent. Seeking help at this juncture was a last resort. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. However, he was noticeably intrigued by the prospect of confronting another version of Kakarot in the future. All right, let us go to the future and defeat another version of myself. Yet, it struck Goku as somewhat peculiar. But it sounds a bit strange, he said, scratching his head. He was intensely curious as to how a person could exist in the future who bore such an uncanny resemblance to him. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about the specifics. As long as he could fight, everything would be fine. By the way, Trunks, can we engage in battle to see just how strong that future adversary is? Goku inquired gently. Sure. Trunks nodded earnestly. He was not keen on entering a battle unprepared. The two ascended rapidly into the sky, with Trunks transforming into Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation. Observing Trunks' stance, Goku too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Instantly, the earth was swept by fierce winds, and the ground began to tremble violently. Oh dear, if these two continue like this, the earth will surely be destroyed, Whis remarked, shaking his head in resignation. With a gentle wave of his hand, a protective barrier enveloped them, bringing tranquility back to the world outside. The two commenced their battle. Thunderous roars echoing through the sky. Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, and astonishingly, Goku found himself momentarily on the defensive. Trunks released a Kamehameha wave, sending Goku crashing against the protective barrier. Who would have thought you'd improve so rapidly? Goku remarked with a faint smile. Trunks shook his head slightly. He felt that his current strength was still inadequate. In the future, someone of my caliber would be effortlessly overpowered by him. Trunks felt a twinge of disappointment at this moment. If Goku possessed such limited power, then venturing into the future together would hold little significance. Is it true? Goku murmured to himself. What if I do this? He whispered, and suddenly his aura surged, his hair beginning to grow wildly. His eyebrows vanished, signaling the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Is this sufficient? Goku inquired with a subtle smile. Trunks gazed at him, astonished that Goku had undergone yet another transformation. All right, I shall not hold back, Trunks replied confidently. He swiftly drew his sword from his back and swung it towards Goku. Without hesitation, Goku charged directly at the gleaming blade. In a mere moment, he caught Trunks' sword with a single fingertip. He then flicked Trunks aside and delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the ground, effortlessly defeating him. How does my current strength measure up? Goku asked, landing gracefully. Trunks slowly rose to his feet, recognizing that Goku had merely held back, inflicting only minor injuries. Trunks pondered Goku's words, then shook his head slowly. It still may not be enough. That person from the future possesses strength comparable to yours now, but he is peculiar. With each battle, his combat prowess increases. Initially, he was no match for me, yet as we fought, the gap between us widened significantly. Really? Goku exclaimed, surprised. How are we supposed to contend with that? If he grows stronger with every fight, it seems he has some sort of cheat. At that moment, Beerus and Whis lounged in their chairs, sipping juice and listening to the conversation. When they heard about the future adversary growing stronger, a flicker of interest crossed their minds. That sounds reminiscent of Lin, Beerus remarked to Whis. In his memory, Lin was the epitome of a fighter who grew more powerful with each encounter. Whis nodded slowly, acknowledging that, in this regard, there were indeed similarities to Lin. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. A massive rift tore through the fabric of space, and from it emerged a figure identical to Goku. The only distinction was the all-black attire he wore. Otherwise, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. The dark Goku surveyed the scene below, his gaze landing on the god of destruction, Beerus, the angel Whis, as well as Vegeta and Goku. He then glanced at Lin, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze lingering on Lin for an unusually long time. Chapter 134, The True and False Monkey King. Lin noticed the scrutiny directed at him and furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of this individual's true identity, but had not anticipated that he would take notice of him. Was it possible that their paths would intertwine in the future? The onlookers fixated on the black Goku that had suddenly appeared in the sky, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation. Lord Beerus, this individual possesses a time ring, Whis remarked softly while holding a glass of juice. Beerus lay lazily in his chair, showing little inclination to move. The time ring is solely owned by the Supreme Kai. Where could this fellow have acquired it? They were not particularly concerned about the unfolding events, for this individual hailed from the future and would not significantly impact their world. Even if any changes were to occur, they would be inconsequential. With Beerus present, a mere flick of destructive energy would obliterate any threats without a trace. Trunks, so you were hiding here, Black Goku sneered. Gazing down at Trunks. Upon seeing his nemesis, Trunks' eyes turned crimson with rage, yearning to rush forward and end his life. However, someone else soared up first. It was Goku. Witnessing an adversary that bore his exact likeness, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? He inquired slowly. Facing his doppelganger, a sinister smile crept across Black Goku's face as he remained silent, instead condensing a sphere of golden energy in his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed it towards Goku. Goku instinctively shielded himself, bracing for the sudden onslaught. The energy wave erupted in a tremendous explosion, propelling Goku hundreds of meters away. Yet, despite its grandeur, the attack's potency was rather unimpressive. Suddenly, Goku surged forth, dispersing the surrounding dust. The form of Super Saiyan 2 emerged, and in an instant, he charged at his adversary, initiating an assault. Black Goku responded without hesitation, engaging him in fierce combat midair. The two exchanged blows with remarkable intensity. Abruptly, Goku landed a powerful punch, sending Black Goku flying. Simultaneously, Goku conjured several energy waves, launching them towards his foe. The long-forgotten prince's fighting style was once again showcased before the onlookers. However, as the barrage concluded, Black Goku stood unscathed, a look of exhilaration spreading across his face. Yes, this is it. I can feel my power growing stronger, he murmured to himself. Without warning, he charged at Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks as their battle raged on in the air, captivating the attention of all. There's something peculiar about his energy, Beerus noted. Sensing an anomaly, Whis silently nodded in agreement. He too had discerned that this energy did not belong to a typical human, but bore a resemblance to divine essence. Just as the two fighters were locked in their fierce duel, a swirling mass of darkness appeared in the sky, emanating a tremendous gravitational pull that forcibly drew Black Goku into its depths. At that moment, as he was engulfed by the black void, the scene shifted dramatically. Fixated on the time machine nestled upon the ground, a powerful wave surged forth, striking it with precision. Boom! The time machine erupted into a myriad of fragments. At that moment, Black Goku was completely engulfed, and the dark space vanished. The sky once again returned to its serene blue. Trunks gazed at his now-destroyed time machine, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. How infuriating! He slammed his fist into the ground, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards the people of the future. His intent had been to summon reinforcements, yet now, the reinforcements had not arrived, and the time machine lay in ruins. The more he pondered, the deeper his despair grew. However, Bulma brought forth a glimmer of hope. She waved her notebook, which contained the principles of the time machine's construction. Additionally, she recalled that she possessed another time machine, the one once used by Cell. Yet, that particular machine was also damaged and would require time to repair. Nevertheless, this revelation ignited a spark of hope within Trunks. As long as he could return to the future, he was willing to wait, no matter how long it took. The individual they had encountered bore the aura of a Supreme Kai, yet curiously, none of the previous Supreme Kais resembled Goku. At that moment, Whis addressed the group slowly. Li Lin, feeling somewhat bored, was nearly compelled to exclaim that the mysterious figure was Zamasu. He felt the urge to suggest they seek him out, but he refrained. Knowing he could not adequately explain his knowledge, questions like "how do you know?" would inevitably arise. Whis and Beerus exchanged contemplative glances, concluding that the energy emanating from Black Goku bore a striking resemblance to that of a trainee Supreme Kai from Universe 10. In pursuit of answers, they decided to meet this trainee Supreme Kai. "I want to go too," Goku exclaimed eagerly. Encountering someone who looked just like him naturally piqued his curiosity about the truth. Beerus was about to decline when Li Lin stepped forward. "Please take me along. I wish to witness this as well," he said nonchalantly. He sensed that Black Goku regarded him with an air of recognition, stirring his curiosity about Zamasu. He intended to remain silent throughout the encounter, observing how Zamasu had noted his presence. After all, if he concealed his aura, he would appear as an ordinary person, hardly attracting attention. Unbeknownst to Li Lin, his reputation had already spread wildly across the universes, including Universe 10. "Ah, you really are a handful," Beerus sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He nodded slightly at Whis before addressing the group. "You may come, but keep your mouth shut." Li Lin nodded slowly, having resolved to act as an observer, striving to remain as silent as possible. Although Goku also nodded in agreement, his spirited nature made it unlikely he would stay quiet. He might very well unleash a flurry of punches upon Zamasu, just as the narrative typically unfolded. It is undeniable that with the emergence of Black Goku, such events are destined to unfold. In an instant, the group shimmered with brilliance and departed from Earth, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. Along the journey, Whis addressed Li Lin and Sun Wukong, stating, Zama's, the most gifted apprentice Kaioshin of Universe 10, is poised to become the next Kaioshin, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed his excitement, eager to meet him at once. Chapter 135, Zama's. In the realm of the Kaioshins of Universe 10, Zama's, adorned in verdant hues, prepared a cup of tea and presented it before the current Kaioshin, Gaosu. Ah, delightful, Gaosu remarked after taking a sip, clearly pleased. Tea brewed by a pure-hearted individual possesses a unique essence. He complimented Zama's with a warm smile. Zama's nodded appreciatively and took a seat across from Gaosu. Now, do you comprehend the mission of a Kaioshin? Gaosu inquired, sipping his tea leisurely. Yes, Master Gaosu, Zama's replied with a slow nod. However, a sudden shift occurred in his gaze, revealing a hint of indifference. But are humans truly worthy of our protection? After years of observation, I find them perpetually ensnared in warfare or on the brink of it, inevitably heading towards destruction. Thus, I believe it would be more prudent to end them directly. Gaosu's form trembled slightly at Zama's calm declaration. He then rose slowly, pacing within the Kaioshin realm, with Zama's following closely behind. Zama's, such thoughts are exceedingly perilous. Our mission as Kaioshins is to nurture and safeguard the life within the universe. The eradication of their existence is the concern of the destroyers, not our duty. Gaosu emphasized earnestly. After so many years as a Kaioshin, he was well aware of Zama's mindset. Day after day, year after year, witnessing humanity's repetitive history can breed disdain for them if one's mind is not sound. But does our endeavor truly hold significance? Zama's retorted defiantly, weary of engaging in what he deemed futile pursuits. It was profoundly tiresome to observe a species so oblivious to progress and embroiled in conflict. Deep down, he harbored a disdain for humanity. Zama's, we must remain cognizant of our position. Your understanding of humans is still inadequate. Among them exist remarkable individuals, Gaosu replied, maintaining his composure. Is that so? Zama's responded softly, clearly skeptical of Gaosu's assertions. Gaosu shook his head in resignation and continued. You must have heard the recent rumors circulating in the universe, have you not? What do you mean? Zama's raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The rumor that the destroyer of Universe 6, Kampa, was defeated by a human from Earth. The one who vanquished Kampa was an utterly ordinary human. One might ponder, if our Universe 10 has safeguarded humanity for such an extended period and managed to nurture an individual of such caliber, then dedicating our lives to this guardianship would indeed be worthwhile. Guvas remarked with a faint smile. Zamasu furrowed his brow and replied slowly, yet isn't that merely a rumor? He had certainly heard the tales circulating within the cosmos. However, upon learning that it was a human who defeated the god of destruction, he promptly dismissed the notion as mere gossip. A human defeating a deity, let alone a god of destruction, what nonsense is this? Who informed you that this was just a rumor? Nothing occurs without reason. That human's name is Li Lin. I have already confirmed this with the Supreme Kai of Universe 6. This rumor is undeniably true. Li Lin defeated Kampa with remarkable ease. Guvas relayed all the information he had gathered to Zamasu. After hearing this, Zamasu stood frozen in place, his mind overwhelmed with disbelief, for in his understanding, such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Just then, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. Guvas looked up and realized it was the god of destruction from Universe 7. However, before he could greet them, one figure hurriedly approached. You must be the strongest Supreme Kai of Universe 10. May I witness your prowess? Sun Wukong eagerly dashed to Zamasu's front, completely disregarding the prior instructions. But it seems your physique leaves much to be desired. Sun Wukong not only spoke, but also reached out to touch Zamasu's arm. This act provoked Zamasu, who harbored an intense disdain for humans, to a boiling point. A mortal so foolish as to dare touch a deity's form. If you seek death, I can oblige. Zamasu's expression turned cold, his tone menacing. Zamasu. Guvas sensed the brewing tension and called out urgently. Yet, Zamasu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. The two locked eyes, an invisible pressure radiating outward. This is not a space for your words. Beerus, from behind, grasped Sun Wukong's ear and swiftly tossed him aside. In an instant, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Zamasu, suddenly awakened, recognized the presence of Beerus and humbly lowered his head. Lord Beerus, what an honor to have you visit us. Guvas glanced at Zamasu and courteously addressed Beerus. Whis, please explain the situation to them. Beerus gestured to Whis, who promptly stepped forward and recounted the rumors they had encountered that day. The crux of the matter was that the individual they had met wore the Supreme Kai's time ring, thus prompting them to ascertain whether the ring from Universe 10 had gone missing. Li Lin stood silently behind Beerus, observing Zamasu intently. The fellow, though bowing his head, exuded an unmistakable aura of coldness. A formidable character indeed. It was a pity he was a Kaioshin, Li Lin silently lamented. Upon hearing this matter, Guavas promptly returned to retrieve the box containing the time ring. The loss of the time ring was a grave issue, one that could not be taken lightly. Lord Beerus, please observe, the time rings are all here and have not been lost, Guavas announced, opening the box for both Beerus and Whis to inspect. That is somewhat peculiar. Whis mused, stroking his chin. If the time ring of Universe 10 has not been lost, then from whence came the ring of the future Black Goku? At that moment, Son Goku was relentlessly pressing Zamasu, insisting on a battle. Naturally, Zamasu refused. As a noble god, how could he possibly compete with a mere human? Zamasu, do indulge him just this once, Guavas interjected, noting Zamasu's stubbornness. It may not be a bad thing for him to engage with a human, given his considerable bias against them. Chapter 136, My Apologies. Zamasu seemed somewhat disdainful. He believed a mere human could not possibly be formidable. After all, he was a noble god. No matter how strong a human became, they remained ants in comparison. Upon hearing this, Son Goku's spirits soared, and he eagerly began his warm-up exercises. Zamasu, remember to show some mercy. Just go easy on me, Guavas advised Zamasu. Zamasu nodded indifferently. However, at that moment, Beerus interjected calmly, no need for mercy. Zamasu paused momentarily, glancing at Beerus. What did you say? Surely you jest? Guavas exclaimed in surprise. While he did not harbor the same deep-seated malice towards humans as Zamasu did, allowing a human to challenge a god without mercy seemed akin to courting death. Not at all, Beerus replied with nonchalance. Then turned to Zamasu. You must go all out, otherwise, he could very well perish. Beerus had some understanding of Son Goku's strength, having trained in the realm of destruction for quite some time. No matter how powerful the Kaishin was, he could not possibly match Goku. I understand, Zamasu responded coolly. Yet he still underestimated Son Goku, believing Beerus's words to be mere bluster. Then I shall not hold back, Son Goku chuckled, drawing upon his experience with the Dark Goku. He immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, golden energy crackling with lightning as he charged at Zamasu. Zamasu observed him with a calm demeanor, effortlessly sidestepping and employing a technique of using Goku's force against him. He raised his hand in preparation to strike at Goku's neck. Goku abruptly halted, pivoted, and unleashed a ki blast at point-blank range. Zamasu's heart sank as he unleashed his own energy, bracing himself to counter Goku's assault with all his might. As Goku sensed the aura emanating from Zamasu, he realized it was strikingly similar to that of Black Goku. No longer holding back, Goku charged forward with great ferocity, delivering a powerful punch. Zamasu raised his hand, attempting to block the attack, yet he grossly underestimated Goku's strength. The force of the blow sent him staggering backward. Is this the power of a human? Zamasu pondered, astonished. In his perception, humanity was weak, ignorant, and oblivious to its own limitations. However, this individual was shattering his beliefs. The battle raged on, with Goku unleashing the full might of his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. For a fleeting moment, he had Zamasu on the defensive, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Zamasu Gravis watched the struggle before him, his jaw agape in disbelief. Zamasu's eyes widened as he beheld the fist-swinging Goku, his mind profoundly shaken. Could a human possess such formidable strength? Suddenly, with Zamasu still reeling, Goku landed a punch squarely on his face, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. Goku attempted another strike, but just as it was about to connect, he halted his fist mere inches from Zamasu's face. It seems I'm not that strong after all, Goku remarked with a hint of frustration. Furious at Goku's words, Zamasu's anger flared. Despite his irritation, Goku extended his hand, offering to help him up. However, Zamasu seemed ungrateful, gathering his energy in preparation to retaliate. Zamasu Gravis, perceiving Zamasu's intentions, shouted out to him. This snapped Zamasu back to reality, and he lowered his head, grasping Goku's hand, and slowly rose to his feet. Yet, his convictions were beginning to crumble. Never had he anticipated the overwhelming strength of a human. Gravis mused aloud. I never imagined humans could possess such incredible power. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He realized he did not even know this human's name. Lord Beerus, could he be the legendary Li Lin? The one who defeated Lord Kampa? Gravis queried, pointing at Goku with curiosity. In his understanding, the only human capable of vanquishing a god was the one who had bested the god of destruction. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Li Lin raised an eyebrow. Had the news of his victory over Kampa spread so rapidly? Even the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 was aware of it. What he was unaware of was that the tale of his triumph had traversed all 12 universes, discussed not only by gods, but also by anyone possessing even a modicum of strength. The only ones left in ignorance were those residing in remote villages on Earth, where the internet had yet to reach. Zamasu paused momentarily, glancing at the beaming Goku before him. He silently reflected. So this is the human who has triumphed over a god of destruction? If that is the case, then perhaps my loss is not in vain, for he is indeed a formidable opponent. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept the notion that humanity possessed such formidable power. Before Beerus could articulate an explanation, Sun Wukong waved his hands and approached with a grin, exclaiming, Not me, not me. He then paused beside Li Lin, clapping his shoulders and declaring, "This is the one who defeated the god of destruction, Li Lin. Do not be mistaken. You are Li Lin?" Guavas asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. To him, this young man appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any remarkable aura. Although strikingly handsome, if one did not pay careful attention, his presence would easily be overlooked. Zama's turned his gaze towards Li Lin, his eyes fixed intently upon him. "Indeed, it is I," Li Lin replied, furrowing his brow slightly and nodding. He had not intended to draw attention to himself. He merely wished to remain a silent observer. Yet, unexpectedly, the spotlight had shifted directly onto him. "Yes, he is Li Lin, the one who vanquished Kampa," Beerus stated nonchalantly. As for how the news of Li Lin's victory over Kampa spread so widely, that was entirely his doing, for he would not allow Kampa's arrogance to go unchallenged. "Oh, I see, my apologies," Guavas said, his mouth agape in surprise. He had not anticipated that the young man he had so often overlooked was, in fact, a true powerhouse. "Not at all," Li Lin replied with a calm demeanor. He did not wish to engage in further conversation, for he had already surmised why future Zamas was deliberately observing him. It was likely due to the current events that had captured his attention. Chapter 137, Li Lin's Thoughts. Zamas was inwardly astonished. He could not discern what was so remarkable about this human. Lacking any discernible aura, it was truly incredible that he could defeat the god of destruction from Universe 6. Kampa. Zamas, look at this young friend. He appears so ordinary, yet possesses the strength to defeat a god of destruction. This is the human you so disdain. I hope you can alter your perception in the future, Guavas admonished Zamas earnestly, seemingly attempting to use Li Lin as a means to admonish him. "Disciple, I have learned a valuable lesson," Zamas said humbly, lowering his head. Yet, in his eyes, there remained a deep-seated disdain. Beerus, overhearing Guavas, nearly erupted into laughter. "Li Lin ordinary? Lacking any aura, yet capable of defeating a god of destruction. Would you truly call that ordinary? Enough, old man, no more preaching. Since your time ring is still intact, we shall take our leave," Beerus stated with indifference. "Very well," Guavas nodded, addressing their party. "Lord Beerus, please travel safely." "Indeed." Beerus responded tersely, and then Whis led them away, vanishing from the realm of the Supreme Kai. After Beerus and his companions departed, Guavas began to stroll through the Supreme Kai realm, with Zamas dutifully trailing behind him. "Zamas, I trust you now possess a newfound perspective on humanity?" Guavas spoke tirelessly, hoping that Zamas could alter his stubborn beliefs. After all, he was the apprentice Supreme Kai, the next heir to his legacy. "Indeed, humanity is remarkable," Zamas replied weakly. Yet, despite his words, his prejudice against humanity had only intensified, especially after witnessing the might of Son Goku and the existence of Li Lin. He firmly believed that such formidable power should belong solely to the divine. For a mortal to wield, it was nothing short of sacrilege. "I am relieved that you understand," Goas said with a smile, continuing, "Now, please brew me another cup of tea." With that, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Zamas began preparing the tea set. Though this time the brew appeared increasingly murky and unappealing. In the boundless depths of space, Whis guided them through the cosmos. "It must be him, right, Whis?" Beerus inquired, sensing Zamas's aura, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Black Goku. While two individuals might share similar energies, it was improbable for them to be identical. Thus, it seemed evident that the Black Goku and Zamas were one and the same. "Indeed, from the aura alone, it is practically confirmed," Whis nodded in agreement, though he remained puzzled as to why Zamas had assumed Goku's form. "What do you think, Li Lin?" Whis turned to him, having observed Li Lin's quiet demeanor as he had spoken little. "Yes, this Zamas should indeed be the Black Goku," Li Lin replied slowly, sharing his insights. "However, the strength of this Zamas does not compare to that of his future counterpart. He bears an identical appearance to Goku, which leads me to a hypothesis, though I cannot say for certain." His words piqued the interest of Whis and Beerus. "What is your theory? Speak quickly," Beerus asked with curiosity, while Whis leaned in to listen intently. Son Goku, without hesitation, moved closer to Li Lin. "The future Black Goku is undoubtedly Zamas. But what if he is not the Zamas of this timeline, but rather from an alternate one? Perhaps he experienced everything that just transpired in that timeline, witnessed Goku's immense power, and through some means, transformed into a being that resembled Goku perfectly. Then, using the time ring, he traversed into the future," Li Lin explained calmly, summarizing what he knew. In truth, even when he had watched this narrative unfold in his previous life, his mind had been somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, amidst the confusion, one thing remained clear. In essence, the future version of Black Goku is indeed Zamasu, yet he hails from an alternate timeline. This is a Zamasu who was not vanquished by Beerus. Rather, he killed his mentor and seized the time ring. Li Lin's words suddenly jolted Whis and Beerus from their reverie. If we analyze it this way, it does hold some merit. Beerus inhaled deeply, sensing that there were indeed no discrepancies. This perspective could indeed elucidate the current predicament. Whis stroked his chin, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. So that is the case, Sun Wukong remarked, tapping his head. However, in the next moment, he continued, but why is it that I do not comprehend? He chuckled lightly. It is entirely normal not to understand, Li Lin replied with a faint smile. He recalled watching anime from a godly perspective in his previous life, feeling somewhat muddled. Not to mention being immersed in the situation now. Were it not for his foresight, he would likely be as bewildered as Sun Wukong. Not grasping the concept is inconsequential. We merely need to recognize that this individual is our adversary. Once the time machine is repaired, we shall journey to the future to eliminate him. Li Lin continued with a gentle smile. Ah, I see now. If that is the case, it becomes much simpler. Sun Wukong exclaimed cheerfully. Li Lin shook his head in resignation. Simple? Perhaps not. According to the information he possessed, that future Black Goku possesses an immortal body. To eradicate him, one must at least wield the destructive energy of a god of destruction or the erasure abilities of the Omni King. Otherwise, this foe will only grow stronger with each confrontation. By the way, Lord Beerus, will you accompany us? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Lord Beerus will not be joining. It has been previously stated that traversing time is a grave offense. You may discuss your plans for the future in our presence, and we shall turn a blind eye. As a god of destruction, Lord Beerus cannot traverse time to other timelines, was explained with a serene smile. Ah, I understand now, Sun Wukong said, scratching the back of his head slowly. Chapter 138. Journey to the future world. Li Lin and Sun Wukong had returned to Earth, while Whis and Beerus returned to the realm of the gods of destruction. Bulma was still diligently repairing the time machine. After all, such machinery is of exquisite precision, and repairs are not easily accomplished. Li Lin temporarily returned home, as it would take some time to fix the time machine. Trunks, on the other hand, was savoring a period of comfort in this timeline. During this time, he engaged in a friendly match with Vegeta, showcasing the bond of father and son. The outcome was predictable. The peak of Super Saiyan 2 Trunks could not possibly overcome Vegeta, who had attained Super Saiyan Blue. Simultaneously, he learned from Vegeta that Sun Wukong could also transform into Super Saiyan Blue. This revelation greatly encouraged Trunks, as such power could indeed overpower the future Black Goku. As long as they could venture into the future, he was certain they could annihilate Black Goku. In truth, these matters were trivial in comparison. Vegeta gazed upon Trunks, who knelt defeated upon the ground, and spoke with an air of indifference. Oh, Trunks replied, a hint of confusion crossing his features. How could someone of such formidable strength regard himself as insignificant? Could it be that, after all these years, his father had transformed from his once proud demeanor to one of humility? Noticing the bewilderment etched on Trunks' face, Vegeta explained in a measured tone. Li Lin's current power surpasses ours by a considerable margin. Mr. Li Lin? Trunks murmured to himself, as memories of years past flooded back, when they fought alongside Li Lin to vanquish Cell. In those days, as long as Li Lin was present, no crisis seemed insurmountable. Just how powerful is Mr. Li Lin now? Trunks inquired with curiosity after a moment of contemplation. Back then, Li Lin's strength was already profound, and now it was likely even more terrifying. Yet, he struggled to form a complete understanding of just how fearsome that strength had become. His power has exceeded that of the god of destruction. Even if Kakarot and I joined forces, we would be no match for him. If he were to unleash his full might, I fear we could hardly withstand even a single blow, Vegeta stated solemnly. The recent match between Universe 7 and Universe 6 lingered vividly in his memory. Defeating the god of destruction, Kampa, had been astonishingly effortless. Additionally, utilizing the Kaioken, he was able to contend with the angel, Whis. What? Trunks exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had assumed that no matter how powerful Li Lin became, he would merely surpass his father. To learn that not even his father and Uncle Goku combined could rival him was a revelation. Even more astonishing was Vegeta's final remark, that should Li Lin exert his full strength, they would be incapable of enduring even a single strike. Hope for the future. Hope for the future, Trunks murmured to himself, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He was reminded once more of the question that had plagued him since his arrival here. Why, in his own timeline, was there no one like Li Lin? Why was it so unfair? As days turned into weeks, Bulma toiled tirelessly at Capsule Corporation to repair the time machine. At last, one morning, her efforts bore fruit. Upon learning the news, Goku hurried to Li Lin's residence to inform him. The two of them then utilized instant transmission to arrive at Capsule Corporation simultaneously. Mr. Li Lin, you've returned, Trunks exclaimed warmly, his heart swelling with admiration for Li Lin. If only he could accompany Trunks to the future, perhaps the people there would be saved. As for Vegeta and Goku, their presence paled in comparison to Li Lin's significance. Li Lin acknowledged with a slight nod, feeling a twinge of curiosity at Trunks' unusually adoring gaze directed towards him. Though aware of his own striking handsomeness, it is solely directed towards women. He harbors no interest in men whatsoever. Thus, as the time machine activated, the four of them entered together. It must be said that the interior was rather cramped. The presence of four robust men made it distinctly uncomfortable. Li Lin, Let me make this clear. If we encounter an enemy this time, you are not permitted to intervene. Son Goku stated to Li Lin. Indeed, just leave this fellow to me. If you engage, we shall lose our chance to strike. Vegeta wholeheartedly agreed with Goku's sentiments. They had not experienced a satisfying battle in quite some time, and this adversary must not be so easily vanquished by Li Lin. At the very least, they wished to relish the thrill of combat before handing it over to him. Rest assured, whether I can eliminate him is still up for debate. Li Lin calmly explained to them. Son Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, as was Trunks, who appeared somewhat astonished. Why do you say that? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. After all, Li Lin was capable of defeating even the god of destruction. Could it be that the future Black Goku was even more formidable than a god of destruction? Mr. Li Lin, is there truly no cause for concern? Trunks turned to Li Lin with a questioning gaze. He had come to this place seeking reinforcements, and now, Li Lin's words had instilled a sense of doubt within him. Indeed, is that individual potentially stronger than you? Son Goku asked with equal curiosity. They had previously sensed that man's aura, which did not seem particularly threatening. Li Lin's unexpected remarks during such a critical moment were indeed worrisome. It's nothing. I just have a feeling that matters will not be so straightforward. Li Lin replied with a smile. Yet, within his heart, he silently acknowledged that the individual from the future was virtually immortal. No matter how powerful he became, it would be impossible to kill him. Fortunately, he had prepared contingencies. Over the past 3 days, he had not merely been idle at home. During this time, he visited Master Roshi on Kame House, where he easily learned a sealing technique known as the magic sealing wave. This skill was extraordinarily potent. Even Zamasu would find himself confined to a coffin should he fall victim to it. Having learned from the lessons of the original tale, Li Lin had equipped himself with numerous small vials, eschewing larger containers like jars or rice cookers for sealing. These vials were adorned with peculiar runes. Should the moment arise, he would deploy the magic sealing wave to seal Zamasu away. The time machine had already commenced its journey. In no time, they arrived in the ravaged future world. However, as they disembarked from the time machine, they were immediately besieged. Chapter 139, A Grim Future. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several projectiles were launched in their direction. Trunks swiftly drew his sword and charged towards the incoming missiles. Boom, boom, boom. As the shell detonated in midair, a cloud of smoke erupted. The group of humans who had fired the projectile immediately ceased their assault upon witnessing Trunks soaring into the sky. Fear not, for I have returned with reinforcements, Trunks declared as he gently descended to the ground, addressing the ambushing individuals below. Suddenly, 2 soldiers clad in combat uniforms sprang to their feet and rushed towards Trunks and his companions. We apologize, we mistook you for that villain, one of them said, sheepishly scratching his head. Ah, no worries at all. Goku waved his hand dismissively, a cheerful smile adorning his face. However, after uttering those words, the 2 soldiers quickly approached Goku, their gazes fixed upon him. Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to the nefarious figure from their world, which explained their initial confusion. Embarrassed, Goku offered a sheepish grin, acknowledging the unfortunate coincidence of his current appearance resembling that of a villain. Thus, under the guidance of the 2 soldiers, the group made their way to the underground refuge where humanity had sought sanctuary. What a tragic sight, Li Lin silently lamented as he traversed the desolate landscape, witnessing only ruins and debris. The future bore no semblance of prosperity. Not a single intact structure could be found. Even the underground shelter they entered appeared remarkably austere, populated predominantly by children and the elderly, while many able-bodied individuals bore visible disabilities. It's Trunks. A sudden cry broke the somber atmosphere, and a throng of people surged forward to behold their hero. Trunks was their leader, the beacon of hope without whom humanity might have long since perished. Particularly the children gazed at Trunks with reverence akin to that of idol worship. From the initial androids to the current threat of the Dark Void, Trunks had continuously instilled hope within them. However, upon catching sight of Goku, an inexplicable wave of fear washed over them, prompting them to instinctively retreat a few paces. I am not him, Goku stammered, pointing to himself in a somewhat guilty manner. Thankfully, Trunks provided a brief explanation, which ultimately eased their apprehensions, though a certain wariness lingered regarding Goku. The crowd continued to move forward in silence. Trunks soon encountered his girlfriend, Mai. Overcome with emotion, they embraced tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. In his memories, he had believed her lost, and the reunion was a miraculous surprise. It's wonderful, Trunks, you have finally returned, Mai exclaimed with elation. Nevertheless, she quickly addressed the pressing difficulties they faced, notably the dwindling food supplies. Despite the fact that only a few humans remained on Earth, they lacked the means to venture out in search of sustenance. Do not fret about that, Vegeta interjected, producing a universal capsule. With a resounding pop, an abundance of food materialized upon the ground. He promptly tossed another capsule, ready to provide further provisions. The container was filled to the brim with everyday items. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of delectable food, the individuals could no longer suppress the impulses stirring within them. Approaching the feast, they began to devour the offerings with fervor. Marvelous. Simply exquisite. They exclaimed in delight. Oh, it has been so long since I have savored such delightful cuisine. Is this truly what we used to eat? What bliss! Many expressed their sentiments as they ate, with some even shedding tears of joy. Their lives had been fraught with calamity, compounded by the presence of artificial beings in the current state of affairs. They had scarcely known a few years of peace, with each day spent in hiding, turning the mere act of eating into a luxury. Alas, this world is indeed a harsh place. Even the seemingly carefree Sun Wukong found himself sharing in such reflections, underscoring the dire conditions of survival in this future world. However, amidst his musings, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure crouching in the corner, indulging heartily in the food. Approaching closer, he soon recognized him. Akairobe, is that you? I thought you were dead. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Li Lin's attention was drawn to the scene as well, and upon a brief inspection, he too recognized the individual. Of course, I am not dead, Akairobe replied excitedly upon seeing the familiar face of Wukong. He then spoke with a tinge of sadness, revealing that he had been residing in Karingta during the era of artificial beings. Both he and Cat Sage had been nearing their end. Ultimately, only a single immortal being remained, which Cat Sage selflessly offered to him, allowing him to survive until now. As he recounted his tale, the onlookers occasionally teased him, jesting about how he excelled only in eating, not in any other endeavor. In this apocalyptic world, those who managed to survive were unlikely to perish easily. After a brief exchange, the group organized the survivors and prepared to confront Black Wukong. They exited the underground refuge. Let me take this one. You are all forbidden from intervening, Vegeta declared seriously, arms crossed. What? Why is it like this? Sun Wukong protested, suggesting that they decide who would engage using rock, paper, scissors. No, this one is mine without question, Vegeta firmly refused. Trunks and Xiaowu looked on in disbelief. We are going to battle, not on a leisurely outing. Why is there no sense of urgency? However, this very nonchalance reassured him that they could indeed vanquish the demon. Li Lin observed them with a calm demeanor, yet a heaviness lingered in his heart. For among all those present, he alone understood that Black Wukong could not be defeated, regardless of the strength wielded against him. Moreover, there existed two Zamasus in this world. One was the Zamasu with Wukong's skin, while the other retained his original form. The threat posed by the original was minimal. The real concern lay with Black Wukong, the true source of trouble. Very well, let us see what you can do, Sun Wukong said, shaking his head in resignation. The four of them prepared to make their move, and one of them suddenly surged into the air, racing towards the lair of Black Wukong. Everyone, give it your all, Xiaowu shouted from the ground, urging the departing quartet. Meanwhile, Black Wukong floated in the air, surveying the city he had ravaged with a sense of profound accomplishment. Beneath him lay a desolate wasteland, and the sky was shrouded in gloom. My beloved Earth. I have finally eradicated this group of pests, haha. He cackled with pride. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot up from a short distance away. Chapter 140, Vegeta vs. Black Wukong. Boom. The golden radiance erupted in the sky. Black Wukong's attention was immediately drawn to it, and he sensed several powerful energies. What are you up to, Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. The golden wave was indeed released by Vegeta. You're such a fool, Vegeta replied, shaking his head in exasperation. He had no desire to converse with someone of Sun Wukong's intellect. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgruntled. After all, he had merely asked out of curiosity. Wukong. Vegeta's intention is to lure the enemy in, saving us the trouble of searching for them, Li Lin explained with a hint of resignation. It seemed that the only thing capable of elevating Sun Wukong's intelligence was combat. In ordinary circumstances, he often appeared a step behind everyone else. Oh, I see now, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head in realization. You fool, Vegeta muttered under his breath, struggling to comprehend how someone as dense as Sun Wukong had managed to cultivate to such a level, even surpassing his own strength. As anticipated, upon noticing the wave of light, Black Wukong hastened over. I didn't expect it to truly be you, he remarked, slightly taken aback. He had thought he had destroyed the time machine, yet these individuals managed to return to the future, truly unimaginable. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixated on Li Lin. Li Lin, in turn, noticed him and squinted slightly, locking his eyes onto Black Wukong. Allow me to handle this scoundrel, Vegeta scoffed with a smirk, pointing his thumb at himself. He then unleashed an overwhelming aura, his hair transforming into a striking blue. The surrounding energy shifted to a cerulean hue, indicating his ascension to Super Saiyan blue. It was clear that he aimed to seize the moment and overpower this foe decisively. Black Wukong regarded Vegeta with a sinister smile, seemingly unfazed by the surge of power. For he alone knew that he was invulnerable, and no matter how formidable his opponent appeared, he would remain unharmed. Clap, clap, clap. Black Wukong applauded Vegeta mockingly. Impressive, impressive. To unleash such formidable strength, he taunted, and with a swift movement, he appeared directly before Vegeta. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. The expression on Black Goku's face was profoundly sinister, instilling an unsettling chill in those who beheld it. Vegeta promptly retreated to a distance, slightly curling his lip in disdain. He sensed that this adversary was a manifestation from their timeline's inception. Indeed, it appeared that, over the course of time, his power had significantly evolved. Very well. You seem exceedingly confident. However, such bravado holds no weight before me, Vegeta scoffed. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, appearing directly before Black Goku. Huh. The sound of thunderous strikes echoed as Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches upon Black Goku. The air reverberated with muffled thuds as Vegeta's fists moved like phantoms, delivering an overwhelming barrage of blows in mere seconds. Black Goku found himself momentarily subdued, his hands raised defensively, his body retreating incessantly. Vegeta's ferocity escalated, shattering Black Goku's defenses with relentless ferocity. A chaotic combination of punches followed by explosive kicks sent Black Goku staggering back, seemingly devoid of any means to retaliate. With a resounding crash, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending Black Goku crashing to the ground, splayed out like a star. Seizing the moment, Vegeta advanced, delivering a series of crushing blows that grew heavier with each strike. The ground beneath them fractured under the intensity of his assault, as turbulent winds swirled around them. Vegeta's onslaught became increasingly frenzied, as if he sought to reduce Black Goku to mere pulp. Yet, despite enduring the onslaught, a peculiar smile crept upon Black Goku's lips. Seeing that smile, Vegeta instinctively withdrew, creating distance between them. Quite impressive indeed. Black Goku slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust as though unfazed. Vegeta, witnessing this phenomenon, felt a creeping dread, astonished by the impossibility of it all. He was acutely aware of the force behind his prior attacks. Typically, even an equal foe would not emerge unscathed from such a barrage. Yet, here stood Black Goku, appearing utterly unharmed. In a flash, Black Goku retaliated, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. With a sharp crack, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. Pain radiated from Vegeta's abdomen, leaving him utterly astonished. He exerted immense effort to stabilize himself, preventing further retreat. How could he have grown so formidable? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Trunks had once remarked that Black Goku's strength peaked at Super Saiyan 3. Yet here he was, having ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, a level far beyond that. Why then? Did the situation feel so amiss? That adversary's aura had intensified. Li Lin, quietly observing from the sidelines, finally spoke. Goku and Trunks turned to regard him. As I simultaneously sensed the aura emanating from Black Goku, it was evident that he had grown significantly stronger than before. What could be the reason for this transformation? Goku gazed at Li Lin, inquiring with palpable curiosity. Trunks, too, looked at him with eager anticipation, for he had engaged in numerous battles against Black Goku and was equally intrigued by this development. Initially, Trunks found it relatively simple to combat Black Goku. Yet as time progressed, he increasingly found himself outmatched. Even Vegeta was beginning to struggle against him. To fully comprehend the situation, further observation was necessary. Li Lin refrained from revealing any answers, merely suggesting that they continue to observe. Suddenly, Black Goku turned his gaze towards Li Lin, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Then allow me to provide you with a spectacle worth observing, he declared. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the very energy of the world around him to swirl in a chaotic dance. Huh! Black Goku roared, his voice piercing the heavens. He began to radiate an eerie glow, and the already overcast sky was soon illuminated by bolts of lightning. His eyes widened, and a dark crimson light shot skyward. What is this? Vegeta gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. Goku and Trunks mirrored his astonishment, while Li Lin maintained a semblance of composure amidst the chaos. What do you think of this form? Does it suit your tastes? Black Goku boasted, his hair now standing on end and transformed into a vibrant pink hue. Chapter 141. So, you are the one who can be defeated? Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were utterly astonished by Black Goku's transformation. Despite the change in hair color, it was unmistakably a Super Saiyan state. They had anticipated countless scenarios, yet they had not foreseen this particular ability. I call this form Super Saiyan Pink. What do you think? Does it meet your expectations? Black Goku proclaimed, his expression radiating arrogance. Casting a glance at Li Lin, he noted his unperturbed demeanor and inwardly marveled at the human who had vanquished a god of destruction. Such composure was truly remarkable. Humph. Vegeta scoffed before launching himself into the air. He aimed a punch at Black Goku, but alas, the blow was deftly avoided. Simultaneously, Black Goku launched a fierce attack from behind Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta countered the assault, spinning around to strike back at Black Goku. However, just as he was about to land his blow, Black Goku conjured a blade of light in his hand. Thud! The blade pierced straight through Vegeta's chest. How is this possible? Vegeta stared incredulously at his own injury, unable to fathom that he, who had charged in with such fervor, was so swiftly subdued. What is impossible about this? Black Goku replied with a chilling laugh. Casting a glance at the individuals below, he swiftly drew forth his luminous blade, declaring that they were merely an appetizer. Blood gushed from Vegeta's chest, his blue aura dissipating as his hair returned to its natural hue. With a thud, Vegeta's body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, his aura remained intact, suggesting he was merely injured, which alleviated the concerns of Goku and Trunks, who were not overly anxious. How could this fellow have become so formidable? Trunks thought, utterly astonished. He had believed that his father in Super Saiyan blue form would be more than sufficient to handle Black Goku. Yet it appeared that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Suspended in the air, Black Goku's unwavering gaze fixed on Li Lin. The fleeting glimmer of seriousness in his eyes indicating that among the gathered multitude, only Li Lin posed a genuine threat. However, it was not Li Lin who took the stage next, but Goku. Witnessing his dear friend being struck down ignited a fierce anger within him. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged directly towards Black Goku. Huh, Goku. Splendid. Black Goku remarked with a nonchalant smile, seemingly dismissive of his opponent. Goku refrained from lengthy dialogue and launched himself into battle. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, Black Goku's power surged dramatically. Goku's predicament mirrored that of Vegeta. His situation was hardly better. In a matter of moments, he too lay defeated upon the ground. Coughing violently, Goku struggled to regain his composure, for Black Goku's strength had now surpassed his own. Uncle Goku! Trunks shouted in alarm. At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the sky. The original skin version of Zamasu descended, the Zamasu from this timeline. Upon witnessing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were rendered speechless. Having initially believed that this Black Goku was Zamasu, only to be confronted with yet another. In this instant, Zamasu cast a casual glance over the trio. Suddenly, the hands of both Zamasus ignited with a brilliant light. Two energy waves surged downward towards them. In that critical moment, Li Lin intervened. With a resounding impact, he swiftly moved before them and waved his hands, deflecting the energy blasts to either side. Mr. Li Lin, Trunks exclaimed, filled with excitement. At last, he had witnessed Li Lin take action. He believed that as long as Li Lin was involved, the adversaries would surely be vanquished. With a swift flick, Li Lin unleashed another energy wave directed at Zamasu. Observing this, Black Goku smirked slightly. Zamasu remained stationary, allowing the energy wave to engulf him. Boom! The air erupted, releasing plumes of smoke. Upon witnessing this, Li Lin furrowed his brow, for he realized that Zamasu's aura had not dissipated. As the smoke cleared, Zamasu stood there, completely unharmed. What is happening? Li Lin murmured, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. In theory, it should have been a simple task for me to defeat Zamasu. Black Goku observed the perplexity on Li Lin's face and coldly explained, It's futile, Li Lin. I recognize your strength, but Zamasu is immortal. Zamasu brushed the dust off his attire and remarked, So, you are Li Lin. A pleasure to meet you. I am the Zamasu of this world. Yet I am curious why someone of your caliber does not exist here. His gaze, indifferent, scrutinized Li Lin, who initially did not comprehend who Li Lin was. It was only when the Zamasu transformed into Black Goku and arrived in his timeline that he learned of a formidable individual capable of challenging the god of destruction. Upon hearing these words, Li Lin raised an eyebrow, clearly not taken aback by Zamasu's immortality. Instead, he realized that he had misremembered. He initially believed that Black Goku was the one who could not die. It seemed that his prolonged stay in this world had caused a mix-up regarding their abilities. Oh, I see. So you are the one who can indeed be killed? Li Lin remarked coolly to the hovering Black Goku. After all this time, it turned out he had simply made an error, which made matters considerably easier. Zamasu, despite being immortal, was rather weak and posed no significant threat. Although Black Goku possessed great strength, he was still somewhat lacking in the presence of Li Lin. Upon hearing this, Black Goku's heart began to race. The murderous intent reflected in Li Lin's eyes instilled an inexplicable fear within him. How dare you, a mere human, act so arrogantly? Black Goku retorted angrily, clearly provoked by Li Lin's disdainful demeanor. Chapter 142. Is this it? Let me witness the power capable of defeating a god of destruction, he declared, conjuring the light blade he had previously wielded and striking down towards Li Lin. Li Lin, with a calm demeanor, regarded the incoming attack with a hint of derision. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a punch that connected with the light blade. An explosion echoed as sand erupted around them, and the light blade shattered upon impact, sending Black Goku hurtling away from the blast. Seeing the blade destroyed, Black Goku's expression shifted. Is your attack somewhat lacking? Li Lin remarked, shaking his head in disdain as he surveyed the scene. The sheer, unparalleled might displayed was truly awe-inspiring. Immortal Zamasu, witnessing Black's setback, conjured a blade of light in his hand and swung it towards Li Lin. Humph. As Zamasu's attack approached, Li Lin snorted disdainfully. his figure flickering before vanishing into thin air. Zamasu's expression shifted abruptly as he stared at the spot where Li Lin had just stood. Where did he go? How could he vanish so swiftly? It felt as if Li Lin had simply evaporated without a trace. Hey, what are you looking at? A voice emerged from behind Zamasu. He turned around sharply, only to find Li Lin's indifferent gaze fixed intently upon him. When did he arrive? Zamasu was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Li Lin had silently appeared behind him. Unfortunately, no one was there to answer his unspoken question. Instead, he was met with Li Lin's iron-fisted strike. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Zamasu's face, contorting it grotesquely. His body, akin to a bullet, crashed into the ground with a resounding thud. The violent impact reverberated through the earth, causing it to tremble. However, Zamasu, the recipient of the blow, emerged unscathed. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Lin. Li Lin, observing Zamasu's seemingly intact form, silently shook his head. This immortal body is truly a nuisance. A single punch, and not only could I not kill him, but he bore no scars whatsoever. It's utterly infuriating. I cannot comprehend how you two wretched beings possess such audacity. Li Lin furrowed his brow, deriding them with disdain. In this realm, their arrogance stemmed merely from their assassination of the Supreme Kai, which had led to the disappearance of the gods of destruction. That fool Zeno seems utterly oblivious, as his subordinates scatter like leaves in the wind while he remains blissfully unaware. Otherwise, no god of destruction who still breathes would allow them such unbridled arrogance. How infuriating. Black clenched his fists, his fury escalating. Zamasu shared a similar sentiment. They were, after all, deities, now subjected to ridicule by a mere human. I am a god, the sovereign of this world, not some wretched being. Black roared. He had never before endured such humiliation in this realm. Being scorned by a human only twisted his already warped psyche further. With that, he conjured another blade of light and launched an assault towards Li Lin. On the ground, Zamasu's rage reached its zenith. He surged upward, charging at Li Lin in midair. The two, one above and one below, coordinated their attack in a bid to subdue Li Lin. Heh! Li Lin scoffed derisively. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. The two Zamasus, caught in the tumultuous turbulence, felt their bodies tremble slightly, their speed considerably hampered. A sense of dread enveloped them as they struggled to catch their breath amidst this overwhelming presence. At that moment, they had closed the distance to Li Lin. Two individuals, suppressing their astonishment, commenced their assault against him. Two blades of purple light sliced through the air, attempting to strike Li Lin from both sides. Yet, Li Lin remained unfazed, evading their attacks with remarkable calmness and poise. The duo continued to wield their light blades vigorously, but no matter their efforts, they could not lay a finger on Li Lin. On the ground, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had taken a moment to catch their breath, gathering around Trunks as they observed the battle above. Mr. Li Lin is truly formidable, managing to contend against two foes single-handedly. Trunks gazed in astonishment at the aerial confrontation. Initially, after witnessing Sun Wukong and Vegeta being effortlessly bested, he believed defeat was imminent. However, he was surprised to see Li Lin emerge as a beacon of hope. The ease with which he was handling his opponents resembled a childish play. Should we join the fight? Sun Wukong murmured, clutching his chest. Upon hearing this, Vegeta slowly shook his head, implying their assistance was unnecessary. The current situation seemed to be well within Li Lin's capabilities alone. In the sky, the chaotic struggle raged on. Li Lin maintained the upper hand, while Black Goku and Zama struggled to keep pace, appearing rather disheveled. You coward, is fleeing all you know? Black Goku spat in frustration. His repeated failed assaults had left him in a foul mood. All he desired was to land a single blow on Li Lin, to prove that the disparity was not as immense as it seemed. Ah, very well, Li Lin replied nonchalantly, hovering in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku and Zama's launched their attacks without hesitation. Two blades of light surged towards Li Lin. Bang! A dull thud echoed as their strikes hit Li Lin. But to their astonishment, it appeared their efforts had no effect whatsoever. Their attacks failed to penetrate his form, akin to a knife striking stone. This can't be real. Black Goku exclaimed in disbelief. He had expected that his assault, even if it struck a planet, would cleave it in two. Is this all you've got? Li Lin frowned, acknowledging their strikes as relatively powerful, yet insufficient against him. After all, his physical resilience had transcended the realm of ordinary attacks. Stop underestimating me. Black Goku shouted angrily, his blade swelling in size. He then raised it high, resembling a bolt of purple lightning as he swung it at Li Lin. In an instant, Li Lin's form vanished from sight, leaving Black Goku bewildered regarding his disappearance. However, his attack could not be halted in time, and it came crashing down onto Zama's instead. With a sickening sound, Zama's was cleaved in two. Chapter 143. Perhaps I am simply extraordinary from birth. Well done, Trunks exclaimed, swinging his arm energetically. What do you call that? That's what we call striking our own ally. It was far too effortless, far too casual. Vegeta shook his head in resignation. He felt an overwhelming envy towards Li Lin, who wielded a power that rendered adversaries utterly defenseless. They were entirely at his mercy. Don't rejoice too soon. Look over there, exclaimed Son Goku, initially brimming with excitement. However, he soon realized something was amiss and swiftly pointed at Zamasu. To their astonishment, although Zamasu had been cleaved in two, he did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, he reassembled, his wounds gradually healing, even the cuts on his clothing disappearing entirely. How can he still be alive? Trunks marveled incredulously. It dawned on them that the Black Goku had previously mentioned Zamasu's immortality. Yet, they had never anticipated it to be so outrageous. Being severed in half, he could still revive. Upon regaining his form, Zamasu displayed little emotion. Fully aware that he was impervious to death, no matter how formidable Li Lin might be, it would have no bearing on him. With a swift motion, he soared back into the sky, positioning himself alongside Black Goku. This presence has vanished. We can no longer track our target, Zamasu remarked to Black Goku. The latter nodded slowly and added, it seems this individual can also manipulate time. I distinctly felt a momentary pause in time just now. Being a Kaishin, he possessed a certain sensitivity to temporal fluctuations. What should we do? Zamasu inquired, furrowing his brow. It was the first time they had encountered such a vexing dilemma since their collaboration began. At that moment, Li Lin unexpectedly appeared before them. Both men's gazes locked onto him, their hearts racing with trepidation. Especially Black Goku, who was acutely aware that he was not immortal like Zamasu. He merely possessed a passive ability that allowed him to grow stronger when struck. Yet, the Li Lin before him had surpassed all his comprehension. He feared that before he could reach a level of strength comparable to his own, he might already be slain. Li Lin regarded them with an air of indifference, his mind swirling with thoughts. He found himself reluctant to eliminate Black Goku. Instead, he envisioned this individual as a potential sparring partner to enhance his own prowess. As for the immortal Zamasu, he deemed his existence unnecessary. Ah, Zamasu, Li Lin remarked casually. Both Black Goku and Zamasu jolted, uncertain of whom Li Lin was addressing. I meant you, Li Lin clarified, gesturing towards Black Goku as he observed their expressions. Black Goku furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed as to why he was being singled out. His anxiety was palpable. If I am not mistaken, your current form is a result of having exchanged bodies with Goku, is it not? Li Lin stated nonchalantly. Though he presented it as a guess, he had long since deduced the truth. Indeed, upon hearing this, Black Goku exhibited a hint of surprise. He certainly did not reveal to Li Lin the origins of his current body. However, why does the other party seem to know now? Seeing that Black Goku remained silent, Li Lin took it as tacit acknowledgement. I am genuinely curious. Why did you wish to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong after witnessing his power? Yet, why did you not choose to swap bodies with me? Li Lin slowly articulated his perplexity. Logically, he had accompanied Sun Wukong to the 10th universe Kaishin realm. Zamasu was acquainted with him, so why did he still opt to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong? One must understand that his body possessed immense potential. Upon realizing that his secret had been unveiled, Black Goku decided to cease his concealment. After exhaling slowly, he began to speak. You are truly remarkable. You have deduced my body exchange with Sun Wukong. At times, I genuinely question whether you are a being of this world. Following his statement, he cast a profound glance at Li Lin. A slight heaviness settled in Li Lin's heart. What did those words imply? Could it be that his identity as a traveler had been uncovered? After you left, I eliminated that old fool, Gaosu. Subsequently, I utilized the Super Dragon Balls to wish for an exchange of bodies with Sun Wukong. Indeed, initially, I intended to swap with you, Black Goku said, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, the dragon revealed to me that there was no such person in my timeline. Thus, the exchange was impossible. When I learned of this, do you have any idea how astonished I was? A person who evidently exists in reality, yet the dragon claimed there was no such individual. Ultimately, I desired a body akin to yours. But the dragon was indeed incapable of fulfilling this wish, exceeding its capabilities. It is quite absurd that even the Super Dragon Balls, which can resurrect entire universes, could not facilitate the exchange of a mere human. Li Lin listened to Black Goku's narrative, nodding slowly in understanding. So, this was the case. It appeared his body was indeed extraordinary, so much so that even the Super Dragon could not replicate it. Yet, the absurdity did not end there. After I exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong, I sought information about you on Earth, only to discover that no one had ever heard of you. The legends surrounding you in the universe had vanished as well. The confrontation between the 7th and 6th universes persisted, with the 7th universe emerging victorious. But you alone seemed to have left no trace, as if you had never set foot in that world. Black Goku spoke in a somber tone. He was genuinely eager to unravel this mystery. What made this human so exceptionally unique? Li Lin furrowed his brow in contemplation before slowly responding. Regarding this situation, I am equally perplexed. Perhaps some individuals are simply born special. It is beyond our control. After all, the manner in which he arrived in this world remains an enigma. As for the reason behind his disappearance in the realm of Black Goku, it remains an enigma. However, he is acutely aware that he is presently thriving in his existence, momentarily unconcerned with the affairs of other dimensions. Nonsense. What makes you, a mere human, so exceptional? Black Goku vehemently countered Li Lin's assertion, his disdain palpable. In his eyes, only a deity like himself is inherently unique and special. Chapter 144. The use of the demon seal wave. Indeed. What significance does a mere insect like you possess to be so audacious? Zamasu, standing nearby, added mockingly. Perhaps emboldened by his immortality, his demeanor was particularly arrogant. Don't you possess the power to defeat a god of destruction? Come, let me witness it. Come and kill me, Zamasu declared, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of contempt. The disdain dripping from his lips incited an urge to strike him down. Upon hearing these words, Li Lin furrowed his brows tightly. Humph. Zamasu noticed Li Lin's furrowed brow and, silenced by his own bravado, escalated his taunts. Trash is simply trash. Even if humans wield great power, they remain nothing more than slightly stronger refuse. Hearing another version of himself articulate such sentiments, Black Goku felt an indescribable exhilaration. Were it not for his apprehension of Li Lin's strength, fearing a swift demise, he would have relished the opportunity to voice such thoughts himself. Annoying, Li Lin remarked with an air of indifference. Zamasu chuckled coldly. Oh, if you're not vexed, then come and kill me. Stop merely flapping your gums. It serves no purpose. Below, Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta seethed with frustration at his words, itching to teach him a lesson. Alas, their grievous injuries rendered them powerless to act. Compelled to watch Zamasu flaunt his arrogance before them. I cannot kill you, Li Lin replied coolly, as he gradually descended to the ground. Witnessing this maneuver, Black Goku mistakenly presumed Li Lin was retreating in fear. Huh, what is this? Afraid to fight? Planning to flee? He derided, regarding Li Lin's actions as a clear sign of weakness, leading him to question how this individual had managed to defeat a god of destruction. Fleeing is not the case. I have prepared a special gift for you, Li Lin stated, landing softly and retrieving a small vial from his person. My apologies. It should be referred to as an urn, he clarified, gazing at the vial once more. Trunks and the others were drawn in by Li Lin's actions, pondering his intentions. With a deliberate motion, he uncorked the vial and gently placed it upon the ground. Have you lost your mind? Zamasu questioned, perplexed by Li Lin's actions, utterly unaware of his true purpose. Nevertheless, one thing was certain, no one could slay him. Thus, his current expression remains one of brazen confidence. He even turned to the nearby Black Goku and remarked, You say he defeated the god of destruction? Surely, he cannot be deceiving me. In this timeline, there is no record of a person named Li Lin. Consequently, the event of defeating the god of destruction remains utterly unknown. I can't say for certain, he continued. After all, in my timeline, that is the prevalent rumor throughout the universe. However, thereafter, there was no further information about this individual. It was as though everyone had experienced a collective amnesia regarding him. Black Goku stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he spoke. To be candid, he had never witnessed the opponent's victory over the god of destruction. Nonetheless, he had previously heard from Guas that it might indeed be true. Huh, Zamasu scoffed with disdain. It seems your memory may be the one that has faltered. Look at that cowardly lad. He sneered. Humans have always been mere parasites, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Do not be misled by my currently diminished power. What could he possibly do to me? Zamasu had completely relinquished his inhibitions. The dread of Li Lin's formidable strength had dissipated, for he reasoned that he was, after all, immortal. No one could slay him. Thus, no matter how powerful another might be, what significance did it hold for him? What is that fellow doing? Black Goku observed Li Lin on the ground, his hands forming into palms, directed towards Zamasu. What else could he be doing? He probably can't bear it any longer and intends to attack me. Zamasu replied with a chuckle, then spread his arms wide, his face radiating an extraordinary sense of ease. Come on, unleash your strongest attack. Use all your might. Do not hold back on my account. Zamasu closed his eyes, gazing up at the overcast sky, exuding an unparalleled confidence. Huh, Li Lin chuckled softly. Demon seal wave. Suddenly, he shouted, sending forth a spiraling green energy wave aimed at Zamasu. Goku was taken aback. Could it truly be the demon seal wave? Trunks and Vegeta appeared puzzled, clearly hearing this name for the first time. Uncle Goku, what is the demon seal wave? Trunks inquired with curiosity. Although he sensed no significant power emanating from the energy wave, it was undeniable that it bore a unique essence when channeled by Li Lin. The demon seal wave is a sealing technique, developed in the past to combat Piccolo. Goku gradually elucidated, as if his thoughts were transported back to that youthful era. He recalled the grand martial arts tournament of yesteryears, when the Supreme Kai attempted to use the demon seal wave against Piccolo, only for that cunning foe to neutralize it, resulting in the Supreme Kai being sealed within a small vessel. That opponent's technique? Huh, I assumed it was something formidable, Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the idea that Piccolo's technique could possibly contend with the prowess of the two before him. Piccolo's strength is trivial compared to theirs. Why would Li Lin resort to such a foolish maneuver? In the sky above, Black Goku observed the energy wave with a sense of quiet astonishment. This is perplexing. This wave of energy seems utterly devoid of any offensive power. The spiraling green energy wave travels swiftly, reaching Zamasu in an instant. Thud. As Zamasu is struck by the energy wave, no explosion occurs. Instead, he finds himself enveloped by the verdant aura. Then, an eerie scene unfolds. Zamasu's body is drawn backward along the spiraling light wave, rendered immobile as if absorbed. What is this? Zamasu exclaims in astonishment. He struggles to break free but finds himself powerless against the overwhelming attraction of the sealing wave, which suppresses his abilities. The power within him feels as though it has been sealed away. Help me. Someone help me. His earlier arrogance has vanished, replaced by a contorted form reminiscent of a writhing maggot, his eyes filled with terror. Black Goku perceives the dire situation. A sphere of light has coalesced in his hand, directed toward Li Lin. Heh. Li Lin responds with a calm smile, manipulating the sealing wave. Time stop. In an instant, time halts, and the surrounding space ceases its motion. Yet, the sealing wave continues its operation. The moment the time stop is lifted, Zamasu is drawn into the vial. Time resumes, and Li Lin rushes forward to seal the vial's opening. With a swift motion, he sends the energy wave flying away. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoes from afar. The immortal Zamasu has thus been sealed by Li Lin. Chapter 145, Li Lin and Black Goku. Li Lin places the small vial into his pocket. Trunks and Vegeta are left dumbfounded at this spectacle. Has Zamasu been so easily dealt with by Li Lin? Can it be done this way? Trunks mutters in disbelief. Li Lin's intervention has once again opened his eyes. He begins to contemplate that once this crisis is averted, he must seek Li Lin's guidance on this technique. If he could master it, he would fear no powerful adversary in the future. Engage when capable, and if overwhelmed, simply seal with the sealing wave. Wouldn't that render him invincible? Wow, is this technique really that powerful? Vegeta exclaims in surprise. He never anticipated that such a seemingly mundane technique, originally devised to counter Piccolo, could yield such remarkable results here. Goku, with an air of knowing, smiles and states, I knew this technique would be effective. Li Lin's choice to employ it indicates absolute confidence in its success. His admiration for Li Lin grows immensely. This individual possesses an uncanny ability to transform peril into safety at critical moments. Although Li Lin is undeniably strong, the revelation that Zamasu is immortal brings a sense of despair. Who can contend with an immortal being? Now, the answer is clear. Li Lin can handle it. Maintaining his unwavering composure. In the sky, Black Goku witnesses the sealing of Zamasu in this world, his heart filled with horror. How is this possible? Black Goku stares in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. He once believed that he had attained immortality and vanquished all the gods of destruction. He thought that alongside Zamasu in this world, they would be invincible. However, to his astonishment, that seemingly invincible entity vanished in an instant. With a swift motion, Li Lin soared from the ground to stand before him. Observing the bewildered expression on his face, he smirked and remarked, "What's wrong? Are you surprised? Did you not look down upon humanity? Allow me to enlighten you. That technique I just executed was developed by an exceedingly ordinary human many years ago. Do you not claim to be the great gods? Are you truly unable to contend with a mere human's technique?" Li Lin spoke without reservation. He had come to realize that the combination of the magic seal wave and instant transmission was indeed a formidable skill. As long as he possessed these two techniques, few could match him in combat. Of course, the gods of destruction and the Omni King were exceptions, given their capacity to obliterate all existence. A simple sealing vessel could easily be destroyed by them. Nevertheless, upon understanding this, Li Lin found no desire to kill him. "You bastard," Black Goku cursed, his purple aura erupting violently as he lunged at Li Lin. Once again, Li Lin made his move, but this time, he did not unleash his full power. Instead, he tempered his combat strength to engage Black Goku equally, as he had reached a bottleneck in his own strength and sought to enhance it through this battle. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce clash. The sky, cloaked in dark clouds, rumbled with thunder. Humph, Black Goku thought. Noticing that Li Lin chose not to unleash his full might against him, a surge of elation coursed through him, mingled with contempt for Li Lin's perceived foolishness. As long as he continued to fight, he could steadily improve, perhaps even surpass Li Lin by the end. With this thought, his aura grew even more ferocious. The heavens roared with golden lightning as they fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. The surrounding space was shattered, and chaotic currents swirled like blades through the air. Such terrifying might. Who among them was truly stronger? Trunks gazed in astonishment. I have never witnessed a battle of this magnitude before. Uft, is that even a question? Of course. Li Lin is stronger. Vegeta replied, eyeing the battle above. Goku nodded in agreement, believing the same. Although the energy radiating from both combatants was indeed formidable, it was evident that Li Lin was not utilizing his full potential. Before long, Black Goku was left battered and breathless, while Li Lin remained composed and unperturbed. This is not your true strength. Why do you not fight me with all you have? Black Goku realized that Li Lin had been holding back. The combat power Li Lin had initially displayed could have overwhelmed him, yet now, their strengths seemed nearly equal, or perhaps Li Lin's was just slightly superior. Oh, are you desperate now? Li Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, then continued, however, I am not yet done playing. So I have no intention of killing you at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Black Wukong felt a slight jolt in his heart, followed by a surge of anger on his face. To him, this battle was merely a game, and he was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. Heh, I hope you won't regret this in the end, Black Wukong retorted with a cold smirk. After the recent skirmish, he was battered and bruised. Yet the energy within him surged at an astonishing rate. With a few more exchanges, he believed his combat prowess might even surpass that of Li Lin. Regret? Li Lin replied, momentarily surprised before calmly asserting, with this pitiful reptile, I have no cause for regret. He was aware that Black Wukong's combat power had indeed increased, but he too had his own advantages. Moreover, he possessed the time-space technique and the demon sealing wave. Even if he were to falter, he had ample time to seal his opponent. You bastard! Black Wukong growled, his anger intensifying at Li Lin's words. In an instant, a blade of light manifested in his hand, unleashing an even greater aura. Suddenly, the blade expanded, transforming into a colossal scythe, radiating a chilling purple light that felt suffocating. His power had escalated once more. Incredible! Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this individual seemed to grow stronger with each blow he endured. Above in the sky, the two resumed their fierce battle, their overwhelming energies causing the very earth to tremble. With each swing of Black Wukong's scythe, the fabric of space was torn asunder, leaving deep rifts in its wake. Li Lin, on the other hand, elevated his own energy, maintaining a state of suppression. Despite the terrifying ferocity of Black Wukong's attacks, he could not land a hit on Li Lin, who expertly exploited every opening to deliver increasingly powerful punches. In a matter of moments, Black Wukong's visage was marred with bruises, his body adorned with numerous wounds. Ah! He roared in frustration, his aura surging once more. The surrounding air began to vibrate, creating visible ripples that expanded wider and wider, accompanied by a resonant hum. The ground cracked beneath them, and vast sections of urban ruins were sent soaring. The entire world resembled an apocalyptic scene. Chapter 146, You all return, I need to train for a while. Witnessing this overwhelming aura, Trunks and the others were struck with alarm. As Black Wukong's power grew increasingly formidable, Trunks shouted anxiously, Mr. Li Lin, please finish this quickly. The earth cannot endure much longer. The land began to shatter in large fragments, and the very fabric of space trembled violently, accompanied by flashes of lightning. If the two continued their clash, the earth itself might very well explode. Li Lin glanced around at the apocalyptic landscape and muttered to himself, I understand. He gazed at the rising aura of Black Goku, who in a swift motion, spun around and positioned himself directly above him. What? Black Goku looked up at Li Lin, his heart sinking in shock. Heh! Li Lin let out a cold chuckle, then clenched his fists and struck forcefully down upon Black Goku's head. With a resounding bang, Black Goku was sent reeling, his aura diminishing drastically. He plummeted heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. In an instant, Li Lin teleported to stand before Trunks and the others. You should return now and inform Beerus and the others about what transpired here. Black Goku is Zamasu. They must ensure the Zamasu of our timeline is eliminated. I will remain here, as I need him to train with me. After speaking, Li Lin teleported again, this time appearing in the depths of the crater. Black Goku, still reeling from the blow, had yet to regain his composure. Li Lin seized his hair and, with a burst of speed, soared into the cosmos beyond Earth. He resolved that such a prime training partner could not be squandered. He would extract every ounce of value from him. With a whoosh, Li Lin's figure transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from Earth's surface. The planet returned to tranquility, perhaps influenced by Zamasu's departure. The once overcast sky was abruptly illuminated by a beam of sunlight. Soon, the clouds dispersed, and the world was restored to its rightful daylight. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, bewildered. Had the future-esque crisis been resolved? Regardless, their presence here seemed futile, for Li Lin had already whisked away the world's peril. Then let us return, Vegeta said with a resigned shake of his head. He had witnessed Zamasu's formidable power and felt acutely his own inadequacies. Despite the opponent's advantages, it did not excuse his own weakness. He needed to return and continue his training. Yes, let us go back. Li Lin should manage things here without issue. Son Goku agreed, nodding slowly. He too felt deeply impacted and struggled to fathom how they would have resolved this crisis without Li Lin's intervention. Consequently, he resolved to train diligently, striving to narrow the gap between himself and Li Lin. All right, I will see you off, Trunks replied in affirmation. He then retrieved a time machine from his pocket dimension capsule. After the three of them boarded the time machine, they journeyed back to their past. They materialized at the Capsule Corporation, where Beerus and Whis were indulging in leisure, fortuitously encountering the returning trio. Son Goku and Vegeta recounted the events of the future, confirming that Zamasu was indeed Black Goku, who had allied with the Zamasu of that timeline, plunging the future into chaos and despair. Vegeta and his companions immediately set off, preparing to journey to Universe 10 to eradicate Zamasu from this realm, to prevent the dire circumstances of the future from being replicated in this world. Trunks bid farewell to his comrades. I shall return to await Mr. Lin. When he returns, I will escort him here. With that, he boarded the time machine, returning to the future's timeline. In the future world, amidst the boundless darkness of space, two figures clashed with thunderous ferocity. The resounding booms of colossal explosions reverberated through the cosmos, as nearby planets trembled under the force of their confrontation. Celestial bodies erupted like dazzling fireworks, illuminating the void. Bang! 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 The sound of their fists colliding echoed in the vastness of space, each impact distorting the surrounding fabric of reality. The immense shockwaves generated by their blows rippled outward, causing tremors across all nearby planets. In the celestial expanse, Li Lin and Black Goku engaged in a fierce battle. Their energy beams intertwined, creating vivid scenes of conflict, each encounter unleashing tremendous waves of force. Suddenly, Black Goku seemed overwhelmed by the intensity of the onslaught, blood spilling from his lips and floating slowly in the vacuum of space. Why are you so powerful?" he queried, a hint of bitterness in his voice. For a month, he had fought in the cosmos against Li Lin, believing that his passive skills would allow him to grow stronger and ultimately vanquish his foe. However, reality proved far from his expectations. He had indeed become immensely powerful, reaching an alarming level of strength, yet Li Lin's might appeared boundless. No matter how much he exerted himself, Li Lin always surpassed him, creating a cycle of futility that led to a stalemate reminiscent of their initial encounter on Earth. "We are alike. Our strengths grow with each battle," Li Lin remarked, producing a senzu bean and chewing it thoughtfully. Throughout the past month, he had relied on these beans to restore his vitality, while his opponent bore the marks of relentless injuries without any means to heal. Black Goku, clad in tattered black attire, was taken aback and felt a wave of despair wash over him. If this were the case, continuing the fight would yield no advantage. He would never match Li Lin's prowess. However, the most crushing realization came with Li Lin's next words. "But our paths diverge. Your growth relies on enduring blows, while I merely need to continue fighting to enhance my strength. After a month of observation, I've also noted that your rate of improvement seems to lag behind mine." Li Lin explained calmly. "Impossible. This cannot be. You speak lies." Black Goku's demeanor grew increasingly frantic, unwilling to accept that a human could attain such monstrous capabilities. In his estimation, his current strength had surpassed that of the god of destruction by a considerable margin. Yet, the individual before him remained impervious to his efforts to vanquish him, a fact that he found utterly intolerable. To possess such formidable power, yet still be subjected to relentless defeat, was an affliction that no one could endure. Chapter 147. Eradication of Black Goku. "All right, let's not lose our composure. We must press on," Li Lin said, waving his hand with impatience. He was not entirely satisfied with his own progress. In his mind, his regular strength should be roughly on par with that of an angel. "Ah!" Black Goku shouted, then charged at him with frenzied intensity. Boom, boom, boom. In the dark expanse of the universe, a series of thunderous roars erupted once more. The surrounding space was continually torn asunder, and the celestial bodies were reduced to mere fireworks in the heat of battle. Thus, another month swiftly passed. During this time, Li Lin and Black Goku engaged in a cataclysmic clash. The Kaioshin and gods of destruction of this realm were obliterated. Otherwise, a multitude of divine beings would have been drawn to observe the spectacle. Bang! After exchanging blows, Black Goku was sent reeling, crashing through several planets before finally coming to a halt. The area around them was littered with the debris of shattered celestial bodies. "This should suffice," Li Lin mused. Gazing at his palm, he sensed that his current strength was akin to what he had wielded when unleashing the Tenfold Kaioken, perhaps even greater. As Black Goku had grown increasingly powerful over the past 2 months, his own enhancements during their battles had also become more pronounced. Huffing heavily, Black Goku gasped for air. His eyes bloodshot and his overall demeanor markedly deteriorated. After 2 months of relentless combat with Li Lin, his garments had long since been reduced to tatters. His body bore no unscathed skin, and unlike Li Lin, he lacked the benefit of the senzu beans to replenish his stamina. At this moment, he was teetering on the brink of collapse, both physically and mentally. "Damn it, you scoundrel," he cursed, still managing to mutter in defiance despite his dire state. Such a pity. Li Lin shook his head in resignation. He resolved to end the conflict, for although he had been the aggressor throughout, even he was beginning to feel the strain of their prolonged encounter. While his physical endurance remained formidable, his mental fortitude was nearing its breaking point. "To spare us both further torment, I shall grant you a swift end," Li Lin declared softly, adopting a stance of attack. Black Goku slowly raised his head. a derisive smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Is that so? Despite his waning mental state, his intellect remained intact. His current strength, had it been during the era before the god's disappearance, would have sufficed to dominate the divine realm, at the very least. The god of destruction would have been no match for him. Even angels, in their pursuit to conquer him, must exert considerable effort. Therefore, it is likely that Li Lin's task will not be so effortlessly accomplished. Indeed, Li Lin remarked with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from his body. A radiant light pierced the dark cosmos, and the hue of his white aura abruptly transformed into a fierce crimson. Tenfold King's fist activate. Boom. A torrent of red flames illuminated the vast expanse of the universe. The searing crimson blaze instilled an unsettling dread merely by its presence. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Black Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. For at that moment, Li Lin's power had surged tenfold. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Black Goku began to waver in his convictions, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of it all. He realized that Li Lin was no ordinary being. Farewell, Zamasu, Li Lin stated with an air of indifference. He then brought his hands together, summoning a brilliant white light as a vast amount of energy coalesced in his palms. No. Black Goku shouted in desperation. He turned on his heel and fled, unwilling to meet his demise. His aspirations remained unfulfilled, and he yearned to savor the existence of a world devoid of humanity. Alas, Li Lin would not permit his escape. In an instant, he activated the instant transmission technique. Freezing time and space, Black Goku felt the abrupt halt of time. He spun around, only to see the white shockwave materializing before him. No. Black Goku cried out once more, but it was too late. His form was engulfed by the radiant light. Boom. A blinding explosion erupted, causing a significant portion of the galaxy to collapse in an instant. The dark universe was illuminated as if it were the height of day. The residual shockwaves unleashed a violent tempest throughout the cosmos. It is finished, Li Lin murmured to himself, sensing the absence of Black Goku's energy. He then tuned into the energy emanating from Earth before swiftly departing, returning to the planet. Upon his arrival, he found Earth in the midst of reconstruction. Vast ruins were being cleared away, and the faces of the populace radiated with hopeful smiles for the future. At that moment, Trunks, like the ordinary citizens, was diligently working to rebuild the planet. Trunks, Li Lin called out loudly. Hearing the familiar voice, Trunks quickly turned to see him. Mr. Li Lin, Trunks exclaimed, rushing over. Has that fiend been dealt with? He inquired uncertainly, for Black Goku had posed a significant threat to their world. He needed confirmation, if the menace had not been vanquished. Their hardships were far from over. Yes, it has been resolved, Li Lin replied with a smile. That is splendid news. Trunks exclaimed, clenching his fist in joy. It appeared that this crisis had finally been averted, and they could live without fear. Mr. Li Lin, are you planning to return? Trunks asked him. Li Lin nodded slowly. Indeed, having spent such a considerable time here, he yearned to return home for a visit. You have rendered this world a tremendous service. You cannot simply depart like this. Allow us to properly reward you. Let us indulge for a couple of days before you leave, Trunks suggested quietly. That might not be appropriate. I would prefer to return sooner, Li Lin responded with a smile. It had already been 2 months since he had left, and he was anxious to know how his wife and child were faring. It was best to return promptly. Of course, he also understood that despite his 2-month absence, he could traverse through the time machine and arrive back 2 days after he had departed. In essence, in the past, he would have only been away for 2 days. Very well, Trunks said, seeing that Li Lin did not wish to linger, and he ceased his persuasion. He retrieved the time machine once more and took Li Lin back to the past. After bidding farewell to Li Lin, Trunks returned to his own timeline, while Li Lin headed straight home, eager to see his family. Meanwhile, in various universes, currents of intrigue were stirring. On this very day, the gods of destruction from 11 universes gathered at the Zeno's palace. Chapter 148, The Summoning by Zeno. Goku and the others brought news from the future. Beerus and Whis promptly set off to identify the flaw within this timeline's Zamasu, which Beerus then obliterated using his destructive energy. On Earth, Li Lin lay on the beach, basking in the brilliant sunshine. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. Whis and Beerus had arrived. Recognizing the familiar faces, Li Lin warmly approached them. Ah, Lord Beerus, Whis. What brings you to my humble abode? He greeted them with a smile. After all, they seldom visited without a purpose, even when they did come. It was usually to the Capsule Corporation, as it was close to the city and offered a plethora of delectable cuisines. Although the scenery here was enchanting, it was devoid of human presence. Generally, apart from his family, no one would venture to this secluded spot. It is nothing. Zeno has suddenly requested to see you. Whis replied with a serene smile. Beerus regarded Li Lin with a rather displeased expression. Zeno? Li Lin furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. What does that little fool want with me? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately covered Li Lin's mouth and glared at him, admonishing, be cautious with your words. Whis looked slightly taken aback as well. Goodness, is that how you describe Zeno? However, he did not mind, as he found Li Lin's description rather apartment. My apologies. My apologies. Li Lin quickly removed Beerus's hand. He remarked, still muttering inwardly, can you hear that? Your ears are quite sharp, indeed. What does Lord Zeno want with me? Li Lin inquired curiously. He was aware that the ensuing events would likely pertain to the Tournament of Power, and at this moment, there should not be any major incidents unfolding. Why the sudden summons for me? Li Lin inquired, perplexed. Is it regarding the intergalactic competition? Indeed. Whis replied with an air of nonchalance. What is the fuss about? If there is a competition, I'll simply attend and compete, Li Lin mused, his curiosity piqued. However, it appears that the gods of destruction from various universes have learned of your participation and are quite displeased. They have all flocked to the Omni King to seek clarification. Beerus interjected, taking over Whiss's explanation. He felt a twinge of irritation. What had initially seemed like a guaranteed victory in the competition had now turned into a chaotic affair thanks to these meddlesome beings. Then why call upon me? Surely, you could discuss this amongst yourselves? Li Lin scratched his head, indifferent to the outcome of his participation. Given his current strength, he found the opponents beneath his notice. Even if he did compete, it would merely be a matter of overwhelming them. You are, after all, the principal party involved. The Omni King wishes to ascertain your perspective. Whis explained calmly. If it were only one or two gods of destruction, it wouldn't be a concern. However, all 11 of them have gathered, necessitating a discussion. Very well, I have no objections. When shall we depart? Li Lin shrugged his shoulders, resigned. It seemed that sometimes, great power could be a double-edged sword, inciting envy and thus leading to considerable trouble. Now, Whis replied, tapping his staff against the ground. In an instant, the three of them vanished, heading towards the Omni King's palace. Such haste? Li Lin questioned, observing Whis' urgency. At least let me bid farewell to my wife and children. If we leave abruptly, it might seem as if I vanished. We cannot afford to delay. It is the command of the Omni King, Beerus stated, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Li Lin with a serious expression. Once we arrive at the Omni King's domain, refrain from speaking carelessly. That remark you made earlier, do not let it slip again. Otherwise, we may not return. Beerus warned gravely. If Li Lin were to call the Omni King a fool, their fate would be sealed. The other gods of destruction could easily ignite a catastrophe, dragging Universe 7 down with them. Understood, Li Lin replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter he had yet to address. After rummaging through his belongings, he produced a small vial. Lord Beerus, this contains Zamasu from the future. He wished for immortality through the Super Dragon Balls. I am unable to eliminate him and may require your assistance, Li Lin said, handing the vial to Beerus with a measured tone. It would be prudent to eliminate such a dangerously obsessive individual before he could wreak further havoc. How troublesome, Beerus muttered, holding the vial. In this world, he had already vanquished one Zamasu, and now he was faced with the task of dealing with another. How is it that I seem to be merely a custodian of refuse? As he spoke, a flash of purple light emanated from Beerus's hand. The small vial instantaneously distorted, transforming into shimmering particles that vanished from his grasp. The trio moved with remarkable swiftness, soon arriving before the grand temple of the Omni King. Awaiting them at the entrance stood the grand priest, who had been anticipating their arrival for quite some time. Whis, Lord Beerus, you have finally arrived. The grand priest greeted with a smile. Salutations, grand priest, Whis replied with a respectful nod, his tone imbued with deference. Although the figure before him was his father, the customary formalities could not be overlooked, especially in the presence of the Omni King's temple, a setting far removed from private affairs. Indeed, Beerus responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. While the grand priest held an esteemed position, he was not directly subordinate to Beerus, who felt no obligation for excessive courtesy. The destroyers reserved their politeness exclusively for the Omni King. With others, a demeanor of indifference sufficed. The grand priest, unperturbed by Beerus's attitude, smiled and nodded, signifying a cordial exchange. And this must be Li Lin, he said, directing his gaze toward Li Lin, who stood beside the two. Yes, your excellency, grand priest, Li Lin replied, a smile gracing his lips. He maintained a respectful demeanor towards this formidable entity of the divine realm. Despite his own considerable strength, he dared not overstep boundaries in the grand priest's presence. Very well, now that everyone is gathered, please, come inside, the grand priest said with a welcoming smile, gesturing for them to enter before leading the way. Beerus, Whis, and Li Lin followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor as they proceeded toward the inner hall. Grand priest, what do those individuals intend? Beerus inquired as they walked along the smooth surface, his curiosity piqued. I am not entirely certain of the intentions of the esteemed destroyers, the grand priest replied, his tone mild as he continued forward without glancing back. The specifics must be determined by the Omni King. Tisish, Beerus scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at him. It was common knowledge that the grand priest held a significant position within the divine hierarchy. He was the closest confidant of the Omni King, who would invariably consult him on matters of importance. If the grand priest were unaware of the Omni King's plans, it would indeed be peculiar. After approximately 3 minutes of walking, they arrived before an ancient, imposing door imbued with a sense of sanctity. Here we are, before the Omni King. Do not forget your manners, the Grand Priest stated, suddenly turning to address them, his expression growing serious. Of course, was affirmed with a smile, aware that as an angel, the expectations for decorum were not excessively burdensome, and he would naturally adhere to them, perhaps just offering a greeting. Gulps echoed in the silence as Beerus swallowed nervously. Though moments ago they had been exchanging pleasantries, the imminent encounter with the Omni King stirred a sense of trepidation within him. It was not merely anxiety, but a faint sense of fear. In the vast expanse of the multiverse, who would not tremble at the thought of the omnipotent Zeno, capable of erasing them with a mere gesture? Understood, Beerus nodded solemnly. Li Lin remained silent, unsure of the etiquette he ought to observe. Fortunately, the Grand Priest did not pay him particular heed. With a graceful turn of his body, he waved his hand gently. The grand doors began to part slowly, revealing a brilliant light within. As the doors swung fully open, Zeno sat perched in his elevated position, his expression obscured from view. Below, the gods of destruction from various universes stood on either side, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance as it opened. Please. The Grand Priest gestured invitingly toward the three individuals. With a heart full of trepidation, Beerus stepped cautiously into the hall, followed closely by Whis and Li Lin. The expressions of the latter two were notably relaxed in contrast to Beerus's anxiety. Upon recognizing Beerus's arrival, the gods of destruction standing on either side scoffed derisively, their demeanor decidedly unfriendly. It was clear that their animosity towards Beerus was palpable, and his entrance was met with little in the way of cordiality. However, their gazes were not solely fixed on Beerus. They also took note of Li Lin trailing behind him. Is this the one known as Li Lin? The god of destruction from Universe 1, Ewan, inquired, addressing the angel Makarita beside him. Makarita shot him an exasperated glance and muttered, "How would I know? I've never seen him before. But if Whis brought him, it must indeed be him." Not just them, but even the other gods of destruction began to murmur amongst themselves. Why does this individual lack any discernible aura? Ewan remarked, his diminutive frame and furry visage contrasting sharply with his large, expressive eyes. Indeed, I am puzzled, replied the angel Avamo, a rotund figure, as he observed the seemingly unremarkable Li Lin with curiosity. Not bad looking at all, chuckled the goddess of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas. She was the only female among them, possessing a strong sense of confidence in her appearance, though her beauty was rather ordinary, differing from the idealized image she held. The angel Hellas remarked with indifference that, according to his memories, one capable of defeating a god of destruction should possess a robust physique and explosive musculature. This lad seems rather inconspicuous. Ah, it's you again, the god of destruction from Universe 6, Compa, sneered, recalling their previous encounter with vivid clarity. After returning from that defeat, he had trained diligently, and now, he felt his strength had surpassed that of before. Should they face one another again, he was confident he would not falter. So, this is the individual from Universe 7? He appears rather ordinary, Regil observed coolly as he regarded Li Lin, his own form resembling that of an orange fox. Lord Regil, do not be deceived by appearances. Lord Compa fell victim to such folly in the past, warned Corin, his expression grave as he interjected. He is the brother of Whis and possesses a certain understanding of Li Lin. He knows that this individual is far from being as simple as he appears. Whis gazes at the nearby deities, who are whispering among themselves. He can't help but sigh inwardly. It is indeed Li Lin, whose mere presence has sparked widespread discussion. It seems these beings hold the tournament hosted by the Omni King in high regard, otherwise, they would not have made such a grand display in coming here. Silence among the deities. The high priest spoke calmly, having appeared on the elevated platform without notice. His gaze lightly swept over the god of destruction and the angels below, causing the chatter to cease immediately. At that moment, Beerus also approached the base of the platform. The few steps he took felt like an eternity, burdened by the immense pressure exerted by the Omni King. Salutations to you, Lord Omni King. Beerus bowed deeply, speaking with reverence, a sheen of sweat visible upon his brow. Salutations to you, Lord Omni King, Whis added with a smile and a nod. Please, no need for formalities, the Omni King replied in a delightful tone. Beerus slowly straightened up, while Li Lin, standing at the back, maintained a demeanor of humble restraint, offering no bow, no acknowledgement, and uttering not a word. This behavior immediately drew the discontent of the other deities. However, the Omni King, seated high above, seemed unfazed by the matter. Li Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again, the Omni King said with a gentle smile from his seat. Indeed, Lord Omni King, it is a pleasure to see you again. Li Lin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Following this exchange, the Omni King gestured towards the high priest. The high priest understood and nodded in acknowledgement before addressing the assembly below. Esteemed deities, now that Li Lin has arrived, you may reiterate your requests. The god of destruction from Universe 7 is also present. The high priest surveyed the gods of destruction standing on either side. The deities exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. Noticing the silence, the god of destruction from Universe 1, Ewan, decided to take the initiative. High Priest, our request is as previously stated. We have no objections to the tournament organized by the Omni King. However, this individual must not be allowed to participate. Ewan pointed at Li Lin as he spoke to the High Priest. If Li Lin possesses the strength of a god of destruction, what chance do we have? Furthermore, we have heard from Beerus that this individual not only wields the power of a god of destruction, but also possesses abilities comparable to an angel. Allowing him to compete would be akin to a dimensional disparity. What would be the point for the other universes? Oh, that would indeed be problematic, the High Priest responded. Yes, High Priest, this is quite unfair to us participating universes, spoke the god of destruction from Universe 5, Alarak. Indeed, if this individual participates, we might as well crown Universe 7 the champion without contest, added Legel from Universe 8. While this may be unjust to Universe 7, such a competition would be utterly devoid of meaning. The god of destruction of the 12th universe, Jin, remarked similarly. These 4 universes have developed remarkably, arguably the strongest among the 12. Their diligent efforts are aimed at standing out among the 12 universes. In contrast, Beerus exhibits a lackadaisical attitude, indulging in leisure and excess. If Li Lin were to participate in the competition, would it not be the 7th universe that emerges victorious? This notion leaves the industrious gods of destruction feeling quite aggrieved. Furthermore, they remain unaware of the dire consequences that await the losing side. Indeed, there is some truth in your words, the Grand Priest acknowledged with a slight nod. Moreover, I must inform you that the Omni King has decreed that the universe of the losing side will face erasure. Please prepare yourselves mentally for this outcome, the Grand Priest continued. The gods of destruction were taken aback by this revelation. It appears their suspicions were not unfounded. The cost of defeat is indeed severe. The prospect of outright annihilation is no trivial matter. The 4 gods who had just spoken became increasingly agitated. Grand Priest, this certainly means he must not participate. One exclaimed. Yes, if that is the case, then might we implore the Omni King to obliterate us directly, another added. Indeed, there is no need for a competition. We could merely await our demise, they echoed in unison. At this moment, Beerus's expression soured. The prospect of immediate erasure for the losing side meant his own demise as well. How could they still wish to prevent Li Lin from competing? This was utterly unacceptable. However, before Beerus could voice his concerns, the Grand Priest regarded the assembled gods of destruction, quietly reciting, 1st universe, 5th universe, 8th universe, 12th universe. These were the universes that had been vocally engaged. Upon hearing their names mentioned, a flicker of apprehension crossed their minds. What could this mean? Were they to be the targets of retribution for their fervent outcry? I almost forgot to mention. The Grand Priest continued with a serene smile directed at the 4 deities, the 1st universe, 5th universe, 8th universe, and 12th universe, due to their superior overall strength, are exempt from this competition and need not participate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ewan, Yarok, Leger, and Jin transformed into sheer delight. They hurriedly approached the Omni King, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Omni King. They chorused in unison. Returning to their respective positions, they were elated by the news of their exemption. Consequently, their universe would not have to compete, nor face obliteration. The participation of Li Lin became irrelevant to them. Do you 4 wish to continue with your earlier proposal? The 4 gods of destruction exchanged glances. Continue? What nonsense. The competition has nothing to do with us. Are we not merely spectators? Ahem, we shall not proceed any further. The atmosphere had grown rather dull, prompting Ewan from the 1st universe to step outside for a brief reprieve. His expression bore a subtle smile, indicating he had yet to fully recover from the surprise. Oh dear, how could the Grand Priest be so lacking in wit? Can't he discern a jest when he hears one? Eric from the 5th universe jested, waving his hand dismissively. For now, as long as he was exempt from participating, everything was negotiable. As for the affairs of other universes, even if the god of destruction himself entered the fray, he would not concern himself with them. Li Lin, a formidable force of the 7th universe, naturally possessed the right to compete. I fail to see what there is to dispute, he remarked contentedly. I am in agreement. Rules are rules. If one possesses the ability to compete, they must also be prepared for defeat. One should not lack the requisite spirit simply because the opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, Jean stated calmly, resembling a sage at that moment. His demeanor was so serene and unperturbed that it left the other 8 universes utterly speechless. They had encountered audacity before, but never such unabashed gall. Just moments ago, those 4 had been the loudest in their protest, yet now they appeared to be paragons of virtue. Had it not been for the incitement of these 4, the other 7 universes would not have gathered in the Grand King's temple today. Now, upon learning that they need not compete, they transformed into self-righteous saints. The burden of villainy was left solely upon the gods of destruction. Beerus gazed at the unpredictable scene with disdain, casting a scornful glance at the representatives of the 4 universes. He truly questioned how these 4 gods of destruction managed to maintain such strength in their universe. Was it merely through their shamelessness? If so, he would willingly forsake his own dignity. Are there any further objections from the remaining universes? The Grand Priest inquired, addressing those still required to compete. Grand Priest, I remain steadfast in my original stance. Li Lin must not be allowed to participate, Xiangpa asserted. Stepping forward with a grave tone, casting a disdainful glance at the exempted gods of destruction. He had not anticipated such fickleness from a being of his stature. I share Xiangpa's sentiments, Wei Mei remarked softly as he emerged. He was confident that without Li Lin in the competition, their universe would emerge victorious. After all, apart from the 4 exempted universes, their 11th universe boasted the strongest overall prowess. I disagree, Beerus interjected, stepping forward with a loud protest. Li Lin is our universe's trump card. If he is disqualified, that would be unacceptable. The intention is for the strongest from each universe to compete. Why should Li Lin be the only one barred from participation? Very well, we can hold a vote, his rival Katra proposed, stepping into the fray. Given that this competition would result in the outright elimination of the losing party, careful consideration was paramount, especially considering his strained relationship with Beerus. You utter nonsense. Voting? Do you take me for a fool? Lord Beerus exclaimed, his fury palpable. Lord Beerus, we are currently engaged in a discussion. Might we refrain from insults? The female destroyer, Helles, interjected calmly. Thus began a cacophony of insults exchanged between Beerus and the 7 other destroyers. The atmosphere in the Grand King's palace thick with tension over Li Lin's affair. Chapter 151, A Few Words. Li Lin listened to their bickering, feeling a throbbing headache approaching. Was it truly necessary to escalate to such a degree over a mere participation in a tournament of power? While he was aware of his own strength, their palpable fear seemed excessive. The 4 exempt universes, meanwhile, maintained a detached demeanor, observing Beerus as he faced off against 7 others. Enough, everyone. Let us cease this clamor. The Grand Priest declared in a grave tone, sensing that a physical altercation might soon ensue. Yet, it appeared that his words fell on deaf ears. As the insults continued unabated, the Grand Priest, witnessing the lack of response, could only shake his head in resignation. If you persist in this uproar, Lord Zeno will surely be displeased. His appeal to their better judgment prompted a collective stillness, the mere mention of Zeno's name instantly quelling the chaos. With reluctance, they exchanged glances filled with defiance before adopting a more humble demeanor, turning their attention to the seated figure of Lord Zeno above them. At that moment, Zeno sat quietly, observing the discord among the destroyers with a glimmer of amusement, finding their squabbling rather entertaining. As they quieted, his brow furrowed slightly. You all, Zeno began, his voice soft yet commanding. The destroyers perked up, eager to heed the Grand King's words. Continue. Zeno tilted his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. What? The destroyers responded, confusion etched across their faces. Continue. Continue what? Continue the insults? That seems rather inappropriate. Though Zeno had spoken, they understood the need for decorum. After all, the palace of the Grand King was no place for such undignified exchanges, which clashed with their lofty image. Cough, cough. The Grand Priest cleared his throat, taking it upon himself to clarify. What Lord Zeno means is for you to continue your discussion, not to persist in your verbal altercations, nor to resort to physical confrontation. He comprehended Zeno's intent, but clarification was necessary. After all, this was the divine realm, not the mortal world. One could not simply interpret Zeno's words as an invitation to brawl, with the victor dictating terms. Oh, so that is what you meant. Indeed, that is the implication, Zeno, with a glimmer of wisdom in his gaze, hesitated briefly before continuing. Upon hearing the words of the Omni King, the deities bowed their heads in acquiescence. They then proceeded to engage in a remarkably amicable discussion. However, the focal point of their discourse remained the prohibition of Li Lin from participating. Beerus steadfastly maintained that such a ban was unjust, and he would not consent to it. Li Lin stood amidst their clamor, feeling overwhelmed. He was the center of this discussion. Why was no one inquiring about his thoughts on the matter? Observing that the gods were on the verge of quarreling once more, Li Lin reluctantly interjected, Esteemed deities, may I have a moment of your attention? At that, the destroyers from the various universes turned their gazes towards him, albeit with a hint of disdain. Despite Li Lin's formidable strength, he was but a mere human in the hallowed halls of the Omni King's temple, and thus held the lowest status among those present. What right do you have to speak here, boy? Remarked the imposing Weiss, his lips curling in condescension. Do not think that defeating Kampa grants you the privilege to stand on equal footing with us. You have much to learn. Ramses, what do you mean by that? Kampa was the first to express his displeasure, feeling humiliated by his defeat to Li Lin, although he had been utterly overpowered. Bringing this up in public felt like a grave affront to his dignity. I mean it quite literally, Ramses replied nonchalantly, dismissing Kampa's feelings. He held no regard for the fact that a mere human had bested him. It was a significant disgrace for a destroyer. As for Bato's assertion that Li Lin possessed power akin to that of an angel, the others were skeptical. After all, Batos was Kampa's guardian angel, and it was entirely plausible that he might disseminate misleading information to preserve his destroyer's reputation. Handsome lad, it would be best not to interrupt our discussion, said Hellas playfully, casting a glance at Li Lin. Otherwise, dear sister here might become quite irate with you. I suggest we eliminate this nuisance, and perhaps we shall have fewer complications, growled Katra, narrowing his eyes. His rivalry with Beerus was well known, and the thought of vanquishing his foremost warrior would bring him immense satisfaction. Katra, your propensity for violence is excessive. You cannot resort to murder so readily. As gods, we ought to influence humanity through discourse, interjected Sidra, the destroyer of Universe 9. His attendant angel, Mojito, shook his head in resignation upon hearing these words. Sidra, while appearing rugged, acted in a manner that was entirely at odds with his appearance, lacking the ruthless demeanor one would expect from a destroyer. He exuded an unusual gentleness, in stark contrast to the excessively fierce nature of the Kaioshin. This dichotomy contributed to their universe's ranking among the 12, which ironically placed them at the very bottom. Hearing the derisive remarks from the gods of destruction, Li Lin felt a flicker of displeasure within. You refuse to allow me to compete and silence my voice, as if you hold absolute authority? Pray tell, what exactly do you represent? Mere clucking chickens and barking dogs dare to challenge me? With a steely gaze, Li Lin cast a calm glance at the gods of destruction. His power, having surged significantly after training with Black Wukong, had reached formidable heights. He felt no trepidation, not even before the angels present, for his strength now surpassed that of any god of destruction or angel in attendance. Are you courting death? Whom do you call a mere chicken or dog? One of them retorted, arrogance lacing his tone. Such hubris comes at a price. Hearing Li Lin's words, Beerus felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Well said, Li Lin. This bunch is indeed a gaggle of incompetent fools. Unable to compete, they can only clamor. Suddenly, the combined aura of the 7 gods of destruction erupted, filling the air with a suffocating pressure. The remaining 4 gods observed, their minds racing with anticipation. A fight is imminent. Let us get ready to engage. Chapter 152, Utter Arrogance. Silence. The Grand Priest admonished softly. His voice seemed imbued with boundless authority. Instantly, the oppressive energies radiating from the gods of destruction diminished significantly. If this situation were to escalate unchecked, it could very well lead to an all-out brawl. All eyes turned to the Grand Priest. I will not prevent you from fighting, he stated evenly. However, should anyone dare to raise a hand, do not blame me for retaliating. His calm words carried an unmistakable chill. Though the gods of destruction simmered with anger, they complied and fell silent. After all, this was the throne room of the Omni King. Should a conflict arise, the Grand Priest would have ample justification to intervene. While they might not face death, they would undoubtedly endure considerable pain. What is your intent, Li Lin? The Grand Priest inquired, surveying the gathered deities before returning his gaze to Li Lin. His presence here was primarily to gauge Li Lin's thoughts. After all, he was the focal point of this discussion. The recent actions of the gods of destruction, silencing him, were indeed excessive. Logically, it was unreasonable for these cosmic deities to deny a normal human the right to compete. In any other circumstance, the Omni King would have swiftly rejected their demands without a second thought. Yet, Li Lin was an anomaly, far too unique for their understanding. Li Lin, upon hearing the Grand Priest invite him to speak, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A surge of indignation welled up within him. The gods of destruction were utterly tyrannical. If they feared his power and sought to bar him from competing, that might be somewhat justifiable. However, should one speak disrespectfully to oneself, I must express my apologies. He too possesses a temper and will not be easily manipulated. If you all could treat me with courtesy and respect, perhaps even bowing to me a few times and addressing me as grandfather, I might reconsider my participation in the tournament hosted by Lord Zeno. Li Lin uttered these words with an air of utter calmness. Though his voice was scarcely above a whisper, the content was undeniably audacious. For he, in his current state of strength, saw no need to feign timidity before these individuals. To expect the god of destruction to bow in subservience and to address him as grandfather? If that were the case, could he still be deemed a god of destruction? Young man, it seems you are truly tired of living, remarked Wei Mei, her expression twisted in a terrifying scowl. They, as esteemed gods of destruction, commanded reverence wherever they went. Yet here they stood, humiliated before the king of all by a mere human. Not only a god of destruction, but even a regular powerful being would likely be unable to tolerate the words Li Lin had just spoken. Such arrogance often leads to a swift demise, Quitella sneered. The menace in his tone unmistakable. He resolved that once they exited the king of all's temple, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate this impudent youth. The other gods of destruction seethed with indignation. When had they ever endured such humiliation? The high priest furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Li Lin's words had been rather reckless. Yet, at that moment, Beerus felt an undeniable satisfaction, wishing fervently that those very words could have emanated from his own mouth. The surrounding angels began to subtly shift in expression, shaking their heads in quiet disapproval while simultaneously communicating with Whis. Is this young man always so audacious? Queried Corrin. Whis's brother and the guardian angel of the god of destruction, Ligeir, from Universe 8. They were one of the 4 exempt universes. And he typically did not behave in such a manner. Perhaps the recent provocations by the god of destruction had incited him. Whis sighed. Well, now their attention is entirely focused on our Universe 7. Before he could finish conversing with Corrin, another angel transmitted a message. Whis, what is the meaning of this? He couldn't possibly be your pupil, could he? Inquired Margarita, the angel from Universe 11, who had been closely observing the unfolding events. She was astonished at how Li Lin had audaciously insulted so many gods of destruction. This is unjust. I am not to blame for this, Whis lamented internally. Yes, Li Lin was indeed his pupil, but his temperament was beyond Whis's control. Moreover, the god of destruction had indeed been quite aggressive, even denying them the right to speak. Considering the perspective, it is quite natural for Li Lin to express such sentiments, a reflection of genuine human emotion. Weiss, this could pose a disadvantage for you. The expression on your father's face appears somewhat unsettling. Bados hastily conveyed this through telepathy. She is acutely aware of Li Lin's capabilities, having witnessed them firsthand. It is entirely normal for a young person to exhibit a bit of individuality. However, should they overstep their bounds, they may find themselves in dire straits. I have seen it, sister, Weiss explained with a hint of resignation. The expression on the high priest's face, while not exactly unpleasant, was undeniably nuanced, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Meanwhile, the Omni King, seated upon the high platform, glared intently at the assembly below. Weiss, are all beings from your universe this formidable? To provoke so many gods of destruction publicly, has he perhaps been influenced by Beerus? At this juncture, the angel of Universe 10, Kusu, interjected. She was the guardian angel of Ramusi and appeared to be the most diminutive among the gathering. Weiss could only manage a weary smile as all the angels began initiating communication with him, inquiring about the sudden audacity of this young man. What had emboldened him so? Was it you, Weiss, or Beerus, or was he simply born with such an imposing presence? Before the angels could ascertain the circumstances, Li Lin spoke once more. In light of the insults I have just endured, I must participate in this competition. His demeanor was remarkably calm. Though initially disinterested in the tournament of power, the aggressive demeanor of those around him solidified his resolve to compete, not only to partake, but to eliminate all other contenders. The gods of destruction, upon hearing his declaration, widened their eyes in disbelief, glaring at Li Lin as if they wished to devour him whole. Chapter 153. The second match. I see that without a lesson, you remain oblivious to your own insignificance. Keitra stepped forward, his expression fierce as he regarded Li Lin. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach Li Lin a lesson. Humph. Beerus scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward to block Keitra's path, despite Li Lin's superior strength. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he felt compelled to intervene. Li Lin met Keitra's menacing glare with a nonchalant shrug. He harbored no fear of any god of destruction. Indeed, he felt unperturbed even by the angels. He wondered, however, whether he could contend with the Grand Priest after unleashing the powers of the Kaioken Tenfold. The Grand Priest observed the imminent confrontation between the two. He subtly gestured towards their respective angels. Weiss and Koenig understood the cue, promptly moving to separate their gods of destruction. Since the parties involved have clearly expressed their desire to participate in the competition, I kindly ask everyone to remain patient while I consult with Lord Zeno. The High Priest stated calmly. After casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, he gracefully ascended to the high platform. There, he and Lord Zeno began their deliberations. After approximately 5 minutes, it seemed they had reached a conclusion. The High Priest stood upon the platform, and Lord Zeno proclaimed that Li Lin would be permitted to compete. Upon hearing this outcome, the destroyers displayed expressions of discontent. Should Li Lin enter the competition, their own participation would become unnecessary, and returning to prepare for the aftermath would be the more prudent choice. Lord Zeno, High Priest, I implore you to reconsider, spoke the destroyer of Universe 11. Excluding the 4 exempt universes, ours boasts the highest overall strength. Meanwhile, Universe 7 ranks second to last in terms of cumulative power. It would be utterly unjust for our universe to suffer annihilation due to a single individual. Indeed, Lord Zeno, High Priest, I urge you to deliberate further, added Quitella, gritting his teeth. He was unwilling to lose the competition or see his universe vanish. Under such circumstances, their chances of victory were bleak. Quitella, silence your insolent tongue. Although our overall strength ranks second to last, our peak capabilities are unparalleled. If you doubt this, we can conduct a private test. Beerus retorted with evident displeasure. Moreover, if anyone feels aggrieved, they may step forward and spar with me. Perhaps influenced by Li Lin, Beerus's tone had grown audacious and confrontational. Ready to engage every destroyer in battle at the slightest provocation, he possessed the confidence to back it up. His talent among the destroyers was exceptional, and with diligent training, few could rival him. The expressions of the other destroyers darkened further upon hearing Beerus's words. Just as they were about to voice their objections, they were interrupted by the High Priest. Enough, enough, cease this bickering, he interjected, feeling exasperated. Were they incapable of sitting down to discuss matters civilly? It was either insults or preparations for conflict. At their age, one would expect more maturity. Yet, with a leader like Lord Zeno, it was not surprising that these destroyers behaved in such a manner. Considering your earlier concerns, this competition will be held in 2 separate rounds, the High Priest announced slowly. A tremor of realization passed through the gods, as they struggled to comprehend what dividing the competition into 2 rounds entailed. All eyes were fixed upon him, including Li Lin's, who was equally captivated by the unfolding discourse. He had not heard that the Tournament of Power would be held in 2 stages. In his recollection, the tournament consisted of 8 universes selecting 10 formidable warriors each, who would then engage in a chaotic battle royale involving 80 participants. The last one standing would be declared the victor, ensuring the survival of the universe they represented. The Grand Priest gradually elucidated, stating that the first round would involve the 8 universes each selecting 10 powerful contenders, culminating in a fierce clash among 80. The universe represented by the last remaining fighter would emerge victorious. This description bore a striking resemblance to Li Lin's memories. Naturally, due to Li Lin's unique prowess from Universe 7, he was prohibited from participating in this initial contest. The Grand Priest continued his discourse. As expected, upon hearing this, the expressions of the gods of destruction brightened considerably, even eliciting faint smiles. The sole exception was Beerus, whose countenance fell upon hearing the Grand Priest's words. Did this not align perfectly with the desires of those rascals? Beerus remarked, a hint of urgency in his tone. The Grand Priest waved his hand slightly, urging him not to fret, for there was a second contest. Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow, his lips parting slightly, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, settling into a contemplative silence as he listened to the Grand Priest's subsequent revelations. The second contest would be a melee among the gods of destruction. With hands clasped behind his back, the Grand Priest addressed the assembly. A melee among the gods of destruction? What does that entail? This inquiry sparked a flurry of discussion among the deities below, clearly indicating their confusion regarding the nature of this match. Li Lin's mind stirred with intrigue. A battle among the gods of destruction. Could it possibly mean that the gods would be pitted against one another? He recalled glimpsing this event in a comic, where it appeared that Beerus had faced 11 opponents, gaining renown in a legendary showdown. However, his disinterest in comics left him unaware of the specific details. The melee among the gods of destruction would see the gods from the 8 universes engage in battle. Since Li Lin from Universe 7 could not participate in the first round, Beerus and Li Lin would be allowed to compete together in the second battle. Should they emerge victorious, their universe would likewise be spared from erasure by the Omni King. This meant that instead of merely one universe surviving, 2 could now endure. The Grand Priest explained slowly. Following this revelation, the gods of destruction began to whisper among themselves. In truth, this contest represented an equal opportunity for both Universe 7 and the others. After listening, Li Lin smiled faintly and nodded. This competition held a certain allure, and he could seize the chance to teach these gods of destruction a lesson. Chapter 154, one more pretentious than the other. The gods of destruction from the other 7 universes commenced their hushed conversations. Upon hearing this, Beerus initially looked taken aback, but then a smile crept onto his lips. He shared the same sentiment as Li Lin, having long desired to teach a lesson to that detestable group of gods of destruction. Little did he expect that the Omni King and the Grand Priest would grant him this opportunity, while the other gods of destruction were still whispering among themselves. A calm voice suddenly resonated. Is this the chaotic clash of the gods of destruction? It presents no pressure at all. Our Universe 7 will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Beerus proclaimed nonchalantly. Although his tone was indifferent, it amplified several-fold, ensuring that everyone present could hear him clearly. With both him and Li Lin participating, how could they possibly be at a disadvantage? This match felt like a gift handed to them. Upon hearing Beerus's audacious remarks, the other gods of destruction turned to glare at him. What nonsense, Beerus! Katra exclaimed, his round eyes filled with ire. Beerus's statement implied that he regarded them with utter disdain. Do you truly believe that victory is assured for you two? Be wary, for you might be the first to be eliminated. Ramshur scoffed. Among the gods of destruction, who could claim superiority over the others? Beerus's words were nothing short of provocation. Mere trash resorting to empty bravado might just find themselves suffering the most dire defeat. Waymay observed him with a placid gaze. Excluding the 4 exempt universes, their universe possessed the highest strength among the 8 present. Victory in the first contest was all but guaranteed. As for the second match, while he couldn't claim absolute certainty, he harbored considerable confidence. Perhaps, in the end, Universe 11 could secure a double championship. Beerus is merely all talk. If it comes to actual combat, he might not prevail against anyone. Zampa derisively remarked. Che, Beerus retorted, his expression dripping with disdain. He had no desire to engage in rebuttals, for deep down, he was already convinced of his impending victory. This confidence did not stem from his own prowess, but rather from Li Lin. After all, possessing the combat strength of an angel rendered their opponents mere trifles. At that moment, his his silence did not imply that Li Lin was similarly restrained. Stepping forward, Li Lin cast a cold glance at all the gods of destruction present. Dealing with your lot requires no intervention from Lord Beerus. I alone suffice. He stated with an air of indifference. What? The assembly of gods of destruction and angels widened their eyes in disbelief. Li Lin's proclamation was undeniably audacious. Yet, even more audacity followed. He respectfully addressed the Grand Priest, saying, I kindly request that you convey to Lord Omni King that for the second round of the Clash of Gods of Destruction, our Universe 7 requires only one participant, myself. The room erupted in astonishment. Li Lin's words were even more brazen than Beerus's. This was no longer mere disdain, it was a complete disregard for them. They have utterly cast aside their dignity, spitting upon it and trampling it underfoot. Were it not for the presence of the Omni King, these gods of destruction would likely have slain Li Lin on the spot. How outrageous, how arrogant, such insolence ignites my fury. Lord Ramses bellowed, nostrils flaring as he gazed skyward. Lord Ramses, please, temper your anger, said the angel Kess, frowning as she offered consolation. She shot a reproachful glance at Li Lin, now questioning whether this young man was indeed unhinged. Throughout history, who has dared to treat the gods of destruction with such disdain? Macarlita, do not hinder me. I am determined to end this insolent wretch. The fury in Weiss's eyes seemed poised to erupt. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Who among such lowly beings would ever dare utter such words in his presence? Sighing helplessly, Macarlita responded, Lord Weiss, I am not stopping you. If you wish to confront him, then go ahead. After all, the Omni King remained seated. Upon hearing this, Weiss relented, aware that before the Omni King, they could not afford to be so brazen. Provoking such a being could very well mean their demise today. The high priest's brow furrowed even further upon hearing Li Lin's words. Truth be told, after all his years as a deity, he had never encountered such an audacious human. Li Lin, are you certain? The high priest asked gravely. This contest was no trifling matter. Losing would lead to their erasure by the Omni King. I am certain, Li Lin replied, a serene smile gracing his face, exuding confidence. After all, what were a handful of mere gods of destruction, if he lacked the strength to confront them? How could he dare boast so boldly? Observing Li Lin's unwavering confidence left the high priest at a loss for words. He turned to Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, do you concur with Li Lin's proposal? After all, in Universe 7, your word holds weight. Any resolution must be cleared with you. Oh, is that so? Beerus replied nonchalantly. He was well aware of Li Lin's capabilities and harbored no concerns about a potential loss, though he was eager to participate himself and deal with this rabble. Allowing Li Lin to triumph over them would undoubtedly serve to deflate their arrogance. Let us heed Li Lin's counsel. Frankly, I see no need to engage with these insignificant beings. As soon as he uttered these words, the surrounding individuals glared at him with palpable rage, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Such words were undeniably brazen. Whether it was Beerus or Li Lin, their remarks grew increasingly audacious, showing utter disregard for the gods of destruction present. The high priest shook his head in resignation upon hearing Beerus's words. These two were truly unmatched in their pretentiousness. High priest, allow me to teach them a lesson. I cannot endure this any longer. Before the Grand Priest could utter a word, Katra stepped forward. His long-standing rivalry with Beerus was palpable, and witnessing his adversary flaunting his presence alongside his universe was undeniably infuriating. If he were not allowed to take action, the pent-up frustration within him would likely prove unbearable. Indeed, Grand Priest, these two individuals are exceedingly arrogant. Lamsi emerged, his rosy visage flushed with indignation, clearly riled by the words of Li Lin and Beerus. Not a single one of them was devoid of the desire to reprimand these two. Chapter 155, Doubt. Indeed, when have we, the esteemed gods of destruction, ever been subjected to such indignity? Absolutely. If we do not teach them a lesson, how shall we govern the universe henceforth? In an instant, the air was filled with clamorous shouts, each one echoing the need to impart some discipline upon Beerus and Li Lin. After all, their insolent words had drawn out even the most trivial of beings. They are gods of destruction, not mere insignificant creatures. Clearly, their emotions had reached a boiling point. If a confrontation did not occur today, it was likely that their meals would be unsatisfactory upon returning home. Even if they refrained from striking now, verbal altercations would surely ensue later, potentially escalating into a brawl. This is quite troublesome. The Grand Priest found himself in a difficult position, as he had never encountered such a scenario before. Previously, these gods of destruction would never have dared to raise their voices so boldly within the confines of the Omni King's palace. It was evident today that they had indeed been provoked by Beerus and Li Lin, disregarding their usual reverence for the Omni King. If they did not release this pent-up anger today, they might not even make it to the day of the tournament before launching an assault on the two from Universe 7. Please wait a moment. I must confer with the Omni King. The Grand Priest addressed the assembly of gods with a measured tone. After all, this was not a matter he could decide unilaterally. At best, he was merely a steward to the Omni King, always required to seek his superior's counsel. However, Lord Beerus, I have already taken the liberty of acquiescing to your previous request on behalf of the Omni King. Henceforth, in the impending battle of gods of destruction, it shall be Li Lin of Universe 7 who will fight alone. The Grand Priest spoke to Beerus and Li Lin with a hint of disdain. He was growing increasingly weary of their antics. Although the initial unreasonable demands from the other gods of destruction were notable, the audacity displayed by these two was indeed outrageous. Having insulted so many gods of destruction in one sweep, even those who were typically genteel could barely tolerate their bravado. After delivering his message, he turned his back and proceeded to seek the Omni King's guidance. Upon witnessing this scene, Beerus raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. How can you acquiesce so readily? The disdain for the two of us is almost written across your face. Just wait, soon I shall make you regret this. Katra sneered at Li Lin. Beerus's power is formidable, a fact he is well aware of. Yet this young man, having vanquished a foe like Kampa, now displays such arrogance. If he is not taught a lesson, will he not one day presume to lord over them? Do not act rashly. He possesses the strength of an angel. Are you truly his match? Ramushi remarked to those around him, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Clearly, he regarded the entire situation as mere bravado. Oh, do tell. If that is indeed the case, then I am genuinely terrified, highly scoffed, her lips curling in sarcasm. Despite her admiration for Lin's appearance, anyone would be incensed by such an affront. Do not underestimate him. He must have some backing. How else could he have bested Kampa? Wei Mei lazily chimed in, punctuating her words with a jab at Kampa. Kampa's face turned a deep shade of anger, having been humiliated in succession by both Lin and Beerus. And now he faced ridicule from his peers. There was no escaping the truth of his defeat, leaving him utterly defenseless in his rebuttal. Do not revel too much. He truly wields angelic power, Kampa coldly retorted. Though he held a disdain for both Beerus and Lin, his contempt for the other gods of destruction was palpable, as they appeared to regard him with utter disregard, pulling him into their mockery at every opportunity. Kampa, must you continue with these delusions? A loss is a loss. Why must you fabricate excuses? Katra expressed his discontent, for he held a particular disdain for those who could not accept defeat gracefully. There was no need to exalt the victor unduly or to rationalize one's own shortcomings. Indeed, Kampa, if you possessed angelic power, why not become an angel? Hyles countered, shaking her head. The notion of a mere mortal wielding the strength of an angel was, at best, absurd. The other gods of destruction echoed their scorn for Kampa, having concluded that he simply could not bear the weight of his defeat. Kampa, upon hearing these remarks, felt his temper flare. He found himself trapped, neither here nor there. Bardos, are you certain Lin possesses angelic strength? Kampa turned to Bardos, who had been the one to inform him of Lin's angelic prowess since the day the tournament commenced. Regrettably, he had not heeded her warnings, or he might not have found himself in such a dismal state. Yet, reflecting on his previous defeat, he recalled that Lin had not exhibited powers comparable to those of an angel. In their last encounter, it had seemed as though Lin toyed with him, never once unveiling any angelic great abilities. Bardos, witnessing the onslaught against Kampa, could only offer a wry smile and a nod, still questioning the wisdom of lingering on such a matter. The last time she observed it was with clarity. How could there be an error? Moreover, Whis had also conveyed this to her. Upon witnessing Beerus nodding, the multitude of destroyers continued to shake their heads disdainfully. Who among them was unaware that Beerus was the guardian angel of the seventh universe? It was quite common for them to utter falsehoods at times to protect the dignity of the destroyers. However, after seeing Beerus's affirmation, the angels behind these destroyers could no longer contain their curiosity. Although they had heard rumors, they were uncertain of their authenticity. Now that they witnessed Beerus personally acknowledging it, their hearts were filled with caution. They began to inundate Whis with a new wave of inquiries. Is this true, Whis? Does that Li Lin truly possess strength comparable to that of an angel? Whis, could this news possibly be false? Whis, is that young man's power truly so formidable? Questions of this nature surged toward Whis like a tidal wave. It wasn't just from the 7 participating universes. Even the angels from the 4 exempt universes began to seek clarification from him. After all, the notion of a human wielding angelic power was undeniably astonishing. Were it not for Whis's deliberate inquiry, they would have dismissed it as mere gossip without a second thought. Whis felt overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices in his mind, finding it quite burdensome. Chapter 156, The Great Battle Approaches. He was no longer inclined to provide extensive explanations to these individuals. After all, clarifying the matter would prove somewhat troublesome. Thus, he opted for a unified response. Can't you see whether he possesses angelic power or not? If I were to say he does, would you believe me? This reply left the assembly of angels momentarily stunned. Was this truly the usually composed Whis? How had he suddenly become so irritable? Or was it simply the nature of those from the 7th universe? Thus, the verbal sparring among the destroyers continued. Meanwhile, Li Lin remained silent, as Beerus single-handedly handled the situation. He transformed into a verbal onslaught, accepting all challengers, unleashing a torrent of words. After all, prior to receiving any directives from the Omni King, Their greatest limit was to hurl insults at each other. None dared to strike first. However, the exchange of barbs lasted for only about 10 minutes. After the Grand Minister nodded with a smile towards the Omni King, he slowly approached the forefront of the high platform. Upon seeing the Grand Minister standing there, all the destroyers fell silent. Even the angels turned their gaze toward him. Grand Minister, what did the Omni King say? Quitella was the first to step forward, unable to tolerate the arrogance of Beerus and Li Lin. If given the chance, he would certainly teach them a lesson. Indeed, the Grand Minister nodded slowly, surveying the deities standing below. He then spoke in a measured tone. The Omni King has stated that if you wish to fight, you may proceed. Splendid. Quitella clenched his fists tightly. His face radiated with delight, for this meant he could finally teach those two a lesson. The other gods of destruction also wore expressions of joy, tinged with a hint of excitement. After all, they had just been vociferously scolding the two, their ire reaching a boiling point. If they could take action to resolve the matter, it would indeed align with their destructive nature. However, the seventh universe's Beerus and Lin could only be challenged one at a time. As for who it would be, that was open for discussion. The Grand Priest continued with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the assembly of gods of destruction momentarily faltered in surprise. Only one challenge. Their dissatisfaction was evident. After all, the two adversaries were so brazen, they yearned to deal with both simultaneously. Being limited to one felt rather unsatisfactory. Furthermore, your side can only send forth a single participant, the Grand Priest remarked, observing the murmurs among the gods of destruction. This statement elicited little reaction. For if their opponents were to send only one, they could hardly send all 7 against them. That would be exceedingly shameless. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Lin's voice rang out. Grand Priest, there is no need for such complications. Let them all come at us. What difference does it make? Lin's tone remained remarkably placid, yet to those who heard it, it sounded utterly audacious. What did you say? Quitella's forehead throbbed with anger as he retorted, nearly beside himself with rage. At that moment, he genuinely wished to see the man before him torn to shreds. The other gods of destruction were similarly incensed, and even the surrounding angels furrowed their brows in displeasure, their faces betraying their discontent. They had not anticipated Lin's audacity to such an extent, daring to challenge all the gods of destruction at once. Even Whis and Beerus were taken aback by Lin's astonishing words. 7 gods of destruction. While they understood Lin possessed the strength of an angel, it was merely a temporary augmentation granted by the Kaioken technique. As long as the gods of destruction employed a strategy of delay, Lin would find himself at a disadvantage. Lin, cease your provocations, the Grand Priest stated calmly. His dissatisfaction with Lin palpable. Though the young man was indeed somewhat exceptional, his words bordered on reckless. It was typical for youth to exhibit a bit of bravado. But there is a fine line that should not be crossed. Grand Priest, I am not being provocative, Lin replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He added, I am merely speaking the truth. I have assessed my strength, and even if all the gods of destruction were to unite, they should not pose a challenge to me. His expression remained entirely serious. He appeared utterly devoid of jest, exuding a profound confidence in his own capabilities. His current strength had surpassed that of many angels. Should he activate the Kaioken at 10 times its usual intensity, he could effortlessly annihilate the 12 gods of destruction. The expressions of the 4 gods of destruction from the exempt universes, who had been merely spectators, transformed into shock. They had not anticipated that their leisurely observation would draw them into the fray. Well, young one, you certainly possess audacity. Grand Minister, I have made my decision. I shall teach this brat a lesson. Ketla exclaimed, pointing at Li Lin without a moment's hesitation. The other gods of destruction voiced no dissent. Initially, they had sought to reprimand Beerus for his incessant provocations, but now it seemed that this young man was the most audacious of all. If they failed to eliminate him, the news would spread throughout the cosmos, leading all beings to mock them mercilessly. Very well, the Grand Minister replied nonchalantly, as a white light flickered around him. The surrounding space began to warp instantaneously, and in an instant, the ground beneath their feet transformed, propelling them into an infinite void. After all, the combat prowess of the gods of destruction was immense. Engaging in battle on a typical planet might result in catastrophic destruction before they had even exchanged a few blows. Meanwhile, 2 attendants held the hand of the Omni King, who floated gracefully above. A seat materialized out of thin air, allowing him to sit serenely as he observed the unfolding events below. With another gesture, the Grand Minister summoned a transparent barrier that delineated a colossal arena for combat. You may commence your battle at any time, he announced to Li Lin and the assembly of gods of destruction. Grand Minister, do you not consider allowing all the gods of destruction to join forces? Li Lin inquired once more. Facing just one opponent seemed insufficient pressure, lacking any true value in combat. The Grand Minister shot him a sharp glance, replying tersely, first, defeat your opponent before making such suggestions. Chapter 157. What harm in joining forces? Li Lin sighed in resignation, then leapt lightly into the barrier. At that moment, Whis sidled up to Beerus. and the two began to converse in hushed tones. Lord Beerus, you and Li Lin were exceedingly arrogant just now. This is not advisable, Whis remarked softly. A recent barrage of messages from the angels had highlighted this very concern, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe he had instructed them in such hubris. Arrogance. I feel I have barely scratched the surface, Beerus mused, stroking his chin. He perceived his exchanges with the other gods of destruction as mere banter, not particularly arrogant. However, Li Lin, indeed, was a different breed of audacity altogether. To summon all the destroyers at once is indeed a display of audacity that is truly unprecedented. Is this not sufficient? Just observe the expressions of the other destroyers. They are likely seething with barely concealed resentment. Whis furrowed his brow, expressing his helplessness. He had anticipated a harmonious discussion today, only to witness the situation devolve into chaos. It's merely a reflection of their incompetence, Beerus scoffed dismissively. If they had any real power, they would refrain from speaking thus. Look at Zeno and the Grand Priest. No one dares to mock them. It is solely due to their overwhelming strength that such folly is avoided. Why would one insult another? It is simply because these destroyers are too feeble. We cannot silence the truth, can we? Despite this, Li Lin should temper his approach upon returning. Challenging a single destroyer is a straightforward endeavor. Yet to confront all of them simultaneously borders on arrogance. After all, should all the destroyers unite against him, it would be a matter of endurance until his Kaioken times 10 dissipates. At that point, he would be left vulnerable. Whis spoke to Li Lin with an air of detachment, clearly unaware that Li Lin's current prowess had evolved dramatically. Even if he were to engage personally, Li Lin would handle him with ease, let alone the mere destroyers. Indeed, you possess a valid point. Since his return from the future, this young man seems transformed. Exuding a newfound confidence, Beerus remarked, hands clasped behind his back. If he indeed possesses strength, one could call it confidence, Whis countered, shaking his head. However, if he lacks power, it veers into arrogance. Li Lin was his most exceptional disciple. Whis harbored hopes that his talents would not shine too brightly until they reached even greater heights. After all, these destroyers are not to be underestimated. A moment of carelessness could lead to regrettable consequences. Yes, you speak wisely, Beerus nodded thoughtfully. There is a vast distinction between confidence and arrogance. In this realm, those with strength may be deemed audacious, while those without it are labeled conceited. Should Li Lin overhear their discussion regarding him, he would surely find it absurd. It is neither confidence nor arrogance, he merely speaks the truth. How has society become so intolerant of honesty? Meanwhile, the assembly of destroyers deliberated on who would face Li Lin in battle. Quitella was unyielding, determined to teach Li Lin a lesson. The competition had been proposed by him to the Grand Priest, thus he insisted on being the one to accept the challenge. However, the other destroyers appeared to dissent, as they too were filled with indignation, eager to impart some discipline upon this young man. Naturally, each aspired to take part in the fray. This young man is mine to handle. None of you shall interfere, Vermouth interjected assertively. The relentless provocations ignited an unusual fury within him, a temperament already predisposed to irritation. Seizing the opportunity presented, he was determined not to let it slip away. Step aside, this brat is mine. I intend to demonstrate my prowess, declared Ramses with unwavering resolve. Wei Mei, equally incensed, felt the sting of indignation. How could he allow this insolent child to remain unscathed? You all can leave. This child is mine, Helis echoed fiercely. Though a woman, her strength was formidable. She refused to believe that she, a deity of destruction, could be bested by the boy before her. Hey, what are you all up to? This boy is my target, and I initiated this competition. If anyone is to fight, it shall be me. Katra glared at the other deities of destruction, unwilling to relinquish this long-awaited opportunity for retribution. Surely, he would not let this chance slip away lightly. It would be akin to jesting with him. Thus, prior to any confrontation, the deities of destruction engaged in a heated dispute over who would take the first turn. Each was reluctant to forfeit this rare chance to vent their frustrations. Meanwhile, Xiangpa remained silent, having endured enough ridicule from his peers. He had no desire to sully himself further in their company. Moreover, he possessed unwavering faith in Li Lin's angelic prowess. He simply hoped that Li Lin would unleash his formidable abilities and teach these deities a proper lesson. If this were to transpire, then the laughter would no longer be directed solely at him. Li Lin stood upon the arena, observing the squabbling deities below, shaking his head in resignation. His strength far surpassed theirs. Was there truly any need for such a debate over who would take the stage first? All right. If you cannot decide among yourselves, then let us all engage together. I must admit, your bickering has grown tiresome, he addressed them calmly. Dealing with these individuals posed no real challenge. Even if they banded together, they would not threaten him. If the clamor continued, who knew how long it would persist? As anticipated, upon hearing Li Lin's words, the deities of destruction felt their tempers flare. They had not expected him to remain so audaciously defiant at this juncture, brazenly provoking them. Did he not realize that calamity was imminent? Frustrated, Katra did not wish to prolong the banter with his fellow deities. Continued argumentation would only embolden this insolent child. In an instant, he darted forward, leaping onto the arena. The other deities, seeing this, realized it was too late to intervene. With a breath of relief, the high priest observed Katra ascend the arena. After such a lengthy delay, the battle could finally commence. Chapter 158, The Duel Against Katra. With a mere flick of his small hand, a colossal semicircular barrier illuminated instantaneously, becoming exceedingly robust. In the 7th universe, Li Lin stood poised to confront the god of destruction, Katra, from the 4th universe. The two were prepared. The battle could commence at any moment. The Grand Priest observed the two within the barrier and spoke with an air of indifference. He then ascended into the sky, hovering above the arena, gazing down upon the combatants. On the arena floor, Katra and Li Lin locked eyes. Prepare to witness how I will teach you a lesson, Katra snarled. He had awaited this moment for an extended period, ever since Li Lin's initial provocation. Now, he could finally relish the opportunity to deal with this insufferable young man. Is it just you? Li Lin casually glanced around, responding nonchalantly. To be frank, he found little interest in a solitary god of destruction. Individuals like Katra could be vanquished with a single strike. He deemed it insufficient for showcasing his prowess. Do you truly think I need more than myself to handle you? Katra bellowed furiously, having reached his limit. How dare this insolent brat continue to speak so arrogantly? Despite the arena being sealed, their voices echoed clearly. The other gods of destruction wore expressions of unyielding anger throughout. Katra, enough chatter. Teach him a lesson. Wei Mei clenched her fists, seething with rage. Hurry up and strike. I want this brat to perish here. Ramusi roared, his mouth agape. The angels behind them observed the fury of their respective gods of destruction and shook their heads in resignation. Did you hear that? Many wish for your demise, young man. It seems today is not your day to leave here, Katra sneered at Li Lin. Li Lin, shaking his head in exasperation, waved his hand dismissively. Come on, I'll allow you to strike 3 times first. If I were to attack, you might not get the chance to retaliate. He did not perceive himself as arrogant. He merely spoke the truth. It baffled him why these individuals exhibited such fury. Was acknowledging one's own weakness truly a matter of shame? Ha ha ha, you've got guts. Kid. Katra laughed derisively, nodding at Li Lin. You want to let me have 3 strikes? That's the funniest thing I've heard. The gods of destruction below ceased their shouting, realizing that this young man was nothing short of a madman, a fool. They chose not to engage with a fool and allowed Katra to handle him. Enough of this nonsense. Let us get on with it, Li Lin said, frowning with impatience. Why all the chatter before a fight? In the end, you'll be the one knocked down with a single blow. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Katra remarked with a cruel smile. With that, he vanished from sight, exuding an aura of terrifying might. A fist powerful enough to pierce the very fabric of space hurtled toward Li Lin's face. Had this strike occurred outside of this peculiar realm, it is likely that the celestial bodies surrounding them would have crumbled under its might. Die! Ketla bellowed, his eyes reflecting an unparalleled ferocity. A cataclysmic aura of destruction coalesced around his fist, making it evident that any formidable being in the universe would be obliterated into a mere constellation of violet specks by this blow. Sighing in resignation, Li Lin shook his head slightly, his body effortlessly tilting to evade the impending strike. Despite the earth-shattering force and overwhelming momentum of the punch, it paled in comparison to his capabilities. With a resounding crash, Ketla's fist smashed into the smooth surface of the arena floor, which had been meticulously crafted by the Grand Priest. Instantly, a spiderweb of fissures erupted across the ground, and had this occurred on a planet, it would have been shattered to pieces. What? Ketla exclaimed in disbelief, turning back in surprise. He had not anticipated that his fist would miss its target. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the surrounding gods of destruction. They recognized that while Ketla had not unleashed his full power, he had still exerted a significant portion, at least 80%, of his strength. Both speed and force were impeccable, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to evade. Yet, this young man not only dodged the attack, but did so with remarkable ease and grace. Such an outcome compelled them to reassess Li Lin's prowess. Oh, it seems this young man has indeed made progress, Beerus remarked with a casual smile, hands clasped behind his back. If it were merely a matter of evading Ketla's assault, he might not have been particularly astonished. However, the effortless manner in which Li Lin sidestepped the blow evoked a sense of admiration. It was true that had this occurred previously, he would have managed to dodge it, but without employing his instantaneous movement technique. Achieving such effortless evasion would have been utterly impossible. Weiss nodded thoughtfully. I seem to have underestimated this young man. In recent days, I assumed his strength had plateaued, yet it appears he has continued to advance. In the arena, after his strike failed to connect, Ketla swiftly recalibrated his mindset. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a terrifying surge of destructive energy, sending ripples across the barriers set by the Grand Priest. You were merely fortunate this time, boy. Let us see how you fare against this punch. Ketla's eyes glowed crimson, clearly elevating his energy to the utmost level, his entire being radiating with a frenzied aura. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, hurtling toward Li Lin. In the blink of an eye, he conjured a sphere of purple energy in his hand. With a swift motion, the energy sphere was launched toward Li Lin, hurtling through the air with lethal intent. The speed of the attack was sufficiently swift. He possessed unwavering confidence that this strike was utterly unavoidable for his opponent. Once struck, the adversary would vanish from this world. He was determined to make this young man understand that offending a god of destruction would lead to but one outcome: death. However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left all present in shock. The energy orb, brimming with destructive power and seemingly impossible to evade, was deftly dodged by Li Lin, who leaned back just enough to graze the tip of his nose. Boom. The purple energy orb detonated directly upon the energy shield, causing the entire arena to tremble. This cannot be possible, Ketla murmured. His attack had reached the pinnacle of speed. There was no conceivable reason it should have missed. It's the second strike now, Lord Ketla, Li Lin remarked casually, extending 2 fingers. Chapter 159, Stand still if you dare. Upon hearing Li Lin's nonchalant words, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Now, upon hearing this statement, they no longer perceived it as arrogance. It seemed as though he truly had the right to be audacious. Wow, Li Lin appears to be quite formidable, the Omni King remarked from his seat, observing the battle below with mild astonishment. It was known that the gods of destruction under his command had never encountered an enemy they could not defeat. Yet now, someone had effortlessly evaded Ketla's assault. This young man certainly possesses some skill, the Grand Priest mused, momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought Li Lin's claim of allowing 3 strikes was rather frivolous, but he now realized he had misjudged him. Below, the gathered gods of destruction were wide-eyed. He dodged it so effortlessly? Wei Mei exclaimed in disbelief. Li Lin's recent evasion had been quite ordinary. He merely leaned back with a slightly exaggerated motion. Yet, against all expectations, he had managed to evade Ketla's attack. Could it be? Am I dreaming? Li said, his eyes filled with shock. He had thought the battle was nearing its conclusion, yet the situation had suddenly shifted dramatically. How could Li Lin possess such terrifying prowess? Is this guy truly that impressive? Ramsey murmured, utterly dumbfounded. Although he knew this individual wielded the strength of a god of destruction, Ketla's strike had evidently been executed with full force. Even with such power, one would not ordinarily evade it so effortlessly. If he were in that position, there was no way he would have escaped unscathed. Xiangpa, on the other hand, did not exhibit excessive astonishment. Instead, he coldly laughed at the surrounding gods of destruction, as if to say, do you see? This is the opponent I once faced. You claimed I was worthless, yet how do you find yourselves in such a predicament? Or perhaps you are all as inept as I. However, despite such thoughts swirling in his mind, he was undeniably taken aback. When he had previously clashed with Li Lin, the latter had evaded his attacks with ease, relying on the technique of instantaneous movement. Yet now, without employing such a technique, Li Lin still managed to dodge effortlessly. It seemed this young man had made a remarkable leap in strength. How could this be possible? Ketla stood frozen in disbelief. His most powerful attack had failed to land, starkly contrasting with his prior understanding of their abilities. Lord Ketla, Li Lin softly called out, noticing the other's dazed state. Upon hearing Li Lin's voice, Ketla slowly raised his gaze to meet him. You still have one more move, Li Lin calmly reminded him. He had promised to grant Ketla 3 attempts, and he intended to uphold that promise, no more, no less. Damn it, Ketla thought, clenching his fists tightly as he regarded Li Lin's unruffled demeanor. He felt insulted, humiliated by a mere human. The more composed Li Lin appeared, the angrier Ketla became. Kid, is dodging the only thing you can do? Ketla fumed, growing increasingly exasperated. In his mind, Li Lin was merely someone who possessed slightly greater speed. If he could land a hit, he was certain it would leave Li Lin severely injured, if not dead. That sentiment sounded rather familiar to Li Lin, who nonchalantly rubbed his ear. In truth, whether he dodged or not made little difference. With his current strength as a god of destruction, inflicting harm upon him was no simple task. Tell me, do you dare to stand and face me like a man? Ketla spoke in a low voice, feeling utterly powerless against Li Lin. He realized that even after just 2 dodged attacks, he had gleaned enough to understand that he could strike 100 times and still not land a blow on Li Lin. Since you put it that way, let us proceed. I shall remain stationary, and you may unleash your final attack at your discretion, Li Lin declared, extending his arms with an air of indifference. Ketla, seeing Li Lin's acquiescence, smirked coldly, convinced that his strategy had worked. He perceived Li Lin as nothing more than a simpleton with brute strength, easily falling for his provocation. Below the arena, Beerus furrowed his brow upon hearing their exchange. Is Li Lin being a bit too overconfident this time? He mused to himself. It was important to remember that Ketla was a god of destruction. Even if Li Lin's current power surpassed that of a god, standing still to endure an attack would surely result in significant harm. Moreover, Ketla's demeanor suggested he had no intention of utilizing his full strength, the Tenfold Kaioken. Indeed, if Li Lin attempts to withstand Ketla's strike with only his base power, it will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, Whis remarked thoughtfully. Having fought Li Lin before, he knew that the young man could reach an angelic level of power when he activated the Kaioken. However, under normal circumstances, attempting to withstand the attack of the god of destruction is rather perilous. I recall when I first faced Kampa. He had not yet become so arrogant as to remain stationary. Alas, I had thought this young man would be impressive, but it appears I was mistaken. He is indeed a complete fool. The astonishment in Wei Mei's eyes faded, replaced by a profound disdain. He absolutely detests those who, relying on a modicum of strength, become insufferably arrogant. It is evident that he considers Li Lin to be such a person. TSK, it seems the battle is nearing its conclusion, Rumsey remarked, clicking his tongue. Initially, he believed the opponent possessed genuine strength. Now it appears that, while the opponent does possess power, his intellect seems somewhat lacking. The high priest also felt a heavy heart. He recognized that Li Lin was exceedingly formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation with the god of destruction, he would likely emerge victorious with ease. However, standing idle and allowing oneself to be struck is decidedly unwise. On the arena, well done, young man. I never expected you to have the audacity to accept this challenge. Impressive indeed. Quitter sneered. Although he uttered words of admiration, his eyes betrayed a deep-seated contempt. What good is immense strength if one lacks intelligence? A fool is still a fool, regardless of their might. Indeed, he not only directed his scorn towards Li Lin, but also slightly derided the Omni King. Enough of the idle chatter. If we are to fight, let us do so promptly. I shall grant you 3 opportunities to strike, not to engage in idle discourse. Li Lin impatiently urged once more. He resolved that in future battles, he would not allow others to prattle on. This exchange had seen little action and far too much banter. Chapter 160. Is it the end? Huh. How audacious to remain so arrogant even when death is imminent, Quittera thought coldly. Even now, he maintained unwavering confidence in his abilities. He was certain that if he could vanquish this young man, the latter would undoubtedly perish at his hands. Even if he survived, he would likely suffer grievous injuries. I shall not hold back, Quittera declared, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his aura coalesced once more, gathering destructive energy capable of annihilating a star system around him, intertwined with a vast and relentless power. 2 more terrifying violet beams coalesced in his hands. The entire arena trembled violently under the weight of this aura. It seems Quittera is truly going all out this time, Wei Mei murmured to himself. As a fellow god of destruction, he could keenly sense the terrifying nature of this attack. Quittera was channeling all his strength into this single move. Even if it were unleashed, it would significantly deplete his vitality and greatly diminish his combat effectiveness. It appears Quittera has indeed been driven to desperation. With such immense energy unleashed, that young man will probably be reduced to nothingness. What a pity. Hela spoke with a hint of regret on his face. What a handsome and capable young man he is. Alas, his intellect seems to falter, and soon he shall be reduced to mere dust. Humph, witnessing this surge of power. That lad must be quaking in his boots. Ramsey sneered disdainfully. If he possessed any wisdom, he would flee while there is still time. The fear lies in his potential attempt to escape once the onslaught is upon him. That would be far too late. Hiss, it seems that Ketra is indeed cornered. Beerus gasped. The sheer magnitude of this power is terrifying. He genuinely worries that Li Lin may not withstand it. He can only hope that Li Lin does not cling too stubbornly to his resolve. The moment Ketra strikes, he must make a swift escape. That way, he might only be caught in the aftermath and suffer minimal harm. On the arena, Ketra's aura continued to escalate, saturating the entire barrier with a savage violet luminescence. At last, this energy reached its zenith. The 2 spheres of energy in his grasp coalesced into one. The colossal energy ball emanated an unfathomable terror. Child, prepare to perish. Ketra bellowed with sudden ferocity, hurling the massive purple energy toward Li Lin. Li Lin stood across from him, idly picking his nose. He briefly sensed the aura contained within the energy sphere and shook his head in disappointment. After making me wait for so long, this is the attack I receive? He muttered to himself, exasperated. The sheer magnitude of the attack extinguished any desire he had to retaliate, let alone adopt a defensive posture. Such actions seemed utterly superfluous. Fool. Ketra thought derisively as he observed Li Lin's lack of any evasive or defensive maneuvers. It appeared he had overestimated his opponent, who could not even perceive the might of his technique. It seemed destined that this individual would meet his end today, thus allowing him to redeem the endless humiliation suffered by the pantheon of destroyers. Boom. The energy sphere engulfed Li Lin's form. The moment it made contact, the unleashed power threatened to shatter the very fabric of the space around them. Fortunately, this realm and the barrier encasing the arena had been meticulously arranged by the Grand Minister himself. Nonetheless, the surrounding space resonated with a deep hum, as if lamenting in response to the overwhelming energy. In an instant, the violet light surged skyward, rendering the interior of the barrier as blinding as a colossal beacon. It was filled with an intense violet radiance that obscured any view of the scene within, with Li Lin's aura undetectable. The onlookers outside remained oblivious to whether he was alive or dead. However, they held little hope for his survival. What a pity. The seventh universe has lost a true talent, Ramsey remarked, his tone tinged with regret, though his expression betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. After all, with one less competitor in the fray, who wouldn't rejoice? Such is the fate of hubris. Waymay shook his head and remarked. The only regret was that this individual was not vanquished by his own hand. Simultaneously, he resolved in his heart that upon returning to his universe, he would impose strict constraints on the powerful beings therein, determined to avoid repeating the mistakes of this fool. What a pity, such a formidable individual met his demise so easily. Hailey shook his head, yet his smile betrayed no hint of regret. Is Li Lin truly dead? Xiang Pa voiced his skepticism. The man who had previously caused him endless trouble and humiliation was simply gone? To be honest, he found it difficult to accept this reality. At the same time, he felt a surge of resentment, cursing Li Lin for not having stood in the way during their battle, thereby shielding him from harm. Now, having perished at the hands of another, how could he reclaim his dignity? The remaining 4 gods of destruction from the exempt universes also scoffed and shook their heads. Though they were not part of the competition, they had previously endured Li Lin's mockery. Who would have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, this man would meet such a fate? The angels, however, wore expressions of sorrow. It was their first encounter with a young man as talented and powerful as Li Lin, and they were dismayed to see his downfall. Some angels even discreetly messaged Whis, offering their condolences, urging him not to grieve too deeply, as there would be more days ahead. After all, they could always nurture another talent. However, it was imperative to ensure that along with strength, moral education was not neglected. Upon hearing these words, Whis felt an urge to curse. Yet, as they were all part of the same family, he refrained from doing so. Nevertheless, in his heart, he had already condemned Li Lin to a grim fate. Had this boy utilized the Tenfold King's punch for defense, there might have been hope for survival. However, now he harbored no expectations for Li Lin's continued existence. Damn it, Beerus clenched his hands tightly, his eyes filled with rage. Observing Whis' expression of regret, he instinctively concluded that Li Lin was indeed finished. He had never imagined that Li Lin would be so foolish as to not even attempt to evade the attack. Chapter 161. Is there anyone else who wishes to step up and test their mettle? Ha! Have you seen my might? Quitella, ensconced in a vortex of violet light, laughed triumphantly. Though he could not see Li Lin's form, he was certain that after being struck by his attack, Li Lin was on the brink of death. Ha ha! Cough cough. Perhaps his laughter was too boisterous, or the previous assault had drained his energy. Quitella began to cough violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, even in this state, his countenance remained adorned with a smug expression. Beerus and Whis stood by the sidelines, their faces etched with expressions of bitter discontent. Listening to Quitra's piercing laughter filled them with an unsettling sensation. The other gods of destruction, along with their accompanying angels, exhibited a range of attitudes, yet overall, their expressions remained relatively relaxed, with some even displaying mocking gestures. However, in the next moment, Quitra's smile gradually faded and froze in place. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape. He appeared utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Quitra exclaimed in disbelief. The purple light slowly dissipated, revealing Lin standing resolute and unscathed. This is impossible, Quitra shouted in shock, retreating several steps, his expression akin to that of an ordinary person encountering a ghost, filled with sheer terror. The spectators below the arena were drawn to his cries, their gazes converging on the stage. Almost simultaneously, they widened their eyes, their faces reflecting incredulity. As the light fully vanished, Lin remained unharmed, even his clothing intact, his demeanor calm, seemingly untouched by any injury. Observing this scene, the Grand Priest's expression began to shift subtly. Goodness, this young man is entirely unscathed? The Grand Priest mused in surprise. According to his expectations, Lin should have been dead by now. Yet, not only was he alive, but he appeared completely unharmed, which was truly astonishing. Lord Quitra, 3 moves have passed. It is now my turn to strike, Lin stated calmly, then twisted his neck and the joints of his body. Do not come any closer, Quitra shouted in terror, utterly devoid of strength to defend himself. Even if he had the strength, the fear of his opponent paralyzed him. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when Lin's figure was already at his side. Bang! Lin delivered a powerful kick to Quitra's abdomen. Wow! Quitra was struck with tremendous force, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he expelled 3 liters of blood, his body flying backward. Thud! His form collided with the barrier, causing severe internal damage to his organs. The section of the barrier he struck even developed a fissure, a testament to the Grand Priest's formidable protective measures now compromised. This demonstrated the severity of Quitra's injuries and the sheer ferocity of Lin's power. With a thunderous crash, Quitra rebounded off the barrier before crashing heavily to the ground. His vision faded to darkness as he lost consciousness, his life force dwindling to a mere whisper, teetering on the brink of extinction. Beneath the arena, the destroyer, uncertain of who among them swallowed hard, witnessed the expressions of the onlookers transform into sheer astonishment. Li Lin, as a mere human, had not only withstood a full-force strike from a destroyer unscathed, but had also managed to defeat his opponent in a single move. Such feats, throughout history, could be deemed unprecedented and unparalleled. Their faces, stripped of all other expressions, bore witness to the overwhelming emotions they felt in that moment. The high priest, standing at the pinnacle, let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand, signaling for the barrier around the arena to be lifted. Konik, the guardian angel of Ketla, hurried to attend to his fallen destroyer. Remarkable. Li Lin is truly formidable. Even Ketla was no match for him, mused the king of all with palpable excitement. Reveling in the spectacle of combat, seemingly unperturbed by Ketla's defeat, and perhaps even craving more of the thrilling encounter. Alas, too weak, simply too weak, Li Lin lamented, shaking his head with exasperation. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly among the gathered crowd. This time, however, no one dared to refute him. It dawned upon them that Li Lin's earlier proclamations were not mere bravado. He spoke the truth, unfiltered and candid. "Bravo, Li Lin. You were astounding," exclaimed Beerus, his earlier gloom dissipating as he vigorously shook his hands. He had initially believed that Li Lin was doomed, yet here he stood, alive and thriving, an unexpected turn of events. Whis, too, released a slow breath of relief. In that moment when Li Lin was attacked, his heart had tightened, fearing for the young man's fate. It appeared that he had underestimated Li Lin's progress. The young man had evidently grown considerably stronger. Whis calculated Ketla's recent strike and realized that even among their angels, while it could be deflected with ease, it would still require some maneuvering. Yet, Li Lin had faced it head-on without any preamble, absorbing it with sheer physical might. Could it be that his innate strength had already surpassed that of the angels? A heavy silence enveloped the assembly of destroyers. While they were aware of Li Lin's formidable strength, they had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. "Esteemed lords, is there anyone willing to step forward and test their mettle?" Li Lin inquired calmly, surveying the destroyers below. The once arrogant destroyers, upon hearing Li Lin's words, lowered their heads in submission. Who among them could possibly contend against him? After witnessing the futility of Ketla's full-force attack, they realized that challenging Li Lin would likely yield no better results. For now, remaining silent seemed the wisest course, lest they jeopardize their very lives. "Why is it that no one is speaking now?" Li Lin remarked in a low, resonant voice. Just moments ago, their shouts had been fierce. Yet now they seemed to have lost their tongues. As he fought on stage, every word spoken below had reached his ears with crystal clarity. In chapter 162, I seem to have encountered this scene before. Among these destroyers, there were certainly those who wished for his demise here. Their earlier bravado had dissipated, leaving them utterly silent. A truly contemptible display. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, the destroyers felt a tumult of anger within, yet the courage to retort had vanished. After all, the fate of Ketla loomed ominously, rendering them hesitant to continue their outbursts. With such conduct, how can you call yourselves destroyers? Have you not even the slightest resolve left? Li Lin began to mock. After all their bluster, they now resembled turtles retreating into their shells. The destroyers below seethed with indignation, their faces flushed crimson. Yet none dared to utter a word. It was not only the destroyers who fell silent. Even the angels present regarded Li Lin with a newfound gravity. It was not merely that he had vanquished Ketla that had unsettled them. Rather, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Ketla's full-force assault would have required skill even from them to withstand, yet the prowess exhibited by this individual was terrifyingly formidable. Many angels began to ponder whether this young man might indeed possess the power of an angel, or perhaps had already transcended angelic capabilities altogether. Li Lin sighed helplessly. Speaking slowly, "Since no one dares to challenge me, I shall let it be. As for the impending melee among the destroyers, I advise you to abstain, for you would only face defeat. What purpose would that serve?" He shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips, before gradually descending from the arena. The high priest observed this scene from above, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips. This day would surely mark one of the most humiliating moments for the destroyers, as an inconsequential earthling had subdued them to the point where not a single soul dared to speak. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the cosmos. With this thought in mind, the high priest gestured lightly, and the surroundings transformed, returning them to the hall of the Omni King. Having received treatment from his fellow angels, Ketla was now able to open his eyes. Yet, upon seeing Li Lin, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. "Ladies and gentlemen, shall we conclude today's proceedings? Is there anything else you wish to address?" The high priest stood atop the dais, surveying the assembly below. They had originally intended to discuss the competition, and now that the matter had been resolved, it would be divided into two segments. However, having witnessed Li Lin's strength, the high priest began to doubt the prospects of the destroyers even in the second melee. The destroyers exchanged glances, each rendered speechless, utterly at a loss for words. As they had already come to understand Li Lin's formidable prowess, engaging in battle with him would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. Presently, their sole hope lay in focusing on the first match, in stark contrast to the chaotic melee of the second match involving the gods of destruction. The initial contest appeared to present a considerably simpler challenge. After all, they would no longer have to contend with the monstrous anomaly that was Li Lin. However, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief that they had convened to discuss Li Lin's participation in the competition. Had the event proceeded as usual, placing Li Lin, the very embodiment of a monster, into the first match amidst the tumult of the universe's strongest would have rendered victory utterly unattainable. The prospect of him wreaking havoc was all too evident. They could scarcely envision any possibility of triumph. With a sigh, the Grand Priest observed the silence enveloping the deities. Shaking his head in resignation, he then spoke with measured calmness, urging them to make haste in their preparations, assuring them that the timing of the competition would be communicated separately. Upon the conclusion of his address, the gods of destruction felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they approached the Omni King to bid farewell before hastily departing, akin to refugees fleeing calamity. In their exodus, they dared not cast a glance in Li Lin's direction, fearful that a mere look might provoke him into action. The remaining 4 exempt universes, however, exhibited a demeanor of tranquility. Having witnessed Li Lin's might, their attitude towards him had shifted markedly to one of respect. After exchanging pleasantries with the Grand Priest and the Omni King, they took their leave. In that moment, the Grand Palace of the Omni King was left with only Beerus, Whis, and Li Lin from Universe 7. Just as Beerus stepped forward to take his leave, the Grand Priest called out to them, "No need to rush. Li Lin, the Omni King has something to discuss with you. Please, step forward." The Grand Priest addressed Li Lin with an air of indifference. Beerus momentarily paused, clearly perplexed as to why the Omni King sought Li Lin's presence. Li Lin felt a surge of curiosity as well. Could it be that his recent display had drawn the Omni King's ire, prompting him to summon Li Lin for his own obliteration? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Yet, being within their domain, escape was not an option. After all, he had been in the right during previous events. If speaking the truth could incite discontent, then there was little he could do. Very well, Li Lin replied with a slight nod, then gracefully ascended into the air, guided by the Grand Priest. He approached the Omni King with measured steps. After bringing Li Lin forth, the Grand Priest discreetly withdrew to the side. "Your Majesty," Li Lin acknowledged with a slight bow. The Omni King, smiling, floated closer to Li Lin. "Li Lin, you were truly impressive just now," he exclaimed, his delight evident. He had witnessed, for the first time, one of his gods of destruction utterly overwhelmed by a mere human. "Ah, Your Majesty, you flatter me," Li Lin replied, a modest smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware of the need to maintain decorum in the presence of the Omni King. The strength of the other party far surpassed his own by an unfathomable degree. How could he possibly claim to be formidable in their presence? "Previously, I suggested the notion of you becoming a god of destruction," the Omni King spoke slowly. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Li Lin. "Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I truly have no interest in the position of god of destruction. I would prefer you not to pursue this topic further," Li Lin replied with a gentle smile. Was he jesting? To assume the role of a god of destruction would mean surrendering his fate to the whims of others, a prospect he found utterly unappealing. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis stood quietly below the platform, patiently awaiting the continuation of the conversation between the Omni King and Li Lin, which they could not overhear at the moment. However, Beerus felt a sense of familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. "Whis, I can't shake the feeling that I've witnessed this scenario before," Beerus whispered to Whis at his side. Whis cast him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Your Majesty, this is not your first visit to the Omni King's palace. Surely you have encountered such scenes before." Beerus shook his head, suddenly widening his eyes as if struck by a revelation. Grasping Whis' sleeve, he exclaimed, "I've realized it. This scene is one I dreamt of. It resembles the moment when the Grand Minister sought to recognize Li Lin as his brother." Chapter 163, The Enforcer. What do you mean?" Whis responded, somewhat taken aback. After all these years, he had thought such occurrences were a thing of the past. Yet, following Beerus's remark, it seemed the dreamlike event might indeed be poised to unfold once more. On the other side, the Omni King waved his tiny hand, signaling for patience as he had yet to conclude his statement. Li Lin felt a surge of curiosity but chose to remain silent, awaiting what the Omni King would articulate next. "Since you are disinterested in the role of God of Destruction, I would like to propose that you become the enforcer of the divine realm. What do you think?" The Omni King suggested with a smile. Li Lin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what an enforcer entailed. Did such a position even exist within the divine realm? Furthermore, he was unclear about the responsibilities associated with this title. "Your Majesty, what exactly is an enforcer?" Li Lin inquired directly, eager to clarify. If the role bore any resemblance to that of the god of destruction, he had no inclination towards it. However, if it differed and the title sounded appealing, he might consider it. Grand Minister, would you kindly explain it to him? The Omni King gently requested of the Grand Minister beside him. The Grand Minister nodded with a smile and approached Li Lin. With curiosity, Li Lin gazed at the Grand Minister, who explained, "The Enforcer is a position responsible for overseeing the deities of the divine realm. The authority vested in this role is substantial, granting the power of preemptive action. Should any gods of destruction or angels neglect their duties, the Enforcer has the right to impose sanctions upon them." The Grand Minister spoke to Li Lin with a smile, while secretly contemplating the significance the Omni King placed on this individual named Li Lin. It was worth noting that the status of an Enforcer was on par with his own. The divine realm has not appointed an individual to this position for countless years. However, it appears that today the Omni King intends to make an exception, elevating a human to the role of Enforcer. Upon hearing this, Li Lin's mouth slightly parted in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this was the Enforcer's identity. The title of overseeing the deities sounded quite impressive, yet it necessitated considerable strength. Without such prowess, it would be exceedingly challenging to maintain oversight. And Li Lin happened to possess that very strength. "Well, what must I do?" Li Lin inquired slowly, addressing the high priest. Although the title of overseeing the deities seemed appealing, he was not one to invite undue complications. If the responsibilities were too burdensome, he would prefer to decline the position. The high priest did not elaborate on this point. Instead, his gaze shifted to the Omni King. "You need not concern yourself with much. Merely meander through the various universes in your leisure time. Should any destruction god fail to fulfill their duties, you may take it upon yourself to discipline them appropriately." The Omni King explained with a smile. Having observed Li Lin's formidable strength during the recent battle, it was clear to him that Li Lin was no ordinary individual. To put it plainly, his abilities even surpassed those of the angels. Such a talent was precisely what the divine realm required. It would be a great loss if someone of his caliber could not be utilized. Li Lin nodded slightly. If that was the case, this position appeared quite advantageous. Both in terms of prestige and authority, it represented an excellent opportunity for him. What about the impending melee of the destruction gods? Am I still expected to participate? Li Lin continued, his tone unperturbed. If he were to assume the role of Enforcer, battling alongside those destruction gods would seem rather unfair to them. After the previous encounter, he felt little anticipation for the second round. Even if all the destruction gods banded together, they would not pose a challenge. "Of course you must participate. Why wouldn't you?" The Omni King replied with a smile, clearly eager for the spectacle. He had been quite exhilarated during Li Lin's battle against Katra, and if Li Lin were to face all the destruction gods, it would undoubtedly be a thrilling sight. Although Li Lin had been promoted to Enforcer, the Omni King was determined to witness this contest firsthand. "Very well, I understand," Li Lin replied nonchalantly. "Let the games begin. I have no concerns about the outcome." As victory is assured, his curiosity was piqued regarding the angels. He wondered what the result would be should he engage them in battle. Naturally, he was confident in his ability to triumph in one-on-one combat, yet he pondered how he would fare against multiple angels. "What are your thoughts on the position of Enforcer?" The Omni King inquired further, hopeful that a talent like Li Lin would join their ranks in the divine realm. After all, a human has managed to reach such heights in a relatively short span of cultivation. With further nurturing, the potential for the future is undoubtedly limitless. "If this position imposes no significant restrictions upon me, then I shall gladly accept." Li Lin smiled faintly and spoke with indifference. Although this role seemed appealing, he would not acquiesce if it came with numerous limitations, much like the relationship between the destroyer gods and the supreme Kai. He had no desire to entrust his fate to another's hands. "Of course, you remain yourself. You merely gain the title of Enforcer," the Omni King remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. For a formidable being like Li Lin, the rules of the divine realm could hardly bind him. If they wished for him to assume the role of Enforcer, they would certainly ensure that he felt no sense of restriction. This was the dignity of the strong. Anyone in his position would surely have similar expectations. "Very well, then, Omni King, I shall accept this position." Li Lin nodded slowly, confirming with a smile. After all, this title bore no detriment to him. Rather, it would bestow upon him a resounding name. Why not embrace it? Moreover, with the title of Enforcer, he would no longer feel inferior to the arrogant destroyer gods. In fact, should he encounter any dissatisfaction, he could easily take it out on them. He resolved to visit the various universes upon his return, overseeing their progress. And should he find any shortcomings, he would not hesitate to exercise his authority as Enforcer. Indeed, a wise choice. The Omni King nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he returned to his throne, quietly observing Li Lin before him. "For now, I have no further matters to attend to. Great Priest, please escort the Enforcer." "Yes, esteemed Omni King," the Great Priest replied with a smile, gesturing for Li Lin to follow. "Congratulations, Enforcer, on earning the esteemed recognition of the Omni King at such a young age." The Great Priest's demeanor had shifted. No longer did he regard the young man with disdain. Li Lin's strength had far surpassed his expectations, having effortlessly defeated a destroyer god. In terms of power, he could likely rival an angel. Considering his youth, with time and cultivation, his future was indeed boundless. He might even surpass the great priest himself. Too kind, great priest. Li Lin responded with an air of nonchalance, a slight smile gracing his lips. He felt somewhat dazed, though he had accepted the role. The identity of enforcer still took him by surprise. The two descended the high platform together. Beside them, Beerus and Whis observed, slightly astonished by the great priest's courteous demeanor towards Li Lin. It is well known that the Grand Priest possesses strength that ranks among the top 5 in the entire universe. Aside from the Omni King, there has seldom been anyone to whom he has shown such courtesy. Even with the gods of destruction, he maintains an air of indifference. Upon witnessing this scene, Whis felt a slight unease creeping into his heart, pondering whether Lord Beerus's prophetic dream might indeed come to fruition at this moment. The Grand Priest approached Beerus and Whis, addressing them with a smile. "Allow me to reintroduce you," he said. Li Lin has now ascended to the position of the Enforcer of the Divine Realm. Enforcer? Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback, clearly aware of the significance of this title, which had not been uttered for many years. The revelation that Li Lin had become an Enforcer was astonishing. The authority of an Enforcer is immense, placing them on par with the Grand Priest. It was unexpected that Li Lin's conversation with the Omni King had culminated in such an outcome. "It is merely the grace of the Omni King," Li Lin replied with a calm smile, addressing them. "Do not feel compelled to be overly formal. Simply call me by my name as you always have." Despite his new title, he preferred not to be addressed in such a manner as the Grand Priest. He found it rather peculiar, considering he had a name, and felt it fostered a sense of distance among familiar acquaintances. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, still processing the unexpected news. They had not anticipated such a development during their visit to the Omni King's palace, discovering that their Universe 7 had produced an Enforcer. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, the Grand Priest nodded with a gentle smile. Having developed a new understanding of Li Lin, this individual did not appear to be as arrogant as he once thought. "By the way, as the Enforcer, may I inquire about one matter?" The Grand Priest turned to Li Lin with a smile. Li Lin raised an eyebrow slightly at the Grand Priest's question, but responded with a smile. "Please, go ahead. What is the current extent of your power?" The Grand Priest inquired. "During your recent battle with the god of destruction Quitella, your display of might suggested that you have surpassed even the realm of angels. Am I correct?" The Grand Priest asked with a smile, noting that while he could not sense Li Lin's energy, the level of skill and natural ability he exhibited indicated that he likely exceeded the realm of the guardian angels. Beerus felt a slight shock at the Grand Priest's high appraisal of Li Lin. After all, angels are exceedingly formidable, capable of defeating gods of destruction with a single strike. Yet now, the Grand Priest was asserting that Li Lin had surpassed even the realm of angels. It was worth noting that Li Lin had yet to demonstrate the full extent of his power with the Kaioken Tenfold. If he did, the implications would be truly terrifying. Whis, meanwhile, furrowed his brow as he regarded Li Lin. He had already formed his own conclusions, based on Li Lin's recent display of power. It was indeed evident that he had surpassed the angels. However, he could not yet ascertain his feelings. Now, upon hearing his father's words, it seemed there was little doubt. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin nodded slowly. His strength indeed surpassed that of the angels, a fact that required no concealment. As for his current capabilities, he admitted candidly, he was unable to render an accurate judgment. Although he had surpassed the angels, he was still far from being a match for the High Priest. Whether unleashing the Tenfold Kaioken would grant him the strength to contend in battle remained uncertain, for without having engaged in combat, one could not easily make such determinations. Indeed, it appears that the Enforcer is quite accomplished for one so young, the High Priest remarked with a gentle smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Nonetheless, he was deeply curious about how Li Lin had cultivated such terrifying talent. "Your praise is unwarranted. My abilities are but trivial in your presence," Li Lin replied courteously, aware that he could not afford to be overly arrogant before this esteemed figure. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, the High Priest nodded with a smile, indicating that this young man was indeed quite humble. His previous arrogance, as he had stated, was merely an expression of honesty. Whis, standing to the side, shook his head slightly. He could hardly believe that the inexperienced youth from a few years ago had grown to such heights. It was truly astonishing. Yet, the thought of his father forming a brotherly bond with this individual left him feeling rather peculiar. However, the notion that this person would now be his brother brought a sense of secret delight. "Enforcer, I have a proposal. I wonder if it is appropriate to share?" The High Priest continued with a smile, already concocting some plans in his mind. Given Li Lin's remarkable prowess, it was prudent to foster a good relationship with him in the divine realm. After all, he might surpass the High Priest one day. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, silently contemplating whether the moment had arrived. Li Lin's expression shifted as if he had recalled something. "Your Excellency, please proceed," Li Lin said, maintaining his composure while discreetly glancing at Whis and Beerus. Observing their unusual expressions, he felt he had confirmed something. "Today marks your first day as the Enforcer. Why not seize this joyous occasion to form a brotherly bond? What do you think?" The high priest suggested cheerfully. Upon hearing these words, Li Lin's face twitched unexpectedly. This proposal seemed to echo the very first encounter Beerus and Weiss had with him. He recalled that Weiss had also established a fraternal connection with him then. With their roles clearly defined, he is the younger brother and Weiss is the elder. To think his father wished to do the same again. What on earth was this family up to? Well, Your Excellency, that might be somewhat inappropriate. Li Lin pondered for a moment before offering an awkward smile. After hearing Li Lin's words, Weiss inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that the outcome had indeed shifted somewhat. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Why? The high priest inquired, somewhat perplexed. It was known that countless beings in the universe aspired to become his brother. Having him as a brother would grant one unparalleled power in this world. Yet, before him, Li Lin chose to decline, a decision that took him by surprise. Did Weiss not mention it to you? Li Lin scratched his head while glancing at Weiss, who was smiling beside him. The scene of their brotherhood oath was still vividly etched in his memory. Moreover, it appeared they had established some form of connection, an unalterable bond. If he were to become brothers with the high priest now, wouldn't that complicate matters? How would they address each other in the future? It wouldn't be awkward for him, but Weiss, to some extent, could be considered his mentor, and it would certainly be uncomfortable for him. Should I call you younger brother? That seems somewhat inappropriate, especially given the relationship with your father. If I were to call you father, that would be even more absurd. He pondered. After all, they had previously agreed that Weiss would be the elder brother and he the younger, and Weiss was also his mentor, making the situation quite awkward. Yes, I should have mentioned this to you earlier, father, Weiss replied with a faint smile to the high priest. He had ceased addressing him by title, opting instead for father, which suggested that despite his calm demeanor, he felt a tinge of urgency within. He had once shared his brotherhood with Li Lin with the high priest, though he had not elaborated on the reasons, and the high priest had taken it lightly. After all, Weiss was of considerable age and surely knew his own mind. Oh, you mean the matter regarding your bond with Li Lin? The high priest said, a dawning realization crossing his face as he recalled Weiss's previous mention of it. His gaze shifted back to Li Lin. Meanwhile, Beerus observed the three, finding the unfolding drama rather amusing, as it bore little relevance to him. He was merely curious to see how the high priest would handle the situation. One could not deny that he appeared to relish the spectacle. Indeed, high priest, the relationship Weiss and I share is here. If we were to forge another brotherhood, it would only create confusion, which is why I deemed it inappropriate, Li Lin replied cheerfully. In truth, he felt little concern about the matter. However, he wished to spare Weiss any embarrassment. Thus, he sought to decline the proposition as gracefully as possible. The high priest furrowed his brow slightly, silently contemplating the matter. At that moment, Weiss cast a grateful glance towards Li Lin. After all, he still had his pride, having known Li Lin for such a long time. It would be quite jarring to suddenly change how they addressed each other. Although Li Lin had vastly surpassed him in strength and had ascended to the position of enforcer, the thought of this alteration made Weiss feel uncomfortable, as if something was amiss. After all, the actions I previously undertook, with some reluctance, were meant to avert the very situation we find ourselves in today. The high priest pondered for a moment before he spoke with a deliberate calmness. Regarding this matter, I believe it bears little significance, he remarked with a smile directed at Li Lin. Li Lin responded, slightly taken aback, struggling to comprehend. What does it mean that it bears little significance? Your tone suggests that there is an imperative need for us to forge a brotherhood today. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Weiss. Your bond with Weiss is a matter solely between the two of you. What relevance does it hold for us? The high priest uttered astonishingly. Li Lin furrowed his brow, preparing to articulate further thoughts. However, before he could voice his sentiments, the high priest continued, we can become brothers. You shall call me brother, and I shall call you little brother. As for how you and Weiss address one another, that is entirely your affair. We shall each maintain our own titles, without encumbering one another. Upon hearing these words, Li Lin was rendered speechless, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He could not help but reflect on how this family truly knew how to play their games. Why must they persist in making things difficult for me? Am I truly that exceptional? Weiss, meanwhile, found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that history was indeed irreversible. The efforts he had previously exerted seemed to bear no fruit, and now the hierarchy had become somewhat muddled. Beerus, standing nearby, wore a mischievous grin, barely able to contain his laughter, for he found this situation exceedingly amusing. In the future, if Weiss were to bully him again, he could simply bring this matter to light. This seems rather inappropriate, Li Lin said, somewhat embarrassed. How could we each maintain our own titles? It did not concern me. But would it not be awkward when you next encounter Weiss? What is inappropriate about this? The high priest gently shook his head, dismissing the notion. He believed it to be of no consequence. After all, at his level of existence, he had long since transcended such mundane concerns. Observing the high priest's resolute demeanor, Li Lin could only manage a wry smile, feeling as though he had run out of choices. He turned to glance at Weiss, hoping to discern his thoughts. At that moment, Weiss wore an indescribable expression. After much internal struggle, he felt Li Lin's gaze upon him, and could only helplessly nod. Do as you wish. I can no longer intervene. After all, you two are the most significant here. Very well then, High Priest. Let us simplify matters. We are brothers now. You are my elder brother, and I am your younger brother. Henceforth, I shall address you as brother and you shall call me little brother, Li Lin conceded. A hint of resignation in his voice. As he uttered these words, a flash of white light enveloped them both, establishing a special connection akin to that which Weiss had previously experienced. However, this time, it was Li Lin who initiated the declaration, yet it yielded the same remarkable effect. Such is the beauty of it. The Grand Priest, witnessing the scene before him, nodded in satisfaction, a smile curving gracefully at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 166, Guiding Work in Other Universes. Thus, Li Lin and the Grand Priest completed their simple oath of brotherhood. The Grand Priest bore a joyful expression, while Li Lin appeared somewhat resigned. Beerus wore an amused look, and Weiss exhibited a rather awkward demeanor. With a myriad of expressions, the group bid farewell to the Grand Priest once more and departed from the Omni King's palace. As for when the upcoming Tournament of Power would take place, that would be communicated at a later time, perhaps in a few days, or, possibly, months. In the boundless darkness of space, Weiss sped through the cosmos with Beerus and Li Lin, like a streak of white light flashing by. Although they had left the Omni King's palace, the ease and naturalness that adorned their faces earlier had vanished. This shift was entirely due to Li Lin's change in status. After all, he was now an enforcer. Beerus could no longer treat him as casually as before, for any annoyance might provoke Li Lin to wield his newfound authority. Should a confrontation arise, Li Lin found himself utterly powerless, given the considerable weight of his title. Weiss, affected by the Grand Priest's presence, wore a serious expression, uncertain of what to say. I apologize for the situation, he began. The Grand Priest's hospitality was too compelling for me to decline. Li Lin broke the silence, acknowledging the awkwardness that had enveloped them. Heh. Weiss smiled gently, then spoke slowly. It's all right, Li Lin. This isn't primarily your issue. It's a problem my father encountered, and I never anticipated it would unfold this way. As an angel, he maintained a calm demeanor, refusing to let this matter disturb his tranquility. However, he felt a tinge of frustration, for by all accounts, Li Lin was now his senior, especially considering the Grand Priest's remark about their future interactions being independent. Well, that's reassuring, Li Lin replied evenly. Having known each other for several years, he wished to avoid any rifts arising from this incident. By the way, I haven't yet congratulated you on becoming the enforcer of the divine realm. Weiss continued to smile at Li Lin. He was genuinely surprised, having never expected the Omni King to hold Li Lin in such high regard as to bestow upon him the position of enforcer. It was worth noting that this role carried significant power, equivalent to that of the Grand Priest. The position had remained unfilled due to the absence of a suitable candidate, and Li Lin's arrival at the Omni King's palace had resulted in such an unexpected outcome. Indeed, Li Lin, congratulations on your new title as enforcer. I never imagined you would achieve such a position, Beerus remarked, somewhat astonished. People often spoke of the unpredictability of fate, and it was only now that he truly grasped the essence of that saying. Should Li Lin adopt the demeanor of a law enforcer before me, I would indeed have to respectfully address him as my lord. Thank you, Li Lin replied with a calm smile, gesturing dismissively. From now on, you should continue to address me as you always have. Do not let my position create any distance between us. He regarded Weiss and Beerus as true friends and had no desire to project an air of authority in their presence. Should the bond between them grow distant, rekindling it would be a formidable challenge. Rest assured, you know me well enough. I am not one to concern myself with such formalities, Beerus said with a cheerful grin, evidently lightened by Li Lin's words. Li Lin nodded with a smile. This was indeed a relief, as it alleviated any concerns he might have had. However, Li Lin, you are now an enforcer. It is essential that you fulfill your duties when time permits. Weiss, standing at the forefront, spoke softly without turning back. Beerus' eyes brightened at this suggestion, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, Li Lin, now that you are an enforcer, it would be beneficial to traverse other universes occasionally to fulfill your responsibilities, Beerus remarked with a hint of mischief. He was immensely curious to see the expressions of the other gods of destruction upon learning of Li Lin's new position, particularly those who had once scorned and belittled him. Their reactions would undoubtedly be most entertaining. Rest assured, I shall make time to visit. Li Lin replied with a cold smirk. He was a person who bore grudges. The haughty demeanor of those gods of destruction in the king's palace was fresh in his memory, and he had no intention of letting them escape unscathed now that he held power. He planned to remain on Earth for a while to recuperate before setting off to visit these deities. If they treated him well, all would be fine. If not, they would surely regret it. Thus, the trio swiftly returned to the realm of the gods of destruction, while Li Lin directly returned to Earth. He spent approximately a month there, feeling that he had sufficiently recuperated. He then resolved to tour the various universes, intending to oversee and assess the work of the gods of destruction. Rather than merely inspecting their duties, This journey was more about enacting retribution. After bidding farewell to his hometown, family, and loved ones, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at the realm of the gods of destruction. For he was uncertain of the locations of the other universes and could not use instant transmission to reach them. Thus, his intention for this visit was to have Whis accompany him. After all, Whis, being an angel, possessed profound knowledge of the coordinates of the 12 universes, making him the most suitable guide. Having prepared adequately, Li Lin was ready to embark on their journey. Whis smiled and addressed Li Lin. Well then, let us set forth. Just as they were about to depart, Beerus rushed up to them in a flurry. He had awaited this moment in the realm of destruction for an entire month. Contrary to his usual slothful nature, he had surprisingly refrained from sleeping, all in anticipation of this day. He was eager to witness the expressions on the faces of his peers upon seeing Li Lin. Lord Beerus, are you also coming along? If so, we must consult the Grand Minister, Whis remarked with a smile. It is well known that a god of destruction is generally prohibited from leaving their universe without a compelling reason, and even if permitted, their absence should not be prolonged, lest it disrupt their duties. Beerus, however, waved dismissively, eager to partake in the unfolding excitement. He looked at Li Lin with an almost pitiful gaze. Esteemed Grand Minister, might I leave the 7th universe? I wish to accompany you and observe the workings of other universes, Beerus said, a teasing lilt in his voice as he regarded Li Lin. Did you not say I could address you however I please, Lord Beerus? This title of Grand Minister feels rather awkward, Li Lin replied with a hint of exasperation. He preferred to interact with them in his previous ordinary capacity, wishing to avoid any distance that his title might impose. Just a jest, Beerus chuckled, his gaze still fervently fixed on Li Lin. After all, he was a Grand Minister and thus possessed the authority to leave his current universe. Whether he could accompany Li Lin to other universes was entirely dependent on his word. Very well, if Lord Beerus wishes to join, then let us proceed together, Li Lin stated nonchalantly. Perhaps this was the privilege of high status, where any issue could be resolved with a mere utterance. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, Beerus beamed with delight. So, Li Lin, which universe shall we visit first? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. Each of the 12 universes was vast in its own right, and selecting a target was imperative before venturing into another realm. The decision of where to go first rested solely with Li Lin. Li Lin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he slowly declared, let us first visit the universe of Quitella. With a mischievous grin, he added, although he had previously taught this fellow a lesson, it still felt insufficiently satisfying. For this was the very individual who had once berated him most harshly. Even at one point, he contemplated ending his own life. Since he must go, it is certain that he will first wield it as a weapon. How splendid. Beerus's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed joyfully. He and Quitella were the least compatible pair. Naturally, hearing that Li Lin intended to venture into their universe brought him immense pleasure. Today, he sought nothing more than to relish the feeling of wielding power through another's influence, to assert himself boldly before Li Lin. The 4th universe, Whis mused softly to himself, while simultaneously beginning to mourn for Quitella, just after returning from the Grand Priest's palace, having endured a severe beating. Now Li Lin was poised to come and mock him thoroughly. Perhaps this is what they call the early bird getting the worm. Had Quitella not been the most vociferous, Li Lin might not have sought him out first. Very well, let us set forth, Whis said with a gentle smile. He then lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and the 3 of them transformed into beams of light, speeding towards the 4th universe. Meanwhile, across the various universes, the news of Li Lin becoming the enforcer of the divine realm swept through like a tempest, engulfing the entire divine hierarchy. Whether it be the Supreme Kais or the gods of destruction, they had all received this news, conveyed by the Grand Priest. After all, with Li Lin newly appointed, few knew of him, necessitating that they be informed to avoid offending him later on, lest they face dire consequences. However, given the current circumstances, they might still find themselves in precarious situations. In Universe 11, the god of destruction, Vermaud, was wreaking havoc within the divine realm. Pacing back and forth with a troubled expression, his anxiety rendered him exceedingly irritable. Why on earth did Lord Zeno choose that young man? How could he make him the enforcer? If this is the case, my good days are surely numbered, Vermaud fretted. He vividly recalled berating Li Lin mercilessly during his visit to the Grand Priestess Palace, offering him no semblance of respect, treating him as if he were utterly worthless. Yet, unexpectedly, that very young man had now transformed into the enforcer of the divine realm. Do not fret, Lord Vermaud, the angelic guardian, Margarita, said with a serene smile. How can I not be anxious? If that young man takes this opportunity to retaliate, what shall we do? Vermaud expressed his deep concerns. The enforcer, wielding significant power, could punish a god of destruction without consulting Lord Zeno. Margarita waved her hand dismissively. It is not us, but you, my dear Lord Vermaud. I have never wronged that young man. She appeared entirely detached from the situation. To be honest, she found herself rather fond of him. It was the first time she had witnessed someone so young attain the position of enforcer in the divine realm. Why are you still speaking so lightly of this, Margarita? Quickly, offer me some advice on what I should do next. If that fellow comes to retaliate against me, how should I respond? Wei Mei feels as restless as an ant on a hot pan, fearing that in the next moment, Li Lin might personally arrive at his doorstep. Oh, but it is essential to remain rational and well-founded, even when the law enforcers are at work. Any baseless accusations directed at the destroyer god would surely not be tolerated. Take heart, Margarita reassured. Under the current circumstances, this is the only explanation that can be offered. After all, if they truly come knocking, they have no viable solutions at hand. Li Lin, as a law enforcer, holds a position far superior to theirs, leaving them with little room for discourse. Sigh. Let us hope for the best. But if that fellow comes to nitpick, who could endure it? Wei Mei lamented, filled with deep regret for having provoked Li Lin in the first place. Had he not done so, he wouldn't now be so fraught with anxiety. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the destroyer gods, the destroyer god Ramsey shares Wei Mei's sentiments. Ever since he heard the news of Li Lin's ascension to law enforcer, an unsettling anxiety has gripped him, fearing that the next moment, Li Lin might arrive to deliver a lesson, given his newfound authority. Chapter 168, Reactions from All Sides. Keisai. What should I do? Ramsey spoke absently, now paralyzed by fear of Li Lin. Had Li Lin not held the title of law enforcer, Ramsey wouldn't have been overly concerned. If that fellow dared to act against him, he would certainly report the incident. Yet, times have changed. Li Lin now has every justification to punish him. Even in the absence of cause, he would surely fabricate one. My Lord Ramsey, are you worried about the newly appointed law enforcer? Keisai inquired, her brows furrowed slightly. The high priest had already informed them about this matter. To be candid, no one anticipated that Li Lin would rise to the position of law enforcer. It was truly an unexpected stroke of fortune for him. Indeed, I am worried about that fellow. After all, I chastised him so mercilessly. Do you think he might seize this opportunity for retaliation? Ramsey asked, his concern weighing heavily on him. Keisai hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Based on his audacious demeanor in the Omni King's palace, it was quite plausible he might resort to such actions. In such a situation, my Lord Ramsey, no one can predict the outcome. I suggest you try to remain calm. Keisai offered, albeit helplessly. Alas, one reaps what one sows. Ramsey lamented, gazing skyward. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted with greater restraint. Now, I find myself in such dire straits. In the realm of the destroyer gods of the second universe, destroyer god Helis similarly wore a troubled expression. She never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous individual from a month ago would suddenly ascend to the esteemed rank of law enforcer. Upon receiving this news, she found herself unable to eat or sleep, consumed by restlessness. Due to her earlier disrespect towards Li Lin, she is now consumed with anxiety over the possibility of retaliation from him. Alas, why do all the fortunate events seem to revolve around this insufferable brat? The esteemed position of law enforcer is indeed a prestigious one. Why has it fallen into his hands? Hyles is deeply discontented. My Lord Hyles, refrain from lamenting and instead contemplate how to address the situation that lies ahead, the guardian angel Savu advised, equally exasperated. When he first received the news from the high priest, he was rendered speechless, even confirming the details multiple times, only to arrive at the same conclusion, that Li Lin, this young man, had become the law enforcer. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded across other universes, with certain destroyers feeling fortunate for having refrained from incessantly berating Li Lin, thus finding solace in the knowledge that, should trouble arise, they would not be the first to bear the brunt. In the realm of the fourth universe's destroyers, Katra has fully recovered from his injuries and is now diligently training within the confines of the destroyer realm. The humiliation of his previous defeat to Li Lin weighs heavily upon him, prompting him to train relentlessly, driven by the desire to reclaim his lost honor. Though he recognizes the formidable challenge that lies ahead, he remains resolute in his determination to persevere. You wretched brat, just wait. One day, I shall bring you down and force you to kneel before me. Katra seethes as he trains. After all, losing to a mere human, despite their strength, is a source of profound shame in the eyes of a destroyer. His guardian angel, Konik, paces restlessly beside him, withholding the news of Li Lin's ascension to law enforcer. Given Katra's current state and his injuries yet to be fully healed, Konik fears that revealing this information might provoke an uncontrollable outburst. Thus, he struggles to find the right words. Konik, what is it that you are pacing about for? Katra inquires, sensing something amiss. Typically, angels exhibit calm and poise, yet Konik's demeanor diverges sharply from this norm. Katra perceives an underlying anxiety and hesitation in his angel, as if something is being concealed from him. Well, there are certain matters at hand, but I am uncertain how to convey them to you, Konik hesitantly replies. Rubbing his hands together, the gravity of the news had nearly left him in shock, and he fears the potential consequences of directly informing Katra. Just speak plainly. What is the difficulty in that? Katra replies, growing impatient. He detests when individuals act mysteriously before him. If there is something to be said, utter it without hesitation. As a destroyer, What matter could possibly be beyond my capacity to handle? Cornic sighed helplessly, then gradually spoke. Very well, Lord Katra, I shall inform you of the matter. But please do not become overly agitated. This was the only way he could prepare Katra mentally. For what was to follow might very well be shocking enough to cause him to faint. Humph, Katra retorted dismissively, just speak plainly. What could possibly be so significant? Just as Cornic was about to respond, a beam of white light descended from the god of destruction realm, captivating both their attentions as they realized someone had encroached upon their territory. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouettes of 3 individuals, Li Lin, Whis, and Beerus. After an arduous journey of several minutes, the trio had finally arrived in the realm of destruction of the 4th universe, coincidentally encountering the god of destruction Katra and the angel Cornic. Upon recognizing them, Quitra's initial surprise swiftly morphed into a visage of fury. You impertinent fools! This is the realm of the 4th universe's god of destruction. Who granted you permission to trespass here? Quitra's ire was palpable. For a month, he had languished in the shadow of Li Lin, and now, fate had conspired to bring them face to face once more. Truly, a narrow road for enemies. His gaze was fixed intently upon Li Lin. Whis and Beerus stood dumbfounded at Quitra's words. Good heavens, has he lost his senses? Does he not comprehend Li Lin's current status? Li Lin was now an esteemed enforcer, and to insult him was akin to insulting the Omni King himself. Cornic's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Quitra's words, and he hurriedly rushed over to stifle Quitra's mouth. My lord Katra, please exercise caution. Cornic whispered urgently in his ear. The identity of this individual has changed drastically. One cannot afford to speak so recklessly. Exercise caution. Katra incredulously turned to Cornic. I am a god of destruction. What harm is there in reprimanding those who invade my domain? The absurdity of being advised to temper his words was beyond him. Yet before Cornic could elucidate further, Beerus interjected. Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly, then addressed Katra with a measured tone. Katra, it seems that during this month, your skills have indeed advanced. You now dare to insult even him. In the past, a few harsh words might have sufficed, but the situation is different now. Li Lin is an enforcer. Originally intending to confront him, now they had been presented with a perfect opportunity. Quitra's brow furrowed, his expression darkening considerably. He pondered to himself that he had only lost to Li Lin once. He acknowledged that he was not his equal, yet his status as a god of destruction still held weight. Should anyone dare to exploit their power to belittle him, he would not stand idly by. If this were reported to Lord Zeno, those individuals would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Humph, who does he think he is? Ketla scoffed, declaring that he could insult anyone he pleased on his territory. He was unconvinced that they could do anything to him here. If worst came to worst, he would have Cornic report the matter up the chain. At that point, the Omni King and the High Priest would render their judgment. Beerus was taken aback by this statement, pondering whether this fool was unaware that Li Lin was already a law enforcer. How could he dare to speak so insolently? Did he not fear for his life? This question lingered in his mind. Weiss was equally astonished by the unfolding events. He had initially expected the individuals to greet Li Lin with utmost respect and cordiality. However, witnessing their immediate barrage of insults was truly unexpected. In truth, even Li Lin himself was somewhat bewildered. The current situation deviated significantly from his expectations. He had anticipated a warm welcome upon his arrival, yet the reality was starkly different, sowing seeds of doubt within him. Could it be that his position as a law enforcer was merely a fade, lacking the prestige he had imagined? Was this why this audacious individual felt emboldened to hurl insults at him? Cornic, have you yet informed Lord Ketla of this matter? Weiss inquired curiously. It was evident that if Ketla were aware of Li Lin's status as a law enforcer, his demeanor should logically reflect that knowledge, unless he had a death wish. Of course, it was also possible that Cornic had not yet conveyed this information, leading Ketla to believe Li Lin was merely an ordinary human. Cornic responded to Weiss's words with a wry smile, slowly shaking his head. He had intended to relay the information to Ketla, but the arrival of these individuals had interrupted his plans. Thus, he had not yet had the opportunity to disclose the truth. Ketla, feeling a surge of curiosity, turned to Cornic with a puzzled expression. What is it that Weiss mentioned? Does it pertain to this young man? He inquired, pointing towards Li Lin, clearly skeptical that anything could provoke such brazen behavior from Li Lin and Beerus within his domain. Indeed, Lord Ketla, Cornic replied with a resigned nod. He approached Ketla and leaned in to whisper. After approximately a minute, Ketla's eyes widened in shock, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. You cannot be joking with me, he stammered, swallowing hard, his expression tinged with a hint of panic. The news Cornic had just imparted was so astounding that it was difficult for him to process. I would never deceive you, Lord Ketla, Cornic stated with an air of inevitability. He anticipated such an outcome. Had he known earlier, he would have voiced his concerns sooner, thus avoiding the current awkward predicament. Now, Quintella had already chastised the law enforcer, and it remained uncertain how the situation would unfold. The law enforcer, what a deception, Quintella muttered in shock, clearly still grappling with the astonishing revelation. He could never have imagined that a mere human could ascend to such a prestigious position in the divine realm as a law enforcer. The recollection of his earlier outburst towards the individual sent a chill down his spine. Quintella, my friend, you possess remarkable audacity. After all these years, I find myself truly admiring you for daring to admonish the law enforcer to his face. Impressive indeed, Beerus remarked while picking his nose. Though he professed admiration, a hint of amusement lingered in his tone. At that moment, Quintella could hardly afford to retort to Beerus. Instead, he swiftly turned to Li Lin. His previously fierce countenance now transformed into a rigid smile. Ah, it turns out you are the esteemed law enforcer. How foolish of me to underestimate you, Quintella said. Striving to adopt a cordial tone, he made a concerted effort to soften his expression, fully aware of the law enforcer's considerable authority. His earlier disrespectful remarks, if dwelled upon, could lead to dire consequences for him. Well, Li Lin observed, noting the rapid change in Quintella's demeanor. It seems I may have misjudged the significance of the law enforcer's status. He sighed inwardly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Ah, let it be forgotten. Ignorance is no sin, Li Lin smiled graciously. Quintella sighed in relief upon hearing Li Lin's words. Regardless of whether he genuinely respected Li Lin's authority, he knew he must not display any disdain. Even if he were to feign humility, it was imperative that he appeared exceedingly sincere and eager to learn. Thank you, esteemed law enforcer, for your gracious forgiveness, Quintella said, bowing his head in utmost respect. His attitude had undergone a complete transformation, a stark 180-degree turn, though he wished otherwise. Adherence to decorum compelled him. By the way, have your injuries healed? Li Lin inquired casually, a smile gracing his lips. Quintella paused, slightly bewildered by the question, unsure of its intent. Nonetheless, he responded as expected. Thank you for your concern, esteemed law enforcer. After a month of recovery, I am nearly fully healed. Oh, if that is the case, then I am relieved, Li Lin nodded, maintaining his smile. Chapter 170, The Heartless Leader. Li Lin portrayed himself as a caring superior, always wearing a cheerful expression. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense an underlying insincerity in his smiles. Quintella felt perplexed. Why should Li Lin concern himself with the state of his injuries? What purpose did such inquiries serve? Though he harbored such thoughts within, he dared not voice them explicitly. Well, since your injuries have nearly healed, shall we exchange a few more moves? Li Lin inquired with a beaming smile. What? Ketral gasped in astonishment. Clearly unprepared for such a proposition from Li Lin. Engaging in combat with him would be akin to courting disaster. Upon hearing this suggestion, his expression morphed into one of deep concern. Isn't this rather inappropriate, Master Enforcer? Ketral replied with a feigned smile. Setting aside the question of whether he could hold his own against Li Lin, the latter's esteemed position rendered him hesitant to engage. Moreover, the lesson from their previous encounter lingered painfully in his memory. To face Li Lin again would likely confine him to bed for another month. After all, who would willingly seek out such torment? No need to worry. My primary purpose here is to assess the strength of the gods of destruction. As an enforcer, I must possess a certain understanding of their capabilities. Wouldn't you agree? Li Lin stated calmly. The resolute expression on his face indicated that this confrontation was inevitable. Ketral's countenance fell immediately. The notion of evaluating strength seemed nothing short of a pretext for retribution. Hadn't he already showcased his abilities at the Omni King's palace? Realizing that he could not circumvent this challenge, Ketral steeled himself. Very well then, I humbly ask you to show mercy, Master Enforcer, and keep it to a minimum, he said with a resigned tone. He had no desire to spend another month recuperating. Rest assured, I shall, Li Lin replied with a radiant smile. With that, the two began to exchange blows. In an instant, the realm of destruction was filled with thunderous sounds, enveloped by an atmosphere of ferocity. In less than 10 seconds, Ketral was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, skidding for several dozen meters across the tough terrain, leaving a deep trench in his wake. He appeared utterly disheveled, with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Ketral felt a sharp pain in his chest, and suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. It seemed he had sustained further injuries, and they were quite severe. It would likely take several days of rest to recuperate from this latest setback. Clapping his hands together and brushing off the dust from his attire, Li Lin gazed at Ketral's disheveled form with immense satisfaction. In truth, he had held back significantly during their duel. Had he not exercised caution, Ketral might have met a dire fate. However, Ketral was, after all, a god of destruction from the fourth universe, and Li Lin had merely come to oversee the proceedings. It would be far too brutal to eliminate someone engaged in their duties, as such actions would not align with his principles. Indeed, it is rather tragic, Beerus remarked with a smirk, observing Ketral's pitiful state, reveling in his delight. He could no longer resist the urge to observe the other deities of destruction across the cosmos. Accompanying Li Lin today seemed to be an exceptionally wise choice, for who would refuse the opportunity to witness free entertainment? Alas, Vis shook his head in resignation at the sight of Beerus reveling in this misfortune. It appeared that their 7th universe's reputation had suffered yet another blow in the eyes of the other realms. Although they dared not provoke Li Lin, it was evident that Beerus would encounter no shortage of troubles in the future. Conic, Li Lin said with a gentle smile. Conic, in haste, neglected to assess Ketra's injuries and hurriedly approached Li Lin. Your Honor, please give your orders. Conic displayed utmost courtesy, even bordering on reverence. After all, as a law enforcer, he was responsible for overseeing the deity's conduct, including the angels under their jurisdiction, which necessitated his respect toward Li Lin. Oh, it's nothing. Ketra has indeed shown some improvement in strength, but it is still far from sufficient. You must provide further guidance, Li Lin spoke earnestly, akin to an elder advising a younger relative. In truth, his demeanor was a classic case of someone who had gained the upper hand while feigning innocence. He needed to offer some justification for having reduced someone to such a state. Yes, Your Honor, Conic replied with a resigned smile. After all, one must heed the commands of those in higher positions. Furthermore, take note that Ketra will require time to recuperate. Yet it is imperative that the work of the universe does not falter. Should there be any delays, I would be quite displeased. If I am unhappy, it is likely that Rat will also be displeased thereafter. Understood, I will ensure that Lord Ketra does not hinder the work of the universe, Conic quickly affirmed. Now acutely aware of what it meant to have a heartless superior. Even in such a state of injury, Li Lin remained focused on the tasks at hand. Though Li Lin was not technically a boss, he certainly held a leadership position, an uncompassionate leader, indeed. Very well, we have no further matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave for now, Li Lin stated nonchalantly, having assessed that the situation was sufficiently resolved. He had 10 other universes to visit, and lingering in one place for too long would be inefficient. Permit me to escort you, Your Honor, Conic said, nodding slightly. Li Lin strolled over to Vis and remarked, Vis, let us depart swiftly to the next realm. Vis nodded, and, with a wave of his staff, transported Li Lin and Beerus away from the realm of the 4th universe in an instant. With a sigh of relief, Conic finally dared to lift his head once they had confirmed their departure. Without delay, he turned back toward Ketra to check on his condition. Simultaneously, he began to establish contact with the angels from various universes, informing them that Li Lin was preparing to settle scores. They were urged to exercise caution and avoid any offense. Otherwise, should an opportunity arise, he would strike without hesitation. His approach must be executed flawlessly, perfect in every aspect, so as to leave no room for retaliation. Chapter 171, The 11th Universe. Li Lin, to which universe do you intend to venture next? Whis guided them gently through the cosmos, and a singular thought occupied his mind. Their group was merely traversing the vast expanse to challenge the various universes. The matters concerning the 4th universe had been resolved. The question now was which unfortunate universe would face calamity next. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin slowly declared, let us proceed to the universe that resembles a clown. He recalled the audacious proclamations made by that individual, and he had initially intended to teach him a lesson, only for the opportunity to elude him at that time. Now that fortune had favored him, he could not let this chance slip by. However, he could not recall the name of this individual, nonetheless. The clownish visage remained vividly etched in his memory. A clown? Whis paused momentarily. Li Lin referred to that character, the one known as Ribrian. As Beerus absent-mindedly picked at his nose, the clownish appearance made it clear to him whom Li Lin was speaking of. Oh, that would be in the 11th universe. Whis nodded slowly before promptly redirecting their course toward the 11th universe. This universe boasted a formidable ranking in terms of strength. Apart from the 4 exempt universes, the 11th universe was the most powerful. Li Lin, once you arrive there, be sure to teach that Ribrian a lesson, Beerus said, his tone measured. Why? Li Lin inquired, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. The 11th universe had little interaction with the 7th universe, and he wondered why Beerus had specifically cautioned him. While he was certainly inclined to handle the matter, he sought to understand the underlying reason. It's nothing significant. It's mainly because Lord Beerus harbors a certain jealousy towards their universe, Whis explained with a soft smile. Humph. Beerus crossed his arms, refraining from rebuttal, merely letting out a disdainful huff. Whis's words resonated with truth, for he indeed felt a tinge of envy towards the 11th universe. The strength and advancement of the 11th universe were notably high, if all went according to plan. The initial contest in the tournament hosted by the Omni King would likely see their universe emerge victorious. Whis continued to elucidate with a serene demeanor. Li Lin nodded slightly, possessing a clear understanding of the situation. He recalled that in the original storyline, the members of the opposing team were exceptionally formidable, particularly one named Jiren, who treated Goku and Vegeta as mere children. Were it not for the narrative's necessity to weaken him, the ultimate victory would undoubtedly belong to the 11th universe. If that were the case, it would be acceptable. However, the real issue lay in the fact that that individual consistently looked down upon their 7th universe. Beerus exclaimed with great indignation. Is it not merely a slight dip in the ranking of his universe? Why must every encounter be met with such haughty airs? In a one-on-one confrontation, None among the 12 universes could rival him. Beerus. Humph. As for the state of our universe, it scarcely requires elaboration. We languish at the second-to-last position, which hardly earns us any respect. Weiss, however, remained unfazed, asserting that the achievements of the opposing universe stemmed solely from the diligent efforts of their god of destruction and the effective collaboration with the Supreme Kai. Li Lin shook his head in resignation upon hearing their quarrel. These two were certainly restless, bickering even now. Yet, from his recollections, Weiss's assertions appeared to hold merit. The guardian angel of their adversary, Margarita, seemed to embody the essence of a formidable woman, though she possessed striking beauty. Both their god of destruction and Supreme Kai held her in considerable fear. It was precisely due to her leadership that the 11th universe had progressed to its current state of prosperity. As Weiss guided them toward the 11th universe, chaos erupted in the other universes. They had received a transmission from Universe 4's Conic, informing them of Li Lin's impending arrival to oversee their operations. Rather than guidance, it was evident to all that he was merely seeking trouble. Yet, they were left with no recourse but to greet him with smiles. Internally lamenting why Zeno had bestowed such a high position upon this individual, was it not a deliberate attempt to undermine them? Of course, such sentiments were confined to their thoughts. Should they actually encounter Zeno, they might find themselves flattering him, praising his keen judgment. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 11th universe, Wei Mei was drenched in sweat, anxiously addressing Margarita. What should I do now? That young man is bound to come knocking. Wei Mei recalled the time he had vehemently scolded Li Lin within Zeno's palace. Following the rise to power, it was only natural for one to expect retribution. Do not fret, Lord Wei Mei, Margarita replied softly, her brow furrowed. She too had been taken aback by the news. Yet, the appointment of Li Lin as the lawmaker was a fait accompli. Impossible to alter. How can I not be anxious? What if he comes to confront me? Wei Mei shared his concerns, fully aware that trouble was inevitable. The anticipation of such an encounter was indeed agonizing. Even if he is the lawmaker, he cannot strike indiscriminately. There must be just cause, Margarita reassured him. Our universe boasts remarkable advancement, high task efficiency, and stellar performance. As long as we treat him with the utmost respect, he will have no reason to trouble you. She could hardly believe that a newly appointed enforcer could act with such audacity, given her own universe's remarkable achievements. She found it implausible that he would dare to trouble her. Indeed, her reasoning held merit. Upon hearing this, Wei Mei slowly nodded in agreement. She then promptly began to issue orders, insisting they prepare their territory, ideally organizing a welcoming ceremony. Moreover, she instructed them to bring forth the exquisite wines and delicacies she had been preparing for years, aiming for a seamless execution. After giving these instructions, she set about with her angels, busily preparing. She could not fathom that her heartfelt welcome would be met with any hostility, even after having scolded him on numerous occasions in the past. Of course, the outcome of this situation remained unknown to her, and she could only offer herself silent reassurances. However, as she pondered these thoughts, a sudden beam of white light descended. Li Lin, Weiss, and Beerus arrived at the god of destruction's realm in Universe 11. Lost in her thoughts, Wei Mei failed to watch where she was going and collided directly with Li Lin. With a resounding thud, she was knocked to the ground. Chapter 172. How do you feel now? What clumsy fool just bumped into me? Wei Mei muttered, rubbing her head and cursing under her breath. Yet, when she regained her composure and looked up, the words she had intended to utter were swallowed back down. Before her stood Li Lin and Beerus. It has been quite some time, Lady Wei Mei, Li Lin said with a warm expression. One might easily mistake them for longtime friends. Upon realizing it was Li Lin, Wei Mei hastily rose to her feet, her face radiating unparalleled respect. Whether genuine or not, her expression was undeniably sincere. Oh, it is the esteemed enforcer. My apologies for the lack of proper reception. Please forgive my oversight, Wei Mei beamed with a smile, aware that she could not afford to be arrogant in Li Lin's presence. After all, she had recently conversed with Margarita about not showing any weaknesses before him. At that moment, her guardian angel, Margarita, also noticed the situation and immediately flew over, leaving her previous tasks unattended. Esteemed enforcer, you have arrived, Margarita stated with a respectful demeanor. Indeed, Li Lin replied, his tone becoming more serious. I do not have particular matters to discuss today. As you are aware, I am a newly appointed enforcer, and I need to inspect the work across the various universes. Should I find any discrepancies, I will address them directly and impose minor penalties, which you must bear in mind. Li Lin spoke with calm authority. Wei Mei and Margarita exchanged glances, and a glimmer of confidence shone in their eyes. While they could not guarantee the same for all matters, they could proudly affirm that the responsibilities of a god of destruction had been executed exceptionally well, undoubtedly surpassing those of other universes. My esteemed judge, you need not worry about that. The efficiency of our Universe 11 is renowned across the cosmos, remarked the confident angel, Margarita, while Wei Mei remained silent. She routinely assisted the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai, possessing an intricate understanding of their work. Thus, if Li Lin sought to provoke trouble, it would not come easily. Oh, is that so? Li Lin replied casually. He had come today, seeking a confrontation. Regardless of how well they performed their duties, he was determined to find a pretext to deal with Wei Meta. Very well, let us temporarily set aside work matters, Li Lin said slowly, waving a dismissive hand at Wei Meta. Allow me to test the extent of your power as a god of destruction. Wei Meta and Margarita felt a tightening in their chests, taken aback by Li Lin's directness and urgency to engage in combat. Dear Judge, there is no need to test my strength. I am on par with Katra. If you can subdue him, dealing with me would be a mere trifle. Wei Meta replied with a bitter smile. He was acutely aware of the danger of sparring with Li Lin. Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the strategy was to evade conflict, to avoid confrontation as much as possible. If he refrained from making the first move, Li Lin would feel less inclined to act. Oh, I see, Li Lin responded, considering Wei Meta's words, which bore some merit. While he was indeed a law enforcer, he acknowledged the necessity of rationality. One could not simply resort to violence if the other party declined to fight. In that case, let this serve as your punishment, he concluded thoughtfully. Margarita's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, her heart swelling with indignation on behalf of Wei Meta. She found Li Lin's actions utterly excessive. Wei Meta had done nothing wrong, so why should he be punished? No, esteemed judge, I assure you I have committed no transgressions. Wei Meta protested urgently. He had diligently remained within the realm of the god of destruction and had excelled in his duties. He had done nothing wrong, and punishment should indeed have a basis. Are you certain you haven't erred? Please reflect once more, Li Lin said, his expression devoid of emotion. He believed the other party to be quite insensible. It was clear he had come seeking trouble. Wei Meta should simply stand there and accept the consequences. Instead, he insisted on providing so many justifications. What could have been a minor reprimand might escalate into something more severe if Li Lin were truly provoked. Esteemed judge, are you perhaps being unreasonable? Lord Wei Meta has worked diligently and has not stepped outside the realm of the god of destruction. What fault does he possess? Margarita immediately expressed her discontent, vocally defending Vemite. After all, she was the guardian angel of the god of destruction, and it was her duty to perpetually safeguard his interests. If the enforcer failed to find a suitable justification, she would not hesitate to protect Vemite, even at the risk of defying authority. Indeed, my lord the enforcer, I have not ventured outside these past few days. Even with your arrival, I remain dutifully within the realm of the god of destruction. Can remaining on one's own territory truly be deemed a transgression? Vemite retorted with palpable ire. He believed that as long as he had committed no wrongdoing, he was justified and had nothing to fear. Even if Li Lin was currently the enforcer, he could not act irrationally. Li Lin chuckled derisively, then slowly replied, Staying on your own turf is certainly not a fault, and you shall not be punished for that. However, upon my arrival, I did hear you utter a disparaging remark directed at me. In my experience, such behavior typically incurs a penalty when my mood is less than favorable. Both Whis and Beerus struggled to suppress their laughter at Li Lin's words, reflecting on Vemite's unfortunate situation. It seemed that even diligent work and compliance could lead to trouble. Vemite's expression froze at this revelation. He recalled that when Li Lin had suddenly appeared, he had inadvertently collided with him and muttered an insult. It seemed there was indeed some truth to Li Lin's claim. Swallowing hard, Vemite cautiously inquired, How is your mood now, if I may ask? Chapter 173, The Plight of Vemite. What do you think? Li Lin replied nonchalantly, already preparing for warm-up exercises. Vemite felt that he could not escape the impending calamity. Margarita had been absent during the incident, yet by observing Vemite's expression, she surmised that he was in serious trouble. Fear not, for the enforcer exercises great restraint. Beerus remarked gleefully. He felt fortunate to accompany Li Lin on this journey, relishing the sight of the deities facing consequences. Vemite shot Beerus a cold glare, silently cursing the sycophant. This was not the time to settle scores with him. The immediate concern was to address the situation at hand. Given Li Lin's current demeanor, it seemed a thorough reprimand was unavoidable. My lord the enforcer, may I propose a matter for your consideration? Vemite spoke anxiously, his feelings of trepidation palpable. It was truly a torment to know he had done nothing wrong, yet still find himself in such dire straits. More unjust than the lament of Doi. Speak. Li Lin replied indifferently. At this juncture, what further demands could there possibly be? It would be far better to accept a thorough beating from me than to resist. However, I kindly ask that you exercise some restraint in your strikes. You are well aware that my physique cannot withstand even 2 of your punches. The character Wei Mei offered a bitter smile. At that moment, Quitella could barely endure a single blow. His strength was not significantly superior, perhaps even a touch weaker. Should Li Lin land several hits, it would be uncertain whether he would emerge unscathed. Regarding this matter, Li Lin remarked coolly, then effortlessly reassured, My esteemed Wei Mei. You need not fear, I will certainly temper my strength. Although it is termed a punishment, it is merely an exchange of skills, is it not? When the time comes, do not hold back, unleash your full might. Upon hearing this, Wei Mei's face contorted into an exceedingly unpleasant smile, and he nodded earnestly. He certainly did not wish to exert all his strength. If he were to stand unresisting, a single punch could spell his doom. Margarita, overhearing their conversation, let out a weary sigh. It appeared that even with meticulous efforts, reasons could still be found to justify such actions. With this thought, she could not help but turn her head, although she often treated Wei Mei with a degree of sternness. Their lengthy companionship made it difficult for her to bear witnessing her cherished destroyer being struck before her eyes. Now, she had no choice but to feign ignorance. Are you prepared? I shall strike now, Li Lin announced slowly, his impatience evident. After all, there were several other destroyers awaiting his attention. Yes, Wei Mei replied with a resigned nod, and suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, a torrent of purple energy reaching toward the heavens. At that instant, the surrounding space transformed into a soft shade of violet. Yet, before he could fully unleash his energy, a swift motion saw Li Lin appear before him. With a resounding crash, Li Lin unleashed a punch. Wei Mei hastily attempted to block it. However, as their fists made contact, his expression shifted drastically. The force behind this blow was utterly terrifying. The surrounding space began to tremble violently, and the world dimmed instantaneously. Vast expanses of grassland in the realm of destruction were uprooted, leaving behind barren yellow earth. Moreover, this was not the end. The upheaval of the soil triggered a sandstorm, engulfing the entire realm of destruction. Wow! Wei Mei could not suppress a cough of blood, as Li Lin's punch proved to be beyond his capacity to withstand. He now comprehended the sensation Quitella must have felt when facing Li Lin. The disparity in strength was of an entirely different magnitude. How could one possibly defeat such an opponent? With a tremendous crash, silence fell upon the world once more. Wei Mei's figure was propelled backward like a bolt of lightning, sent hurtling through the air. Li Lin stood still, shaking his head in resignation. He had yet to unleash his full strength, and yet, the opponent was sent flying effortlessly. Despite his considerable restraint, he had not anticipated such fragility. With a resounding crash, Weimide skidded across the barren ground, covering a distance of over 100 meters, leaving a deep, gaping trench in its wake. This was rather dull. Let us depart, Li Lin muttered, shaking his head once more as he addressed Whis beside him. Whis nodded slowly in agreement. Meanwhile, Beerus looked on with a mischievous grin at the fallen Weimide, reveling in a sense of satisfaction that was so profound he would willingly forego a decade's worth of sleep for it. As the yellow dust gradually settled, Weimide emerged from the ground, her crimson lips now even more vibrant, stained by the blood she had coughed up. At that moment, Li Lin and his companions quietly slipped away from the scene. Are you all right, Lady Weimide? Margarita hurriedly flew over to assess her injuries. As an angel, it was only natural for her to check on the well-being of the god of destruction. That last blow had likely inflicted serious damage on Weimide. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all, Weimide grimaced, waving her hand dismissively. Yet, despite her words, that punch had certainly broken several of her ribs, and her internal organs were likely injured as well. It would take at least a month to recover fully. This fellow is truly insufferable, Margarita remarked, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Li Lin, taking advantage of his position as an enforcer to commit such acts. He claims to be here for an inspection, yet he leaves people in this state. What kind of inspection is that? How can the god of destruction manage affairs in the universe like this? Such blatant acts of vengeance should not go unchecked. Even if the Omni King remains indifferent, the Grand Priest ought to intervene. However, unbeknownst to her, the Grand Priest had already become an ally of Li Lin. Apart from Whis, no one else was privy to this information. Margarita, be cautious with your words. I do prefer not to be on the receiving end of that fellow's fist again, Weimide lamented. She then quickly instructed, hurry and have Jiren and the others intensify their training in preparation for the upcoming matches. There's no need to worry about the second round of the God of Destruction melee. Securing victory in the first match is our most prudent course of action. Chapter 174, The Eighth Universe. In the boundless cosmos, Li Lin and his companions transformed into a beam of white light, drifting through space. Li Lin, which universe do you intend to visit next? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. In the blink of an eye, they had already eliminated 2 universes. It remained uncertain which one would be unfortunate next. Well, Li Lin hesitated slightly at the question. After all, he felt that challenging a god of destruction posed little difficulty. Just like Weimide, who had barely endured a single blow before being decisively subdued, it truly lacked any excitement. If this continues, one might appear to be bullying the weak in the eyes of outsiders. Frankly, I haven't quite figured it out yet, Li Lin remarked, shaking his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Beerus wondered how a god of destruction could still be uncertain about such matters. There's no need to rush. Take your time to ponder, he said nonchalantly. With so many gods of destruction around, they could simply face them one by one. Beerus was eager to witness Li Lin teach them all a lesson. Li Lin chuckled and shook his head. While Beerus was relishing the spectacle, he was beginning to tire of it, especially since there had been a fierce battle among the gods of destruction during the tournament hosted by the Omni King. None of them had managed to escape that ordeal. Seeing that Li Lin seemed unconvinced by his suggestion, Beerus's eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea struck him, accompanied by a mischievous grin. How about we pay a visit to those exempt universes? He proposed lightly. Those 4 universes were among the strongest of the 12. Whether in the first match or the second, they had merely been spectators, watching from the sidelines. Li Lin's eyes lit up at this. Indeed, those 4 universes warranted a visit. Although those individuals had not insulted him overtly, if memory served him right, it was they who had instigated this situation. Upon realizing they were exempt from the tournament, their attitudes had shifted dramatically, akin to a dog wagging its tail. Such behavior was what Li Lin held in the utmost disdain. All right, it's settled. We shall go to those 4 universes, he declared calmly. Weiss, overhearing their conversation, shook his head in resignation. The gathering of such individuals truly brewed a storm of mischief. They probably believed they were free from any consequences at home. If they were to visit now, they might just deliver a great surprise. Which universe shall we visit first? Weiss inquired with a smile. Li Lin furrowed his brow at this. He had not yet decided on a specific universe to explore. Let us go to Universe 8, after all. The angel Korin there happens to be your brother, he replied, chuckling. In a way, that makes him your nephew. Beerus added with a hint of mischief. Weiss's expression momentarily froze before he shot a glare at Beerus. This fellow was typically so unruly, and now emboldened by Li Lin's presence, he was becoming increasingly audacious. Li Lin, intrigued by the conversation, found Universe 8 lacking a strong impression in his memory. Perhaps it was due to its minimal presence in his previous life. All right, let us go to Universe 8, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in determination. People are inherently curious about the unknown. He had yet to learn much about Universe 8. So this trip would serve as an exploration of sorts. Upon hearing these words, Beerus's face lit up with an excited smile. His relationships with the gods of destruction from each universe have never been particularly cordial, so regardless of which universe Lin chose to visit, he would be thoroughly pleased. Alas, Weiss let out a resigned sigh before soaring towards Universe 8. In Universe 8, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the deity Legiel lay leisurely on the ground. Gazing at the starry sky, life had been exceedingly comfortable for him lately. Firstly, he had completed his tasks, and moreover, their universe was exempt from participating in the tournament organized by the Omni King. This particular circumstance filled him with a sense of bliss, reinforcing his belief that life is truly splendid. Lord Legiel, the 11th universe has fallen victim. The angel Korin sauntered towards him, speaking in a calm, unhurried manner. Korin's demeanor sharply contrasted with Weiss's. He was exceedingly composed and notably stern. Legiel was also a remarkably astute god of destruction, and it was their combined efforts that allowed Universe 8 to flourish. The unpredictability of life. Who could have anticipated that a mere human could garner the favor of the Omni King and ascend to the esteemed position of enforcer? Legiel shook his head, expressing his sentiments aloud. It was worth mentioning that merely a month prior, while Lin's strength was indeed formidable, he was merely an ordinary human. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had skyrocketed to a position of respect as an enforcer. If that were the extent of it, it might have sufficed. But the young man incessantly sought trouble with the other gods of destruction, which was beginning to test the limits of patience. Korin shook his head, his expression grave. If it were merely trouble, that would be one thing, but he has gone so far as to leave them incapacitated. That is quite excessive. After all, the responsibilities of a god of destruction are immensely demanding. How can others fulfill their duties under such circumstances? Indeed, Ketla and Vamir were in dire straits. Who would have thought that with the new official ascent, they would be the targets? Legiel said with a smile. Though inwardly, he mused about how those who had once reveled in their positions were now facing repercussions. Do not feel too sorry for them. I suspect that more gods of destruction will soon find themselves in misfortune. Lord Legiel, who do you think will be next? Korin inquired, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Legiel's interest piqued. He pondered briefly before exclaiming, I wager that this fellow will next set his sights on Universe 10. I recall Ramshir had been quite vociferous in his criticisms. It is highly likely that they will be next in line. Legiel stated with conviction. Korin nodded in agreement. Given the tendencies of this individual towards the 2 universes he has already visited, it is almost certain he will head to Universe 10 next. What if that young man decides to come looking for trouble with me? What shall I do then? Legiel suddenly broached this thought. Colin was momentarily taken aback. The possibility he spoke of had never truly crossed his mind. Chapter 175. Here they come. Back when they were in the All-King Shrine, they had maintained a remarkably low profile. The only flaw was during the earlier moments when Gillier had been rather vociferous in his provocations. However, ever since the High Priest had announced their exemption from the competition, he had ceased to utter a single word. Logically speaking, even a mad dog should not have bitten them. Lord Gillier need not worry. As long as that fellow dares to come without just cause, I assure you, you shall suffer no humiliation, Colin declared resolutely. He had always been a person of integrity, distinguishing right from wrong. If someone deliberately sought trouble without provocation, even if they were an enforcer, what could that matter? He would speak his mind without hesitation. If that is the case, then I can rest easy, Gillier replied slowly. In truth, upon reflection, it did make sense. Why should it fall upon him? He ought to address those who had offended him most grievously first. He was merely asking a question. After all, if trouble did indeed come knocking, he needed to prepare adequately. Indeed, Colin nodded slowly. Should the other party arrive, he would certainly extend a courteous welcome. However, if they were there to cause trouble, he would not hold back. He would say what needed to be said. And if action were required, he would not hesitate. Yet, just as the two were engaged in their pleasant conversation, a sudden flash of white light descended upon the realm of destruction. Both men simultaneously noticed this phenomenon. Gillier's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was too coincidental. Just as he mentioned something, it manifested. Colin also felt a heaviness in his heart. Before his words had fully settled, the visitors had already arrived. He wondered what this visit was for. As the white light gradually dissipated, 3 figures emerged, none other than Li Lin and his companions, who had previously decided to come here. Ah, so this is the realm of the 8th universe's god of destruction. It appears quite similar to the other universes, Li Lin remarked, surveying his surroundings with an air of indifference. Gillier recognized the familiar silhouette and felt utterly flustered, a sheen of sweat beginning to form in the palm of his hand. What should we do, Colin? They have truly come, Gillier asked nervously, glancing sideways. It was perplexing how they arrived so swiftly. They had just been conversing moments ago. He also found it strange, as he believed he had not offended them significantly. By all accounts, whether in a favorable or unfavorable turn of events, it shouldn't have come to this. Lord Gillier, do not panic, stay calm. Colin spoke gently to him. He continued in a low voice. Perhaps they are not here to cause trouble. Let us not lose our composure. Although he too felt a twinge of anxiety within, he maintained an outward appearance of composure. He understood that panicking at this moment would serve no purpose. A composed response might yield far better outcomes. After all, if their adversary truly intended to provoke the destroyer, he would be the first to step forward and refuse compliance. However, this was contingent upon ensuring that his side did not err in any manner. For any misstep would provide others with a justification to create trouble. Even if he wished to offer assistance, it would be futile. Upon hearing Corin's words, Gillier exhaled deeply. He was indeed correct. Maintaining tranquility was essential at this juncture. Although Li Lin's arrival was somewhat unexpected, embodying the requisite composure and calmness should be a fundamental trait of a destroyer. My Lord Gillier, if you have composed yourself, please proceed to greet him. And do not forget the formalities, Corin said matter-of-factly. Understood, Gillier replied, and together they began to approach Li Lin step by step. The once somber expressions gradually transformed into a natural demeanor, eventually adorned with serene smiles. Welcome, esteemed lawmaker, from afar. We are at a loss for not having extended a proper greeting, Gillier said with a smile. Li Lin waved his hand and scrutinized him intently. This fellow resembled an orange-hued fox, his eyes glimmering with golden light, revealing his astute nature. Greetings, esteemed lawmaker, Corin acknowledged with a slight nod. Upon hearing his voice, Li Lin returned the gesture with a subtle nod, a sign of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Corin and Gillier noted the presence of Weiss and Beerus beside him. Gillier felt a twinge of resentment at Beerus's haughty demeanor. Was this insufferable creature attempting to flaunt his power alongside Li Lin? May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today, esteemed lawmaker? Corin inquired with an air of nonchalance. At this moment, Gillier stood quietly to the side, aware that excessive words often lead to misfortune. Allowing Corin to handle the matter alone was the wisest course of action, and remaining silent was prudent. Oh, it's nothing significant. I merely wish to inspect the operational status across various universes and simultaneously become acquainted with the different destroyers, Li Lin explained slowly. Oh, I see. Corin feigned surprise. Isn't such an inspection merely a guise to deceive the uninformed? He recalled the warnings from the 4th and 11th universes. This young man was likely using the pretense of an inspection to stir trouble in other universes. Thus, it was imperative to deny him any opportunity. In that case, shall I take the esteemed lawmaker on a tour of our universe? Corin suggested calmly. Their universe was classified as an exempt universe due to its high efficiency and completion rate. Many weaker planetary civilizations had been eradicated, resulting in an impressive average combat strength that placed them among the elite. As Li Lin prepared to inspect the work, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. This is unnecessary. I have already perused it upon arrival, and it is indeed quite commendable, he gestured dismissively. His presence here was not to conduct a thorough inspection. Rather, it was merely an excuse to stir up trouble, especially considering that others from the universe were so exceptional they could be exempt from competition. To inspect the work himself would be an exercise in futility. Since the enforcer is unwilling to proceed, allow me to see you off, after all. We have little in the way of hospitality to offer, Corin said slowly, extending a gesture of invitation, his demeanor remarkably sincere. Li Lin felt a flicker of concern. Was this not an attempt to usher him away? This was his first encounter with such a situation. Given his status, it seemed inappropriate to issue an outright dismissal. Chapter 176, A Battle of Words. Upon hearing this, not only was Li Lin taken aback, but even Vis and Beerus exchanged glances of surprise. Goodness, Corrin truly possesses audacity, they thought. Before he could even finish his words, he was attempting to eject them. In any other universe, such audacity would be unimaginable. Ligier, taken aback, felt a rush of elation. He began to commend Corrin, thinking to himself, truly, my guardian angel is remarkable. Ah, are you intending to expel me? Li Lin narrowed his eyes and replied coolly. He had no desire for verbose exchanges and opted for directness. No, esteemed enforcer, you misunderstand. How could I dare to dismiss you? It is merely that we are quite busy here and lack provisions to entertain you. Remaining here serves no purpose, Corrin explained slowly, his expression remarkably nonchalant. He displayed no hint of fear towards Li Lin. He understood quite well that as long as he committed no errors, it mattered not if Li Lin was an enforcer. Surely, one could not resort to unreasonable violence. Vis, your brother certainly has a distinctive personality, Li Lin observed, as the dismissal began to unfold before he had even spoken much. I see now that Ligier's universe possesses such formidable strength. It is due to having a sufficiently powerful angel, Beerus remarked to Vis, subtly mocking him, implying, look at him and then look at you. How can there be such a disparity between siblings? Ahem, my brother simply possesses that nature. Vis cleared his throat and replied slowly, choosing not to engage in a debate with Beerus. At this moment, although Li Lin and Corrin appeared amicable, it might very well be the calm before the storm. How can it be meaningless? I have yet to seek the counsel of Lord Ligier. Do you truly believe I would depart? Li Lin decided to drop the pretense and stated outright, I am here to stir up trouble. I will not leave until I have struck someone. Upon hearing this, Ligier, who had managed to calm himself, now felt a surge of panic. What did this fellow mean? Was he truly here for him? Why seek my counsel when you possess such prowess? Esteemed judge, this seems rather inappropriate. Your status is exceedingly distinguished. Consulting the god of destruction appears to be at odds with decorum, Colin remarked with an air of nonchalance. He was inherently a person of integrity, and the actions of Li Lin had begun to weigh heavily upon his conscience. Now, trouble had indeed descended upon the heads of their eighth universe. As a guardian angel, he could not idly observe such events unfold. If necessary, he would escalate the matter to the Grand Priest or even the Omni King. Such conventions hold little significance in my eyes. Moreover, why does Lord Ligier remain silent? Or is it that the god of destruction of the eighth universe now bows to your command? Li Lin spoke in a remarkably calm tone, akin to that of an old friend engaged in casual conversation. However, the implications embedded within his words were profound enough to warrant contemplation. Although Li Lin was not deeply versed in the intricacies of divine protocol, he understood that within each universe, the god of destruction ostensibly held the highest authority. Regardless of an angel's formidable strength, they remained mere subordinates, bound to follow the lead of the god of destruction in all matters. Yet, Colin's recent actions seemed to overshadow that authority. To an outsider, it might appear as though the eighth universe was under his dominion. Esteemed judge, please refrain from such unfounded statements, Colin retorted, visibly agitated. Li Lin's insinuation was rather weighty and alarming. Angels must never ascend above the god of destruction. Their role was strictly that of aides and overseers, maintaining absolute neutrality in matters beyond their own universe's god of destruction. Do not misconstrue my words, esteemed judge. I simply prefer silence. Colin was merely speaking on my behalf. Ligier interjected swiftly to diffuse the tension. Upon hearing Ligier's voice, Colin gave a subtle nod, relieved that he was not alone in this confrontation. With the god of destruction clarifying the situation, all would be well. Oh, is that so? Li Lin replied with a slight smile, his tone deliberate. So, what Colin just articulated was entirely your sentiment. Ligier paused momentarily, taken aback. What had Colin actually said? Was it those words of dismissal? He would never dare to voice such sentiments to the esteemed judge, as no god of destruction would have the audacity to expel the judge. No, esteemed judge, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention, Ligier hastily gestured, attempting to clarify. Beerus, observing this exchange, could not suppress a smirk. Remarkable. Li Lin possesses quite the silver tongue. How had I not noticed this before? With just a few words, he has left Colin and Ligier flustered. If he continues, he might very well drown them in his eloquence. What a troublesome endeavor it is to converse with you all, Li Lin sighed, frowning as he addressed Ligier with a tone of exasperation. The young man was not innocent when he was at the Omni King's palace. He was indeed the first to strike. Furthermore, as Beerus recounted, the reason the Omni King convened the last meeting was due to the instigation of the gods of destruction from the exempt universes, who encouraged the participation of other universes. Although he personally did not suffer any losses and even gained from it, that does not impede his desire for revenge. Regal was rendered somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that the events of today would prove so challenging to navigate. If he failed to clarify matters, it seemed he might find himself in dire straits. My lord, the enforcer, do not be overly oppressive, Corrin spoke in a low voice, finally unable to contain himself. throughout the entirety of the divine realm. Neither the Grand Priest nor the Omni King had ever adopted such an aggressive stance towards the gods. This young man, merely a newly appointed enforcer, was causing chaos throughout the universe. Anyone with a modicum of conscience would likely find this intolerable. Brother, mind your tone, was cautioned with a furrowed brow, carefully advising him. It was crucial not to offend Lin, who, aside from being the enforcer, held another identity that could easily overshadow him. Excellent. A confrontation is finally upon us, Beerus remarked with some glee, almost bursting into applause had he not been surrounded by others. Chapter 177. Confrontation with the angel upon hearing Whis' admonition regarding his tone. Corrin felt an even greater surge of indignation. So, this enforcer, being from your 7th universe, is free to act as he pleases? All right, dear nephew. I've been waiting for that line, Lin replied with a nod and a faint smile. Since his adversary had dared to caution him against being overly oppressive, he resolved to show no mercy. Both in terms of status and power, he could easily subdue the opposition. Corrin and Regal were momentarily taken aback by the term dear nephew. Who is your dear nephew? They exclaimed. Even if you are the enforcer, you cannot unjustly take advantage of us. We have lived for countless years. And you, how old are you to be calling yourself our dear nephew? My lord enforcer. I respect you, but you cannot insult me in this manner. Corrin replied, his expression decidedly grim. He recognized that this remark was directed at him, as he had been the one speaking. Moreover, Lin's gaze had remained fixed upon him. If this statement were not aimed at him, it would indeed be suspicious. How have I insulted you? I merely spoke the truth, Lin replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. The connection between him and the Grand Priest had already been established. He, the Grand Priest, and Whis could discuss matters freely, but Corrin was not included in that circle. If Corrin were to adopt a more amiable demeanor, Lin would consider addressing him as brother, as Whis did. However, if you are indiscriminately harsh towards yourself, do not blame others. You shall merely be regarded as a fool. Cursed be this situation. Colin could no longer contain himself and muttered a curse under his breath before charging directly towards Li Lin. An overwhelming aura of pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. Brother, do not act impulsively, Whis exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily intervened. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Colin's fist had already struck Li Lin. Boom. A powerful energy radiated outward as Li Lin met his blow with one of his own. The ground fractured beneath them, and violent storms began to swirl around them. I never anticipated a confrontation with an angel, Beerus remarked, shielding his body as he spoke slowly. He had initially thought that a lesson for Ligier would suffice. Little did he expect that Angel Colin would also become involved. Brother, you are far too reckless. Why could you not allow me to finish my words? Whis lamented. In his recollection, Colin was a person of great composure, meticulous in his endeavors, and the epitome of diligence and intelligence. Yet today, in the face of Li Lin, he indeed exhibited a rather impulsive demeanor. Did you not inform him of Li Lin's connection to the Great Priest? Beerus inquired curiously of Whis. It was crucial to understand that if Colin were aware of this relationship, he would certainly refrain from further aggression. After all, Li Lin's position as an enforcer was granted by the Omni King, and even if Li Lin's actions were excessively brash, the Omni King would remain silent. Moreover, the Great Priest was Li Lin's brother, which meant that both parties would inherently lean towards Li Lin. If Colin were to suffer any misfortune, it would be futile to report it to anyone who would casually broadcast such matters. Whis responded with irritation, though not an entirely grave issue. It was certainly not a matter of pride, and the fewer who knew, the better. He had not even disclosed this to his own elder brother. Ah, I see now. That explains much, Beerus chuckled, shaking his head. However, these matters were of little concern to him, as he was merely a spectator, content to observe the unfolding drama. Ligier, on the other hand, was filled with apprehension, worried for his angel, and concerned that Colin's direct engagement might be seen as disrespectful towards the enforcer. After some contemplation, he found solace, for the provocation had originated from the other party, making their response entirely justifiable. In any case, their side held the moral high ground. Boom, boom, boom. The two continued to exchange blows, causing the realm of the destroyers to fracture and shatter. The air around them became infused with rampant energy, wreaking havoc as the flora and fauna were reduced to dust in an instant. The very fabric of space tore open a massive rift. Ah, indeed exhilarating, Li Lin remarked with a faint smile. The battle against the angels is distinctly different from that against the destroyers. A mere clash with the destroyers would swiftly conclude the confrontation. However, the angels present a different challenge, as evidenced by the earlier exchange of blows. Although not exerting his full strength, it was enough to loosen his limbs. At this moment, Corrin's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Though he had long recognized Li Lin's formidable prowess, he was taken aback to discover that his own full-force assault had failed to inflict even the slightest damage upon him. Is that all you've got, my dear nephew? Li Lin remarked with an air of nonchalance. The mention of nephew ignited a fierce indignation within Corrin, who then began to emanate a divine aura. The surrounding turbulent energy began to settle, yet it was saturated with an oppressive purity. Your Excellency, the Enforcer. I concede your strength, but do not mistake my patience for weakness after your repeated insults, Corrin stated through clenched teeth. A blinding radiance enveloped the entire space. I shall reiterate, I have not insulted you. I merely speak the truth, Li Lin replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. However, perhaps it would be best for Vis to elucidate this matter after our bout. With that, a formidable energy erupted from him, causing the surrounding white light to quiver. In that instant, divine power dimmed, and once more, the air crackled with chaotic energy. Ligil observed the clash with apprehension, his heart heavy with despair. For this battle unfolded on his territory. The very ground began to crumble, foreshadowing the need for reconstruction once the fight concluded. Drink this, Li Lin shouted, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Corrin. The space he traversed split open, creating a vast rift. Huh, Corrin bellowed in response, his form becoming a streak of light. His divine aura intensified, radiating with pure power as it surged toward Li Lin. Chapter 178. A resounding victory boom. The two beams of light collided, rendering the entire realm of destruction seemingly frozen in time. The flow of air and time appeared to halt for that fleeting second. This phenomenon persisted for but a heartbeat. In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted skyward, causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble and shatter. The realm of destruction lay utterly devastated, its structures obliterated, leaving behind a barren expanse. My home, Ligil lamented, covering his face in sheer anguish. This was his domain, now reduced to ruins with no certainty of restoration in sight. Goodness, what immense power! Beerus exclaimed, marveling at the intensity of the battle. As it was his first encounter with such overwhelming force, he was already envisioning himself at the heart of the battle, fearing that he would have long since perished. Indeed, Li Lin's strength had evidently surpassed that of the angels. Whis shook his head, expressing his resignation. Although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat shocking. He had not expected this young man to progress so astonishingly in such a short time, leaving one in awe. The blinding radiance continued unabated. While the surrounding scenery became clearer, the epicenter of the energy explosion remained inscrutable. Whis, what is the situation inside? Beerus inquired, turning his head with curiosity. With his current strength, he was unable to discern what lay within and could only consult Whis, who was far more powerful. As a fellow angel, Whis should have a clearer understanding of the circumstances inside. The situation is far from optimistic, Whis replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He had indeed grasped the conditions within, but had not anticipated such a vast disparity. Wait, are you referring to Li Lin or Corrin? Beerus pressed on. Logically, Li Lin's power was incredibly formidable, likely capable of contending with angels. Of course, I mean Corrin, Whis retorted with a hint of annoyance. Long ago, during their time in the King's temple, the angels had recognized Li Lin's astonishing strength, which had already surpassed that of ordinary angels. However, witnessing the magnitude of the difference today was still breathtaking. Oh, that's a relief, Beerus said slowly. Although he relished the thought of other universes' gods of destruction or angels facing adversity, he also wished for Li Lin's safety. Despite Li Lin's strength now far exceeding his own and his position being far more illustrious, Beerus still regarded Li Lin as his closest friend, second only to Whis. Any misfortune befalling him would deeply sadden Beerus. Whis shot Beerus a glance, exasperated. What do you mean? That's good. After all, he is my brother. Is it appropriate for you to say that in my presence? After a considerable time, the light slowly dissipated. Li Lin and Corrin remained suspended in the air. Yet their states were strikingly disparate. Li Lin bore an expression of calm, his aura remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of distress. In contrast, Corrin appeared quite disheveled, his clothing tattered and his breaths ragged, his energy becoming increasingly unstable. Is this all you can muster, my dear nephew? Li Lin remarked coolly. Corrin, panting heavily, felt a surge of indignation. He was a proud angel, not merely Li Lin's nephew. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire Li Lin's incredible prowess, which had taken him completely by surprise. Although he had been aware of Li Lin's formidable capabilities, however, it was unexpected that he would be so formidable. Facing oneself, one appeared remarkably composed. Your Honor, you hold a prestigious position and possess considerable strength. Yet, why do you continuously insult me verbally? Colin said through clenched teeth, his demeanor reflecting his displeasure. He was now devoid of the energy to continue fighting. Having exerted himself to the utmost, he lacked the strength to carry on. The exchanges among skilled fighters are often swift and decisive. Li Lin clicked his tongue before casually responding. I have already informed you that I harbor no intention of insulting you. All I speak are truths. If you doubt me, you may consult Whis. With that, he gestured towards Whis below and called out, Whis, come up here and explain things to your brother. Upon hearing this, Whis shook his head in resignation and ascended directly to stand before Li Lin and Colin. As Li Lin saw Whis arrive, he gradually descended. What is happening, Whis? Colin inquired, his tone serious as he observed Li Lin's departure. With a sigh of resignation, Weiss slowly began to elucidate the situation to Colin. Meanwhile, Li Lin had positioned himself on the barren ground and strode towards the nearby Ligier. The moment Ligier noticed Li Lin approaching, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He had witnessed the earlier battle, which was nothing short of earth-shattering, far beyond his own level of capability. Ligier, it is your turn now, isn't it? Li Lin inquired with a gentle smile. Initially intending to engage in battle with Ligier, an unexpected turn of events had led him to confront the angel Colin. Nonetheless, it was a thrilling experience nonetheless. Please, Your Honor. Ligier hastily waved his hands, speaking nervously. He dared not challenge Li Lin, having seen how his angel was nearly overwhelmed. Given his own limited strength, he would surely be dispatched in an instant. It was quite possible that he could meet his demise right there. Come on, Ligier, don't be so timid. The honorary judge does not strike too hard, Beerus chimed in cheerfully from the side. Compared to the angel, he preferred witnessing the god of destruction face adversity. After all, these beings were his direct competitors. There was a peculiar joy in seeing his rivals being subdued. Ligier shot a fierce glare at Beerus, then turned back to Li Lin with a cheerful facade. Your Honor, I truly cannot, so please spare me the embarrassment, he said with a smile. Today, he had no intention of fighting Li Lin, as living to see another day was far more appealing than courting death. Very well. I shall let this one slide, Li Lin replied with a slight wave of his hand. Noticing the other's steadfastness, he decided not to press the matter further. After all, having just engaged in a battle, he had already enjoyed a satisfactory bout. Chapter 179, No Worries. In the sky, Weiss and Colin slowly began to explain Li Lin's current status. Brother, Li Lin's identity is not merely that of an enforcer, Weiss remarked, an expression of resignation adorning his visage. To be candid, discussing this matter is somewhat uncomfortable. While it pertains to familial affairs, it is best that as few people as possible are aware of it. However, given the current circumstances, it is preferable to approach this with transparency. What do you mean? Colin inquired, bewildered. What other identity could he possibly possess that I am unaware of? Regardless of his status, such an insult is unacceptable. Does he not fear that I shall report this to father? His indignation simmered beneath the surface. After all, no one had ever dared to insult him in such a manner over the years, let alone render him so utterly humiliated. Upon hearing the word father, Weiss's expression grew even more somber. Internally, he thought, it would have been better had you not mentioned him. Now, the conversation has taken an inevitable turn. The root of this situation lies with that esteemed high priest, their father. Brother, do not rush. Allow me to explain, Weiss said calmly. Colin, suppressing his impatience, furrowed his brow and regarded Weiss intently. He was eager to discern what could possibly justify such arrogance from this young man and what other identity he might hold. Our father, the high priest, is indeed this young man's brother, Weiss succinctly stated, avoiding elaborate explanations. The intricacies of the situation were too convoluted to articulate in a brief exchange. It was far better to clarify the identity directly. In essence, this young man is the brother of our esteemed father, Weiss continued, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Thus far, beyond himself, the high priest, Beerus, and Li Lin, no one else had been privy to this revelation. Consequently, Colin found himself the first to learn of this astonishing truth, aside from those already mentioned. What did you just say? Weiss, you cannot be jesting with me, Colin exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never anticipated such an explanation from Weiss. This revelation was indeed shocking. It was difficult for him to fathom, and he suspected others would find it equally challenging to accept. I understand this is hard for you to digest. In truth, my own feelings at the time were even more tumultuous. Yet, this is the reality, brother, Weiss replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. It is important to acknowledge that revealing such information requires considerable courage. However, as they are family, the truth will eventually surface. It is better to disclose it now. Yet, there lies a concern that other destroyers may also come to learn of this. Should that occur, the dignity of their angels would be utterly compromised. Father's decision is bewildering. How could he have arrived at such a conclusion? Colin lamented, his brow furrowing in frustration. Now, he understood why Li Lin had so freely referred to him as dear nephew. It turns out that he is indeed his uncle, rendering such a term entirely appropriate, albeit leaving Colin with an unsettling feeling in his heart. After all, these angels have resided in this world for an unknown span of time. Now, to require a young man in his 20s to address someone as uncle feels rather peculiar and discomforting. When I first learned of this news, I was even more astonished than you are now. However, it has come to pass, and we must accept it with composure. Vis gently spoke to his brother. What am I to do now? Am I truly expected to lower myself and call that young lad uncle? Corin replied, still grappling with the shock of this revelation. The abrupt shift in how one addresses another, especially concerning familial hierarchy, is indeed a challenge to articulate. There's no need for concern. That young fellow, Li Lin, is actually quite decent. He won't harp on this matter, Vis explained with a soft smile. Really? Corin furrowed his brow. To be candid, The demeanor of this young man irked him significantly. He could hardly believe Li Lin was as amiable as Vis claimed. Just moments ago, he had been calling him dear nephew with such familiarity. What would he do if he repeated that now? Don't worry, I will help smooth things over, Vis reassured him gently. After all, they are family. At such a juncture, one must lean towards unity. Moreover, Vis did not believe Li Lin to be the type to wield his power over others. The recent events could very well have been provoked by Corrin's own attitude, prompting Li Lin to assert his position by addressing him as dear nephew. Very well, Corrin conceded, feeling somewhat resigned. After all, lingering in the air was not a viable option, as they were expected below. Whether in his capacity as an enforcer or as the brother of his father, he felt compelled to show deference. As the two gently descended beside Li Lin, he inquired, "What is the matter? Have you come to an understanding?" His tone was nonchalant as he glanced at Corrin. He had no particular agenda. It was merely that this angel was rather overbearing, prompting him to invoke the matter of lineage. "I have spoken with my brother." Vis nodded in confirmation. "Indeed," Li Lin replied coolly, shifting his gaze to Corrin. The moment Corrin felt Li Lin's gaze upon him, he instinctively averted his eyes, feeling a sudden unease. Aware of Li Lin's other identity, he no longer dared to meet his gaze directly. The embarrassment loomed. What if he were to be asked to address Li Lin in a particular manner? "Corrin, I trust you now understand that I harbor no intention of insulting you," Li Lin remarked, his tone calm and straightforward. He had always been forthright. It was merely that some individuals chose not to believe him. "Yes," Corrin replied with a wry smile, yet his eyes remained averted from Li Lin, for he was at a loss for words and uncertain about how to address him moving forward. "Very well, it's good that you understand. I am not one to abuse my power," Li Lin remarked with calm composure. "From now on, feel free to address me by my name or as the enforcer." After all, the individual before him was Weiss's brother, and it was only fitting to extend the proper courtesy. "Yes, esteemed enforcer," Colin replied with a slight nod, feeling a quiet sense of relief within. He had feared that Li Lin would insist on a more familiar form of address, regardless of whether he complied. It would have been a considerable embarrassment for him. Thus, he exhaled a sigh of relief while slightly altering his impression of the enforcer. Chapter 180. The stir across the universe is well then. I have no further business here and shall not intrude upon you any longer, Li Lin stated with an air of indifference. After his battle with Colin, he felt a tinge of fatigue, not from injury but rather from a sense of ennui. The thrill had dissipated. "Farewell, esteemed enforcer," Colin said respectfully, his head bowed. "Farewell, esteemed enforcer," Legel echoed promptly. Li Lin acknowledged with a nod. Weiss tapped his staff, and then they vanished from the realm of destruction. "Li Lin, which universe do you intend to visit next?" Weiss inquired with a gentle smile. Beerus, filled with anticipation, watched eagerly. He had never experienced such exhilarating moments, observing the gods of destruction behaving like children. It was a delightful spectacle, and he hoped Li Lin would traverse several more universes, ideally visiting all remaining ones. However, Li Lin felt no inclination to continue exploring other universes as he sensed a growing tedium. Such experiences were enjoyable once or twice, but any more would become tiresome. "Let us return. I have no desire to continue this excursion. It has lost its appeal," Li Lin gently shook his head. Although the day was not yet over, he felt that the repetitive nature of the events had run its course. It was best to await the tournament of power in peace, without seeking further distractions. "Very well, we shall return," Weiss replied with a serene smile. With a swift motion, he darted towards the seventh universe. Beerus felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he had not yet quenched his curiosity. He yearned to witness all the gods of destruction in their vulnerable states before Li Lin. Noticing Beerus's crestfallen expression, Li Lin reassured him, "Do not be disheartened, Lord Beerus. The tournament hosted by the Omni King will feature a chaotic brawl among the gods of destruction. At that time, you shall witness my performance." Beerus nodded slowly, appreciating Li Lin's demeanor. It was this very character that endeared him to Li Lin, despite his elevated status. He maintained a consistent respect towards Beerus, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Before long, they arrived at the realm of destruction. After a brief discussion among the three, they eventually parted ways for the time being. Li Lin utilized instant transmission to return to Earth, having been absent for less than half a day. Days passed one after another. The time and location for the Tournament of Power had yet to be determined. However, a new wave of commotion swept across the universe. "Have you heard? A new enforcer has been appointed in the Divine Realm." "Oh, you're just finding out? I learned about it a month ago." This enforcer is no ordinary figure. Upon taking office, he immediately sought out trouble with several destroyers. "Seriously, you're outdated. Even the angels have faced his wrath." "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Nothing occurs without reason. It is said that the enforcer holds a rank equal to the Grand Priest, but his true strength remains uncertain. Anyone who can attain such a position must be formidable. According to rumors, this enforcer is supposedly a brother of the Grand Priest." "No way. Is that genuine?" "The truth remains elusive, but such claims circulate within the universe. Thus, numerous rumors about Li Lin proliferated across various universes. with some even asserting that he is a sibling of the Omni King, though the origins of such tales remain unclear. As for the claim about him being a brother of the Grand Priest, while it holds some truth, it likely originated from someone's imagination. After all, only Li Lin, the Grand Priest, Whis, Beerus, and the 8th universe as Corinne and Li Gil are privy to that information. Li Lin and the Grand Priest would hardly broadcast this news widely. Whis is too preoccupied to care, and Beerus would rather spend his time napping. Corinne and Li Gil are equally unlikely to share such secrets. Thus, the truth seems to be a fabrication that inadvertently revealed itself. Currently, Li Lin is the talk of the universe, with many reputed strong beings having heard tales of him. Simultaneously, various universes are actively preparing for battle. In Universe 6, Hit, upon hearing the rumor, was initially taken aback, then shook his head slightly. These individuals truly lack fear of the unknown. Hit does not believe in the legends surrounding Li Lin, while he acknowledges Li Lin's strength. He does not think it is as exaggerated as claimed throughout the cosmos. However, he does possess the power to defeat a destroyer. In Universe 11, Jiren, what are your thoughts on this matter? Topo asked, his eyes wide and his voice low. Jiren, arms crossed, shook his head slightly and remarked, nonsense. He would not believe in anything he had not witnessed firsthand. No matter how convincing the tales may be, they will not sway him. He firmly adheres to the principle that seeing is believing. Indeed, these people in the universe seem to revel in gossip, freely voicing whatever comes to mind, without fear of inciting the wrath of the destroyers. Tispo helplessly shook his head, expressing his belief that this individual, named Li Lin, possesses some degree of strength. However, the rumors circulating in the universe are far from exaggerated. The notion of punching a god of destruction or kicking an angel is utterly impossible. Humph. Topo scoffed and clenched his massive fist. It is said that this tournament organized by Lord Zeno was proposed by him. One must understand that if a universe loses in this competition, it will face annihilation. Topo declared with unrestrained fury, for his life's creed is to uphold justice. Yet, the actions of Li Lin, in his eyes, are nothing short of malevolent. Topo, I have heard that this tournament was merely a consultation with Lord Zeno. Tispo quietly reminded him. Although he harbored a disdain for the individual who sought the limelight in the universe, it was essential to discern responsibility. The god of destruction has made it abundantly clear that this event is indeed orchestrated by Lord Zeno. How could one so casually shift the blame onto another? Tispo, silence yourself, Topo retorted bluntly. He continued, when Lord Zeno sought his counsel, why did he not refuse? Had he declined, perhaps this predicament would not have arisen. Thus, he has acquiesced, leading us to the brink of universal crisis. Tispo shook his head in resignation. If that is the interpretation you choose to adopt, then there is little more to say. Just wait. When we take to the arena, I shall ensure that that boy pays the price. Topo gritted his teeth. He is a lover of peace, yet the imminent tournament compels him to engage in battle. Chapter 181, The Overview Tournament. Across the various universes, the tales of Li Lin are myriad. His identity as a lawmaker is met with skepticism, as most find it hard to believe that a mere human could ascend to such a prestigious position. In some universes, the competitors have even expressed their intent to teach this fellow a lesson. In Universe 7, on Earth, discussions about him abound throughout the cosmos. Yet, Li Lin remains indifferent, entirely unaware of such matters. Even if he were to become aware, it would matter little to him. Meanwhile, the realm of the gods of destruction is in a slight disarray. Besides Goku and Vegeta training within, the Grand Priest has also made his appearance today. Beerus and Whis promptly stepped forward to greet him. The Grand Priest surveyed the two of them, along with Goku and Vegeta beside them. What brings you here today? Is it regarding the tournament? Beerus inquired. Indeed, the Grand Priest nodded slightly. He had come today on the orders of Lord Zeno, to confirm the name of the tournament, which shall be called the Tournament of Power. However, he was not here to announce the actual competition, as the Tournament of Power still requires some time. He had come to invite them to participate in the Overview Tournament. Lord Zeno could no longer contain his excitement, so he wished for them to engage in a preliminary match against Universe 9, serving as a prelude to the Tournament of Power. The Grand Priest slowly articulated the purpose of this journey. Oh, Beerus felt a slight stir within. He had not anticipated that prior to the Tournament of Power, there would be a grand exhibition match. However, since it was a request from Lord Zeno, he dared not voice any objections. You from Universe 7, hasten to present 3 contenders. The competition is about to commence, and the other universes are already en route, the Grand Priest continued. This grand exhibition match had garnered the attention of various universes, as they were eager to assess the strength of these two universes. After all, the forthcoming Tournament of Power was no trifling matter. Moreover, their sole path to victory lay in this first match. The second match, a brawl among the gods of destruction, was merely for amusement. They had no aspirations of winning that round, putting all their hopes on the initial contest. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Beerus promptly replied. This was a command from Zeno, and he could not afford to delay. Goku, Vegeta, you two shall compete, Beerus instructed them. Vegeta hesitated slightly. His wife Bulma was about to give birth, and he wished to remain by her side. After all, his temperament had shifted dramatically from years past. He felt a responsibility to his family. Not everyone possessed Goku's carefree nature. I might not be able to go. My wife is about to deliver, Vegeta said slowly. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have relished the excitement of such an event. It's no matter. Let Whis accompany you. He can teleport you there in an instant. Beerus said nonchalantly. He found it difficult to fathom why humans made childbirth so complicated. Whis can do that? Goku inquired, intrigued. Whis nodded with a smile. Additionally, find another strong fighter on Earth, Beerus casually directed. He had grown somewhat indifferent to this competition, harboring thoughts contrary to those of the other gods of destruction. Winning the first match mattered little to him. The pivotal concern was the second match. However, with the strength that Li Lin had demonstrated, victory in the second match seemed inevitable. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a gentle smile. As for who the third participant would be, it was of little consequence. After speaking, he turned to leave. Oh, Whis, the Grand Priest suddenly interjected. What is it, father? Whis responded with a smile. Do remember to summon my younger brother. As the enforcer, his presence is required at this competition, the Grand Priest said slowly. Upon hearing this, Whis's expression became awkward. He felt no discomfort being alone with the Grand Priest, nor with Li Lin. Yet, the prospect of having both together filled him with an inexplicable embarrassment, making him hesitant to speak. Fortunately, in the realm of the divine, they generally referred to one another by title. Yes, Grand Priest, Whis affirmed. He no longer calls him father, and has even hastily changed his address to avoid any potentially awkward situations. When referring to Li Lin, he might as well call him the law enforcer directly. After expressing this, Whis departed with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. On their journey, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming curiosity. Whis, when did Li Lin become a law enforcer? He inquired with genuine interest. Vegeta, equally intrigued, glanced in that direction. Moreover, he had heard that individual, referred to as the Grand Minister, call Li Lin brother. Were their relations truly so intimate? Coughing lightly, Whis began to elucidate. He has long been the law enforcer of the divine realm, a position second only to the Omni King. I cannot elaborate further. It is best for you both to refrain from too many questions. After all, matters concerning the divine realm are not to be taken lightly. He could only gently steer the conversation away, as the fewer who knew about this, the better. The more they probed, the more uncomfortable he would feel. It sufficed for them to know that Li Lin was now the law enforcer of the divine realm. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head. He never imagined that Li Lin had achieved such heights. The title of law enforcer of the divine realm sounded quite formidable, and Sun Wukong expressed his excitement. In truth, they rarely encountered Li Lin, partly because he seldom ventured out, and partly due to their continuous training in the divine realm, which often kept them apart. How could he not be impressive? His standing is second only to the Omni King. Who in this world could attain such a rank? Vegeta lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. It was astonishing that just a few short months since their parting in the future world, Li Lin had made such monumental strides. Not only was his strength still unfathomable, but his status had also undergone a dramatic transformation. Their pace was swift, and before long, they reached Earth. Whis executed an extraordinary technique, bringing forth the child from within him. Following this, Sun Wukong planned to seek another skilled fighter to participate in the tournament. Whis, however, went directly to find Li Lin. Meanwhile, the gods of destruction from various universes, along with powerful beings from their own universe, had begun to make their way to the Omni King's palace. Chapter 182, Gathering Together. The tournament commences. The Omni King's tournament? Li Lin scratched his head, wearing a bemused expression. He recalled that there was indeed such a tournament. It was unexpected that it would continue now. Yes, precisely, the Omni King's tournament, Whis replied with a smile. What does that have to do with me? Must I participate? Li Lin asked, feeling somewhat helpless. This was not a formal competition. He saw no need to take part. Besides, if he did participate, it would hardly be the Omni King's tournament. It would simply become a one-sided match in his favor. Chuckling softly, Whis replied, as the law enforcer of the divine realm. Your presence at such an event is undoubtedly required. Certainly, your participation in the competition is unnecessary. After all, if you were to compete, it would merely constitute bullying. Wouldn't it? Very well, if you must go, then so be it, Li Lin said with resignation. He had anticipated the immediate commencement of the tournament of power, not realizing that such complexities would precede it. Having assumed the role of enforcer, he had not expected to encounter so many troublesome matters. Had he known, he would have refrained from taking on the position. Whis nodded with a smile. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived, accompanied by another individual, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan. Although the boy had forsaken martial pursuits for scholarly endeavors, he still possessed considerable combat prowess. Compared to most on Earth, his strength remained formidable. In any case, his participation in this tournament would not require him to exert himself extensively. Merely fulfilling the necessary quota of participants would suffice. Whis, shall we depart? Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. He was eager to engage with warriors from other universes, having felt somewhat restrained in his previous encounter with Universe 6. The prospect of renewed battles thrilled him immensely. Vegeta shared in the excitement. Having settled matters at home, he felt unburdened and ready to unleash his full potential in combat. Very well, let us set forth, Whis replied, nodding in agreement. He then tapped his staff against the ground, and a radiant light enveloped the group. In an instant, they vanished from the small island. Within 2 minutes, they reappeared in the realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus and the Grand Priest had been awaiting their arrival, while the Supreme Kai had also received word and made his way to the realm of destruction. After all, this event was pivotal for the honor of Universe 7, and they could not afford to be negligent. Witnessing it firsthand was imperative. Upon seeing Whis, the Supreme Kai and the old Supreme Kai exchanged smiles and nodded. However, upon spotting Li Lin, their eyes widened in surprise, and they hurried over. We pay our respects to the Enforcer, they exclaimed, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Although they did not prostrate themselves like the Omni King, their expressions conveyed utmost sincerity. Clearly, they were aware of Li Lin's new status as Enforcer, and the rumors circulating throughout the universe compelled them to show him respect, as the divine realm adhered to certain protocols. It was customary for the Supreme Kais to pay their respects upon encountering an Enforcer. There's no need for such formalities, Li Lin said with a gentle wave of his hand. As the Supreme Kai was also a member of Universe 7, he felt no need to assert superiority over them. The Supreme Kai and the old Supreme Kai straightened up, their expressions remaining reverent, yet their hearts were filled with profound reflections. They had never anticipated that one from Universe 7 would rise to the esteemed position of Enforcer. Fortunately, Li Lin remained unchanged, devoid of any arrogance despite his new role as an Enforcer. With all present, the Grand Priest made a subtle gesture, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the divine temple of the Omni King, where they encountered the contestants from the 9th universe, manifesting as 3 wolves. A smile graced Li Lin's lips upon seeing them. They were indeed identical to his recollections. However, their names eluded him, nearly forgotten. Accompanying them were the god of destruction Sidra and the angel Mojito from the 9th universe, as well as their Supreme Kai. Yet, before anyone could utter a word, the Grand Priest gestured again, and their bodies became unresponsive, plummeting from the ground to a floating platform above. Everyone is here, Li Lin remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the familiar faces with a serene demeanor. The gods of destruction, angels, Supreme Kais, and contestants from various universes gathered together. Not just the 8 participating universes, but even the 4 exempt universes had assembled for the occasion. Upon seeing Li Lin's return, the gods of destruction and angels experienced a moment of shock, their pupils constricting, particularly those who had previously faced his wrath. Though they felt discomfort in his presence, they maintained a facade of indifference, offering him subtle nods as a form of greeting. The 7th universe has finally arrived. Is that Li Lin? He doesn't seem quite as formidable. Some murmured skeptically. What a bunch of pretentious fools. The 7th universe appears rather weak. There's even someone devoid of energy among them. Could they be lacking in numbers and merely filling space? The spectators from various universes began to chatter amongst themselves. The gods of destruction overheard their comments, casting them fierce glares but refraining from verbal reprimands. Such audacity to discuss the Enforcer. Esteemed guests, now that everyone is assembled, the grand tournament is about to commence. It shall be the 9th universe against the 7th universe. However, let me forewarn you, this competition is primarily to showcase your prowess to the Omni King. Should you fail to exert your utmost effort during the battles, the Omni King may become displeased, and if that happens, your joy will certainly diminish, the Grand Priest stated. Scanning the positions of the 9th and 7th universes, both gods of destruction felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing the importance of performing well in this tournament. It was no trivial matter. Initially, they had thought it a mere exhibition, indifferent to the outcome. However, it seems that one must exert their utmost strength. Have you 3 heard me? Beerus spoke solemnly to the 3 individuals behind him. Chapter 183. Is he Li Lin? It is indeed Lord Beerus, the trio responded in unison. There was no need for Beerus to elaborate. They were bound to give their all in this competition. Likewise, the 9th universe was orchestrating similar preparations. The only difference was that the god of destruction remained silent, while the Supreme Kai reprimanded them instead. The Grand Priest, having observed that their arrangements were nearly complete, then declared, if there are no objections, the competition shall officially commence. Please have the first combatants from each side step forward. Who among you will compete in the first match? Beerus inquired. Vegeta volunteered, stepping forward decisively and soaring onto the arena. He was tired of waiting. During every previous contest, it was always Kakarot who took the first turn. Now, he would seize the initiative and ascend the stage. Goku attempted to intervene, but it was too late. On the side of the 9th universe, a red werewolf named Bazel took the stage, agile and adept in leg techniques. With both sides prepared, the match was ready to commence. The Grand Priest made another announcement before gracefully retreating from the center of the arena. I suggest you give it your all, or else you might find yourself in peril. Beerus chuckled with confidence, fully aware of his own strength. For in the ninth universe, he and his two brothers were deemed the strongest. Little did they know, however, that their universe was the weakest among all 12. Dominating within their own realm did not guarantee superiority in others. Vegeta scoffed at him, taken aback that his first opponent was of such low caliber. A wave of disdain washed over him as he regarded his adversary. He felt no need to exert his full power against such a foe. With that, the two began to engage in battle, each unleashing their speed to the utmost. Their exchanges of blows appeared dazzling. The sounds of impact reverberated throughout the arena. Vegeta sensed that this opponent possessed decent strength, yet was woefully inadequate compared to him. He could not fathom why they would hold a tournament against such a universe. He had expected a far more formidable challenger. Vegeta roared, unleashing his energy, his hair transforming to a brilliant golden hue. Beerus was caught off guard by the overwhelming force, hurtling backward. What? Is he really that strong? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable power from the seventh universe. In his recollections, he had been invincible within the seventh universe. Even in a tournament of this scale, he believed he would remain unmatched. Yet, the reality before him was starkly different from his expectations. Boom. As he remained lost in thought, Vegeta suddenly delivered a punch to his abdomen. Ugh. Beerus' eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly causing his tongue to spill forth. This blow nearly cost him his life. Trembling, he staggered back a few steps before succumbing to the ground. I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you're just trash. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with this battle. According to him, training with Whis was far more engaging. This remark instantly incited discontent among the various universes, as they had initially believed that the seventh universe instigated this tournament. They had not anticipated that the seventh universe would exhibit such audacity. Winning was one thing, but to exhibit such brazen provocation was quite another, aligning perfectly with their perception of them. I know now, you are Li Lin. Beerus, still on the ground, pointed shakily at Vegeta. He could hardly fathom that his considerable strength could be so easily vanquished. If anyone from the seventh universe could achieve such a feat, it had to be Li Lin, as this young man had recently been in the limelight throughout the cosmos. Although he found it hard to believe that Li Lin could defeat a god of destruction, there was no denying his capabilities. Li Lin? Is this brat really Li Lin? Indeed, upon hearing Beerus' words, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Vegeta, clearly regarding him as Li Lin. However, the expressions in their eyes were tinged with hostility. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his lips. Ordinarily, he would be infuriated by such a misidentification, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of pride swelling within him. To be mistaken for Li Lin? It seemed his strength was indeed commendable. Nonetheless, he merely indulged in this fleeting pleasure. He did not wish to be perpetually misunderstood, for he was his own person. Let me make this clear. I am Vegeta, he proclaimed loudly, ensuring that all present could hear him. Then, with a surge of energy, he conjured a golden wave of light and unleashed it. Boom. Beerus was sent crashing off the stage, his body charred, resembling a blackened ember, his hair singed. Vegeta smirked, realizing that the beings of this universe were not particularly impressive. He had dispatched a foe with such ease. It was likely that the others from different universes were not much stronger. With a resigned shake of his head, he crossed his arms and leisurely ascended to the stands. Alas, he is not Li Lin. Disappointment etched on the faces of the various powerful beings in the stands. Had this young man been Li Lin, they might have been tempted to confront him. However, it was fortunate that he was not. If Li Lin possessed such strength, they would have little to worry about. After the conclusion of the first match, the Grand Minister refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting the team to designate their next competitor. Allow me to take the stage for the next match, Son Gohan stated, removing his glasses with a deliberate slowness. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in battle. In his earlier days, whether during the Cell Saga or the Majin Buu Saga, he had been an undeniable powerhouse. However, now, his strength had waned, and he struggled to maintain his former level of prowess. Nevertheless, he welcomed this opportunity to rekindle the thrill of combat. Very well, Son Goku acquiesced, recognizing that there was no need for contention regarding his son. Son Gohan ascended to the arena with determination. Observing their comrades' defeat, the ninth universe promptly dispatched their second contender, a werewolf adorned in a coat of bright yellow fur. Known as Lavanda, who was adept in the arts of poison. Chapter 184. The Resurgence of Son Gohan. Silence enveloped the two fighters as they faced each other. Lavanda remained unfazed by the outcome of the previous match. He doubted that the opposing team possessed such formidable skill. If that were the case, their universe would not occupy the second-to-last position in the rankings. The previous fighter had likely been their strongest. Once both sides are prepared, we may commence the match, the Grand Minister stated nonchalantly. His interest in the outcome was minimal. As long as the Omni King was entertained, all was well. The question of victory or defeat held little significance in this informal contest. Son Gohan, composed and resolute, stood once more on the familiar battlefield after many years. In that moment, he vowed to seize victory and reclaim his former glory. Their gazes locked, and without uttering a word, they charged at one another. Bang, bang, bang. The two began a flurry of strikes, the air around the arena crackling with intense energy. Their speed was remarkable, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. After several encounters, Son Gohan perceived his opponent's strength to be rather mediocre, feeling confident that he could defeat him without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Ah!" Son Gohan shouted, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Lavanda, intent on sending him out of the ring without further ado. However, just as he struck towards Lavanda's chest, a peculiar smile crept across Lavanda's face. He leaped high into the air, evading Son Gohan's punch, and ensnared his arms with his legs. "What?" Son Gohan gasped, momentarily taken aback. His intention to swiftly dispatch his foe had been thwarted, as his full-force punch had missed its mark. Yet, he did not let his guard down. Just as he prepared to launch a second attack, Lavanda opened his mouth wide and expelled a cloud of purple smoke. "Ah!" Son Gohan exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. The searing sensation directly assaulted his fragile eyes. "Heh!" Lavanda let out a cold laugh before swiftly leaping to his side. In an instant, he expelled a plume of purple mist from his hands, which enveloped them entirely. Sun Wukong, shielding his eyes, found himself utterly blinded. Seizing this opportunity, Lavanda unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds reverberated throughout the arena. Unable to perceive his surroundings, Sun Wukong could only passively endure the assault. The purple mist had indeed clouded his vision, and inhaling it left him with an enduring sense of discomfort. In the ninth universe, their Kaioshin, witnessing his fighter gaining the upper hand, couldn't suppress his smugness. He provocatively addressed the seventh universe. "Do you see this? This is the might of the ninth universe. I strongly advise you to surrender now and cease your futile resistance." The ninth universe's Kaioshin boasted, feeling confident of their impending victory. He was eager to salvage some pride for his universe in front of the crowd. Eager for the Omni King and the Grand Priest to see that his universe was far from the bottom tier and deserved a higher ranking. Li Lin, seated in the stands of the seventh universe, furrowed his brow upon hearing the taunts. He cast a sharp gaze in their direction, causing the Kaioshin to feel a chill run down his spine. Although he had never encountered Li Lin before, the sheer intensity of his aura rendered him momentarily speechless. "Wukong, wait, we have senza beans." The Kaioshin of the seventh universe called out urgently to those below. There was no rule against consuming food during the match. Merely a toxic substance, and with the healing properties of the senza beans, they could certainly restore normalcy. On the arena, upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, Sun Wukong shouted back, "Lord Kaioshin, do not give me senza beans. I wish to triumph over this opponent through my own strength." He understood that this match was his comeback, a chance to prove he was still the formidable warrior he once was, and he did not wish to rely on external aids to enhance his power. With that declaration, he surged with energy, elevating his perceptive abilities to their peak. Eyes tightly shut, he launched himself toward Lavanda. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a renewed clash. Lavanda felt the struggle intensify. After all, his greatest asset was his poisonous skills, yet this young man not only remained unaffected, but seemed to grow stronger with each exchange. Damn it! Lavanda roared in frustration. Realizing he couldn't win in close combat, he resolved to alter his strategy. Bang! The two collided once more, then quickly separated. Seizing the moment, Lavanda ascended into the air. Sun Wukong sensed his opponent above, tilting his head back and closing his eyes to gaze at the sky. Adadadada! A radiant orb of energy coalesced in Lavanda's hand, hurling towards Gohan on the ground. Sensing the fluctuations of energy surrounding him, Gohan evaded left and right with fervent agility. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the arena was filled with the cacophony of explosions. Surrounded by flames and enveloped in swirling smoke, Gohan felt the toxins within him begin to surge, rendering his body increasingly heavy. He realized he could not afford to prolong this battle. It was imperative to conclude it swiftly, lest he be the one to falter. With a fierce shout, Gohan unleashed his power, golden light shimmering around him as his hair transformed to a brilliant gold. He ascended into the sky with determination. Lavanda, witnessing Gohan's ascent, showed no hesitation. The energy in his hand intensified, launching a barrage of light waves towards Gohan. However, these attacks proved futile against Gohan's enhanced state, causing him no harm whatsoever. What? Lavanda thought, momentarily flustered, but then a cunning idea struck him. Noticing the growing purple toxins enveloping Gohan, he resolved to unleash a fresh wave of toxic mist, intending to wear him down. A gust of purple vapor erupted forth, shrouding the arena in a thick haze of lethal poison. For an ordinary person, contact with such fumes would spell instant demise. Gohan sensed the ominous change in his surroundings, yet he steeled himself against the distractions. He retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks while simultaneously releasing waves of energy from his hands. Chapter 185, Stalemate. Perhaps due to the interference of the toxins, Gohan's formidable assaults, though grand in scale, were systematically neutralized by Lavanda. Did I miss? Gohan muttered to himself, acutely aware of the toxins accumulating within him as the purple mist infiltrated his body. If the battle continued unresolved, he risked not only losing the match, but potentially his life. He had never anticipated that his opponent would prove so cunning. What he expected to be an evenly matched, straightforward duel had devolved into a contest of toxic warfare, leaving him at a disadvantage. Huh, you're struggling, aren't you? Lavanda's wicked grin widened as he observed Gohan's form nearly consumed by purple. The toxins had eroded a significant portion of Gohan's face, and he realized that, if this continued, victory would soon be his. Gohan's frantic, headless attacks were of no consequence to Lavanda. All he needed to do was buy time, and victory would inevitably be his. Damn it, Gohan muttered defiantly, channeling his energy once more in an attempt to expel the toxins from his body. Alas, such efforts were rendered completely futile. Instead, the flow of energy accelerated the invasion of toxins. Now, he faced two choices: to swiftly conclude the battle or to succumb to the poison, exhausting himself to death. Undoubtedly, had he to choose, he would opt for the former. This was his inaugural battle, a struggle for his honor. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He yearned to reclaim the proud glory of his past. With determination, Son Gohan's energy surged once more, his golden aura intensifying. Since he could not rely on sight, he resolved to seize his opponent and propel him from the arena. With this thought, he executed a swift movement, navigating through the air with astonishing speed. How remarkable! Lavanda gasped, taken aback by the sheer velocity of his opponent, which far exceeded his expectations. However, he still floundered about the center of the ring like a headless fly. In an instant, while Lavanda was still in awe, Son Gohan appeared beside him. This was the moment. Gohan sensed that someone was present ahead, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, intent on capturing his adversary. Yet Lavanda's response was equally swift, evading the attack with a slight turn of his body, narrowly avoiding capture. That was close, Lavanda exclaimed, his heart racing. He realized that had he been caught, the outcome would have deviated significantly from his predictions. He lacked the strength to break free from Gohan's grasp. Here. Gohan's ears perked up as he discerned Lavanda's voice, quickly pinpointing his location. In a flash, he materialized before him, opting not to seize him directly this time, but instead delivering a powerful punch to his face. The force of Gohan's blow left Lavanda momentarily stunned, drawing a sharp intake of breath in response to the pain. Yet before he could recover, Gohan swiftly maneuvered behind him and wrapped him in a tight embrace. "Let me go, you rogue," Lavanda protested, feeling the immense strength of Gohan's grip. He struck desperately at Gohan's back, but his efforts were futile, barely making an impact. Gohan was now panting heavily, the accumulation of toxins within him leaving him utterly fatigued. The fury that had fueled him was gradually dissipating, his hair returning to its natural color. He could no longer maintain the form of a Super Saiyan. "Ah!" Gohan yelled, resolved to confront this opponent with unwavering determination. He plunged downwards, clutching Lavanda tightly. "What are you doing? Let me go?" Lavanda cried, his heart racing as the ground drew ever closer. If this were merely an ordinary ground, he would have felt nothing, given his physical prowess. Even a collision would hardly yield any consequences. However, this arena was meticulously crafted by the Grand Priest himself. To crash headfirst into it would be akin to an average person striking a concrete floor, indistinguishable in its potential for severe injury. Hence, his panic was entirely justified. "Ah no!" Lavanda cried out in despair. Though he yearned to break free from Gohan's grasp, his efforts were futile. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the two individuals collided with the ground, raising a cloud of dust and momentarily extinguishing their auras. After a prolonged silence, the swirling dust gradually settled, revealing a vast, gaping pit on the stage. The stone slabs above it shattered beyond recognition. Within the depths of this chasm lay Son Gohan and Lavanda, sprawled as if lifeless. Yet, the faint remnants of their energies suggested they had not succumbed entirely. Alas, the meager flicker of vitality they possessed was likely insufficient to sustain any further combat. At that moment, battered and besieged by purple energy, Son Gohan trembled as he rose to his feet. His form was overtaken by the violet hue, even his visage marred by its presence. Gasping for breath, he managed to utter in a feeble voice, I won." But soon after, he collapsed once more into the depths of the pit. The Grand Priest observed the scene with a slight nod. "This match ends in a draw," he proclaimed loudly to the entire universe. Although Gohan was the last to fall, both combatants had simultaneously lost their capacity to fight, rendering the declaration of a draw the most equitable outcome. Both Universe 7 and Universe 9 were decidedly dissatisfied with this result. Beerus felt it was evident that Gohan had fallen last. Under normal circumstances, they should have emerged victorious. Yet, as this was the Grand Priest's ruling, he could neither alter it nor voice his displeasure. especially with the Omni King presiding above. Universe 9 shared in the disappointment, not with the Grand Priest's announcement, but rather at the humiliation of their fighter faltering despite having a distinct advantage. To suffer such a defeat in front of so many was undeniably shameful. Chapter 186. Belgamer. Upon the conclusion of the match, Son Goku swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean and soared to the arena. He promptly fed one to his son, and in an instant, Gohan regained his health and stood upright once more. "Father," Gohan said with a hint of guilt, "I had intended to secure this victory. I never anticipated the match would be so arduous." "Gohan, you performed admirably. Leave the rest to me," Goku replied with a reassuring smile. Given Gohan's prolonged absence from battle, achieving a draw was already a commendable outcome. He felt no need to impose any demands upon himself. All that remained was to secure his own victory. In the stands, spectators from various universes observed the match between the 7th universe and the 9th universe. Many wore expressions of disdain. Was this truly a clash between the last and second to last? It was utterly disappointing, verging on the soporific. At this moment, Son Goku stood resolutely on the arena, refusing to descend, for this battle was his to confront. On the side of the 9th universe, their final contender, Bergamo, stepped forward, undoubtedly the strongest among them. With both sides prepared, the battle was poised to commence, as the Grand Priest calmly announced. Son Goku took the initiative, launching himself forward. Bergamo reciprocated, meeting Goku's assault with his own. The two became entangled in combat. However, Goku refrained from unleashing his full power. His habitual instinct was to first gauge his opponent's capabilities. Bergamo, on the other hand, was far less courteous, unleashing all his strength in a direct onslaught against Goku. For a fleeting moment, Goku sensed a hint of being overpowered. Fortunately, he quickly recalibrated, elevating his energy and regaining the upper hand. Bang, bang, bang. Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, each landing with increasing intensity, leaving Bergamo struggling to defend himself. Yet, rather than displaying concern, Bergamo arrogantly spread his arms wide, his gaze laced with contempt as he regarded Goku. Perplexed by this display, Goku pondered the intent behind Bergamo's actions. "Come now, I shall refrain from attacking. Feel free to strike," Bergamo declared with bravado. He possessed a unique skill known as the shattering technique, which allowed him to absorb energy from any blows he sustained, simultaneously fortifying his own strength. With every attack directed at him, he felt no fear. "Oh, is that so?" Goku scratched his head. Yet, given Bergamo's insistence, he felt compelled to comply. Almost immediately, Goku executed an instant transmission and launched a barrage of punches towards Bergamo's body. Bang, bang, bang. Goku was invigorated, the sounds of his strikes resonating. Yet, Bergamo remained unmoved, his abdomen and chest marked with numerous imprints from Goku's earlier assaults. What was happening? Goku felt a surge of surprise. After delivering a punch, he swiftly distanced himself, eyes fixed on Bergamo, ready for the next attack. In that fleeting moment, a crimson glow enveloped Bergamo, causing his body to swell, and his energy surged in strength. "Oh, this is intriguing," Li Lin remarked, observing the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the Dark Goku of a futuristic realm. However, it is evident that it pales in comparison to the prowess of the latter. The technique employed by the opponent, while capable of absorbing energy for personal use, is evidently transient, destined to dissipate after a brief period. Additionally, this individual experiences a physical enlargement. Although his strength significantly amplifies, his speed diminishes markedly. On the arena, Belgamio observed the surging energy within his body with immense pride. He concentrated this power into his fists and charged directly at Sun Wukong. Sensing impending danger, Sun Wukong leaped aside just in time. Boom! The colossal fist collided with the ground, shattering the seemingly indestructible stone into fragments that scattered across the arena. Has he truly grown this powerful? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the sudden surge in his opponent's strength. Intrigued, he swiftly reappeared before Belgamio, unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. Sun Wukong desired his adversary to become even stronger, for only then would the battle hold any excitement. With each blow, Belgamio's physique expanded further. "Your punches are far too feeble. This is hardly satisfying," he remarked slowly. Then, with an upward hook, he struck Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. "Huh, did you see that? This is the extent of my power. As long as you continue to attack, my strength will only grow. You can never hope to match me," Belgamio boasted, confident in his invincibility across the cosmos, regardless of the might of his adversaries. As long as they struck him, he could perpetually enhance his abilities. Thus, no matter how formidable his opponent, victory would inevitably be his. "Is that so? How splendid. I have longed for a worthy opponent like you," Sun Wukong replied, rising with a glint of excitement in his eyes. During his previous encounter with Dark Goku in the future world, he had felt unfulfilled, despite being unable to conquer his foe. The desire to engage in a battle with an opponent capable of limitless growth had always lingered in his heart. For such a challenger was the most fitting match for him. With a fierce cry, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, transforming his hair to a radiant golden hue as he ascended to the state of Super Saiyan. He was no longer in a rush to defeat his opponent. Rather, he sought to elevate Belgamio's strength before ultimately overcoming him, for that would present a true challenge. With that resolve, he charged at Belgamio, delivering a powerful punch that left the latter momentarily stunned, visibly straining to maintain his composure. Fortunately, he persevered, and as he observed Sun Wukong's fierce onslaught, a surge of joy welled up within him. Bring it on. The more ferocious the attacks, the stronger he would become. Chapter 187, Victory. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's punches grew increasingly ruthless. Belgamer found himself spitting out saliva from the force of the blows. Yet, his heart was filled with elation, for he sensed an inexhaustible power coursing through his veins. A crimson glow began to emanate from his body, which was now visibly expanding. Ha ha. It is my turn to strike. Belgamer felt his strength reaching its zenith and initiated his assault, his form having grown considerably larger. His fists began to shimmer, unleashing formidable energy. Boom. He launched a powerful punch. However, Sun Wukong deftly evaded it. The enormous fist struck the arena with enough force to create a deep crater. Boom. Boom. After several consecutive punches, all missed their mark, leaving the arena riddled with dents. Observing Belgamer's considerable strength, Sun Wukong resolved to engage him directly. Sun Wukong steadied his breath, concentrating all his power into his fists. Belgamer, slightly flustered after several missed punches, noticed his opponent charging towards him. With a cold smirk, he thought to himself how foolish this was. Boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force. Belgamer's strength was indeed astonishing. The moment Sun Wukong made contact, he was taken aback. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling backward, akin to a mere fly swatted away. Fortunately, Sun Wukong managed to regain his balance just in time to remain on the platform. Belgamer, seizing the opportunity, pursued him relentlessly, unwilling to grant Sun Wukong a moment's respite. Boom, boom, boom. He swiftly conjured a multitude of energy waves, launching them towards Sun Wukong. Though the power of these attacks was formidable, their speed remained rather sluggish. Having experienced the previous blow, Sun Wukong realized that he could not overpower Belgamer. Thus, he began to evade in midair, knowing that his opponent would struggle to land a hit. Damn it, if you have the ability, stop dodging. Belgamer grew increasingly anxious as his attacks failed to connect. If he could not strike his opponent, what good was his strength, no matter how great? Sun Wukong, however, felt indifferent to this sentiment. That last punch had made it abundantly clear that Belgamer's power far exceeded his own by several magnitudes. Engaging him head-on in his current form would be futile. Nevertheless, his speed surpassed that of his opponent. After all, strength is not solely measured by power, but also by swiftness. Sun Wukong circled around Belgamer, deftly finding openings to strike. From time to time, he landed a punch. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's formidable punches relentlessly struck his body. Belgamer now felt utterly flustered, as if he were a mere fly buzzing incessantly in the vicinity. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong delivered a direct blow to his knee. Belgamer exclaimed, his body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. How infuriating! He seethed, angrily waving his fists. Rising to his feet, he confronted Sun Wukong, demanding, "Is running your only skill?" He felt profoundly frustrated by the battle. Had it been a true clash of strength, he was certain he would not be outmatched by this young man. However, the opponent was immensely irritating, denying him any opportunity for a fair confrontation. This predicament left him in great distress. Very well, let us conclude this battle swiftly, Sun Wukong declared, hovering effortlessly in midair. Suddenly, an overwhelming power erupted from within him. His golden aura transformed into a brilliant blue, and his hair shifted to a deep azure. Hiss! The surrounding gods of destruction gasped in awe at the formidable energy radiating from Sun Wukong. It had intensified to an astonishing degree, hinting at a divine essence contained within. As Beerus observed the spectacle of the gods marveling at Sun Wukong, a flicker of pride swelled within him. Do you see? In my universe, not only have we produced a master enforcer, but even an ordinary individual possesses such formidable strength. To label my universe as second to last is a gross insult. The power was truly astounding. The god of destruction from Universe 9, witnessing Sun Wukong's unleashed might, was utterly astonished. For in their universe, there had never been a warrior of such caliber. They could hardly fathom the sheer terror emanating from Universe 7. Truly, the second-to-last ranking was well-deserved, as it surpassed their own universe, which languished at the bottom. Remarkably strong, Belgamer remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man could unleash such tremendous power. But that's not all, Sun Wukong murmured from high above. He intended to decisively defeat his opponent in one fell swoop, while showcasing his prowess before so many powerful beings from various universes. 20-fold Kaioken. In an instant, the blue aura enveloping him was infused with a layer of crimson flames. At that moment, his energy surged dramatically, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble. The blazing aura emanating from him was suffocatingly intense. Incredible, Belgamore exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This power was unfathomably greater than he could have imagined. If it were possible, he would genuinely wish to surrender. However, with the Omni King and the Grand Minister seated nearby, he could not be certain of their satisfaction should he choose to yield. If one finds themselves dissatisfied, it appears that their existence in this universe may come to an abrupt conclusion, rendering any participation in the tournament of power moot. Kamehameha. With hands clasped together, Son Goku summoned a radiant white light. A formidable energy coalesced within his grasp. Let us see how this unfolds. At that moment, Belgamore, with trepidation, advanced forward. A crimson aura erupted from him, enveloping his hands. A red energy wave materialized between his palms. Whoosh, whoosh. The two waves of light surged forth in an instant. Boom. They collided with a resounding impact. Instantly, the entire realm of the gods trembled. Son Goku unleashed his full strength, forcefully redirecting the opposing energy wave. Belgamore, witnessing the colossal wave of energy engulfs him, found himself utterly powerless. A cry of despair escaped his lips. The arena erupted with a thunderous explosion. Son Goku gradually descended onto the stage, visibly retaining considerable strength. Belgamore stood there in a daze, gazing at Son Goku's figure before collapsing in defeat. In this match, the seventh universe emerges victorious. Chapter 188, Topo. Following the duel between the two combatants, the Grand Priest declared the competition concluded, with the seventh universe claiming victory. He proceeded to outline the rules for the forthcoming tournament of power. The battleground was set in the void. Each universe would dispatch 10 warriors to engage in combat within a specified time frame. The side with the greatest remaining fighters would be declared the victor, while the defeated universes would face annihilation. As for the announcement of the second match, the Grand Priest chose to wait until after the conclusion of the first to summon all the gods of destruction and Li Lin to the stage. Haha, splendid. I have been eagerly anticipating this moment for quite some time. I can hardly wait for it to commence. Son Goku exclaimed excitedly from the arena. However, his exuberance quickly drew ire from those around him. What was there to celebrate in this contest? The losing side faced obliteration, yet he appeared so jubilant? Could it be that the seventh universe harbors such callousness, utterly disregarding the fates of others? Son Goku's words sparked widespread discontent. At that moment, a shadow suddenly leaped onto the arena. Clad in a black cloak, the figure tore it away to reveal his visage. Li Lin's gaze sharpened as he contemplated. Is that not Topo from the 11th universe? Might he seek to challenge Son Goku once more, as he did in the original tale? On the arena, Son Goku, intrigued by the sudden appearance, inquired, "Who are you?" "Humph." Topo scoffed, glaring at Son Goku with intensity. He commenced his self-introduction. "I am Topo, a warrior from the 11th universe." His countenance bore an expression of indignation, and he turned to face the Grand Priest. "Great Supreme Kai, Lord Zeno, I humbly request your permission for a matter of great importance," TBA declared directly to the Great Supreme Kai. The Great Supreme Kai's expression shifted slightly, uncertain of T-Ba's intentions. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, felt a flicker of surprise as well. He had not anticipated T-Ba's abrupt emergence in such a setting, especially with both the Great Supreme Kai and Lord Zeno present, alongside the enforcer seated in the stands of Universe 7. Such an outburst was undeniably disrespectful, yet it was too late to intervene. TBA had already made his move. It would be prudent to hear what he intended to convey. As long as it did not cross any egregious lines, Lord Zeno would likely be lenient. "Very well, speak." The Great Supreme Kai replied nonchalantly, curious about T-Ba's motives. He had already outlined all the rules and regulations of the power tournament. Should TBA express dissatisfaction with the announcements, then he could expect no mercy. "I challenge Li Lin of Universe 7, TBA proclaimed loudly. Although Son Goku's previous remarks had also been quite infuriating, they paled in comparison to the true instigator of this tournament. TBA had come with the express purpose of confronting this individual, Li Lin, whose actions had plunged the universe into turmoil. Were it not for his acceptance of Lord Zeno's challenge, TBA and his companions would still be living harmoniously in their respective universes, rather than facing the current burdens of this tournament. Thus, this individual must face the consequences, justice demanded it. What? At the utterance of T-Ba's challenge, the assembled deities, including gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, the Great Supreme Kai, and angels, were taken aback. They had expected a proposal or grievance. But T-Ba's shocking declaration to provoke the newly appointed enforcer, Li Lin, was unexpected. Vermaud was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by T-Ba's audacity. Had he lost his senses to dare confront such an opponent? "TBA, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Vermaud exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. The memory of Li Lin's overwhelming defeat of TBA was still vivid in his mind, and such a public provocation would undoubtedly incite a fierce response from that fiery young man. "How bold of you, inhabitants of Universe 11, to challenge even the enforcer. Remarked Jiren from Universe 8, who had arrived without any entourage, as his universe was not participating in the upcoming tournament. Initially expecting a series of mundane battles, he was now surprised to witness such unexpected drama unfold. He pondered the rationale behind Universe 11's provocative stance. What could have compelled them to challenge Li Lin? Angel Corrin shook his head in resignation. Just days prior, he had been bested by this young man, and he knew he was no match for him, let alone the ordinary powerhouses of the universe. He couldn't fathom what had gone awry in this fellow's mind. Moreover, even if one were confident in their own strength, it would be unwise to directly provoke Li Lin, who now held the title of enforcer. To challenge him in front of so many deities was a reckless endeavor. Even if he were to publicly defeat Li Lin, it would still be of little consequence. What an audacious move. Was he not seeking trouble with Goku, but rather with me? Li Lin was momentarily taken aback, then spoke with a hint of confusion. He recalled that in the original narrative, this Tobo was meant to battle Son Goku. Why had the scene suddenly shifted to him? Furthermore, how could he claim that this power tournament was orchestrated by him? It was, in fact, a demand from the Omni King. He had merely acquiesced to it. Even had he refused, the Omni King would have proceeded with the event regardless. What a bold young man, daring to challenge even Li Lin. Beerus murmured, shaking his head. To provoke someone in front of so many gods and the universe's elite was a sure way to obliterate any semblance of dignity Li Lin possessed. Truly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Whis remarked with a bemused shake of his head. The other powerful beings from various universes perked up at the notion of someone daring to provoke the individual known as Li Lin. They had long harbored a distaste for him, having never encountered him personally, yet the rumors surrounding him had persisted throughout the cosmos. Tales of him defeating gods of destruction and angels had cast a shadow over the universe, particularly among those already formidable in their own right. They resented these unfounded tales and were acutely aware that the Omni King had sought this individual's opinion before organizing the tournament. Had he not consented, their universe would not be facing the impending crisis. Chapter 189. Come here, brother. Thus, they found a certain satisfaction in the unfolding drama. Eager to witness this Li Lin face adversity, their curiosity about his appearance was equally piqued. In an instant, all eyes converged upon the stands of Universe 7. Eager to see who would descend next, who would be the fabled Li Lin. However, before their anticipation could linger, they were swiftly reprimanded by their respective gods of destruction. How dare they gaze upon the misfortunes of the enforcer? Such audacity could lead to dire consequences. While the demise of a few might be inconsequential, they feared that Li Lin's resentment might prompt him to come after them later, resulting in a most unwelcome reckoning. Before long, these gods of destruction began to enlighten the powerful beings behind them about Li Lin's true identity. On the arena, Tobo confidently declared, Mr. Wei Mei, you need not concern yourself with me. I am fully aware of my actions. He was determined to eradicate this malevolent presence in such a momentous setting. Upon hearing these words, Wei Mei's anger surged uncontrollably. Indeed, esteemed Wei Mei, perhaps you should refrain from intervening and allow Tuo Pa to handle this matter. Tizpa chimed in, emboldened by Tuo Pa's provocations, now finding himself increasingly intolerant of Li Lin's actions. He thought it would be splendid to diminish this individual's arrogance right here. Jiren, with his arms crossed, remained silent, evidently tacitly approving of Tuo Pa's course of action. He believed that as long as he participated in the competition, his universe would surely emerge victorious, giving little thought to this fellow named Li Lin. Curiously, he wondered about the true extent of this individual's power. Shut your foul mouth. What do you even know? Wei Mei erupted in fury, directing a scathing tirade at Tizpa, who stood frozen in shock at the near roar of her words. Not only he, but the entire 11th universe was taken aback, including Jiren. They had never witnessed this side of Wei Mei, who had so openly resorted to vulgarities, and the harshness of her remarks was a first for them. Esteemed Wei Mei, Tizpa said cautiously, fearful that the next moment, in her wrath, she might obliterate him. Tuo Pa, do you wish to perish? Hurry and get down here. Wei Mei shouted from the stage, her voice laced with ire. Tuo Pa appeared oblivious, his gaze still fixed on the Grand Priest, seeking a response. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering that this individual seemed to possess even more audacity than himself, harboring a desire for battle that surpassed his own. What kind of being was Li Lin to dare issue such a challenge? Sun Wukong admired few, but today, he found himself adding one more to that list. Tuo Pa, the candidate destroyer of the 11th universe? The Grand Priest remarked, his brow furrowed. It was essential to note that Li Lin was currently a law enforcer of the divine realm. This audacious individual had the gall to challenge Li Lin in front of so many witnesses. Indeed, Grand Priest, Tuo Pa replied impassively, his expression imbued with righteous determination. He resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would strive to eliminate this foe. Do you comprehend Li Lin's current status? The Grand Priest inquired, his frown deepening. Li Lin was not only a law enforcer, but also his half-brother. Such provocation was akin to slapping his face. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, he might have swiftly dealt with Tuapa himself. Upon hearing this, Tuapo's expression momentarily faltered, clearly bewildered. He had indeed heard that this Li Lin was a law enforcer of the divine realm, yet were these not mere rumors? Could it be that such claims held truth? What status? Tuapa asked, perplexed. The Grand Priest's words indicated that this Li Lin was undoubtedly formidable. If things do not go well, one might truly become a mere jester in the divine realm. In truth, his audacity to provoke stemmed from a deep-seated preconception that he perceived Li Lin as merely an ordinary human warrior. The notion of law enforcers, of defeating destroyers and angels, was nothing but fabrication. It was only with this misguided belief that he felt emboldened to approach Li Lin without reservation. Should Li Lin's identity prove authentic, however, he would be in dire straits. Everyone present, heed my words, the high priest declared, his aura coalescing as he spoke in a hushed, yet resonant tone. Li Lin of the seventh universe is a law enforcer of our divine realm, holding a rank equal to mine. To provoke him is to provoke me. The high priest's voice carried far and resonated clearly, reaching the ears of all assembled. Upon hearing these words, the powerful beings from various universes were struck with astonishment. Initially, they had regarded the rumor as mere hearsay, only to discover its veracity. Upon hearing the high priest's pronouncement, Li Lin could only shake his head in resignation. If that Torpo were to take issue with him, then a duel would be inevitable. However, the revelation of his identity had already transpired. Li Lin, you should go over. Beerus urged quietly. Why should I? Am I truly expected to engage in battle with that Torpo? Li Lin inquired, his curiosity piqued. This is a grand tournament, not my own showcase. Given my current prowess, fighting a candidate for destroyer would be akin to crushing an ant beneath my heel. It would be utterly unjust and devoid of meaning. It is best that I refrain from doing so. Li Lin, you must go. Father has already revealed your identity. Even if you choose not to approach, the high priest will call you forth so that everyone may recognize you, Whis remarked with a gentle smile. In such a setting, it was inappropriate for a law enforcer of the divine realm to remain apart from the others. By customary protocol, Li Lin ought to have stood alongside the Omni King since his arrival. After the high priest's declaration, he surveyed the assembly, seeking any signs of dissent. All heads bowed, including those of the destroyers. After all, neither the high priest nor the law enforcer were entities they could dare to provoke. On the arena, Torpo had buried his head low, even too ashamed to raise it. The embarrassment he had brought upon himself was profound. It was not merely his own pride that was at stake, but the dignity of the entire 11th universe. Seeing that there was no one who dared to defy, the high priest smiled and addressed the 7th universe's viewing platform. Brother, please come forth. Chapter 190. This is the newly appointed law enforcer. Upon realizing that the high priest had summoned him, Li Lin understood that he could no longer evade the situation. With a resigned shake of his head, he slowly stood and made his way toward the high priest. Initially, I intended to merely observe, to play the role of a spectator. However, it seems fate had other plans. Upon hearing the title of Great Sage, the gathered destroyers and angels were taken aback. Goodness, my dear brother, is it not a tad too familiar for the high priest to address him thus? It evoked a sense of camaraderie typically reserved for destroyers and angels. Li Lin glided gently towards the high priest. Having encountered Li Lin before, they were not particularly surprised. However, the formidable beings from the cosmos behind them were utterly astonished. The first point of amazement stemmed from Li Lin's remarkably youthful appearance. Yet, that was not the crux of their astonishment. What truly shocked them was the complete absence of any discernible aura surrounding him. In fact, the destroyers, angels, high priest, and Zeno himself also exuded no aura, as they were divine beings by nature. However, Li Lin, as far as they knew, was merely human. How could he possess such an extraordinary ability? It was indeed perplexing. Ignoring the thoughts of others, Li Lin gradually hovered opposite the high priest. Brother, I thought you might refrain from speaking today, the high priest remarked with a smile. After all, Li Lin was the enforcer of the divine realm, and thus had a rightful place among them. He was meant to stand there alongside the high priest. Had he not been called forth, one could only imagine that he would have feigned indifference until the very end. Brother, you know I prefer solitude, Li Lin shrugged, expressing his reluctance. Oh, the high priest raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, just days ago, you turned the entire universe upside down, leaving both destroyers and angels in disarray. How did I not notice your aversion to excitement? Naturally, he was privy to all happenings across the cosmos, especially the notorious thrashing of the destroyers and the brutal defeat of his beloved son, Korin, in the 8th universe. He had learned of it at once. To think, he had been so audacious, yet now claimed to shun the limelight. It was indeed unexpected. Li Lin, feeling awkward at the high priest's mention of this, chuckled nervously. His prior actions were merely a response to seek retribution against those destroyers. In truth, his nature did tend towards solitude. In the past, this might have been more acceptable. However, as his power increased, his demeanor transformed into one of serene detachment. To label it as mere tranquility would not suffice. Rather, it was a growing sense of ennui regarding certain matters, leading him to prefer silence. The destroyers, angels, and other powerful beings observed the exchange between the high priest and Li Lin, perceiving them as if they were longtime friends. Is this the enforcer? They mused. It hardly seems remarkable. Indeed, how perplexing it is that someone so young should hold such a prestigious position. We have yet to comprehend why Lord Zeno would appoint this individual to the role of enforcer. Uncertainty enveloped the atmosphere as whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. The individual in question, Li Lin, appeared rather unremarkable, lacking the formidable presence typically associated with the strong. Many powerful beings exude an aura of mystery. However, Li Lin seemed as ordinary as any common person. Furthermore, his physique was not particularly robust, merely elongated. According to their understanding of strength, even if one did not emanate an aura, a sturdy physique would at least align with their expectations. Yet, Li Lin seemed to defy both of these assumptions. Have you all finished speaking? If so, kindly silence yourselves. The god of destruction before them growled, casting a fierce glare in their direction. Should those words reach Li Lin's ears, they would surely invite a painful retribution. It was widely acknowledged that, apart from the king of all, Li Lin was not to be trifled with. His strength was profound and enigmatic, and he held the position of enforcer, capable of wielding his authority to discipline them at any moment. They were keen to avoid incurring a disastrous consequence due to the careless remarks of their companions, especially with the impending strength competition approaching. Any loss of personnel at this juncture would be a grave miscalculation. While they did not anticipate victory in the second round of the Battle of Destruction, they remained resolute in their determination to contend fiercely in the first round, as it presented their best opportunity for triumph. Upon hearing their god of destruction reprimand them, the crowd fell silent, though discontent simmered beneath the surface. They felt that Li Lin was truly insignificant, especially since he had yet to reveal any genuine prowess. Even as an enforcer, what could he truly accomplish? They could always feign politeness while privately harboring disdain. As these thoughts lingered in their minds, the supreme official finally broke his silence. Listen closely, everyone. This is Li Lin, the newly appointed enforcer. Li Lin listened to the supreme official's words with a calm demeanor, choosing not to dispute anything. After all, his identity was nothing to be ashamed of. There was no need for concealment. He preferred to introduce himself openly, allowing others to recognize him, thus preventing future encounters with those who might challenge him unwittingly. The prospect of having to personally intervene would only complicate matters further. The assembled gods of destruction, angels, and various powerful beings reacted with surprising indifference to this announcement. They were already familiar with Li Lin, so no extraordinary response emerged. However, the next words from the supreme official ignited an electric tension throughout the assembly. Simultaneously, the esteemed law enforcement officer is also my very own brother. Thus, I hope there will be no further instances of reckless challenges to his authority, the high priest stated calmly to all present. Although his voice was not particularly loud, each word resonated clearly in the ears of every individual. Upon hearing this proclamation, all were momentarily stunned, left in a state of bewilderment. To their astonishment, it turned out that this young man was indeed the brother of the high priest, a revelation that caught everyone off guard. The other attendees remained relatively composed, yet the assembly of angels found themselves utterly perplexed. When did the high priest acquire a brother, a fact that had eluded their knowledge? Consequently, they not only felt a sense of confusion, but also profound embarrassment. Of course, the most uncomfortable individual in this scenario was Trope, who had been ignored on the stage. Initially, he had intended to reprimand the young Li Lin, but now, not only had Li Lin solidified his status as a law enforcement officer, but he was also the brother of the high priest. Reflecting on his earlier provocation now felt akin to that of a mere jester. What to do? What should I do now? Trope was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow, filled with overwhelming regret. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly reconsider his previous actions. Was it not better to live peacefully than to court disaster? Law enforcement officer, will you not say a few words? The high priest inquired after surveying the room, directing his gaze towards Li Lin. As the law enforcement officer of the divine realm, remaining silent from the outset was evidently inappropriate. Li Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his uncertainty about what to say. After all, he was a person who cherished peace and found it arduous to utter harsh words towards the formidable beings of the universe. Do not hesitate. Such gatherings of divine entities are rare. As the newly appointed law enforcement officer, it is entirely fitting for you to share a few words, the high priest gently encouraged. Given that Li Lin held an equal standing with him, it was only natural for him to express himself. Perhaps even to admonish the deities of destruction and other powerful beings in the universe, to prevent the impression that his role was merely ceremonial. Very well. Li Lin conceded with a sigh, his mind racing to formulate something to say. Soon enough, inspiration struck him. Everyone, listen closely. I am Li Lin, a humble law enforcement officer of the divine realm. As he began to introduce himself, his words astonished the gathered crowd. The status of a law enforcement officer was immensely prestigious, second only to the king of all. It was one of the highest ranks. Yet, in his own words, he referred to himself as merely a humble officer, a display of excessive modesty that verged on pretense. Though the audience recognized this sentiment, they found themselves at a loss for words. After all, he is now an enforcer. His words are absolute and leave no room for dissent. So from now on, there is no need for formality when addressing me. Simply treat me as an ordinary individual, Li Lin continued with a serene smile. The gods of destruction and angels present shook their heads helplessly upon hearing this. His words were pleasing to the ear, but the reality was far from it. This individual harbored a profound desire for revenge. To suggest treating him as a common person was absurd. Even after being reprimanded at the Omni King's temple, he had sought out each one to exact retribution. Thus, his statement was met with skepticism, as they dared not take it at face value. However, the powerful beings behind the gods of destruction perceived the situation differently. They considered Li Lin's demeanor a display of weakness. Was it fitting for a high-ranking enforcer of the divine realm to exhibit such a lack of authority? Did he truly abandon all sense of dignity in his role? Nonetheless, just because he requested to be regarded as an ordinary individual did not imply that they could provoke him at will. Li Lin spoke with an unperturbed tone, his gaze fixed intently on Tuatha below. A collective shock rippled through the gods of destruction. Indeed, the matter was not as simple as it seemed. His earlier words concealed a treacherous intent. They understood that taking his statements at face value could lead to dire consequences. Tuatha, standing on the arena, sensed Li Lin's piercing gaze and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Despite the absence of any discernible aura, an invisible pressure loomed over him, threatening to crush his very being and seal his fate. The atmosphere shifted. The powerful beings from various universes felt the weight of this pressure, leaving them momentarily stunned. Although they sensed no specific energy, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them, as if the temperature of the space itself had plummeted. Some even found their garments dampened by perspiration. Enforcer, I should perhaps say something, Tuatha thought, but before he could utter a word, Li Lin raised a hand, silencing him. With unwavering focus, he directed his gaze toward the stands of the 11th universe. Lord Waimi, do you not wish to comment on this matter? Li Lin's tone remained calm, yet his words struck Waimi like a thunderclap, reverberating painfully in his ears. Waimi knew he could not evade the situation any longer. He had no choice but to approach, inwardly cursing Tuatha for his foolishness. Had he known the trouble this fool would cause, he would never have brought him along. The moment they arrived, he found himself embroiled in such significant complications. If this matter was not handled judiciously, he would undoubtedly face reprimand today. In the realm of destruction, such incidents might have been overlooked. However, before such a large audience, a public reprimand from Li Lin would utterly obliterate his reputation. Even if victory is attained in the upcoming tournament of power, how will the remaining 4 universes perceive themselves? After all, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. The esteemed justice officer, Whis, quivered as he spoke, accompanied by the guardian angel, Margarita, whose expression was equally grave. Her discontent was not due to any offense caused to the justice officer by Topo, but rather her internal conflict regarding the relationship between the Grand Priest and Li Lin as siblings. This young man already held an exceptionally high status, and now, with his brotherhood to the Grand Priest, his standing was undeniably elevated. Your subordinates possess quite the imposing presence, Lord Whis, Li Lin remarked coldly. Unwilling to engage in further conversation with Topo, the disparity in strength and status between them was too great. Conversing with him would only diminish his own worth. Li Lin was known for holding grudges, and since Topo was associated with Whis, it would be more prudent to address the matter with the god of destruction directly. I apologize, Justice Officer, for my inadequate guidance. I implore you to be understanding, Whis said, adopting a notably humble tone. At such a moment, he could only rely on a conciliatory demeanor in hopes of achieving the most favorable outcome. Understanding, you say? Does that imply this matter is to be dismissed? Li Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone measured. Though he had no desire to incite conflict, he was not one to shy away from it. If he was drawn into the situation, he intended to see it resolved thoroughly. Topo had provoked him previously, and such offenses could not be brushed aside with mere platitudes. No, Justice Officer, that is not my intention, was quickly clarified, fearful of misinterpretation. He had no desire to suggest such a thing, as he needed to tread carefully in this precarious situation. The question of how to handle it was perplexing. He certainly did not wish to eliminate Topo outright. Given his role as a principal participant in the Tournament of Power, such an action would represent a significant loss for their universe. Well then, enlighten me as to your intentions. I shall abide by your judgment, Li Lin replied nonchalantly, his words conveying a sense of magnanimity. Although it was Whis' subordinate who had provoked him, he was willing to leave the resolution in Whis' hands. Upon realizing that the responsibility was being thrust upon him, Whis felt a great weight of indecision. If he were to exact too harsh a punishment, he would feel reluctant, yet if it were too lenient, he feared displeasing Li Lin. Thus, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. With a determined expression, Whis bit his lip as though having reached a resolution. Justice officer, perhaps we should simply. He gestured in a manner that suggested a finality to his thoughts. The meaning of this situation was strikingly clear. It was imperative to eliminate Topo. On the arena, Topo was rendered utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the god of destruction, whom he held in the highest regard, would exhibit such fear of this law enforcer. He had merely provoked a few words, and that too without full awareness of the ramifications. Yet, the god of destruction was intent on his demise. Not only was Topo taken aback, but the formidable beings of the entire ninth universe were equally astonished. They had not expected their god of destruction to act with such resolve, to the extent of contemplating the eradication of Topo. It is essential to recognize that Topo was no ordinary individual. He was the successor to the role of god of destruction. To speak of ending his life so casually seemed rather hasty, did it not? This sentiment was echoed beyond the ninth universe. Even the powerful entities from other universes were taken aback. They pondered whether this newly appointed law enforcer was indeed so fearsome as to compel a god of destruction to consider eliminating one of his own warriors. Alas, it was a regrettable situation, yet it appeared to be the most prudent course of action, as Xiang Pa subtly shook his head. In such a context, there was little that could be done. Wei Meida's suggestion was indeed the most reasonable. Xiang Pa, if it were one of our own, what course of action would you advocate? Bardos inquired curiously. She had recently learned that Li Lin was her father's younger brother, a revelation that left her quite astonished. However, being an angel, she swiftly accepted this reality. Observing the unfolding scene, she remained intrigued, pondering how her side would address a similar dilemma. It goes without saying, one must make the difficult decisions to safeguard the greater good. Xiang Pa declared without hesitation. This was not a moment for pride. Should the situation be mishandled, they might find themselves exiting the arena long before the tournament of power commenced. Moreover, how could the life of a mere cosmic warrior compare to the dignity of a god of destruction? If sacrificing them could preserve the god of destruction's honor, then they would die without regret. Furthermore, they had no moral high ground in this matter. It was the individual on the arena who had provoked Li Lin first. Were they to switch perspectives and assume Li Lin's role, he certainly would not allow the matter to rest without imposing some form of retribution. After all, how could one maintain their standing in the universe without ensuring that consequences followed? A sharp intake of breath echoed among the sixth universe warriors behind Xiang Pa upon hearing this statement. They were utterly astonished that their god of destruction would contemplate such a choice. It was truly unexpected. Clearly, this law enforcer named Li Lin was indeed extraordinary. Concurrently, similar discussions were unfolding across various universes. Yet, the responses from the gods of destruction were remarkably uniform, aligning closely with Wei Meida's decision. High above, Li Lin acknowledged the proposal with a slight nod. Your idea is quite commendable, he stated slowly, expressing his appreciation for Wei Meida's perspective. Now, let us proceed with haste. Though he was quite satisfied with this attitude, he was not one to merely talk without action. Since the matter was brought up, it was imperative to execute it promptly, for he had no desire to linger any longer. Very well, he said slowly, clenching his fist. Deep down, he felt a twinge of reluctance. To his astonishment, he found himself compelled to act personally. It indeed seemed somewhat cruel. However, having defied the esteemed enforcer, he was destined to face the corresponding punishment. This could be considered a form of self-inflicted retribution. After speaking, he descended onto the arena. The god of destruction observed with a tense expression. The dialogue between the two was crystal clear to him from below. He never anticipated that today his words would bring forth such calamity. Farewell, Troppa, he thought, feeling no inclination to utter more words. Given the circumstances, further dialogue would serve no purpose and would only deepen his own anguish. My lord of destruction, please wait. I was wrong. Can you grant me another chance? I truly repent, Troppa exclaimed, his eyes filled with panic. He now felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why had he provoked the situation? Now, it seemed he was on the brink of losing his life. Annihilate, he declared, raising his palm towards Troppa. In an instant, Troppa let out a piercing scream. A violet light enveloped his body, and the fabric of space began to warp. Gradually, his form disintegrated into a myriad of violet light particles. In that fleeting moment, the particles slowly dissipated, leaving no trace of Troppa in the world. With a deep sigh, he mourned the loss of such a capable subordinate. The sight of Troppa's disappearance sent a shiver through the hearts of all witnesses. Many had never before seen the god of destruction eliminate someone so decisively. This scene would be etched in their memories for eternity. They silently vowed never to speak carelessly before that enforcer again, lest they meet a similar fate. Chapter 193, Deployment of Personnel. Although he was deeply pained, he still needed to report back. With a smile plastered on his face, he flew before Li Lin. Esteemed enforcer, do you find this handling appropriate? He inquired humbly. The powerful beings of the cosmos sighed and shook their heads. It seemed this was the harsh reality of the divine realm. One moment a person existed, and the next, they were gone. Moreover, the current god of destruction was forced to wear a smile. None could foresee when such a fate might befall them. Li Lin nodded faintly, then slowly remarked, "I merely instructed you to oversee the matter, not to execute the individual." Upon hearing this, he stood frozen in disbelief. Why on earth didn't you say so earlier? He thought. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, he felt it prudent to refrain from further comment, silently enduring the turmoil within. When the Grand Priest heard this, he nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that Li Lin had quite the knack for manipulation. Clearly, appointing him as the enforcer would render the gods of destruction and angels in the universe unable to enjoy their days in peace. As for Tobo's confrontation with the enforcer, even if the latter were magnanimous, as a god of destruction, I could not let him off easily, declared Wei Maida with righteous indignation. With the individual now deceased, there was no need to pursue the matter further. At this juncture, it would be more prudent to utter some grandiloquent words to leave a favorable impression in the minds of the gods. Very well, your intentions are noted. But remember to keep a tight rein on your powerful subordinates. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in regrettable circumstances in the future, Li Lin remarked calmly. He had no objections to this resolution, for the matter had already been handled by Wei Maida. Pursuing it further would only appear overly aggressive. The enforcer's admonition was indeed wise. Wei Maida responded with utmost sincerity, even as he privately vowed never to allow such an incident to occur again. After all, the loss of Tobo was no trivial matter. He was a top-tier powerhouse of the 11th universe and a candidate for a god of destruction. To have him dealt with in such a manner was profoundly disheartening. Well then, since the matter has been largely resolved, you may return for the time being. The Grand Priest interjected. Upon hearing this, Wei Maida nodded eagerly. Yes, Grand Priest. After saying this, he soared back to the viewing platform of the 11th universe alongside Makalita. The expressions of the powerhouses from the 11th universe were exceedingly grim. Tobo was their most significant companion, and they had not anticipated his demise to come so easily. Alas, Wei Maida certainly noticed their countenances, but chose to remain silent, for he was at a loss for words. In the 7th universe, very well, I have noted that. Jiren silently vowed. He resolved that on the day of the Tournament of Power, he would ensure the complete elimination of the 7th universe participants. It was a pity that this fellow Li Lin would likely not take the stage. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate his strength. The Grand Priest floated alongside Li Lin once more, reiterating the important details regarding the Tournament of Power before allowing all the universes to disperse. After all, there were still a few days left for them to adequately prepare. Then, everyone may disperse, the Grand Priest announced gently. As soon as he finished speaking, the gods of destruction were swiftly escorted away by their angels. In an instant, only Li Lin and the 7th universe remained. Brother, shall I take my leave as well? Li Lin inquired with a smile directed at the Grand Priest. Indeed, the Grand Priest replied with a nod and a smile, slowly counting. All right, you may return for now. He did not mention any further precautions regarding the second match to Li Lin. After all, given Li Lin's current prowess, there is no need to pay heed to anything else. Participating in this competition is merely a matter of overwhelming the opposition. Upon finishing his thoughts, Li Lin made his way to the stands of Universe 7. Lord Beerus, let us return, he said with an air of calm. Indeed, the two nodded in agreement. With a wave of his staff, Whis transformed them into a beam of white light, and they departed from the venue. They did not venture elsewhere, but returned directly to the realm of the gods of destruction. Before them loomed another dilemma, the matter of the participants. The Grand Priest had stated that each universe must designate 10 contestants for the tournament. However, in Universe 7, apart from Goku and Vegeta, they could only add one more, Gohan, who had recently achieved a stalemate. They simply could not muster 10 elite warriors. How shall we arrange the contestants? The Supreme Kai inquired curiously of Beerus. It is essential to note that this tournament is of great significance, affecting the very existence of their respective universes. Hence, the selection of participants must be approached with utmost caution. You all can handle it. I shall not involve myself, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Knowing there would be a second round, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. In the end, his universe would undoubtedly prevail. How can you be so irresponsible? The Supreme Kai retorted. Feeling disgruntled, he was unaware that there would be a second match, and thus felt slighted by Beerus's words. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative for the god of destruction to take charge. Why then was he speaking so nonchalantly? Why are you so tedious? Just find a few people at random for this trivial matter, Beerus said with an indifferent expression. The Supreme Kai was almost apoplectic with frustration, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a character. However, as his gaze fell upon Li Lin, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Yes, we could have Li Lin. Oh no, I mean Lord Enforcer, participate. The Supreme Kai exclaimed with excitement. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances at Li Lin. Good heavens, if we let Li Lin compete, what chance would the other universes have? What is the point of selecting anyone else? We might as well prepare for our own demise. Enough of that, Supreme Kai. As the Enforcer, Li Lin will not partake in such a minor tournament, was stated with a gentle smile. This battle among the various champions of the universes did not necessitate Li Lin's involvement. However, it was certain that he would partake in the grander subsequent matches. Why is that so? The Supreme Kai said with a hint of distress. If Li Lin could participate, victory would be all but assured. And they would not require 10 individuals, just him would suffice. Simultaneously, other universes began their rigorous preparations for participant selection. Chapter 194, The Tournament of Power commences. It's quite alright. This time, let Sun Wukong and Vegeta take the stage. Even if they were to lose, it matters not, for as long as I am here. Our 7th universe shall remain unscathed, Li Lin remarked with composure. In truth, the outcome of this tournament of power, whether or not 10 formidable warriors emerged to compete, was of little consequence, for in the end, it would invariably be the strongest among them engaged in battle. The others would merely serve as cannon fodder, rendering their involvement unnecessary. His words, however, were tinged with a hint of self-interest, for if the requisite 10 participants were to be gathered, Android 18 would undoubtedly be among them. He had no desire for his wife to participate and risk her safety. The thought of her suffering any harm troubled him greatly. Li Lin is correct. Let us allow Sun Wukong and Vegeta to participate, Beerus said nonchalantly. After all, they are merely children engaging in trivial skirmishes. The true spectacle lies in the second round. The god of destruction melee. As long as Li Lin is present, victory is assured. Yet, might this approach be a touch hasty? The Kaioshin inquired. Concern etched upon his face. Other universes place immense significance on this event. Why, then, does it seem so trivial in our hands? Does Beerus truly fear no repercussions? I believe this decision holds merit, as it spares us from numerous complications, Whis concurred. Even you, Whis? The Kaioshin frowned. He had initially assumed that Li Lin and Beerus were merely jesting, yet now even the typically composed Whis had joined in this levity. Rest assured, my Lord Kaioshin, while I am here, no harm shall befall the 7th universe, Li Lin assured with serenity. His motivations were not rooted in noble ideals. Rather, his family resided in this universe, and he would not permit its destruction. Since the Grand Minister has spoken thus, I shall relinquish my worries, the Kaioshin replied slowly. After all, Li Lin, as the enforcer, had been elevated by the Omni King himself and shared a fraternal bond with the Grand Minister. His presence might indeed safeguard the 7th universe. Very well, it is settled then. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, prepare yourselves. I shall return with Whis to escort you when the tournament is about to commence, Beerus stated coolly. The competition was set to unfold in the Void Realm in 2 days, so a brief preparation would suffice for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Their efforts need not be excessive. Ultimately, even if they chose to forego this battle, it would not pose a problem. With that, Beerus concluded his remarks, and the Kaioshin departed first. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Li Lin returned to Earth. The fleeting 2 days passed swiftly. On the day of the tournament, Whis arrived with Beerus at Earth. For the time had come to embark on their journey to the competition. The contenders for this competition are solely Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, the audience attending the event is quite numerous, as it pertains to the very survival of the entire universe. All are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Almost every renowned warrior on Earth intends to witness the spectacle, including the Galactic Patrolman Jaco and the Galactic King. Naturally, the Supreme Kai and others of their ilk are also present. Very well, everyone is gathered, so let us depart, Whis remarked nonchalantly. Even the long-absent Android 18 has joined in, not for any other reason but to cheer for her husband, Li Lin. Although the details of Li Lin's participation in the second match were kept from others, he divulged everything to her, without reservation. After Whis spoke, he waved his staff, and the group vanished from Earth. They traversed the cosmos, and soon arrived at the venue of the competition, the Null Realm. By this time, numerous universes had already reached the site. Where shall we sit? Beerus inquired slowly. Right over there. I shall take you, Whis replied, gesturing towards a grand viewing platform. He then guided the group as they floated gently to their seats. Beneath them lay an immense arena, characterized by both flat land and rugged hills. In this competition, any participant who is knocked off the stage will be deemed defeated. Furthermore, the arena possesses a peculiar nature. Once any contestant enters this domain, they effectively find themselves in a no-fly zone. Techniques such as flight and aerial maneuvers are rendered utterly useless. However, certain unique beings, endowed with 2 pairs of wings, are an exception. They may soar utilizing their inherent advantages. One by one, the 8 universes contestants arrived, and the Grand Priest stood atop a floating platform. Since all have gathered, please step onto the arena, he announced. Yet, as he assessed the numbers from each universe, he noticed that the 7th universe was represented by a solitary duo. Frowning slightly, he reconsidered. Their arrangement made sense. After all, Li Lin was likely to secure victory in the second match of the God of Destruction melee, thus rendering excessive concern for this battle unnecessary. However, standing on the arena, Sun Wukong and Vegeta held a different perspective. They believed that since they were competitors, they must strive for the championship. Despite being just the 2 of them, their ambitions were unabated. Now that all participants are present, I shall not prolong this introduction. The rules of the competition were conveyed previously, and I shall refrain from reiterating them here. The only point to note is that the duration of this match is set for 48 minutes. The Great Pillar serves as a chronicle of time. Its gradual disappearance signifies the onset of immediate vanishing, and once it has entirely vanished, it marks the conclusion of the competition. The side with the greater number of combatants remaining on the arena shall be deemed victorious. Do you comprehend? The Grand Priest spoke slowly. The gathered individuals chose not to respond, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Satisfied with the lack of dissent, the Grand Priest announced the commencement of the battle before stepping away from the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Some individuals moved with remarkable speed, launching their attacks the instant the Grand Priest declared the match to begin. The arena erupted with a cacophony of explosions. At this moment, however, Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly noticed the peculiar glances from the surrounding universes, which seemed to harbor a tinge of hostility towards them. Naturally, after the spectacle they had created alongside Li Lin, it was no surprise that they would not receive warm looks. Vegeta crossed his arms, disdain evident in his tone. He was unconcerned with the opinions of these individuals. To him, they were merely a ragtag group of insignificant beings. Before long, the onlookers ceased their idle observations and began launching their assaults against Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two warriors engaged in combat. In a short span, eliminations began to occur on the stage. Li Lin sat languidly in the stands, observing the unfolding battle with a sense of boredom. "I'll take a nap for a while. Wake me in 48 minutes, he stated nonchalantly before finding a patch of ground to lie down upon. The onlookers shook their heads in resignation at his relaxed demeanor, especially the Kaioshin, who felt a newfound admiration for Li Lin. Even in such a critical moment, he had the audacity to sleep. Truly, he was a man worthy of being a law enforcer. While Li Lin slumbered without a care, the spectators had no such luxury. The battles on the arena were intensely fierce. To miss witnessing such a thrilling contest would indeed be regrettable. On the arena, Sun Wukong and Vegeta swiftly dispatched their assailants. Indifferent to their opponents' universes, their sole objective was to eliminate all remaining foes, aside from each other. However, they soon encountered a formidable adversary, Jiren from Universe 11. Unlike his portrayal in the original tale, he did not remain stationary at the outset. Instead, he took the initiative, targeting Sun Wukong and Vegeta with determination. His aim was to eliminate all members of Universe 7, avenging his dear brother Toppo. "Kakarot seems quite powerful," Vegeta remarked in a low voice, his gaze sharpening as he sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Jiren. This sensation was so overwhelming it nearly rendered him breathless. "Indeed, this individual is quite formidable," Sun Wukong remarked in a low tone. Initially, he had anticipated a brief reprieve for himself. However, he unexpectedly encountered a rather troublesome opponent. Did the 7th universe truly dispatch only 2 combatants? It is uncertain whether this is an act of arrogance or a reflection of their dwindling numbers, Jiren commented nonchalantly. He remained oblivious to the opponent's thoughts, astonished that they had chosen to send forth merely 2 warriors for battle. One must remember that the final assessment of numbers would occur at the conclusion of the tournament. Should there be only 2 participants, they would inherently be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, this might be advantageous, as they wouldn't need to endure until the tournament's end. He himself intended to eliminate these 2 nuisances swiftly. "Let us engage," Vegeta declared in a grave tone, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted around him. The blue flames and his azure hair manifested simultaneously as he surged toward Jiren's position. Sun Wukong, without hesitation, unleashed his full power as well. The 2 fighters launched an onslaught of punches and kicks at Jiren. However, their efforts appeared futile, as Jiren effortlessly neutralized their assaults with overwhelming might, not even lowering his arms in the process. The warriors from Universe 11 witnessed their strongest members engage with their adversaries and prepared to act in concert against the threat. Yet at that moment, Jiren halted them. "None of you are to intervene. Direct your efforts elsewhere. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to Universe 11, he stated calmly to his comrades. He sensed the strength of the 2 opponents, but deemed it insufficient in the face of his own prowess. As anticipated, in the following instant, the sound of 2 dull thuds echoed through the arena. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent hurtling away, their bodies in disarray, evidently having sustained severe blows. Remarkable. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the overwhelming power of this opponent, realizing he was no match. Yet, the more he felt this way, the greater his excitement grew. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in frustration, could not accept such a disparity, even if his foe hailed from another universe. He should not possess such overwhelming strength. It was worth noting that he and Kakarot had fought together moments ago, yet they had not only failed to harm their adversary, but had been thrown aside instead. For them, it was a profound humiliation, especially since the tournament had barely commenced. If they were eliminated so swiftly, it would be a monumental disgrace. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, he cast aside thoughts of cosmic destruction, intent solely on proving that he was not to be trifled with. "Ah!" Vegeta roared, gathering his energy once more as he launched himself at Jiren. This time, the frequency of his attacks noticeably accelerated. On the other side, Sun Wukong also charged forward, his spirit ignited anew. He understood that facing their opponent alone would render them utterly incapable of victory. What he required now was to join forces with Vegeta to eliminate their adversary. With so many competitors still in the arena, he certainly did not wish to confront just one individual and subsequently lose the match. It appeared that this young man, Wei Mei, possessed a certain degree of skill. Beerus, seated in the stands, remarked with a hint of indifference. He discerned that at this moment, Goku and Vegeta were under considerable pressure. It is worth noting that the combat prowess of these two was exceptionally high. It was surprising to see them both being subdued by a single opponent. If nothing unforeseen occurred, this individual was likely the strongest in the tournament. Are you still in the mood to utter such words? The King of Worlds sighed in resignation. What was the use of recognizing their opponent's strength now? If both of them were eliminated, it would indeed be quite an embarrassing situation. Beerus chose not to respond to the King of Worlds. He merely expressed a slight lament about the personnel reserves of Universe 11. However, this did not imply that he was conceding defeat. After all, Goku and Vegeta had trained extensively in the realm of the God of Destruction, and it would not be an easy feat to vanquish them. Furthermore, even if they were to be defeated, what would it matter? He still had Li Lin, who was the true powerhouse. As long as Li Lin remained in the competition, their side would stand invincible. As for the ultimate fate of the other universes, that was of no concern to him.